The ferocious man at this time was extremely miserable. Half of his body has disappeared, his face is bloody, and his breath is weak. Although it was the thunder tribulation of the great master of chaos just now. In the end, it was directly promoted to the power of the thunder tribulation. In the middle and late stage of Hongming's entry, it made him aggrieved. Why don't I, Xuanhuan, just want to watch the excitement? As for those who want to fight or kill? Heavenly Emperor, how dare you bully me, I will kill you. Roaring sternly, Xuanhuan stumbled and was about to go in one direction. However, at this moment, he felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then his remaining half of his body exploded. With a flash of inspiration, Xuanhuan's black fairy baby flew out of the blood mist in a panic. I saw a shadow of a French boat appeared in front of him, and a tall figure stood on the foremost French boat. This figure has two curved horns on its head, its face is square, and its aura is also unpredictable. It made Xuanhuan's fairy baby terrified and furious. Hurry up, or your soul will fly away, the cornered man said contemptuously. Xuanhuan came back to his senses and looked at it, his face turned pale with shock. Emperor Tianwu? How is this possible? Xuanhuan felt that he was really unlucky. First half of his body was smashed to pieces by the heavenly emperor thunder tribulation, and then the other half of his body was smashed to pieces by Emperor Tianwu. Thinking about this, he didn't dare to delay, and he didn't hesitate to teleport away with his true essence. I am afraid that if I leave too late, I will be killed by the opponent. At this time, the human monks on the 6th Emperor's city also saw the arrival of Emperor Tianwu. Especially the countless Dharma ships brought by Emperor Tianwu looked at each other in blank dismay. However, although Emperor Tianwu is well known, but now that the human race already has a backer, and the heavenly emperor is here, they are naturally not afraid of the arrival of Emperor Tianwu. Hu Jianqi flew out from the hall next to him and came to Emperor Tianwu, and immediately, the other 4 emperors also flew over. Tianwu, what are you doing here? Standing on the Dharma boat, Emperor Tianwu had a frenzied expression on his face, and he said in a trembling voice, Guys, I have nothing else to do here. Just want to ask, is the heavenly emperor really returning? After asking, Emperor Tianwu looked forward to it. Hu Jianqi and the other 5 had weird faces, wondering why this powerful man, who is famous in the ancient Holy Land, was so excited. Indeed, His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has returned. Tianwu, what are you going to do? At this time, Xuanqu's voice sounded from the 6th Emperor's city. At the same time, the coercion of the Hongmei Rongdao realm rolled in. In an instant, Emperor Tianwu's breathing became short of breath. But human ancestor Xuanqu? I came here today to worship His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. I told you before that I wanted to worship His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven during the time of chaos, but I was not qualified at that time. So I have been waiting until now. Tianwu spoke very frankly and sincerely. It made Xuanqu and the 6 emperors' city look thoughtful. Let him wait outside, His Majesty is in retreat. After a while, Xuanqu said. Hearing this, Emperor Tianwu's face immediately showed excitement. However, at this moment, the great emperor's palace suddenly shook violently. Again. Xuanhuan's aura rose again. At the same time, the Shantian Divine Pagoda, which carried the luck of hundreds of millions of people, was rapidly merging with the Wheel of Destiny. At the same time as his aura began to soar, the Wheel of Fortune behind him became brighter and brighter. Originally a blur, the 7th Wheel of Fortune is gradually becoming clearer. At the same time, with the blessing of the avenue of good luck, the aura of the entire Six Emperor city swarmed in, helping Xuanhuan break through the realm. Such a scene made everyone stunned on the spot. Even Emperor Tianwu felt extremely shocked. 3 days later. Ding! Congratulations for successfully breaking through the late stages of the Chaos Master realm. Ding! Complete the main task, make up the Wheel of Fortune. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken a diehard, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, and a chance to designate a superpower to be summoned once. A chance to be loyal to the peak, a chance to be a strong man at the peak, a chance to be a copy of the strong man. The system prompt sounded again, and the reward was more generous, which made Xuanhuan grin. At the same time, the accumulation of rewards has reached an extremely terrifying level. System, let's reward fusion first. Direct fusion twice. First carry out the reward integration, then pass on the Dao, and finally promote the subordinates. Then, go to the devil ancestor of regretful heaven and rescue Mo Tian. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully integrating the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to be blessed by the system. Inheritance of Taoism and the grace of the system, not bad. Immediately. System, summon a superpower for me. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the master. Tong Tian. It comes from ancient myths and legends. Will the host summon again? Master Tong Tian. I'll go. I finally summoned the second great desolate boss. Just summon him, restore the memory of the previous life, and call up the attribute list. Master Tong Tian, from ancient myths and legends. Status, one of the Sanqing. Intercept the teacher. Master, Daoist Hongjun. Dojo, Zitzia Bio Palace. Cultivation method, the method of Mahayana. Magic weapon, Zhu Xian 4 swords. Fishing drum. Purple electric hammer. Heart lock. Lucky level, mid-saint realm. Divine ability, Zhu Xian great formation. Purple sky. Loyalty, 75/100. Middle saint realm. Oh, it's okay. Now the master of chaos is not in his eyes, let alone the middle stage of the saint realm. In addition, Yuanzhi Tianzuan is still wandering around in Nanhuang, and he has told Wang Huanggu to watch. Saint Realm really can't afford any big waves right now. System, start to extract the inheritance of Taoism. Extract both. Use rewards, don't save. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the tornado avenue. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing to black sand avenue. 2 system prompts sounded in succession, making Xuanhuan narrow his eyes slightly. It seems that Li Kuei and King Huangfeng should be promoted. Xiao Tian, call everyone in. After a while, Xian Su and other strong men walked in one file at a time. Xuanhuan couldn't help but awaken Ho Junji beyond the limit and let Huangfeng Dewang pass on the Taoism. Then ordered to ask, Xuanchu, with your current ability, can you open a space tunnel leading to the inner universe in the Six Emperor city? Your Majesty, I can do it, but it will take a month, and I need the assistance of Dijiang and Zhu Juin's space and time magical powers. Xuanchu answered truthfully. Okay, the 3 of you can do it now. After the tunnel is opened, I will send troops and generals to compete for the ancient sacred land. As soon as this remark came out, everyone showed excitement. Especially when Tianxiang and Zhongliang, who had been waiting for the Tiandi palace to regain control of the Tiandi plain for a long time. In addition, when Tianxiang, go and collect information about that traitor of the heavenly regret demon ancestor. After a month, we will take him first. Xuanhuan said firmly. Your order. Your Majesty, Emperor Tianwu is seeking an audience outside. He wants to pay homage to you, and he even brought an army here. Zhang Liang said. It made Xuanhuan's eyes light up slightly. Seeing this, Zhu Jiuwen's eyes lit up immediately. He knew his chance had come. Get ready, I will make you stronger. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he ordered the system to pass on the Tao of Time to Zhu Jiuwen. Immediately, Xuanhuan looked at the strong men in the hall and thought about it in his heart. 13 overlimit awakenings can definitely cultivate a lot of superpowers. And it only takes 10 seconds. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan decided to wait and take it easy. You guys go down first. From now on, the 6 emperors city of the human race will be officially included in the Haotian court, and my first goal is to unify the heavenly emperor interface. Get ready to go. When Tianxiang and Zhongliang showed excitement on their faces. War is the field that the two of them are best at. They also finally come into play. After everyone left, Emperor Tianwu also walked in under the leadership of Xuanhuan Xiaotian. At the same time, Xuanhu never left Xuanhuan's side. With mystery, Emperor Tianwu would not dare to play tricks. At the same time, Zhou fairy baby flew into a mysterious castle with a miserable cry. He got into a blood-red hall, and cried out in a tearful voice, Old ancestor, your grandson was killed. With only the fairy baby left, he was extremely miserable. On the way back, he was struck by lightning that appeared inexplicably one after another, and his nascent baby's body was already a little loose. It can be described as extremely unlucky. Humph, incompetent, why don't you die? At this time an old voice shouted angrily. The hall shook violently. It made Zhou immortal baby even more distracted. Zhou was too scared to cry, he could only float in the void and sob. He feels aggrieved, why is he so unlucky? Originally came back to rescue soldiers, but was almost shocked to death by the ancestor. What a tragedy. Tell me, what's going on? Why do you only have the body of a fairy baby left? The voice sounded again, and an extremely tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhou, wrapped in a layer of red mist. The voice was cold, without a trace of emotion. Like a cold-blooded animal. Old ancestor, I was bullied by a guy named Tiandi in the 6 Emperors city. And then my body was broken by that guy Tianwu, and now only the body of a fairy baby is left. Zhou was crying, it was hard to imagine that he was once a strong master of chaos. His ancestor was the first of the top 10 loose cultivators in the ancient Holy Land, named Zhou Guangdi, who founded the Zhou family with his own strength and dominated one side. At the same time, he is also a leader of casual cultivators. And the Emperor Tianwu, who destroyed Zhou body, was also a casual cultivator, and also a figure in the top 10 casual cultivators. The strength is equally unfathomable. But compared with Zhou Guangdi, it's not enough. It is worth mentioning that compared with the top 10 evil emperors, the top 10 casual cultivators have a higher status and strength in the ancient Holy Land. It is not comparable to ordinary cultivators. Heavenly Emperor? What the hell? Dare to slander you? Zhou Guangdi didn't think about the teacher of all beings at all. In fact, the Emperor of Heaven is just a legend, no one knows if it is true or not. Of course he wouldn't take it to heart. But that Emperor of Fortune is so courageous that he even dares to do it to the old descendants. Could it be that the hole under your nose is just for dry food? You didn't tell me my name? Zhou Guangdi looked at Zhou Aoyun's fairy baby, and he couldn't get angry. I said it, can I not say it? But the kid said, what is Zhou Guangdi, can he be as powerful as the Emperor of Heaven? Then he cut off my body. What the fuck? Heavenly Emperor, Emperor Tianwu, you are dead. If Su Haoyan knew about this matter, he would definitely be dumbfounded. I don't even know who Zhou Guangdi is. Heavenly Emperor, I want to see if you are the legendary Heavenly Emperor? Ding. Trigger the side mission, Zhou Guangdi's Revenge. Mission details, the descendants of Zhou Guangdi, the head of the top 10 casual cultivators in the ancient Holy Land, were struck by the sky thunder when the host crossed the catastrophe due to bad luck, and then killed Emperor Tianwu, blasted and killed the flesh body. So he felt revenge on the host. If the host kills Zhou Guangdi, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to recruit a strong man, a chance to inherit the Dao, a chance to summon a strong man, and a chance to be blessed by the system. Once a strong man, a chance for a dungeon, a chance for a strong man to peak and trigger the main mission. Su Haoyan, who was talking with Emperor Tianwu, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Su Haoyan was taken aback for a moment. Zhou Guangdi, the leader of loose cultivators? Later people were injured by the thunder cloud when he crossed the catastrophe, and were later blasted to death by Emperor Tianwu? Unexpected disaster. Could this be the chain effect brought about by the avenue of good luck? No wonder there was no thunder cloud following this tribulation. Since you're here to deliver a mission, don't leave. And it looks like there are missions. What a stroke of luck. Your Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, what are you thinking? I was in the chaotic period, and I succeeded in transforming shortly after the Emperor of Heaven gave his last sermon. What I have been pursuing in my life is to follow the Emperor of Heaven. I hope that the Emperor of Heaven will give me this opportunity to serve you. Emperor Tianwu kneeled in front of Su Haoyan with great sincerity, and said excitedly. Under his psychic powers, Su Haoyan had already peeped into Emperor Tianyun's heart clearly. At this time, he smiled slightly and said, "Get up, I promise you, I will merge your army into the Haoyan court. Afterwards, I will assign you a task. I hope you will not let me down." Su Haoyan didn't tell him about Emperor Zhou Guang. This Emperor Tianwu has the cultivation base of the late Chaos Master realm. The combat power is definitely good. Staying around is also a big help. Not to mention his 800,000 troops. With his joining, this gave Su Haoyan the foundation to gain a foothold in the land of the ancient sages. By the way, Tianwu, tell me about your top 10 casual cultivators. Since Zhou Guangdi is the head of the top 10 casual cultivators, his cultivation must be at the great consummation of the great master of chaos realm, or even at the primordial Dao realm. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you will never be imperiled in 100 battles. In the following time, Su Haoyan learned about the situation of casual cultivators in the ancient sage land from Emperor Tianwu. At the same time, Su Haoyan ordered in his heart, "System, assign me to summon Li's Ho, who is in the peak state." This is the only one left among the 12 patriarchal witches. The ancestor. Witch of Western Gold. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Wu Rushu, the ancestor of the 12 patriarch Wu Jin. Restore the memory of the previous life and call up his attribute list. Ru Harvest, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, the golden ancestral witch of the 12 ancestral witches. Cultivation method, prove the Tao with strength. Lucky level, Holy Realm Dzogchen. Supernatural powers, the real body of the ancestral witch. Point to gold. Loyalty, 85/100. Well, your task is to monitor the other 9 people. After a while, I will surrender these 9 emperors. Hearing this, Emperor Tianwu showed excitement on his face. From the time of chaos to the present, he wanted to contribute to the heavenly emperor, and this time he finally got his wish. After Tianwu left, Xuanhuan began to think about whether Yangjian Hongmeng should be robbed or not. System, is it feasible for Yangjian Hongmeng to cross the catastrophe now? Xuanhuan asked the system in his heart. Theoretically, it is possible. However, the system does not know how strong Hongmeng's power will be after the catastrophe. The system's current highest endurance is the great perfection of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. Once Yangjian exceeds this limit, the host can only choose to close it, and can only be released after the host breaks through to the Grand Mist realm. The systematic explanation made Xuanhuan even more hesitant. He had no choice but to find Wang Lin first. Yangjian waited. In the starry sky, an old Taoist stood on the clouds and galloped forward. He was wearing a blue Taoist robe, with an incomparably stable brow, deep eyes, and a peaceful breath. This person is none other than the Master Tong Tian, who was summoned by Su Haotian. Behind him was a burly man with golden light all over his body. Both the face and the exposed skin of this big man are golden in color. It is the witch, the ancestor of gold, Liaoshou. What are you following me for? As a well-deserved boss in the prehistoric world, Master Tong Tian naturally knew Liaoshou, and was extremely surprised just because he knew him. Why did Zulu come to this world? The old Taoist misunderstood. I am going to the 6 Emperor city ahead, we should be on the way. Rua Shou was surprised to meet Master Tong Tian here, but he was not afraid. Because he could already feel the tyrannical aura ahead. Hey, these breaths. Tong Tian continued to entangle, but found that there were many tyrannical auras in front of him. There is no lack of familiar atmosphere in it. Just when he was secretly startled, an attribute figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Call out. Zhao Gongming happened to be out for a stroll today, but he suddenly felt a familiar aura, and he was shocked when he sensed it carefully. This turned out to be the breath of his master. Without even thinking about it flew out. Based on his current cultivation in the late stages of the Chaos Master realm, it is naturally easy to see the cultivation realm of his master. Master, why are you here? Seeing this, Tong Tian had a wry smile on his face, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. Why did his big disciple Zhao Gongming's cultivation become so unfathomable? This upended his outlook on life. Dou Yu, you are right. Ru took a step forward and greeted Zhao Gongming. Zulu? Could it be that you are here to worship His Majesty? Zhao Gongming seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and asked with a strange expression. Gongming, bring the 2 of you in so that you can settle down. At this time, Su Haotian's voice sounded over the 6 Emperor city. After Zhao Gongming's expression was astonished, he waved his hand and brought Tong Tian and Liaoshou into the city of 6 emperors. Master, why are you looking for your apprentice? Wang Lin asked respectfully. Well, you are also an old man who walked with me from the chaotic era. You have worked hard these years. Now I have decided to promote you, Xuanhuan said with a smile. But Wang Lin was stunned for a moment. But get excited right away. Master, really, really? The tone was a little unbelievable. Xuanhuan smiled slightly and secretly ordered, let Wang Lin wake up beyond the limit. He decided to let him awaken beyond the limit first and give him another chance in the future. Immediately, Wang Lin disappeared in a burst of golden light. Next, Xuanhuan could only wait for Wang Lin's performance after his super limit awakening. Ding! The inheritance of Zhujiu is completed. May I ask the host Su to release it? At this time, the system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan smile and quickly called up his attribute list. Looking at it this way, Xuanhuan didn't overjoy Xuanhuan. Hongmeng entered the Dao realm of great consummation. He has also cultivated a strong man who is infinitely close to the Dao. Now he has 3 statues of Hongmeng who have entered the Dao realm of Dzogchen in his hand, 1 in the middle stage and 2 in the early stage. A Hongmeng Rong Dao realm early stage. This kind of strength should not be a problem in winning the old sage land. But Wang Lin should give himself a surprise after awakening beyond the limit. Right? Another 3 days passed like this, and on this day, a bloody gust of wind suddenly blew over the 6 emperors' city, followed by an old voice suddenly exploded. At the same time, the coercion of the Hongmeng Dao realm came out. Suddenly, Heavenly Emperor, the old man Tianwu Great Emperor is Zhou Guangdi, get out and die. This voice was so outrageous that the 6 emperors' city was plunged into panic. My God! The first casual cultivator came to challenge the Heavenly Emperor? Is the situation not good? Although the Emperor of Heaven is the teacher of all living beings, it is a legend after all. Zhou Guangdi is a veteran powerhouse. It is not certain who will win. There will be a good show this time. For a while, there was a lot of discussion from various races on the Tiandi interface, and everyone felt that it was lively to watch. Zhou Guangdi's domineering voice sounded, and immediately alarmed the strong men in the Haotian court in the 6 emperors' city. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhu Rong, Tianwu, and Zhu Meng roared out one after another. Fuck, who is so arrogant? All ethnic groups sent out spies, waiting to watch the upcoming war. At the same time, a domineering figure tore through the void and appeared in the sky above the 6 emperors' city. This person has white hair, erratically and murderous intent. It is Zhou Guangdi. The space of the 6 emperors' city suddenly became wrinkled because of Zhou Guangdi's arrival. It seems that it will be broken at any time. Immediately behind him, a creature with a clearly ferocious expression rushed out, covering the sky of 6 emperors' city in the blink of an eye. Emperor Tianwu, Heavenly Emperor, get out of here quickly. Zhou Guangdi roared again and again, while his army continued to rush out of the crack. It has already broken through 1 million. Seeing the human race, warrior was shocked. It's really courting death. Zhu Jiuyin took the lead and charged towards Zhou Guangdi. At the same time, the real body of Zhu Wu appeared in illusion. Shan Xiongxin directly transformed into the body of a black bee, releasing countless poisonous needles. It rained down on Zhou Guangdi's army. Before Zhou Guangdi, who had just come out, could react, he felt 2 auras no less powerful than his own. His complexion changed wildly, and in a hurry, he raised his bloody giant palm and met Zhu Jiuyin, who was pressing down like a mountain. Seeing this, Zhu Jiuyin waved his hand directly, and the avenue of time burst out. Zhou Guangdi's face turned pale, and he felt that his movements had become extremely slow. Boom! Zhu Jiuyin hit Zhou Guangdi firmly with one punch. The huge and incomparable power directly blasted Zhou Guangdi's body into pieces. With a flash of inspiration, Zhou Guangdi's fairy baby appeared with a frightened expression. Without any stay, it is necessary to use the teleportation technique to escape from this place. However, under Zhu Jiuyin's avenue of time, his movements are no different from those of a snail. Zhou Guangdi yelled, "Don't kill me, I." Boom! Zhu Jiuyin blasted Zhou Guangdi's fairy baby into ashes with one punch. Poor Zhou Guangdi, who hadn't pretended to be aggressive, was bombarded to death as soon as he appeared. He may be the most unlucky strongman in the old sacred land. On the other side, Shan Xiongxi was even more tyrannical, countless poisonous needles flew out, and the army of millions brought by Zhou Guangdi was wiped out in the blink of an eye. Ding! Complete the side mission, Zhou Guangdi's revenge. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to recruit a strong man, a chance to inherit the Tao, a chance to summon a strong man, and a chance to be blessed by the system. Opportunity. A chance for a copy of the strong. Ding! Trigger the main mission, the eyes of the teacher of Zhou Guangdi. Mission details: the host killed Zhou Guangdi, which attracted the attention of his master, Lu Yun. At the same time, it also led to the casual cultivator forces in the ancient Holy Land. Dragons have no leader. If the host repels Emperor Lu Yun and unifies the casual cultivators in the ancient sacred land, the system will reward the host with a chance to recruit strong men, a chance to cross the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limits, and a chance to awaken the loyalists, a chance to summon a super strong, a chance to reach the peak of the strong. Su Haoyan, who was sitting in the great emperor's palace, suddenly had a system prompt sound in his mind, which made Su Haoyan slightly stunned. He didn't expect Zhou Guangdi to have a master. Judging from this posture, his strength is quite powerful. The most difficult part of this main mission should be to defeat Emperor Lu Yun, but it is not difficult to unify the forces of casual cultivators. Ding! The inheritance of the Yellow Wind King's Tao Dharma is completed. Is the host released now? King of the Yellow Wind, from Journey to the West. Race, yellow-haired rat family. Lucky level, Hongmeng enters the early stage of Taoism. Cultivation method, Jindan Dafa. Supernatural powers, Samadhi Kamikaze. Loyalty, 96/100. The initial stage of Hongmeng's entry into the Tao realm. Not bad, release it. Somewhere in the old sacred land, a huge and majestic palace quietly floats in the void. It looks gorgeous. It is the Heavenly Emperor Palace that has existed through the ages. At this moment, a tall figure appeared in front of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. This person was wearing a blue robe, his skin was light blue, his long silver white hair was fluttering in the wind, and the light of his face was lingering around him. He is the famous ancient God Emperor in the ancient Holy Land. Known as the first person under the Son of Chaos, some people say that he is the descendant of the Son of Chaos. The strength is extremely powerful. Qing Ling, since you have already left the customs, why don't you come out and see me? The ancient God Emperor opened his mouth and said, There was a hot ray of light. His face was already gloomy and terrifying, but now it was even more terrifying. There was no sound in Tianwu Palace. The ancient god emperor was not discouraged, and continued, "Qingling, I want to rush back to the depths of the ancient sacred land. I hope you leave with me. It doesn't matter if you don't come out to see me, I will find a time later," announced to the entire ancient sacred land that I, the ancient god emperor, will marry the Qingling. Nuzu. Humph, I want to see who can stop me from marrying you. Thinking back when he wandered into the land of the ancient sages, he accidentally met the Qingling Zhu who came out to travel. He was overwhelmed by the beauty of the Qingling Zhu, and fell in love at first sight. However, this person is also sincere to Qingling's female ancestor, and did not force Qingling, but wants to impress Qingling with true feelings. But he was about to leave, and he didn't want to leave any more regrets, so he planned to publicly announce in the entire ancient sacred land that he would marry Qingling Nuzu. Ancient God Emperor, you will pay a heavy price for today's decision. The voice of Qingling Nuzu rang out in the Tianwu Palace. Not a trace of emotion. Humph, the price is death for those who stop me. As soon as the voice fell, the ancient god emperor disappeared. Only the heavenly emperor palace was left floating in the void. In the city of 6 emperors. Your Majesty, this is what the ancient god emperor said to the ancestor. The ancestor said in the sound transmission jade slip that if your Majesty does not have the strength of the Tao, you must not meet the ancient god emperor face to face. In the great emperor's palace, when Tianxiang reported, "Ding! The main task is triggered, repel the ancient god emperor." Mission. Details: the ancient god emperor wants to snatch the confidant who has been waiting for the host for countless millions of years. If the host repels the ancient god emperor, the system will reward the host with a Taoist inheritance. A chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to recruit the strong, a chance to summon the strong, a chance to awaken the diehards, and 5 chances to reach the pinnacle of the strong. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly shot a sharp light. Ancient God Emperor, since you are looking for death, I will let you see why. The flowers are so red. You go down first, I have accepted the order of the ancient God Emperor. Xuanhuan's cold voice sounded in the empty hall. When Tianxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Guangdi came to provoke the Emperor of Heaven, but was instantly killed by the Emperor's subordinates, which was widely publicized by the human monks, causing the entire ancient sacred land to know the news very quickly. Heavenly Emperor can even kill Zhou Guangdi, he is worthy of being the teacher of all living beings. It's getting more and more chaotic now. I don't know what we small forces should do. The Heavenly Emperor interface is too confusing, and it's time to solve it. The entire old sacred land is talking about it. All living beings can feel that the troubled times are coming. This day. Ding. Wang Lin was recruited successfully, and the awakening beyond the limit is complete. Does the host choose to release it? The system prompt sounded, waking up Xuanhuan, who was practicing with his eyes closed. Call up his attribute list. This is his second strongman to be recruited, and he is also looking forward to it. Wang Lin, from the era of chaos. Identity, disciple of the Heavenly Emperor, patriarch of the first ancient demon god. Lucky level, the middle stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. Supernatural power, Dou Yu's body as a demon god. Melting heaven and earth. Special attribute, loyal supporter of the Emperor of Heaven, in the most difficult period, he will unswervingly guard the belief of the Emperor of Heaven and never betray. For the Emperor of Heaven, his strength will be doubled. Loyalty, 100/100. The middle stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. As expected of my apprentice, this aptitude is really not ordinary. Release it. Immediately, Wang Lin stepped out from the black hole above Su Haoyan's head. Thump. Apprentice, thank you master for your kindness in recreating. Wang Lin was very excited. He had never thought of becoming a Dao, but he never thought that under the master's supernatural power, he would directly achieve it. Okay, get up. You are my apprentice, and of course I will promote you. Afterwards, Su Haoyan recruited Tianwu, Li Yuanba, and Neza. Now I give you a task to unify the power of casual cultivators in the ancient Holy Land. I will give you a month. When everyone heard this, their faces showed excitement. Especially Emperor Tianwu, he can finally make his mark in the land of the ancient sages. After everyone left, Su Haoyan recruited Yang Jian in again. He couldn't wait any longer, and the threat from Zhou Guangdi's master made him feel very uneasy, so he decided to take the risk of promoting Yang Jian. Your Majesty, what orders do you have from the minister? Yang Jian came in and asked suspiciously. Erlang, get ready, I want to promote you. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian was taken aback for a moment, but immediately became ecstatic. System, let Yang Jian Hongmeng overcome the catastrophe. Immediately, a purple light shot out from between Su Haoyan's eyebrows, capturing Yang Jian in it. Hongmeng crossing the catastrophe, I hope I will not be disappointed. At the same time, the land of the ancient sages, on the road of colorful stars. From far to near, an old man with a beard flew over. The old man was wearing a colorful brocade robe, and his body was colorful, making him look neither fish nor fowl. His complexion is also colorful. One piece of green, one piece of purple, black and red, can be described as colorful. It looked very strange. It's really bold and reckless. You dare to kill my apprentice. How can I be so easy to kill the apprentice of Emperor Lu Yun? Although that person said that he would not let me step into the land of the ancient sage, but the revenge of killing disciples, how can it be delayed? Never mind. The old man muttered to himself, his words were full of resentment. Li Kuwei, Ho Qing, Hong Dequan, I want to promote you. Su Haoyan didn't talk nonsense, and spoke directly. Let the three excited. They have waited too long for this day. System, pass the Tao of Whirlwind to Li Kuwei, the Tao of Misfortune to Ho Qing, and the Tao of Bewitching to Hong Dequan. After Su Haoyan ordered continuously, the three strong men were sucked into the system world by the system. So far, all his inheritance methods have been exhausted. Soon, 3 days passed in a flash. Ding! Hong Dequan's inheritance of Taoism is over, should he be released? The system prompt sounded, and Su Haoyan was pulled out of the lucky mall. Call up his attribute list first. Hong Dequan, from race, human race. Cultivation technique, Chong Tian divine kung fu. The way of inheritance, the way of bewitching. Ability, flying spinning palm. Magic weapon, 3-inch tongue. Lucky level, chaos to the early stage of the great emperor realm. Loyalty, 100/100. Damn it, don't you want to be so heaven-defying, from the Tianmen realm, to the primal chaos supreme emperor realm? Does this Tao of bewitching suit Hong Dequan so well? If so, will awakening beyond the limit be another Tao? Ding! Ho Qing, Li Kuwei has completed the inheritance of Taoism, do you choose? To release? Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded again. Xuanhuan's eyes brightened and he called up their attribute list. Li Kuei, the middle stage of Chaos Master. Ho Qing, the great ruler of Chaos Realm is great. Looking at the cultivation level of the two, Xuanhuan cried out in his heart. He really didn't expect that the Dao passed on to these three people would fit so well. The key is that all three are promoted for the first time. In the future, there will be superlimit awakening, grand mist transcending tribulation, and changing bloodlines. Xuanhuan discovered that he could cultivate an absolute superpower. Immediately, he released the three of them. After some encouragement, he sent him away. In this way, another 5 days passed. Nearly 10 days have passed since Yang Jian Hongmeng crossed the catastrophe. But Yang Jian has not succeeded in crossing the tribulation. Xuanhuan was not worried about this, but looked forward to it even more. On this day, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly sounded from the sky above. The Six Emperors' City. Heavenly Emperor, Old Man Emperor Lu Yun, I heard that you killed my apprentice Zhou Guangdi. Come out and give this old man a reasonable reason. As soon as the voice came out, the human monks in the Six Emperors' City immediately went into an uproar. Emperor Lu Yun. Oh my God! This is Ren, who transcends the Tao. Why is he here? Emperor Zhou Guang is Emperor Lu Yun's apprentice? Is there a mistake? It's over, Emperor Lu Yun is a super strong man from the depths of the ancient Holy Land, and he is not comparable to Zhou Guangdi and others. The human race is in great trouble this time. For a while, all the creatures, including the entire Heavenly Emperor interface, were talking about it. They are not optimistic about the future of the human race. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Several figures flew out of the Six Emperors' City. The leading ones were Wang, Lin and Xuanhuan. They all looked serious. It was rumored that Lu Yun Emperor Zun had the strength beyond the Tao, and the two of them were as tall as the Tao, but they didn't back down. Soon came to the starry sky, and confronted Emperor Lu Yun far away. Humph, old bastard, what are you? Inside the great emperor's palace, Xuanhuan's majestic voice sounded. Immediately, he sat on the supreme Kowloon chair and flew outside. Ding! Yang Jian Hongming's tribulation has been completed, may the host release it? At this time, the system prompt sounded, making Xuanhuan's eyes light up. Immediately afterwards, Yang Jian's attribute list was quickly called up. Yang Jian, from ancient myths and legends. Race, human race. Erlang shows the sage and true king. Lucky level, the middle stage of Hongmeng Heavenly Tao Realm. Cultivation method, 89 mysterious Kung Fu. Supernatural powers, 72 transformations of Earth Fiend. Destroy the magic eye. King Kong is not bad. Turn things upside down. Magic weapon, 3-pointed double-edged knife. Special attribute, on the battlefield, it can maximize the oppression of the enemy. Loyalty, 100/100. The middle stage of the Hongmeng Heavenly Tao Realm. Mahler Gobi. Old miscellaneous hair, I want you to come and go. Xuanhuan was extremely excited. He directly surpassed the realm of harmony and created a new realm. It was no ordinary surprise. System, can you release it? Xuanhuan asked in surprise. No. Yang Jian has already surpassed the highest state that the system can withstand now. Once released, the system will collapse. As for the extent of the collapse, it is still unknown. The system's answer made Xuanhuan call shit. Isn't that ridiculous? While regretting in his heart, he had already arrived in the starry sky. At this time, the battle in the starry sky outside the Six Emperors city has become a mess. Although the army brought by Emperor Dou Yu was not many, only a mere 1,000,000. But its overall strength was much higher than that of the human race. There are more than 30 masters of chaos alone, 10 masters who have entered the Dao realm of Hongmeng, 5 masters who have entered the Dao realm of Hongmeng, and Dou Yu, a super strong man who does not know the realm, can be called Emperor Dou Yu. Do your best. Heavenly Emperor, you shameless child, you dare to kill my apprentice, I will let you die without a place to bury you. Emperor Dou Yu was besieged by Wang Lin and Xian Su, 2 masters of Hongmeng Rong Dao realm, and he still seemed to be able to handle it with ease. Wang Lin was so angry that he yelled. Although there is no sign of one-sidedness in the remaining battlefields, the situation is not optimistic. Emperor Dou Yu's cultivation must have surpassed the late stage of the Hongmeng Rong Dao realm, perhaps the Dzogchen realm, or even surpassed the Hongmeng Rong Dao realm, and maybe reached the Hongmeng Heaven Dao realm. Li Kuei, come here. After Li Kuei's Taoism was passed on, he was awakened beyond the limit. He didn't believe that Emperor Dou Yu could not be killed by beating him. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? Get ready, I'm going to promote you again. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, without waiting for Li Kuei's reply, he directly ordered the system to make Li Kuei wake up beyond the limit. The over-limit awakening only takes 10 seconds, so he decided to use it when facing the enemy. Soon, 10 seconds passed by. Ding! Li Kuei's over-limit awakening is complete, will the host be released? The system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan quickly asked him to call up Li Kuei's attribute list. Li Kuei, nickname, Black Whirlwind. From race, Terran. Kung Fu, Iron Ox, Phaseless Kung Fu. Supernatural powers, 36 axes that shake the sky. Weapon, double axe. Lucky level, Hongmeng Rong Dao Realm Dzogchen. Loyalty, 100/100. Hongmeng Rong Dao Realm Great Consummation. Looking at Li Kuei's attribute list, Xuanhuan's blood boiled with excitement. Release Li Kuei. As soon as the words fell, he stretched his hand and took out a huge hatchet filled with demonic energy. This pair of giant axes was as big as a millstone, releasing a monstrous coercion. The next second, Li Kuei appeared in a burst of bright light with disbelief on his face. Li Kuei, now that you have become a master of the great consummation of the Hongmeng Rong Dao realm, I will give you the Hongmeng Heaven Slashing Axe, go. Kill the enemy. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. Pull Li Kuei back to reality. His heart trembled, and he quickly knelt down and took the pair of giant axes and flew directly towards Emperor Dou Yu without saying a word. Before the person arrived, the giant roar came out first. Hey, that old bastard, quickly stick your head out and let me hack you to death. As soon as this remark came out, the human monk couldn't help laughing, but Emperor Dou Yu was furious. In the starry sky, a black whirlwind with a thickness of 10,000 zhang was seen, carrying a monstrous momentum, killing Emperor Dou Yu. I always feel that no matter who is promoted by His Majesty, he will become a blockbuster. Old He is incredible. I didn't expect his aptitude to be so heaven-defying. The leader of Tongtian's sect was on the battlefield, looking at Li Kuei, who looked like a murderous god. He had mixed feelings in his heart. Once upon a time, such a small character would not be able to take care of him. at all, but here, he needs to look up to him. The distress in my heart can be imagined. Master, as long as you are loyal to His Majesty, fight the enemy bravely, and perform well, His Majesty will also promote you. Zhao Gongming cared about the relationship between master and apprentice. Wandering beside the leader of Tongtian, reaping the lives of all living beings. What? You mean, everyone here was promoted by His Majesty? This is a magical power of His Majesty. Zhao Gongming's answer really stunned Tongtian. Tongtian opened his mouth wide, feeling unbelievable. What kind of supernatural power can make a person's cultivation soar instantly? For a while, he became interested in Xuanhuan, a predestined person in the dark. Under everyone's envious and complex gazes, Li Kuei arrived in front of Emperor Lu Yun in an instant. Old guy, don't live in a nursing home for the elderly, why are you running around like this? Puff. Xuanhuan almost fell off the supreme Kowloon chair. This black charcoal head is really funny. Wow, you, a little doll in the great consummation Dao realm, dare to speak wild words, I will tear you apart. Although Emperor Lu Yun didn't know what the nursing home was, his intuition told him that it was definitely not a good place. With one punch, he blasted towards the pitch-black whirlwind. Rumble. In front of the whirlwind, Emperor Lu Yun's fist was like a grain of sand in the desert, appearing very small. However, it was just such a small grain of sand that easily scattered Li Kuei's huge whirlwind. This is not over yet, the wind of the fist has not dissipated, and Li Kuei is sent flying with a bang. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the depths of the starry sky. All of this was completed in a blink of an eye, and Li Kuei was knocked into the air before everyone cheered. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking like a ghost. It's over, General Li Kuei's attack was blocked by the opponent, which shows how powerful this old man is. It's over this time, who else can stop this person? For a while, everyone began to worry. Wow, old guy, see if I won't hack you. Call out. Li Kuei quickly flew back from the depths of the starry sky, raised his axe high, and charged at Emperor Lu Yun again. The war begins again. Xuanhuan's face was gloomy. Ho Qing, come here. After a while, Xuanhuan called Ho Qing over. Let Ho Qing awaken beyond the limit. Xuanhuan didn't believe that Emperor Lu Yun couldn't be killed by beating tactics. 10 seconds later, Ho Qing awakened beyond the limit, and Xuanhuan directly called up his attribute list. Ho Qing, from Identity, Zombie Ancestor. Lucky Level, Hongmeng Rong Dao Realm Dzogchen. Kung Fu, Cursed Spirit Sutra. Avatar, Power of the Curse. Loyalty, 100/100. Another great consummation of the Hongmeng Rong Dao realm. Xuanhuan's heart gradually sank. He originally wanted to cultivate a primordial master of the primordial heavenly Dao realm and then release it, so the danger would be less. However, it is not so easy to cultivate a strong man of the primordial heavenly Dao realm. Ho Qing was released by Xuanhuan, and soon fought with Emperor Lu Yun. The 4 Hongmeng Rongdao battles against Lu Yundazen gradually fell to the disadvantage. At this moment, Xuanhuan finally faced the reality. Lu Yun Emperor Zun must have surpassed the Hongmeng Rongdao realm. No way, let the system release Yongjian. Ding. The system is a friendly reminder that once Yongjian is released, the system will crash. Ignoring the system prompt in his head, Xuanhuan almost roared. Yongjian, comes out, I want this old bastard to die. Xuanhuan became angry. Her subordinates had already been vomited blood by Emperor Lu Yun's bombardment. He couldn't just stand by and watch them get hurt and remain indifferent. At this time, Emperor Lu Yun's fist was like a wave, blasting the four powerhouses who were besieging him until they vomited blood and flew backwards. Rampant laughter resounded throughout the Six Emperors city, and immediately a blood-colored figure appeared close to Xuanhuan. Emperor Lu Yun stretched out his blood-red withered claws, and grabbed Xuanhuan. All of this happened so fast that the other experts in Haotian court did not have time to rescue them. He could only watch the withered claw grab Xuanhuan. One by one, their eyes were about to burst, but there was nothing they could do. Facing such a dangerous situation, Xuanhuan did not change his face, and even showed pity on his face. I saw the purple flames between his brows suddenly squirmed, and turned into a pitch-black hole in an instant. A purple flame-long knife protruded out of it, and directly pierced Emperor Lu Yun's withered claws, a piercing pain. The stinging pain made Emperor Lu Yun frown tightly. Immediately afterwards, Yang Jian flew out of the black hole like a dazzling star, and stood in front of Xuanhuan with a bang, like a huge mountain, shielding Xuanhuan from the wind and rain. You are Yang Jian, I want him to die. Xuanhuan's icy voice interrupted Emperor Lu Yun's exclamation. It can be seen how much hatred he must have in his heart. Your order. Yang Jian promised that the purple flame demon saber in his hand was a treasure of chaos bestowed upon him by Xuanhuan. When he stirred it vigorously, Emperor Lu Yun's arm instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Taking advantage of the victory to pursue the attack, before Emperor Lu Yun could react, he came in front of him in an instant, and stabbed Lu Yun's chest and abdomen with one knife. How dare you hurt my majesty, I will make your life worse than death. Yang Jian raised Emperor Lu Yun high and shouted domineeringly. Wang Lin, Xian Su, Ho Qing, Li Kuei, Li Yuanba, and other strong men all stared, wide-eyed, tinged with excitement and horror. Looking at his posture, it was obvious that Yang Jian had been promoted by his majesty. Turn the tide. I said that his majesty will not play the husband who is not sure. Who are you? Why do you want to help the emperor? Emperor Lu Yun held the magic knife in both hands and asked, while gnashing his teeth. At this time, there was no arrogance, contempt, or self-confidence on his face, but extreme panic appeared instead. I am Hao Tian, Erlang God Yang Jian, under the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. With a tall and straight figure and a sonorous voice, Yang Jian stood proudly in the starry sky, looking at Emperor Lu Yun with contemptuous eyes. Humph, a reptile at the early stage of the primordial Dao realm also came to disturb my majesty, go to hell. As soon as Yang Jian's words fell, the magic knife stirred, and Emperor Lu Yun exploded with a bang. Flesh and blood flew all over the sky. With a flash of inspiration, a blood-red fairy baby flew out of the blood mist, in a panic, about to escape into the void. But Li Kuei caught the opportunity and smashed it to pieces with a single axe. At this point, a super-strong man who came out of the depths of the ancient Holy Land fell into the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. Ding! Complete the main mission, the gaze of Zhou Guangdi's teacher. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to recruit a strong man. A chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to awaken loyalists. Once a chance to summon a super strong, a chance to reach the pinnacle of the strong. Great, Erlang is really powerful. The danger should be lifted now. That old man's body and spirit are gone. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Immediately, the massacre began. Without the cover of Emperor Lu Yun, the army he brought was wiped out in the blink of an eye. The system prompt sounded in his mind, but it didn't make Xuanhuan feel any emotional fluctuations. Because he was waiting for the consequences to the system after releasing Yang Jian. After Yang Jian was released, the system became silent except for the notification sound. When the last creature brought by Emperor Lu Yun died, the entire 6 emperors' city boiled instantly. Ding! Because the host released Yang Jian, who exceeded the limits of the system will be in chaos. In the next period of time, the system will fall into a deep sleep state. It will repair itself. How long are you going to sleep for? Xuanhuan asked immediately. Maybe a few months, maybe a year, the timing is uncertain. The system sound became smaller and smaller, and finally fell into silence. In this regard, Xuanhuan felt a lot more relaxed for no reason, but fortunately, there was not much time. However, he was also a little worried. What would be the consequences of system chaos? Wouldn't there be some strong people out of my control? With apprehension and doubts, Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme Nine Dragons chair and turned around the city of 6 emperors. The Master Tong Tian fell at the end of the line. Unlike the excitement of the surrounding human monks, he felt bitter and shocked. Yang Jian, the little fellow of his disciple and grandchildren, has become a blockbuster with unfathomable cultivation. Let him sit on pins and needles. Now not only my apprentices surpassed me, but even my disciples and grandchildren far surpassed me. Can he feel better? Back at the great emperor's palace in the 6 emperor's city, Xuanhuan recruited everyone into the main hall. When Tianxiang, have you found out the information about that guy, regretful demon ancestor? Xuanhuan asked. Now that he has Yang Jian, a strong man of the Hongmeng heavenly Dao realm, sitting in charge, he is no longer afraid of the heavenly demon ancestor. He didn't believe that the fellow Tianwu could surpass the realm of harmony. If that's the case, I was really eye-catching at the beginning. Your Majesty, I have already found out. Unfortunately, the demon ancestor is on the passage leading to the depths of the ancient Holy Land, and his strength is unknown. There has been no change recently. When Tianxiang replied truthfully. Yang Jian, Wang Lin, Li Kuwei, Ho Qing, Tianyun, you all went here and brought me the old lair of the Tian demon ancestor. I don't want to see that guy. The Tian demon ancestor, so I killed him on the spot. In addition, Wang Lin, take the demon ancestor Yan Tian rescued me. As soon as Xuanhuan said this, Wang Lin jumped up. Master, are you saying that junior brother has been imprisoned by that guy? Regret Tian? Wang Lin was shocked, and the Chaos Twins opened their mouths wide open in disbelief. They knew that Regret Tian was ambitious, but they would be so frenzied. Go, remember to kill Regret Tian and ensure Mo Yantian's safety. Everyone took orders and left. Xuanhuan glanced at the subordinate standing below, and thought for a while. Names of a large number of characters were spoken. Let Xuanchu pass through the space tunnel and call these people. It has to be said that Xuanhuan still had the foresight. Before the system fell asleep, he had already exchanged many treasures in the Lucky Mall, enough for him to train more than 30 superpowers. 3 days later, Xuanchu arrived at the 6 Emperor's city with many powerful men from the Haotian court. To Xuanhuan's surprise, the leaders were Lei Yao, Zixia, and Sun Ziyi. Why are you here? Su Haoyan had surprise on his face. The worried expressions of the three girls disappeared. "Does this concubine miss His Majesty?" Zixia scolded. Facing Zixia's reproach, Su Haoyan smiled slightly, and asked Xuanhuan Xiao Tian to arrange a place for the three girls. Immediately, he looked at this group of strong men who followed him to conquer the world, and he was deeply moved. Especially the few people here made Su Haoyan's eyes shine. Emperor Yan, Wang Mabai, Wang Huanggu, needless to say, these are the objects that Su Haoyan wants to promote. The master of Tong Tian, Yuanyuan Tianzuan, his aptitude is absolutely against the sky, and at the critical moment, he can awaken the two of them who are loyal. Before that, he wanted to change the bloodlines of the two of them. Daoist Tai, Daoist Yuding, Yun Zhongzi, and Jin Yuanzi were all included in his promotion. 9 spirits come here. This is the soul of the chaos demon lion. Take it and fuse it to change your bloodline. After that, I will continue to promote you. When Jiuling Yuansheng heard this, he happily took the soul of the chaos demon lion and turned around. Lu Bu. In this way, Su Haoyan began to promote a large number of subordinates in order to smash that ancient god emperor, including Yuan Hong, the 7 sages of Meishan, Mistress Sanshao, and the powerful among the Kunlun 12 immortals, such as Tai, Yuding, and Yun Zhongzi. In the end, only the original Tianzuan and the master Tong Tian were left in the hall. "Are you two worthy of my trust?" Su Haoyan asked softly. Thump. Master Tong Tian knelt down immediately. "Your Majesty, I will swear to follow your Majesty to the death," Master Tong Tian said sincerely, provoking Yuan Tianzuan's inconceivable gaze. The original Tianzuan naturally didn't know about the several battles that the leader of Tong Tian had participated in, and he had already admired Su Haoyan very much. "Very good, this is the primal chaos crystal, which can change your bloodline. Take it and fuse it, and after that, I will promote you." Seeing Master Tong Tian, who turned away Lu Diandian, Yuanyuan Tianzuan suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed something. "What's the matter, Yuanyuan, you seem to be suspicious of me? It seems that you still haven't thought it through clearly. Well, let you think about it." Going down with a wave, Xuanhuan Xiaotian appeared and took the doubtful Yuan Tianzuan down. Xiaotian arranged the original Tianzuan under Nez's tent, and conquer the Tiandi interface. Yuan Tianzuan, who had just turned around and was about to leave, almost missed the ground when he heard it. "After all, I am also Nez's ancestor, right? Doesn't this kill me?" However, Xuanhuan Xiaotian would not give Yuan Tianzuan time to think, and disappeared directly into the great emperor's palace with Yuan Tianzuan. "Fuck, a late-stage saint-breaker, pretending to be aggressive in front of me. Let's suffer a little bit before talking." Yuan Tianzuan's experience was immediately known by Tai Daoist and the 12 immortals of Kunlun, but no one came to intercede for him. There are some things that can only be put in the right position if Master himself understands them. But Neza looked bewildered. Although his cultivation was far superior to that of primordial heavenly venerable, he was a little at a loss when he was asked to command his ancestor. But as soon as Xuanhuan Xiaotian explained what Su Haoyan meant, Neza immediately understood. Master, you are really confused." This kind of trivial matter naturally did not cause a sensation. It is true that a strong man in the saint realm is no longer ranked in the Haoyan court. In the following time, Su Haoyan did not cultivate, and accompanied the three Concubines every day, chatting in the great emperor's palace. At the same time, more than 20 of Xuanhuan's subordinates, who were promoted in one go, also began to retreat. On this day, the system notification tone finally sounded. Ding. Complete the main task, clean up the portal and regret the demon ancestor. The system specially rewards the host with 2 chances to awaken the diehards, 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 2 chances to pass on Taoism, and 3 chances to become the pinnacle of diehards. 3 chances for the peak of the strong, 3 chances for the copy of the strong. The system prompt sounds. It does not mean that the system will wake up. This is just a subconscious behavior of the system. 3 days later, Yang Jian returned to the 6th Emperor's city with his army. Oh my god, isn't that Erlang Zhenjuan? It seems that this mission has been completed again. TSK, Erlang Zhenjuan Yang Jian can become a blockbuster again, this time. Yuan Tianzuan, standing in the crowd, has a tired face, and the gossip Taoist robe is stained with blood. At this moment, he fixedly looked at the majestic Yang Jian, with mixed feelings in his heart. Do I really want to give up my dignity and be inferior to a young man? Senior brother, why are you bothering? This is not the prehistoric world, you are not the primordial heavenly venerable, and I am not the master of Tongtian cult. Here, we are just little people. If you don't bow your head, you will never have a bright future. At this time, Master Tongtian flew to Yuan Tianzuan from a team that had just returned from the expedition, and persuaded him earnestly. Looking at the leader of Tongtian, Yuan Tianzuan's face was extremely bitter. What's the matter? The former apprentice surpassed him, and the disciples' cultivation base is also unfathomable. Now even the aura of the heavenly cult master makes his heart palpitate. All this made Yuan Tianzuan feel extremely unreal, like dreaming in the great emperor's palace. Thump. Mo Yantian, covered in blood, knelt in front of Xuanhuan, crying bitterly. Countless billions of years have passed, and he lives in a dark dungeon every day, relying on his longing for Master to survive. Now I finally see Master. All the grievances can finally be released. After crying for half an hour, Mo Yan finally stopped crying. He looked up at Xuanhuan. Apprentice, you have suffered. Xuanhuan was filled with emotions. The current Mo Yantian no longer has the image of the demon ancestor who dominated the world in the chaos period. If he hadn't been imprisoned by regret heaven, his current cultivation would definitely surpass the harmonious Dao realm. But now he only has Hunyuan Super Saint realm. Master, to be able to see you again, no matter how much the disciple suffers, it is worth it. Mo Yantian said happily. Don't worry, I won't let you be silent. Go down and heal your wounds, and after that, I will let you soar into the sky, and reappear the image of the once invincible demon ancestor. Although Mo Yantian felt extremely gratified, however, he didn't take it seriously, thinking that Xuanhuan was comforting him. Although Xuanhuan saw Mo Yantian's doubts, he didn't point it out. He still has 12 superlimit awakenings, 12 loyal awakenings, 2 Dao Dharma inheritances, 2 strong men's conscripts, and 1 Hongmeng transcending tribulation, plus a bonus fusion. As long as the system wakes up, he will drastically promote his subordinates. In the following time, the 6th Emperor's city returned to tranquility. Every day, the vast army of Heavenly Court flew out of the space tunnel, and under the planning of Wen Tianxiang and Zhang Liang, they began to conquer the plain. of the Emperor of Heaven in a planned way. Such a month is fleeting. Ding. The system repair is complete. Ding. During the system repair process, some strong people broke free from the shackles of the system and escaped. On this day, just as Xuanhuan walked out of Lei Yao's bedroom, a system notification sounded in his mind. The system replied? Xuanhuan was surprised for a moment. Because the host quickly expanded the region during the system repair, thus speeding up the system repair speed. Only then can the system be successfully repaired so quickly. After the system repair is completed, have any new functions appeared? Xuanhuan asked. Although the new function has not appeared, the time for the grand mist tribulation, the inheritance of Taoism, and the recruitment of the strong has been shortened by half. By the way, does the system know the cultivation level of the strong man who escaped? This kind of thing happens every time the system crashes, and Xuanhuan is used to it. I don't know. Although he already knew that this was the result, Xuanhuan still felt a little uncomfortable. System, where is the strongest force that the system can withstand now? Xuanhuan was most concerned about this matter, because it is directly related to his next plan. Beyond the Dao realm of Hongmeng. The systematic answer made Xuanhuan's eyes light up suddenly, and even his breathing became short of breath. Ancient God Emperor, if I don't play you to death this time, I swear I won't give up. Immediately, he opened his mouth and ordered, Shao Tian, let Mo Yen Tian come over. He is now going to recruit Mo Yen Tian for the strong. Let him return to his peak state, and then let him pass on the Taoism, and pass the tribulation. In short, it's just one word, cool. Master, are you looking for me? After a month of cultivation, Mo Yen Tian has recovered his health. Although his cultivation base has not improved, he has recovered his combat power. Yen Tian, I want to make you stronger. Don't ask, just wait until you come out. Immediately afterwards, Xuanhuan recruited the dazed-looking Mo Yen Tian. Powerhouse. Awakening beyond limit. After Mo Yen Tian disappeared, Xuanhuan ordered the system again, give me a fusion reward. Ding. The system is integrating rewards for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging a chance to awaken beyond limit. Not bad. At least not other tasteless rewards. System, use up the 2 Taoism inheritances. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the clone avenue. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing Wanfa Avenue. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up when 2 system prompts sounded in succession. Doppelganger Avenue. This is what he has been looking forward to for a long time. Nothing to say. Keep it for yourself. As for Wanfa Avenue? It must be Patriarch Bodhi. Immediately, he ordered again to bring in Patriarch Bodhi. After Liu Yun Emperor Zun's entire army was annihilated, the 6 Emperors City finally became the focus of all living beings in the ancient sacred land. Everyone is talking about the 6 Emperors City and the Heavenly Emperor, the teacher of all living beings. However, this kind of focus only lasted for a few days, and was replaced by the heavy news that the ancient God Emperor wanted to marry the Qingling female ancestor. All the forces and creatures on the ancient Holy Land left the Emperor of Heaven behind. Ancient God Emperor, this guy pretending to be a gentleman finally can't sit still this time, right? It's a pity, the Qingling female ancestor is the most beautiful woman in the ancient Holy Land, there is no one, it is cheaper than the ancient God. Emperor. The patriarch of Qingling is completely finished this time. The ancient god. Emperor is recognized as a strong man in the ancient Holy Land, and he is almost invincible. It is rumored that the ancient god Emperor is as famous as Emperor Yin and Emperor Qian. I don't know if the rumor is true or not. The ancient god Emperor is too conceited. Do you believe what he says? All the Dao planes are talking about this matter, and they are envious and jealous of the ancient god Emperor. The Qingling female ancestor has always been the object of admiration in the hearts of countless living beings. It's a pity that her strength is not as good as others, and no one can get her. On the other side, the news spread into the Six Emperors city immediately. Xuanhuan frowned, and immediately asked, where did the ancient god Emperor marry the Qingling female ancestor? When Tianxiang opened his mouth and said, the ancient god Emperor sealed the Tianwu palace, and wanted to marry the Qingling female ancestor at Duantianya. Broken Sky Cliff? Where? He had never heard of such a place at all. The Skybreaking Cliff is a cliff deep in the ancient Holy Land. It has existed for a long time. According to legend, it was a cliff left by the Lord of Chaos who accidentally cut off a mountain. Wen Tianxiang replied, Yang Jian, go with Wen Tianxiang and see if the emperor's palace is there. If it is, bring it back to me. The two took orders and left. Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. Ding. Mo Yantian strongman was recruited, and the overlimit awakening was successful. Did the host choose to release? At this time, the system prompt sounded, pulling Xuanhuan back to reality. Call up his attribute list first. Mo Yantian, from the era of chaos. Identity, demon ancestor. Founder of the demon race. Lucky level, early stages of Hongmeng heavenly Dao realm. Cultivation technique, Matian magic technique. Magic weapon, 9-ring demon sword. Supernatural powers, magical supernatural powers. Loyalty, 100/100. The early stages of the Hongmeng heavenly Dao realm. He really deserves to be the first magician in the world. Its qualifications are extraordinary. Release. He now has 2 Grand Meng heavenly realm powerhouses. He already has the confidence to deal with the ancient god emperor. What's more, Patriarch Bodhi has not yet completed the inheritance of Taoism. After a while, Mo Yantian stepped out of the black hole. The monstrous, devilish energy blasted out, causing the entire Six Emperors city to tremble violently. Those strong men who didn't know why changed their colors one after another. And those strong men who knew what was going on showed envious looks. Yuan Tianzuan, who wanted to go to the starry sky to fight, couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Immediately, a determined look crossed his cheeks. Neza, who was following beside him, secretly wiped off a cold sweat. This once high-ranking master has finally enlightened. Master, have I really made a breakthrough? Mo Yantian's expression was so bewildered that he still couldn't believe it. You stinky boy, can the master still fool you? Go down, strengthen your cultivation, don't expose your cultivation level, and follow the master to the Tianwu Palace later to welcome your teacher's wife back. Xuanhuan said in high spirits. Let Mo Yantian lead the great emperors. Palace with a surge of emotion. Ding. Patriarch Bodhi's Taoism has been passed on, may I ask the host to release it? Call up his attribute list first. What kind of cultivation should Patriarch Bodhi have after inheriting Taoism? Patriarch Bodhi, from ancient myths and legends. Status, Vice-Rector of Western Buddhism. Lucky level, early stages of Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Realm. Supernatural powers, proficient in the three religions. 72. Transformations of Earth Fiend. The power is boundless. Dojo, Ling Tai Fongsuan Mountain, Slanting Moon Samsung Cave. Magic weapon, the Lotus Throne. Floating dust. Loyalty, 100/100. The early stages of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Realm. Yes, very good. You must know that ever since Bodhi came to Heoshanting, the first promotion has such a vigorous cultivation base, if he is awakened beyond the limit in the later stage, and crosses the tribulation in Hongmeng, I will be good. That would be against the sky. What? Immediately, he released Patriarch Bodhi. Bodhi was naturally grateful and possessed full loyalty. Xuanhuan was not afraid of him, so he waved him back. One day later, Yang Jian and Wen Tianxiang returned. But the news brought back was that the Heavenly Emperor Palace was not found anywhere on Duantianya. There is no way. Xuanhuan can only wait for half a month. After another 5 days, more than 20 strong men successfully merged with the baby. Seeing the more than 20 strong men who returned to the great emperor's palace to return to their orders, Xuanhuan became more confident. This time, he wanted the ancient god emperor to stay in the ancient Holy Land forever. He couldn't tolerate such a guy who trampled Qingling living in the world. The time for the ancient god emperor to marry the Qingling female ancestor is getting closer, and the atmosphere in the ancient Holy Land is becoming more and more depressing. At this moment, a news that shook the entire old sacred land was blasted out. The giant of the demon Dao regretted the demon ancestor of heaven, and was beaten by Yang Jian, a subordinate of Emperor Haoyan. After only one round, he was picked off by Yang Jian with a knife, and ended up with a disastrous end. Immediately afterwards, the army brought by Yang Jian uprooted the demonic forces of the heavenly demon ancestor and wiped out the demonic forces in the ancient sacred land. Really? Is that the heavenly regret demon ancestor? It is said that the heavenly demon ancestor was once the apprentice of the Emperor of Heaven. Now it seems that things are not that simple. Anyway, it's a pity that the demon ancestor died and the demon clan perished. The creatures don't have to worry about it all day long. Countless planes are discussing, pushing Xuanhuan's name to the commanding heights again. In the depths of the starry sky, the ancient god emperor strolled along, and behind him were the figures of 7 stalwarts. All of them were wearing golden silk brocade robes, both their faces and breath were tightly covered. I've told you many times, don't follow me. Didn't I agree with the Lord of Chaos to become the son of Chaos? What else do you worry about? The ancient god emperor was incomparably irritable. The 7 people behind him were the personal guards of the Lord of Chaos. They followed behind him, pretending to protect him, but the ancient god emperor knew that they were watching him. If it weren't for these 7 people being the personal guards of the Lord of Chaos, he would have taken care of them long ago. Although these 7 people are lower than his cultivation base, but the 7 people are not weaker than him in the slightest. If we join forces, he is not an opponent. The Holy Master said, the 7 of us will be your personal guards in the future. If we don't follow you, who will we follow? The voice of one of the brocade-robed men was extremely cold, as if without a trace of emotion. Personal guard, is there such a personal guard? The Lord of Chaos really took great pains. The ancient God Emperor is the only disciple of the Lord of Chaos, and his status is revered. But the Lord of Chaos is not alone. He is just one of many Lords of Chaos. Naturally, he was not the only disciple. There are too many disciples like him. It's just that each Lord of Chaos has only one apprentice. If he does not fall, he will become the future son of Chaos, replacing the Lord of Chaos. Become one of the executors of Xuanhuan Dao, completely above all living beings, and Zi Dao. And those who have reached the Dao level in the land of the ancient sages will be controlled by the Xuanhuan Dao. He is the executor. Soon, the seven disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Outside the six emperors' city, Xuanhuan took more than 30 strong men with sharp breaths to bid farewell to Lei Yao and the others. Your Majesty, you must be more careful when going to danger here. Zixia tidied Xuanhuan's robes, her concern was beyond words. Zixia is the strong man Xuanhuan summoned first, and she has the best relationship with Xuanhuan. Every time Xuanhuan went out, she and Bai Suzhen would see him off. Don't worry, it's not the first time I've fought, so go back. I hope that when I come back, I can see the interface of the unification of the six Emperor's city. Wang Lin and Xuanchu were left in six Emperor's city by Xuanhuan. Command all armies. Help Xuanhuan conquer the entire Heavenly Emperor interface. The cultivation base of both of them has reached the realm of harmonious Dao. So Xuanhuan is very relieved. Soon a group of people left the six Emperor's city in a mighty manner. Disappeared in the depths of the starry sky. In the starry sky, Xuanhuan sat on the supreme Kowloon chair, rummaging through the lucky mall. Killing the heavenly regret demon ancestor and subjugating the heavenly Emperor interface, this series of actions raised his reputation to an extremely terrifying level in an instant. From the original 120 trillion, it soared directly to 180 trillion in just over a month. Let Xuanhuan carry out a comprehensive packaging plan for his subordinates, which can be carried out smoothly. At the same time, in the endless darkness, there are densely packed giant earthworms and beetles floating in the endless starry sky. Looking closer, it is shocking. These things turned out to be French ships. The area is extremely huge, like a bug lying in the starry sky. Inside the worm-shaped Dharma boat is extremely huge, and there are many attic palaces, which are densely packed and dazzling. If you take a closer look, you will find that these Dharma boats are actually nests of bugs. Many Qingming people came in and out, their ugly faces showed no expression. And they seemed to be orderly when doing things. At this time, on an extremely large Dharma boat, two Qingming clan big men were telling something to an old Qingming clan sitting above them with a face that was almost the same as that of a human. Boss, the Red Army lurking on the Emperor's interface has been out of contact for more than a month. It is very likely that something unexpected has happened. At this time, one of the big men spoke to the old man. The aura of this big man is extremely strong, and he is indeed a strong man who has entered the great perfection of the primordial Dao realm. How about the other armies? The voice of the leader of the Qingming clan was indifferent, without a trace of emotion. It seemed that the loss of some large troops did not cause any mood swings in him. It is conceivable how terrifying the number of the Qingming army is. The army in other directions did not suffer any losses and did not act. It seems that there is something in the ancient Holy Land that restricts them. Another big man then spoke. It's just that his brows were tightly furrowed, and there was a look of doubt on his ugly face. Boss, after investigation, something is wrong with the Lords of Chaos. Recently, it seems that something big has happened. And one of the sons of Chaos is leaving the depths of the old sacred land, whereabouts are unknown. Lord of Chaos? When the leader heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, but immediately. He didn't care. They're just puppets. Don't worry about it. Our goal is the land of the old sacred. As for the son of chaos, if he blocks the plan of the holy race, kill him. Hearing this, the two big men bowed and said yes, then turned and left. Immediately afterwards, the leader suddenly closed his eyes, and his lips moved slightly, as if he was talking to someone. In the colorful star path, in front of Duantian Cliff leading to the depths of the ancient sacred land. At this time, around this Duantian Cliff as the center, there are creatures tearing the void and appearing here. Well, it's very lively here. Yu Hongxin and Emperor Voidling stood together, and behind them were their respective subordinates. Now, the evil forces in the ancient sacred land have been integrated by Su Haodian and handed over to Yu Hongxin and Su Ling to jointly govern. The former 12 guards can now stand alone. The Emperor of Heaven did not forget them, and they were very moved. Now, the two of them have risen, and in the land of the ancient saints, they are truly calling the wind and calling the rain. The arrival of the two of them caused quite a commotion here. Although the 10 evil emperors of the ancient sacred land no longer exist, these two are the last to exist. Now cast under the hands of the Emperor of Heaven, the scenery is infinite. Soon, the Yuan family, led by Yuan Zhaitian, came to Duantian Cliff. Seeing this, all the creatures could not help but look over. Although Yuan Zhaitian's strength was good, his face was instantly covered with sweat after being targeted by so many strong men. However, he still stood steadfastly where he was, without flinching. Master God of War's little guy is not bad. Emperor Void Spirit spoke in praise. Immediately with a wave of his hand, a ray of light flashed across, enveloping Yuan Zhaitian and others in it. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said, "Little guy, stand by our side." Seeing this, Yuan Zhaitian's expression relaxed. The evil ways of the old sacred land were destroyed by His Majesty, and these two played a huge role in it. With their protection, nothing will happen to me. And others. Therefore, Yuan Zhaitian took Rong Rong and the elders of the family to fly to the Void Spirit Emperor and stand there. At this time, Tianwu and Xuanhuan, who was standing in the distance, looked at Yuan Zhaitian and his daughter Rong Rong with complicated eyes. But it didn't fly over. Although he has surrendered to Su Haodian's subordinates, he still wants to save face in front of his daughter and son-in-law. Although he didn't come over, after Yuan Zhaitian settled down, he cooperated with Rong Rong to fly to Tianwu and Xuanhuan and pay his respects. This made Tianwu and Xuanhuan feel better. After another half a day, a tyrannical aura came over. This movement directly caused many strong people who were alone to move. In the southeast direction, the scholar sitting on a boulder waving a paper fan raised his eyebrows and slowly focused his gaze on Duantian Cliff. Tianwu and Xuanhuan, Yu Hongxin, Su Ling, and all the powerhouses cast their gazes over. This aura, is the Emperor Kaiyuan coming? Yes, the person who came was Kaiyuan Emperor. Emperor Kaiyuan was dressed in a golden brocade robe, with an indifferent expression on his handsome face. He didn't restrain his momentum in any way, ignoring all the powerful people present. However, he nodded to Yu Hongxin, Su Ling, and Yuan Zhaitian. Then began to look at the strong here. But after looking around, his brows frowned slightly. Didn't that guy, Lai Yang, say we'll see you at Duantianya? He also said that the master has returned. I don't know if it's true or not. Ding. Venerable Liang was recruited by the strong, and the superlimit. Awakening was successful. May I ask the host to release it? Xuanhuan, who was sitting on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Make him smile. A few days ago, he met Venerable Liang on the way, so he recruited Liang. Without saying a word. Won't release it yet, call up his attribute list. Venerable Liang, from the era of chaos. Identity, disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. Lucky level, early stages of Hongming Heavenly Dao Realm. Cultivation method, Heavenly Emperor's Jew. Magic weapon, sky-shattering Mad Dragon Spear. Loyalty, 100/100. Late stage of Hongming Heavenly Dao Realm. Sure enough, he is indeed one of the first few strong men who transformed into form in the chaotic period, and his aptitude is strong. If Xuanhuan is recruited, his cultivation will definitely be even more against the sky. Your Majesty, Duantianya is ahead. Yang Jian was driving Yun Duo, and said at this moment. Well, everyone is ready, I will promote you in the battle. Xuanhuan reminded. Let everyone on the cloud get excited. Especially the original Tianzuan and Tongtian leader above. A gleam of brilliance flashed in his eyes. On the Duantian cliff. At this time, with Xuanhuan Great Emperor falling on it. Everyone showed a look of shock. Although Emperor Xuanhuan is very strong, he is not enough to compare with the ancient God Emperor. Isn't Xuanhuan afraid of death if he publicly provokes the ancient gods and emperors? However, he didn't say anything to persuade Emperor Xuanhuan. One is that he does not have the guts, but Xuanhuan Emperor's temper is not something that others can interfere with. I don't know how long it has passed. A monstrous coercion descended suddenly. All the strong men opened their eyes one after another, and stood up suddenly. While sitting. Ancient God Emperor. Even Emperor Xuanhuan suddenly opened his eyes. Today he must prevent the ancient God Emperor from marrying the Qingling female ancestor. Who is Qingling Nuzu? That's his mistress. Countless billions of years of pure spirits have guarded the Tiandi Palace alone, in order to wait for the return of the master. It is rumored that the master has returned, and he believes that the master will appear soon. This is also his expectation. The ancient God Emperor is here. TSK, this is a super strong man in the ancient Holy Land. Without Emperor Yan and Emperor Qian, only the ancient God Emperor can be called a strong man. I heard that the Emperor of Heaven has returned, and I don't know if I can come and join in the fun. All of a sudden, all the creatures who appeared in front of Duantianya began to talk about it. At this time, the space above Duantian cliff was seen distorting. Immediately afterwards, the figure of the ancient God Emperor emerged from it. As soon as he appeared, he set his sights on Emperor Xuanhuan. But there was no change in mood. It seems that Emperor Xuanhuan couldn't arouse his interest at all. Everyone held their breath and looked at the two people who were facing each other on Duantian cliff. Xuanhuan, have you lived enough? A cold voice suddenly sounded, causing the temperature on Duantian cliff to drop suddenly. Emperor Xuanhuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and a turbulent sea was set off in his heart. Why is this guy so strong? Why isn't the damned Liang here yet? Together with Liang, Yu Hongxin, Void Spirit may be able to deal with the ancient God Emperor, but if he faces it alone, it may be more dangerous than good. Is Qingling female ancestor also something that creatures like you can get your hands on? Emperor Xuanhuan raised his head with a firm expression, not afraid of the coercion of the ancient god emperor. The atmosphere was extremely solemn, and the smell of gunpowder filled the entire Tianwu. Whoop, whoop. At this time, two figures appeared beside Emperor Xuanhuan. It was Yu Hongxin and Su Ling. Great Emperor, let's protect Qingling Nuzu together. Xuanhuan showed a smile on his tense expression. Okay, let's fight against the enemy together in Tianwu Palace. The three of them are the core of Tianwu Palace, and there is no fear on their faces at this time. Seeing this scene, all living beings exclaimed, Xuanhuan Great Emperor went crazy, and the two leaders of evil ways also went crazy. That's the ancient god emperor. Tianzuan, Xiaoyan's face was already covered with dense cold sweat, no matter whether it was Emperor Xuanhuan, Yu Hongxin or Emperor Void Ling, he couldn't afford it. Boom. At this time, a figure about 5 feet high landed on Duantian cliff with a bang. This person was wearing a pitch-black battle armor, and his huge cloak flapped in the wind. Infinite evil spirits rose from the sky. Its cultivation should not be underestimated. Hong Meng entered the late stage of Taoism. His appearance made Su Ling, Yu Hongxin, couldn't help turning his head to look. Didn't you guys break away from the 12 guards? What are you doing here? This person is none other than the giant spirit god who once was the head of the 12 guards of the Tianwu Palace. After the heavenly emperor left, their 12 guards wanted to control the heavenly emperor's palace, but they were expelled by Xuanhuan Liang and the Bashia regret heaven demon ancestor. Afterwards, the giant spirit god lord felt sorry for the cultivation of the emperor of heaven. Leaving Tianwu Palace alone, wandering around alone, I didn't expect to appear here today. The giant spirit god had a loud voice, and he murmured, the emperor of heaven is like my teacher. I have repented for the mistakes I have made for countless millions of years. Later, I realized that such repentance is useless. I can only kneel in front of His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven, and ask for his forgiveness, or be killed by the Emperor of Heaven. I can be freed from regret. But this guy wants to marry his wife, it's just wishful thinking. If you don't know, just step over the corpse of the giant spirit. Although the voice is a bit sad, it has infinite firmness. The 4 superpowers stand on Duantian Cliff, confronting the ancient god and emperor without fear. The scene is extremely shocking. Interesting. In the vast crowd, Xiaoyaozi was holding a big gourd, smiling and talking to himself. At this time, the ancient god emperor smiled. His smile was full of sarcasm and disdain. With the 4 of you, are you going to stop me? Humph, Xuanhuan, although you have entered the Tao, so what? At this time, the ancient god emperor sneered at Emperor Xuanhuan and said. The voice of the ancient god emperor was so loud that everyone on the scene was shocked. Really? Known as the most heaven-defying existence in the ancient holy place, Xuanhuan really entered the Tao. Up is the avenue. Turning his eyes around, he put his eyes on the giant spirit god. You are also very good, and you have also entered the Tao. But you are still not good enough in front of this emperor. Humph, you'll only know if you can beat you or not. Emperor Xuanhuan snorted coldly and took the lead. The ancient god emperor snorted and raised his hand like lightning to attack. The battle between the 2 superpowers broke out. Tong Yu Hongxin, the giant spirit god, and the 3 void spirit masters were not idle and attacked one after another. Boom. The 5 figures collided together at an extremely fast speed. And keep colliding in a very short time. startled the gust of wind. At this moment, the ancient god emperor and the Xuanhuan emperor fought each other, spanning hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. It looked like it was about to hit the creatures who watched the excitement. At this time, an old man in white robe took a sip of the wine from the gourd and came to the living beings in a leisurely manner. Reaching out his hand, he firmly grasped the two of them. The huge momentum came to an abrupt end. Time seemed to freeze, and countless creatures opened their eyes and mouths wide, staring at Xiaoyozi in a daze. Who are you? The pupils of the ancient god emperor's eyes constricted. He found that he couldn't open Xiaoyozi's control. This shocked him extremely. Emperor Xuanhuan also looked at Xiaoyozi in shock. Xiaoyozi grabbed Xuanhuan Great Emperor, ancient god emperor's shoulder with both hands, and said with a light smile, "Okay, the real master didn't show up, so we're going to fight to the death. Why don't you wait for that girl to come out before you fight?" As he spoke, he pushed with both hands, and the two of them flew back at the same speed. Countless pairs of eyes fell on Xiaoyozi, full of shock and horror. The ancient god emperor stared at Xiaoyozi, sweating profusely all over his body. Emperor Xuanhuan didn't make a move either, but stared at Xiaoyozi firmly. "What's going on? Are you refusing to release the girl? Or are you planning to use force?" The ancient god emperor was so arrogant, how could he tolerate Xiaoyozi's ridicule? "Old man, I will make your death ugly." As he spoke, he tore his hands apart, and then pulled them away with one hand. And the majestic figure of the heavenly emperor palace flew out of it. All eyes fell on the Tianwu palace, wanting to see what kind of appearance the Qingling female ancestor who made the ancient god emperor dream about. However, the gate of Tianwu palace was closed tightly, and there was the figure of Qingling Nuzu. "Haha, Qingling is in the hall, who can snatch it? Today, let me see who can stop me from marrying Qingling?" Standing on Duantian cliff, the ancient god emperor shouted angrily. The aura of the primordial Dao realm erupted suddenly, making all the living beings on the scene tremble. No one dared to look at him at all. "Humph, what are you? You dare to marry my woman, you don't want to live anymore, do you?" At this moment, Xuanhuan's angry shout suddenly sounded, and then the space obstacle avoidance above the Tianwu palace was suddenly torn open a big hole. Immediately after, Xuanhuan flew out from the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair, followed by Yang Jian, Zhao Yun, Shan Xiongxin, Di Jiang, Yuanzhi Tianzuan, Tong Tian Jiaozhu, and more than 30 strong men. Yin Lingzi hides in the dark. The appearance of their group immediately caused a shock in the scene. The pupils of the ancient god emperor shrank, and he was about to pull the heavenly emperor palace over. Unexpectedly, Venerable Lai Yang flew out from behind Xuanhuan, and landed on the top of Tianwu Palace with a bang. "Make it impossible for Tianwu Palace to move. I am a disciple of the Emperor of Heaven, so is Lai Yang. Ancient God Emperor, you are impatient to live with my mistress of Venerable Lai Yang in vain. A disciple of the Emperor of Heaven?" All the creatures stared wide-eyed, and the color channel fell silent. Immediately, Xuanhuan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe Lai Yang's cultivation. It made him unable to see through. When did Lai Yang become so powerful? The god of giant spirits, Yu Hongxin, Su Ling looked very excited. His Majesty is indeed here. Xiaoyun Tianzuan, a little embarrassed. He didn't stand up for the battle just now. I hope the Emperor of Heaven doesn't know about it. The ancient god emperor stared at Venerable Lai Yang, with anger rolling on his face. Heavenly powerhouse? When did the second heavenly powerhouse appear on the land of the ancient sages? This is impossible, ah? It wasn't until this moment that all living beings reacted. Haha, the heavenly emperor is here? It is said that the emperor of heaven is the teacher of all living beings. And even the master of Xuanhuan, Lai Yang, and others, and the Qingling female ancestor is the confidant of the emperor of heaven. Now it seems that it is indeed correct. Everyone is talking about it. The appearance of the heavenly emperor has changed the matter of the ancient god emperor who wants to marry the Qingling female ancestor. Let the creatures on the scene look forward to it. Immediately. You are the emperor of heaven? The teacher of all living beings? The ancient god emperor looked at Xuanhuan and asked. He was already angry. This guy claimed that Qingling was his woman as soon as he came out. Make him feel humiliated. Xuanhuan's face was cold, and he said condescendingly, Qingling and I have been together since the chaotic period, for countless thousands of years. If you want to forcefully marry my woman, I wonder what you will use to redeem your life? Redemption? The ancient god emperor laughed angrily, and immediately drew out a long black knife. As soon as this long knife appeared, it burst out with a devastating breath. Heavenly Emperor, you are going to die a terrible death. The ancient god emperor stared at Xuanhuan coldly, causing the temperature of Duantian cliff to drop suddenly. Blind PP or something, it's simply courting death. Yang Jian rushed out first, him. The worst thing to see is such a pretentious guy. The appearance of Yang Jian once again made the eyes of the ancient god emperor widen, and he was once again a strong man in the realm of heaven. How is this possible? At this time, Xuanhuan came to Xuanhuan and knelt down on his knees with a plop. Excitedly said, Master, the disciple is finally waiting for you. Well, yes, you did not disappoint, Master. Get up. Xuanhuan now has the cultivation base of the great perfection of the Hongmeng Dao realm, and if he is recruited, he will definitely surpass the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao realm. At that time, he will have another super strong man under his command. At this time, the giant spirit god, Yu Hongxin, and void spirit all flew over. Among the three of them, Xuanhuan had already seen all of them, except the giant spirit god. Boom! The giant spirit god thumped and knelt at Xuanhuan's feet, weeping bitterly, and said, Please punish me, my subordinates tried to control the Tiandi palace in vain, committed the crime of treason and injustice, and are willing to die. I thought about executing you. But for the sake of protecting Qingling, today, I will forgive you. Hearing this, the giant spirit god who was kneeling on the ground cried even more mournfully. But Yu Hongxin and the two behind them let out a long breath. Although they have not seen each other for millions of years, their friendship is still there. However, capital crimes can be forgiven, but living crimes cannot be forgiven. I punish you all beings to follow behind me and protect me. Can you obey? As soon as this remark came out, not only Yu Hongxin and Emperor Xuanhuan were surprised, but also the giant spirit god looked at Xuanhuan with a confused face. Why don't you agree? Xuanhuan asked with a frown. This guy has actually reached the strength of the late stage of the Hongmeng Dao realm. The qualifications are very good. Can be cultivated. As for the past, who can tell who is right and who is wrong? No, the minister is willing, 100 are willing. The giant spirit god had a loud voice, and this excitement made the ears of all living beings ring. At this moment, the gate of Tiandi Palace suddenly shook, and then it burst open, and a beautiful figure stepped out from it. In an instant, it attracted the eyes of many creatures. However, more creatures turned their attention to the battle on the other side. Because over there, Yang Jian is no longer fighting alone, and Mo Yantian has also joined the battle. The ancient god emperor is 1 against 2, although he can't lose for a while, but he can't win either. Xuanhuan looked down. He saw the figure that haunted him slowly appearing in front of the Tiandi Palace. It was Qingling Nuzu. She was still wearing a white palace attire, extremely dignified, lofty, and inviolable. Compared with the chaotic period, Qingling has become more mature and beautiful. Qingling, long time no see. Xuanhuan looked at Qingling's and said softly. For him, it may be just a moment, but for Qingling female ancestor, it may be countless millions of years. His Majesty. Tears burst out of Qingling's female ancestor in an instant, and she couldn't contain her longing. All of a sudden, he threw himself into Xuanhuan's arms. Such a shocking scene instantly stunned everyone present. What's the situation? The ancestor of Qingling fell into the arms of the Emperor of Heaven? The ancient god emperor who was being entangled by Mo Yantian and Yang Jian's eyes suddenly burst into tears. Immediately, there was a roar, which shook the heads of countless creatures. Heavenly Emperor, you are too deceitful, I will kill you. With a roar, the ancient god emperor suddenly fell into a rage, knocking Yang Jian and Mo Yantian into the air, and rushed towards Xuanhuan suddenly. Chop Suey, get lost. Venerable Lai Yang quickly blocked the ancient god emperor, and patriarch Bodhi also flew over there. Together with Yang Jian and Mo Yantian, who flew from behind, fight against the ancient god emperor. Your Majesty, why don't you go into the imperial palace and hide for a while? The worried look on Qingling's face, she knows how strong the ancient god emperor is, but at this moment, she is falling into madness, and she might kill Xuanhuan. She didn't dare to joke about Xuanhuan's life. Xuanhuan gently wiped away the tears on the face of Qingling's and said, with a smile, don't worry, with me here, you won't suffer any harm. After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for Qingling to persuade him, and shouted, Li Kuei, come here, now I need you to fight against the ancient god and emperor. As soon as the voice fell, he secretly ordered, awaken Li Kuei beyond the limit. It only takes 10 seconds to awaken beyond the limit, and he wants to gang up on the ancient god emperor. Immediately, a black hole appeared above Xuanhuan's head, sucking Li Kuei into it. The powerhouses of Haoyan court were very excited. Maybe they will be next. Humph, the 4 great masters can block me, you are too naive. Countless chaotic qi overflowed from the ancient god emperor's body, adhering to the surface of his body. With the help of the energy of chaos, the strength of the ancient god emperor began to become extremely powerful. Slap Lai Yang away with one palm. At this time, Yang Jian's magic knife had come to the back of the ancient god emperor, and at the same time, Mo Yantian's magic claw had also come to his chest. 7 old guys, don't come out to escort. The ancient god emperor said angrily while trying his best to dodge. Although he is the great consummation of the primordial Heaven Dao realm, he can't stand the collective siege of 3 Heaven Dao powerhouses. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Ding! Li Kuei successfully awakened beyond the limit. Is the host released? Call up Li Kuei's attribute list. Xuanhuan ordered quickly. Li Kuei, nickname, Black Whirlwind. From. Race, Terran. Kung Fu, Iron Ox, Phaseless Kung Fu. Supernatural powers, 36 axes that shake the sky. Weapon, Hongmeng Sky Slashing Axe. Lucky level, late stage of Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Realm. Loyalty, 100/100. Damn it, the late stage of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Realm. It's really good, this time I will definitely kill this guy. Release Li Kuei. Following Su Haoyan's instructions in his heart, Li Kuei flew out of the black hole above Su Haoyan's head, holding the Hongmeng Sky Slicing Axe aloft, and rushed towards the ancient god emperor with claws and teeth. What? How come there is another strong man in the Tao of Heaven? How many strong men in the Tao of Heaven does he have? Li Kuei's aura rushed away like a wild beast, like a tide. All the strong men who felt this breath were all shocked. He's too powerful. Laying in Su Haoyan's arms, Qingling's female ancestor opened her mouth wide, looking at Li Kuei, who had turned into a whirlwind in surprise. The giant spirit lord next to him, Yu Hongxin, and Su Ling were dumbfounded. When Tianxiang sighed, "Your Majesty's ability has surpassed the chaos period." Yuan Tianzuan, Master Tong Tian, stood in the crowd, trembling. Human beings who were once extremely weak in their eyes now made them feel trembling all over. Humph, humble human beings, how dare you attack the son of chaos? Come on. Kill him. The 7 guardians who just appeared had indifferent faces. Although Li Kuei had a grand aura, as guardians, their duty was to protect the son of chaos, so they went forward bravely. 3 of the 7 protectors were divided to face Li Kuei, and the remaining 4 had already joined the battle group on the side of the ancient god. Emperor. Melee broke out again. Huang Tianhua. At this moment, Su Haoyan narrowed his eyes and clicked again. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Qing Lingnuzu revealed surprise. Could it be that His Majesty still has a strong person? Huang Tianhua, who was standing behind Su Haoyan, was taken aback when he heard it, but immediately came to Su Haoyan with an excited face, knelt down, and said loudly, "See your Majesty." System, let Huang Tianhua awaken beyond the limit. Before, he changed Huang Tianhua's bloodline, and his cultivation base has been greatly improved, and now he is in the realm of a saint. I hope that the awakening beyond the limit can make him soar into the sky. When Su Haoyan was thinking in his heart, Huang Tianhua suddenly flew into the black hole above Su Haoyan's head. Su Haoyan didn't have any nonsense, and just let Huang Tianhua awaken beyond the limit. Anyway, he has a lot of awakening beyond the limit. If one person can't do you, I will beat you in groups. Cultivate a large number of heavenly powers, and you will be shocked to death. Li Kuei, Mo Yantian, Lai Yang, surround him with me, don't let him run away, I will strip him alive. Su Haoyan ordered loudly. The sound rolled out, shocking everyone present. Ding! Huang Tianhua has successfully awakened beyond the limit. May I ask the host to release it? Call up the attribute list and release. As soon as the voice on this side fell, Huang Tianhua's figure flew out from the black hole on the other side. After Su Haoyan gave Huang Tianhua a dark long spear, this guy roared and rushed into the arena. Huang Tianhua, from name of the god, Bing Linggong, the righteous god of the 3 mountains. Father, Huang Feihu. Master, King Fengshen Ziang Cave, Qingshu Moral True Monarch's apprentice. Treasures, 8-edged bright silver hammer, moxie sword, fire dragon mark. Heart nail, flower basket. Mount, Jade Kylan. Race, Terran. Kung Fu, Qingshu magic power. Lucky level, the middle stage of Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Realm. Loyalty, 100/100. The middle stage of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Realm. Haha, ancient God Emperor, you just wait to be slaughtered by me. Xuanhuan's laughter echoed in the way of the ancient sages, shaking every strong person present. The eyes of all living beings were focused on Huang Tianwu, who was flying towards the battlefield. Another strong man in the Dao realm of Hongmeng. This momentum is comparable to that of those guys on the battlefield. Heavenly Emperor. So many powerhouses appeared at once. It's ridiculous. I always thought that the Emperor of Heaven was just an imaginary figure made up by living beings. Now it seems that I am so blind. No wonder, Emperor Yan and Emperor Qian, the mighty ones of the ancient sacred land, respect Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor is better than Heavenly Emperor, with the most beautiful woman in the ancient holy place in his arms, and the ancient God Emperor under his feet. Who can be better than Heavenly Emperor? TSK, the ancient God Emperor is about to die. This time he kicked the iron board. Everyone was excited, witnessing the peerless battle with their own eyes, and naturally their hearts were surging. The battle has entered a fierce battle. The ancient God Emperor and the 7 guardians are basically evenly matched against the 6 powerful men of the heavenly realm under the Emperor's seat. For this, Xuanhuan was not satisfied. He would be beaten to death if he wanted to be embarrassed, and he must not rebound. He turned around and swept across the face of the strong man behind him. Tai, come here, I need you to go to the scene now. Daoist Tai walked with him all the way, made countless contributions, and was also Su Lingtian's master. How could he forget? Your Majesty, the minister is here. Daoist Tai was also extremely happy. How many juniors surpassed him, made him extremely anxious. However, he did not feel resentful because of this, but worked hard and taught Su Lingtian very seriously. He believed that one day, His Majesty would promote him again. But I didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Let Daoist Tai awaken beyond the limit. Xuanhuan didn't talk nonsense, and ordered directly in his heart. Immediately, Daoist Tai was sucked into the black hole. This scene happened to be seen by the 7 guardians of the Lord of Chaos. The ancient God Emperor opened his mouth wide, his mind buzzing and exploding. Who is he? Why is he so against the sky? A Dao protector trembled and muttered to himself. It was hard for them to imagine why Xuanhuan had so many powerful men against the sky under his command. The ancient God Emperor felt extremely aggrieved. The reason why he wanted to marry the Qingling female ancestor in such a high-profile way was to show his tall image. But before he pretended to be aggressive, he was nipped in the bud. And whether his life can be saved is still up for debate. Ding! Daoist Tai has successfully awakened beyond the limit. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Call up his attribute list. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Tai, real person, from ancient myths and legends. Status, one of the 12 immortals of Kunlun. Lucky level, great consummation of Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Realm. Kung Fu, Sanyuan Shengong. Supernatural powers, move mountains and fill seas, 3 heads and 8 arms. Golden Lotus Clone. Ancient Kunlun Taoism. Treasures, 9 dragons, divine fire cover, Tai Yinyang sword, silver whisk. Loyalty, 100/100. Fuck, Hongmeng Heaven Dao Realm is complete. Directly reached the peak of this realm. This time, let me see how crazy you are. Soon, Daoist Tai flew out from above Xuanhuan's head. The appearance of Daoist Tai almost made the ancient god emperor and the 7 guardians faint from fright. Daoist Tai holds floating dust in his hand, his breath is ethereal, like a fairy descending from the earth. Tai, stay with them and kill those 8 reptiles, Xuanhuan ordered. Now he not only wants to defeat the ancient god emperor, but also completely tramples him in front of all the strong people in the ancient holy land. Make him regret coming into this world. Hearing this, Daoist Tai smiled slightly and said, I will take down that thief and show off your majesty's majesty. While speaking, Daoist Tai quickly came to the battle group, with a flick of the floating dust, thousands of silver threads flew out like silver snakes. Directly tie up a guardian. Just toss it. Boom. Before the Taoist had time to react, it instantly turned into a cloud of blood. Mist. Both form and spirit are destroyed. As soon as he came up, he killed a Taoist guardian, and the appearance of Daoist Tai and the thunderous blow shocked all the living beings on the scene. Xuanhuan Tianwu stood behind Xuanhuan, looking at the Daoist Tai with a complicated expression, feeling in a trance. Once upon a time, my master was still aloof, but now I need to look up to my apprentice. This made the always proud Yuan Tianwu extremely uncomfortable. Mzi Qingling looked at Daoist Tai, Neza, Yang Jian and other unfamiliar faces in shock, raised her head and asked, Your Majesty, are they all the subordinates you have taken over these years? Qingling raised her head, her beautiful little face was almost touching Xuanhuan's. Xuanhuan caressed Qingling's beautiful hair, and said with a smile, Haha. If I can train you, I will be able to train them. I said that when you see me again, I will lead you to an unprecedented height. The domineering words made Qingling's eyes blur for a moment, and her face was full of admiration and endless love. At this time on the battlefield, the participation of Daoist Tai completely tilted the balance of the battle to Haoshanting's side. Daoist Tai alone forced the ancient gods and emperors into danger, and the other guardians had already lost 3 of them. All the creatures watched the battle in front of them in shock. At this time, Yang Jian swung out a knife and chopped a restrained Daoist into flying ash. On the other side, Li Kuei brandished a big axe and directly chopped down a Taoist guardian into a meat paste. The ancient gods and emperors were bound into a rice dumpling by the thousands of silver threads that were turned into the floating dust of Daoist Tai, and there were countless sword lights turned into the silver sword of the Bodhi Patriarch outside to block it. Rumble. The ancient god emperor rushed out from the silk screen with all his strength. A black shadow flashed above his head, and Lai Yang charged with his long spear high. The ancient god Dijuan was so frightened that his heart swayed, and a sharp pain came from a trance, and one of his arms exploded. On the other side, 5 of his guardians had been blasted to death, and the remaining 2 were also scarred. At this time, one of the guardians said in horror, Emperor, please don't mistake yourself. We are the guards of the Lord of Chaos. This will be the son of chaos in the future. Do you really want to be our enemy? As soon as this remark came out, the scene immediately exploded. Lord of Chaos? It's no wonder that the ancient god emperor is so powerful. It turns out that all this is true. The ancient god emperor is the descendant of the Lord of Chaos. It's over, the Emperor of Heaven is in trouble this time. No matter how powerful he is, can he still surpass the Lord of Chaos? The catastrophe is approaching. The Emperor of Heaven is about to perish. Everyone was discussing and looking at Xuanhuan, their eyes were full of scrutiny and suspicion. In the land of the old sacred, the Lord of Chaos is the spokesperson and executor of the Tao of Heaven, and a symbol of invincibility. Even Emperor Yan and Emperor Qian couldn't compare. All eyes fell on Xuanhuan, to see how he faced the situation in front of him. Emperor Kaiyuan, Yu Hongxin, Void Spirit, and Giant Spirit God Lord all looked at Xuanhuan worriedly. I was worried in my heart. Oh, so you are the subordinates of the Lord of Chaos, and he is the future son of Chaos. Xuanhuan muttered to himself thoughtfully. Seeing this, the ancient god emperor immediately disappeared from his frightened expression, replaced by a maniacal laugh, and proudly said, "Haha, heavenly emperor, as long as you hand over the Qingling Nuzu, I will let the past go, otherwise Nima. Fuck him to death." Before the ancient god emperor could finish speaking, Xuanhuan interrupted him. Pointing at the ancient god emperor, he shouted. Seeing this, Master Tai smiled even wider. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, all the creatures on the scene were shocked. Fuck him? In the case of a person who knows that the other party is the Lord of Chaos, he is still so strong. The Emperor of Heaven is either a fool or a bold person with high skills. Could it be that he still has a trump card? While everyone was in shock, Li Kuei swung the big axe over there and split a guardian into a cloud of blood. As a result, all 7 guardians died. The ancient god emperor fell into the siege of the 8 Hongmeng heavenly realm powerhouses in the vast heavenly court. The eyes of the ancient god emperor, who was covered in blood, were in a trance. There were lights flashing from front to back, left, right, up and down, and there was no time to react, and his body turned into a blood mist and dissipated. With a flash of light, the fairy baby of the ancient god emperor escaped in a panic in the blood mist, and was about to fly away. But he was entangled by the floating dust of Daoist Tai. Pulled back. Seeing this, Xuanhuan looked up and muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why hasn't the Lord of Chaos appeared yet?" Xuanhuan's words made the Qingling Nuzu in his arms immediately cover her mouth. "Your Majesty, why do you wait for the Lord of Chaos to appear?" The Lord of Chaos only lives in legends and is so powerful that Xuanhuan actually wanted to trouble him. The ancient god emperor is just a small character. If I want to force the Lord of Chaos out, I should avenge him for attacking the emperor's palace. Qin, Qiong, Gonggong should also be rescued. Xuanhuan stroked Qingling's beautiful hair and murmured. When Tianxiang and others behind him heard this, their hearts were filled with worries for no reason. "Your Majesty, if you are not sure, don't be brave," Mzi Qingling persuaded. She was the only one who dared to talk to Xuanhuan like that. "Of course I am sure. I will kill the Lord of Chaos in front of everyone." According to his speculation, even if the Lord of Chaos is powerful, he will surpass the primordial Heaven Tao realm, but not by much. Although no one of his subordinates has surpassed the Tao realm of Hongmeng. Now, don't forget that Xuanhuan still has 7 superlimit awakenings and 12 loyal awakenings. Wait, they haven't been promoted yet. And he didn't use it once. If Li Yuanba survives the tribulation, his cultivation must be extremely high. However, at this moment, what everyone was worried about happened. An incomparably vast coercion that twisted and deformed the void suddenly descended on this world. Daoist Tai seemed to be facing a formidable enemy. This aura made him tremble extremely. All the powerhouses of the heavenly Tao realm felt the trembling for the first time. Even Xiaozi, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, put down the big gourd and narrowed his eyes quickly. Let him go. A ruthless voice suddenly sounded, causing all creatures to have an urge to bow down. Lord of Chaos. At this time, this name appeared in everyone's mind. Xuanhuan's smile didn't disappear, on the contrary, it got bigger. Feeling the aura of the Lord of Chaos, Xuanhuan was thoughtful. It seems that the cultivation of the Lord of Chaos is much stronger than he imagined. Next, who should be promoted? Kill him. Xuanhuan opened his mouth and ordered. As soon as these words came out, all the creatures stared wide-eyed immediately, with expressions of disbelief. The Lord of Chaos appears. Will the Heavenly Emperor dare to kill the ancient God Emperor? Daoist Tai smiled slightly, shook the floating dust, and with a bang, the ancient God Emperor instantly turned into fly ash. Ding! Complete the main task, repel the ancient gods and emperors. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to recruit a strong man, a chance to call a strong man, and a diehard a chance to awaken, 5 chances to reach the pinnacle of the strong. The system prompt sounded, and a generation of super powerhouses disappeared in smoke. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, Tianwu suddenly fell silent. The 8 heavenly realm powerhouses in Haotian court surrounded Xuanhuan and protected him tightly. Little guy, do you know what a stupid thing you did? The voice of the Lord of Chaos became colder and colder. Although there is not much anger, it seems that there is no anger. But on the contrary, the anger in his heart has reached its peak. Come out, your dog has been killed by me. Is your master still hiding his head and showing his tail? Get out quickly and die. Xuanhuan shouted sharply, pushing the tense atmosphere to the top. The Lord of Chaos has a respected status, but in the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven, how is he any different from an ant? The arrogance of the Emperor of Heaven once again plunged the scene into dead silence. All the creatures focused their eyes on the colorful light path of the old sacred land. The gradually forming vortex. The Lord of Chaos, known as representing the will of the Tao, is about to come. Crazy, all crazy. All the masters of the plains who came to watch the fun looked at Xuanhuan in disbelief, completely unable to understand why Xuanhuan was so reckless. Ding! Trigger a side mission. Destroy a Lord of Chaos. Mission details: the Lord of Chaos is about to appear in order to prevent the host from killing the future Son of Chaos. If the host kills this Lord of Chaos, the system will reward the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to awaken loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to inherit Taoism. A chance to summon a super strong man, a chance to peak a strong man, and a chance to copy a strong man. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, making Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed involuntarily. Destroy a Lord of Chaos? Is there more than one Lord of Chaos? Is there a second one, a third one, or even more? There is a long way to go. Xuanhuan said with emotion in his heart. Well, since you want to die, then the Lord will fulfill you. The voice of the Lord of Chaos sounded again, and then the vortex above suddenly shook, and an extremely tall figure stepped out of it. He is 13 feet tall, and the surface of his body is covered by a layer of purple gold light. Through the golden light of the body protection, one can see that this is a middle-aged man with a serious face. Wearing a cyan armor, the muscles on his body are knotted, and he weighs the armor on his body as if it is about to explode. The Lord of Chaos, like the supreme god in this world, is full of domineering aura. As soon as he appeared, the entire colorful star path immediately became bleak and cold. Reptile, how dare you offend the gods? Today, the owner represents the gods and will kill you. The Lord of Chaos waved the pitch-black spear in his hand, pointing the tip at Xuanhuan. Everyone clenched their fists involuntarily, and their expressions suddenly became tense. What are you doing? Come on, kill him. At this time, Xuanhuan suddenly shouted. The voice was full of tyranny. Yuan Hong. After ordering his subordinates, Xuanhuan ordered the general, directly. The minister is here. Yuan Hong couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He strode up to Xuanhuan and knelt down on one knee to pay respects to Dou. System, awaken Yuan Hong beyond the limit. Following Xuanhuan's instructions, Yuan Hong was directly sucked into the black hole. Under Xuanhuan's order, the 8 masters of the Hongmeng Heaven Realm, including Daoist Tai, Patriarch Bodhi, Yang Jian, Li Kuwei, Lai Yang, Mo. Yan Tian, Huang Tianhua, and Neza, immediately surrounded the Lord of Chaos. Each showing their magical powers, the war started again. At this time, Xuanhuan was choosing who should be promoted next. Ding! Yuan Hong has successfully awakened beyond the limit. Release, bring up the property list. The black hole reappeared, and Yuan Hong stepped out of it. A monstrous evil spirit soared into the sky, causing everyone to look at Yuan Hong, who appeared in front of everyone. After the change of bloodline, Yuan Hong now has a bloodline of the primordial demon ape that is not inferior to that of the regretful demon ancestor. It is probably not the limit to be able to reach this point after awakening beyond the limit, and it can be developed further. He can also inherit the Dao, and he can also cross the tribulation in Hongmeng. Yuan Hong, from status, one of the 7 sages of Meishan. Supernatural powers, 72 transformations of earth evil spirits. Kung Fu, 89 mysterious Kung Fu. Magic weapon, iron rod. The Vajra body of the ancestor. Shatter the void. Lucky level, great consummation of Hongmeng heavenly Dao realm. Loyalty, 100/100. It was another powerful man of the great perfection of the primordial Dao realm, and the creatures on the scene were already numb. Up to now, the Heavenly Emperor has already had 9 Hongmeng heavenly Dao realm powerhouses show up. Whether there will be more later, no one knows. Yuan Hong carried the iron rod and rushed directly into the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, he came to the sky above the head of the Lord of Chaos and blasted out with a stick. Humph, the guy who hides his head and shows his tail, give me a stick. With the potential to destroy the world, the iron rod was smashed down on the head. Seeing this, the Lord of Chaos snorted secretly, and with a wave of one hand, the shadows of sticks all over the sky disappeared in smoke. Just when he was about to kill Yuan Hong with all his might, the long sword of Daoist Tai was handed over to him. With a sneer on his face, the Lord of Chaos gave up killing Yuan Hong, and slapped Master Tai with one palm. On the other side, Lai Yang, Li Kuwei, and Huang Tianhua attacked together. Above, Yuan Hong, Mo Yantian, and Patriarch Bodhi came to attack. The 9 masters of Haotian court all shot together, submerging the Lord of Chaos in the blink of an eye. Boom! Just when the faces of the 9 people eased, and before they had time to be happy, they felt a monstrous force rushing up from the thousands of attacks. And a loud noise came, and they were directly thrown away. Humph, you guys are too overconfident. The Lord of Chaos shouted. The endless power of chaos directly hit the people, flying upside down. Everyone vomited blood and flew backwards, not in the same realm at all. Seeing this, Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. Immediately shouted, "Li Yuanba, come out." Yes, he wanted Li Yuanba Hongmeng to cross the tribulation. It is no problem to cultivate a strong person who surpasses the Dao realm of Hongmeng. Your Majesty, the minister is here. Li Yuanba happily came to Xuanhuan and knelt down, and said excitedly, "Remember, when you come out later, I will capture this old guy right away." Xuanhuan snarled, and then ordered, "Let Li Yuanba Hongmeng overcome the calamity." Following Xuanhuan's instructions, Li Yuanba was sucked in. The master Tong Tian is here. Xuanhuan had lost his patience, and when he got together with Qingling, he had a lot to talk to her about. Don't miss the time. Your Majesty, the old minister is here. After all, Master Tong Tian is the master of a sect. Although he is excited in his heart, his face is still very calm. Awaken the loyalists of Tong Tian. This old guy has a lot of ambitions, he doesn't dare to let him awaken beyond the limit. It's safe for the diehards to come. Immediately, Master Tong Tian was sucked in by the envy of Yuan Tianzuan and others. Lord of Chaos, you are awesome, and you can still have an amazing system, and if you drag it, it will drag you to death. Xuanhuan thought to himself. Mzi Qingling blinked her big eyes and looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. Hundreds of millions were gathered together, and Xuanhuan had an extra overbearing aura, which fascinated her extremely. Whether in the chaotic period or now, Xuanhuan is the only one in her heart. Never changed. At this time, with a loud noise, the Lord of Chaos sent everyone flying again. The 9 powerful men of the primordial Dao realm couldn't help the Lord of Chaos. It can be seen that the cultivation of the Lord of Chaos has surpassed the primordial Dao realm. Ding! Master Tong Tian has successfully awakened his diehard loyalists. May I ask if the host will be released? Release, call up his attribute list. Master Tong Tian, from ancient myths and legends. Status, one of the 3 purities, the leader of Jiejiao. Master, Daoist Hongjun. Dojo, Zitsiya Bio Palace. Cultivation method, the method of Mahayana. Magic weapon, Zhu Xian 4 swords. Fishing drum. Purple electric hammer. Heart lock. Lucky level, Hongmeng crossing the tribulation realm. Divine ability, Zhu Xian great formation. Purple sky. Loyalty, 100/100. Hongmeng crossing the tribulation realm? Damn it, there is actually a tribulation crossing realm in the primordial Meng realm? And it seems that there are no early, middle and late stages in the Hongmeng transcending tribulation realm. Hongmeng enters the Tao, Hongmeng merges into the Tao, Hongmeng enters the heavenly way, and finally Hongmeng crosses the tribulation realm. Will there be a Hongmeng realm above it? For a while, Xuanhuan began to guess. As his heart fluctuated, a stalwart figure flew out of the black hole above Xuanhuan's head. Tong Tian, let me abolish that guy. Although the leader of Tong Tian became the most powerful person in Xuanhuan's court, all of a sudden, Xuanhuan would not change his attitude towards him. Because he is a diehard awakened. Loyalty has reached 100. Your order. Master Tong Tian knelt down on one knee with great respect, and replied sonorously. This move made the former disciples of Bio Palace open their mouths in shock, looking like a ghost. Yuan Tianzuan staggered and almost didn't sit on the ground. If the people At the scene wanted to say who knew him best, he was the only one. He is arrogant, and behaves perversely all his life. He has no one in his eyes except his master and elder brother. But at this time, he bowed down to a young man? How is this possible? This has completely subverted his three views. Old guy, don't be rampant. The master Tong Tian turned around, and the four swords of Zhu Xian swam out. And a breath of destruction rose up into the sky. Let everyone's eyes focus on him. Hongmeng crosses the tribulation realm. Xiaoyozi's sitting body suddenly moved, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, isn't he developing too fast? He can actually create a strong man who can cross the tribulation realm. Interesting. Although Su Haoyan focused most of his eyes on the battlefield, he focused a ray of spiritual consciousness on Xiaoyozi. From Nailan Qing's mouth, I learned that Xiaoyozi has been secretly protecting him. He became very interested in it. Seeing the surprised look on Xiaoyozi's face at this time, he felt extremely proud. Rumble. At this time, the four swords of Zhu Xian of the master Tong Tian were like four dazzling meteors, colliding with the long sword in the hand of the Lord of Chaos in the blink of an eye. The strong confrontation directly shocked the ancient sage Star Road to rumble. Everyone was beyond shocked. However, this attack did not send the Lord of Chaos flying. On the contrary, the Lord Tong Tian was sent flying thousands of miles away by the huge counter shock force. Seeing this, Su Haoyan frowned. Could it be that the strength of the Lord of Chaos is far beyond the initial stage of the Hongmeng transcending tribulation realm? Haha, the heavenly emperor really deserves his reputation, and there is even a strong man in the primordial tribulation realm, but so what? The Lord of Chaos shouted loudly. Immediately, he raised both hands, and in an instant, 1,000 Lords of Chaos appeared on the ancient sage star path. At this moment, the Lord of Chaos sacrificed his clone. Each of the clones of the Lord of Chaos has the cultivation base of the primordial Dao realm. It is densely packed, making people feel scalp numb at the first glance. Is the Avatar Avenue? The leader of Tong Tian's sect did not say a word, and the four swords of Zhu Xian burst out again. On the other side, the other 8 powerhouses in the Haotian court were immediately besieged by thousands of clones of the Hongmeng heavenly realm. Seeing this, Su Haoyan stared. Original Tianzuan, come here. There are many awakened loyalists. If one fails, I only have 2, or even 10. I don't believe that you can't be tortured to death. The minister is here. The original Tianzuan regretted it just now, and he did not let go of his identity. At this time, when Su Haoyan called him, he quickly knelt down and replied. System, let the original Tianzuan Dai loyally awaken. The pair of brothers and sisters are loyal and can fight side by side. Immediately, Yuan Tianzuan was sucked in by the black hole. There is still half a day before Li Yuanba's Hongmeng crossing the catastrophe. I hope they can persist until Li Yuanba appears. At this moment, the Lord of Chaos and the Lord Tong Tian fought together again. The figures of the two superpowers crisscrossed and shuttled among the thousands of clones. A big melee has reached a fever pitch. Ding! The original Tianzuan's diehard awakened successfully. Will the host be released? At this time, the system notification sounded again, which shocked Su Haoyan. Release, and bring up the property list. Boom! Following Su Haoyan's instructions in his heart, a black hole reappeared above his head, and Yuan Tianzuan flew out of it. Thump. As soon as he appeared, he knelt down in front of Xuanhuan with an extremely excited expression. "Thank you for your Majesty's reinvention. The original plan is to kill all the powerful enemies in the world for your Majesty. Okay, go, join hands with Tong Tian, and kill that old guy." At this time, the attribute list of Yuan Tianzuan was also called out. Primordial God, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the three purities, the Lord of Teachings. Master, Taoist Hongjun. Dojo, Yushu Palace in Kunlun Mountains. Cultivation method, Kunlun Promise. Magic weapon, apricot yellow flag. Yu Rui. Pangu banner. Thousands of lamps. Lucky level, Hongmeng crossing the tribulation realm. Loyalty, 100/100. Hongmeng crossing the tribulation realm? Sure enough, there is no small realm in the Hongmeng transcending tribulation realm. This kind of realm is like the period of crossing the catastrophe in fantasy novels. As long as you pass the catastrophe, you can ascend. So what kind of realm is it after Hongmeng crosses the tribulation realm? System, how high can the system go online now? Xuanhuan couldn't help asking. Beyond the tribulation realm of the Grand Mist. The system's answer made Xuanhuan's teeth itch with hatred. It's no different than answering or not. Your order. Yuan Tianzuan promised, got up and flew to the Lord of Chaos in the distant battle group. With a palm, he took a small apricot flag in his hand. Haha, second senior brother, we brothers can fight side by side again this time. The Tongtian sect believes that the original Tianzuan also achieved the Hongmeng crossing the catastrophe. There is no longer the arrogance and jealousy in the eyes of the past, but there is relief and appreciation. When Yuan Tianzuan heard it, he smiled slightly and said, "Okay, you and my brother will share your worries for His Majesty today." The two glanced at each other, and the past grievances disappeared from then on. With a flick of the apricot yellow flag, it grows against the wind, swaying towards the Lord of Chaos. The four swords of Zhu Xian also bombarded the Lord of Chaos from four directions. Two superpowers besieged the Lord of Chaos. Let all the living beings on the scene fall into silence. None of them are weak, they are all one of the strongest in one dimension. It can be seen at a glance that the Lord of Chaos is powerless. At this time, more than half of the clones of the Lord of Chaos that ravaged the entire star path had been killed or injured. Daoist Tai, Patriarch Bodhi, and Mo Yen Tian were like harvesters, harvesting a clone of the Lord of Chaos. Another Hongmeng crossing tribulation realm. Xiaozi drank the wine, the light in his eyes became more and more intense. It seems that it's time for me to move my hands and feet. Xiaozi muttered to himself while drinking. Immediately, in a flash, he came to the top of the Tiandi Palace. "Hey, your strength is too weak, do you want to become stronger?" Xiaozi said. It seems to be talking to himself, but it seems to mean something else. Okay, how about a strengthening method? Xuanhuan was very proud of Xiaozi's initiative to strike up a conversation. "Old boy, you can't sit still at last, can you?" So far, as the strongest player in the lucky system, Xuanhuan has always been curious about Xiaozi. How strong is Xiaozi? He wants to know, but with his current state, he really can't do it. He has no doubts about Xiaozi's statement that he can make himself stronger. Somehow, it seems that the appearance of Xiaozi has been helping him become stronger. It seems that this is his mission. Xuanhuan felt very strange. You don't have to worry about it, just go with me when the time comes. Xiaozi answered by himself. By the way, it is said that you fought Nailan Qing once, I wonder who will win. Between you two? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. Well, he's nice and strong. Xuanhuan frowned at Xiaozi's answer. It was the first time he heard Xiaozi say this since he showed up after beating Xiaozi. Rumble. At this moment, a figure soared into the sky from the battle vortex in the distance. It is true that the Lord of Chaos was broken by the apricot yellow flag of Yuan Tianzuan, and then blasted out by the four swords of Zhu Xian. When everyone saw this, their expressions showed shock. If the fight continues like this, the overall situation is settled. Haotian court will win this battle. 11 superpowers fight against the Lord of Chaos, and victory is only a matter of time. TSK, in the future, there will only be one voice in the entire old sacred land, and that is the voice of the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor, worthy of being the teacher of all living beings. With all the creatures talking, the corners of the Chaos Lord's mouth have already overflowed with blood. The breath is chaotic. What should we do? If we continue like this, we will definitely lose this battle. While the Lord of Chaos was fighting reluctantly, he couldn't help but feel panic in his heart. Thinking of this, he suddenly let out a loud roar, and a ray of 7-colored divine light suddenly shot out from his mouth, and disappeared into the void. With lightning speed. Ding! Trigger the main task, the Wrath of the Chaos Temple. Task details. Because the host forced the Lord of Chaos to life-threatening, I felt a sense of fear in my heart. In desperation, I asked for help from the Supreme Temple of Chaos. If the host repels the master of the Chaos Temple, the system will reward the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken loyalists, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit. A chance to die, a chance to be loyal to the pinnacle, 5 chances to be the pinnacle of the strong. The system notification sounded at this moment, making Xuanhuan frowned tightly. Chaos Temple? Xuanhuan did not expect that behind the Lord of Chaos is not the Tao, but another force. Lord of Chaos? Xuanhuan muttered to himself, but he felt relieved when he thought that the highest authority of the system had surpassed the realm of Hongmeng, transcending tribulation. Immediately, he said, Taoist Luya. Taoist Luya is also a strong man, second only to Yuan Tianzuan and others. Although his reputation is not obvious, his strength is definitely beyond doubt. The minister is here. Taoist Luya was taken aback for a moment, but immediately became excited. Is it finally his turn? Let Taoist Luya awaken his loyalty. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. As soon as the words fell, Taoist Luya was sucked into the black hole. Create again? Seeing this, Xiaozi's eyes lit up even more. Go to hell. Li Kuei let out a roar, and blasted out his big axe. With his whirlwind avenue, he directly destroyed the 4 clones of the Lord of Chaos, and Mo Yentian's demonic energy also destroyed the 3 clones that entangled him. As the avatars of chaos were destroyed, the aura of the Lord of Chaos became weaker and weaker. Finally, Tianzuan Yuanchi seized the opportunity to destroy one of his arms, and was injured by the 4 swords of Zhu Xian of the Master Tong Tian. It looked extremely miserable. 10 seconds passed quickly. Ding! Taoist Luya's diehard awakening has been completed. Will the host be released? Release, call up his attribute list. Taoist Luya, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, between heaven and earth, the most powerful and yang fire essence. Lucky level, Hongmeng crossing the tribulation realm. Cultivation method, Lihua Ju. Divine ability, Nanming Lihua. Grade 5 elements escape technique. Magic weapon, immortal slashing flying knife. Loyalty, 100/100. Sure enough, it was Hongmeng crossing the tribulation realm again. The three Hongmeng crossing the tribulation realm, even if the master of the Chaos Temple came, they would have to crawl back. As soon as Taoist Luya flew out, he knelt down in front of Xuanhuan and cowed out heavily. Go, bring the Lord of Chaos, and I will interrogate him. Xuanhuan commanded from above. It can be seen that the eyes of the Lingnu ancestor are blurred. Xuanhuan's domineering made her unable to extricate herself. The strong men set their eyes on Taoist Luya, and they were horrified. How strong is this guy now? Zhen Yuanzi stood in the crowd, although he had mixed feelings in his heart. But he was so determined that he didn't have any complaints. In his mind, his qualifications are not enough, and he still needs to sharpen. The war continued, and Taoist Luya joined in. The Lord of Chaos finally couldn't hold on anymore. If he didn't check, he was chopped off at the waist by the immortal flying knife, and was thrown in front of Xuanhuan by the Master Tong Tian. Your Majesty, if this thief comes here again, he can be interrogated. Casually. Master Tong Tian, Yuanyuan Tianzuan, Taoist Luya, and the three masters of Hongmeng crossing the tribulation realm blocked the escape route of the Lord of Chaos, and asked Xuanhuan to interrogate the Lord of Chaos directly. Tell me, where were my subordinates suppressed by you back then? At the same time, he raised his wrist, and the images of Gong Gong and Qin Qiong appeared. Seeing this, Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuan's eyes were about to burst. They are all good brothers with Gong Gong. Unexpectedly, he also voted in Su Haotian's hands, and it was earlier than them. The Lord of Chaos looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. Who are they? I don't know. You're talking nonsense. If you hadn't attacked the Heavenly Emperor's palace back then, they wouldn't have had their bodies destroyed, and the fairy babies were even more suppressed by you. Qingling Zhu shouted sharply. The Lord of Chaos now seemed to have some backbone, and said indifferently. Kill me, there is nothing to say. Taoist Luya's eyes flashed sharply, and the immortal slayer flying knife directly cut off a bone of the Lord of Chaos. What? There were endless screams resounded throughout the starway. Well, are you going to say it or not? I do not. Aha. Stop using torture, I said. The Lord of Chaos had a lot of backbone just now, but after the punishment, he immediately gave up. At that time, I was not the one who went to your Heavenly Emperor interface. But if I was caught, I might be suppressed in the void purgatory. Where might your subordinates be? Void purgatory? Where is it? Xuanhuan had never heard of the name void purgatory. He then asked in a deep voice. But no matter how dangerous this void purgatory is, he must go there, and his subordinates must be saved. Ding. Trigger the main mission. Enter the void purgatory. Task details. Because the host's subordinates were imprisoned in the void purgatory by the Chaos Temple, if the host enters the void purgatory, the system will reward the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial origin. A chance to be recruited by the primordial opportunities, one chance to revive the strong, one chance to awaken the diehards, one chance to awaken beyond the limit, 5 chances to peak the strong, 5 chances to copy the strong. At this time, the system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to light up. Suddenly. He suddenly noticed a sentence, a chance for the strong to be resurrected. Is this a new function that will be added in the next system upgrade? For a while, he looked forward to it. No, don't make me say it, I really can't say it. A look of horror appeared on the face of the Lord of Chaos. The whole body of the Lord of Chaos was already lying on the ground, trembling. Obviously, if he speaks out about this matter, he will definitely be destroyed. Xuanhuan frowned tightly. However, at this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded. I know where. As soon as this remark came out, everyone turned their eyes. I saw that in front of the Tianwu palace, the space fluctuated together, and a stalwart figure gradually solidified. God Emperor? Seeing this figure, Xuanhuan's eyes narrowed immediately. Not only him, but also the Chaos Xuanjia, Lai Yang, Emperor Kaiyuan, and other powerhouses in the Chaos period all stared wide-eyed, with expressions of disbelief. The heads of the strong men of the ancient sacred land, such as Shaoyun, Tianzuan, were struck by lightning, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Emperor Qian. Legend has it that Nailan Qing, the superpower with the same name as the Emperor of Heaven, once broke through the old sacred land with one person's strength, invincible. Became a legend in the old Hallows. Did not expect to appear here today. Xiaozi also looked at Emperor Qian, and Emperor Qian also set his sights on Xiaozi the first time he appeared. The four eyes met, and in an instant, an unimaginable coercion erupted, directly squeezing the void until it twisted and deformed. Emperor Qian, why is it you? As soon as Xuanhuan said this, the faces of everyone at the scene were instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. The Emperor of Heaven really dared to speak. This guy? No one in this world dared to speak to Emperor Qian like that. Just when people thought Emperor Qian would be furious, Emperor Qian unexpectedly said, Why, don't you want to see me? Why don't we have a few drinks tomorrow? Emperor Qian joked. Let the scene be silent for a moment. By the way, Heavenly Emperor, what is your cultivation? Emperor Qian frowned. Xuanhuan was very weak, which made him thoughtful. I encountered some problems before, and it is being rebuilt. Xuanhuan replied indifferently. Rebuild? If one day you let me know who made you like this, I will definitely let him die. Emperor Qian said harshly. How about it, old man, how about we fight? Afterwards, Emperor Qian said to Xiaozi. Okay, I have already met a strong man who was once as famous as the Emperor of Heaven, and now I have met you again, so I naturally want to ask for advice. Xiaozi is very interested. How could I be missing from the fight? At this time, another voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a hole was torn open in the void next to Tianwu Palace, and Nailan Qing stepped out of it with a bloody face. Emperor Qian, long time no see. As soon as Nailan Qing came out, he said to Emperor Qian. Fuck, as soon as I come out, I want to beat and kill. Go away, I still have something to solve here. Nailan Qing and Xiaozi didn't say a word, they both nodded at Xuanhuan, melted into the void and disappeared. Heavenly Emperor, void purgatory is in the deepest part of the ancient sacred land. There are countless dangerous avenues along the way. If you want to enter void purgatory, you must face the Chaos Temple. Not on the number. As soon as the words fell, Emperor Qian left here with a smile. Fuck, 3 lunatics. Xuanhuan cursed secretly, and turned his attention to the Lord of Chaos in front of him again. In my heart, I firmly wrote down the address that Emperor Qian said. However, he is not in a hurry to go to the old sacred land now, and the two subordinates will be fine for a while, and it is not too late to wait for a while before going. Now his task is to unify the old hallows. No, it's impossible. How does that person know the existence of void? Purgatory. You will all die. You will not have a good result. The Lord of Chaos trembled. Void Purgatory is the top-secret place of the Chaos Temple, and there are monstrous secrets hidden in it. Not to be divulged. Kill him. Xuanhuan ordered indifferently. Taoist Luya's face froze when he saw this, and the immortal slayer flying knife flashed coldly, directly blasting the Lord of Chaos into a blood mist. A generation of Chaos Lord died in the hands of Xuanhuan. Ding. Complete the side mission. Destroy a Lord of Chaos. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to awaken die-hard loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to practice Taoism. A chance to inherit, a chance to summon a super strong, a chance to reach the peak of the strong, a chance to copy the strong. The system prompt sounded, causing Xuanhuan to narrow his eyes. Ding. Li Yuanba successfully crossed the tribulation of Hongmeng. Will the host be released? At this time, the system prompt sounded again, which made Xuanhuan's eyes light up. Call out his attribute list first. Li Yuanba, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, gold-winged rock. Lucky level, the middle stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Cultivation method, Jinping transformation. Supernatural powers, Dapeng transforms. The sky is falling apart. Golden hammer decides the sky. Magic weapon, Jinping magic hammer. Special attributes, Pingyao transformation will double the strength in battle, and the combat power will be infinitely improved. Loyalty 100/100. The middle stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Fuck, it finally reached a new level. The realm of Grand Mist, from the initial realm of entering the Tao of Grand Meng, the realm of Grand Meng integration into the Tao, the realm of Grand Meng heaven, and then to the realm of Grand Meng crossing the catastrophe. And finally becoming a strong man in the ancestor realm of the origin of Grand Meng. System, I killed a Chaos Lord, how far is it from the next upgrade? He will not forget that the next main task has a resurrection function for the strong. Qin Qiong and Gong Gong were resurrected by this task. It's coming soon. The pace of the host is very fast at present, so the speed of promoting the system upgrade is getting faster and faster. Although the system's answer was ambiguous, it gave Xuanhuan great hope. Don't release Li Yuanba yet. He always felt that there would be a superpower coming out, so he needed to hide Li Yuanba's strength. And having completed the task of killing the Lord of Chaos, he now has the opportunity to conquer the tribulation of the primordial realm and recruit the primordial. After returning to Six Emperors City, he will greatly promote his subordinates again. After about half an hour, Xiaozi appeared above the Tiandi Palace out of thin air. The two of them asked me to tell you that they hope that next time they meet, you will have a place in the peak battle. Xiaozi said easily. Xiaozi was drinking a small wine, squinting at Xuanhuan, with a serious and teasing tone. The powerhouses in Haoyan court suddenly became tense, and quickly said, Your Majesty, this person's origin is unknown, so don't be fooled by him. Although Xiaozi's strength is unfathomable, he is still an outsider and cannot be trusted. Xuanhuan was very calm, and muttered to himself at this time, I can leave with you, but now Xuanhuan's court is making great strides. I need to settle down the country. Can you wait? Xuanhuan admitted that he was stimulated by Emperor Qian and Nailan Qing now. The desire to become stronger is too urgent. These people who couldn't do a few tricks in my hands back then are all amazing. No matter who they are, they feel uncomfortable. Okay, I will wait for you. The smile on Xiaozi's face grew wider. He didn't force Xuanhuan to leave with him, it was just an agreement. Afterwards, Xuanhuan glanced at everyone and said, let's go back to 6 Emperor City. In this battle, the head of Xuanhuan court will become famous in the ancient Holy Land, and both the ancient God Emperor and the Lord of Chaos have fallen into the hands of Xuanhuan. It is difficult for him not to be famous. Even Emperor Qian, who had disappeared for a long time, was born, and together with Nailan Qing, the 3 great emperors of the chaotic period gathered here. And the name of the Emperor of Heaven would resound throughout the ancient Holy Land. What followed was a qualitative leap in his fame. Floating in the starry sky is a huge hall, comparable to an interface. This is the most mysterious place in the old sacred land. The hall is filled with black mist, making it look extremely eerie. At this time, in the hall, there were hundreds of figures sitting on the hall. All were shrouded in mist. Can't see the face at all. Chikai, there is news that the Emperor of Heaven appeared in the ancient holy place and destroyed the wedding of a son of chaos who was about to inherit. He killed him and then killed a lord of chaos. It can be said to be extremely daring. And there is definite news that the puppet we put in the ancient Holy Land, the apprentice of the Emperor of Heaven, Mozu, was also cleaned up by the Emperor of Heaven. He was blown up. At this time a terrifying voice sounded, and it was unknown who was speaking. Among the figures here, it shouldn't be, the strongest in the ancient sage land is no more than the primordial Dao realm. How could he kill a chaos lord who has the chaos transcending tribulation realm? Could it be that something has changed in the ancient sage land now? As for the heaven-regretful demon ancestor, it was originally the bait we put there, in order to catch the Emperor of Heaven. If he dies, he will die. Another person spoke. The voice was full of surprise. There are too many legends about the land of the ancient sages, and there might be some old monster hiding in the tribulation realm. But it seems that we should not be silent any longer. Which of you would like to go there and kill the heavenly emperor, or try test his roots? At this time an extremely huge figure sitting on the top spoke. The sound is ethereal, giving people an unreal feeling. Boss, our Hongming demon sect has been silent for a long time, and it is indeed time to show our talents. So, I will take the first battle. At this time a group of figures who were the 132nd from the bottom spoke. Very good, primordial demon wolf, I agree with you to fight. The rewards will follow the old rules, and for this first stop, I will allow you to mobilize all the resources of the main arena, including super space shuttle. Your order. The figure immediately stood up, rushed to the top and bowed far away, then turned around and disappeared. Ding. Trigger the side mission, Hongmeng Demon Sect strikes. Mission. Details. Because of the host's wonderful performance in the ancient Holy Land, he attracted the attention of the Hongmeng Demon Sect deep in the ancient Holy Land, and because the host killed Hongmeng Demon Sect, the puppet of the demon sect, the heavenly demon ancestor, caused Hongmeng demon sect to send a special envoy to kill the host. If the host will be killed in the future, the system will reward the host with a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to awaken the diehards, a chance to pass on Taoism, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit. The opportunity for the strong. 5 opportunities for the strong. And trigger the next task. At this time, Your Majesty, an unknown strongman has appeared. It seems that this posture is aimed at us. Luya has already greeted him. At this time, Xuanhuan Tianzuan and Tong Tian cult master came to the main hall of Tiandi Palace and reported solemnly. Hey, Heavenly Emperor? It's interesting. There are 3 Hongmeng transcending tribulations and 10 Hongmeng heaven realm. They really deserve to be the power to kill the Lord of Chaos. As soon as the original Tianzuan's voice fell, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded outside the Tiandi Palace. Wake up the sleeping Qingling female ancestor. Hongmeng demon sect? Aren't they destroyed by Basha? Why are they still there? Qingling Nuzu said, strangely. Basha destroyed the Hongmeng demon sect? What do you mean? Su Haoyan flew out while driving the Supreme 9 Dragon chair, while asking. At the same time, on a continent thousands of miles away from the heavenly Emperor Palace, stood a terrifying figure of 5 or 6 feet tall. He was bare-chested, with emerald green skin, and a worn-out leather trousers on his lower body. His body was full of muscles, giving a strong visual impact. What is shocking is that this creature turned out to be a wolf head, staring at a pair of red eyes at this time and looking at the Tiandi Palace opposite, with its bloody mouth wide open. Taoist Luya and a group of powerful people in the heavenly Dao realm are waiting in battle. They all looked at the monster with gloomy faces. You mean, once the Hongmeng demon sect wanted to snatch the heavenly emperor Palace, but was repelled by Basha, and Basha wanted to destroy the Hongmeng demon sect in order to avoid future troubles forever, and Basha will never return from then on? Su Haoyan's eyes flashed fiercely. Basha is now missing, and he doesn't know if he is alive or dead. With a long sigh, Qingling Nuzu continued, since Basha left, news spread from the depths of the ancient sacred land that the primordial demon sect was destroyed by a mysterious strongman. It has since disappeared and never appeared again. But at the same time, Basha is also missing. Qingling Nuzu felt very sorry. For hundreds of millions of years, Basha has been sitting in the Tiandi Palace, protecting her and the Tiandi Palace. But in order to eliminate the demon cult, she disappeared from then on, which made her feel very guilty. Hearing this, Su Haoyan stroked Qingling's beautiful hair and said, It's okay, Basha is powerful, nothing will happen. Don't blame yourself, as my apprentice, he has the responsibility to protect Tiandi Palace and you. While Su Haoyan was talking, he came to the sky above the Tiandi Palace. Ding! Trigger the main mission, find Basha. Mission details, Basha destroys the Hongmeng demon sect for the safety of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, and then enters Wandao Kill Road to seek the road to the strong. If the host finds Basha and helps him escape the demonic barrier, the system will reward the host with a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial. A chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to revive the strong, a chance to awaken the faithful, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit. 10 chances for the strong to peak. At this time, another system prompt sounded, making Su Haoyan slightly taken aback. 10,000 ways to kill? Where is that again? In order to pursue the road of being a strong man, that kid Baxia actually fell into a magic barrier, you angry kid. Suddenly, Xuanhuan felt extremely painful. Not to mention the audacity of Baxia. Just talking about these forbidden places that I have never heard of is enough to make my own way. Hey! There's also Mainyo, that kid with thin skin and tender meat, she looks good, so now the question is, who do you think I should eat first? The primordial demon wolf stuck out its scarlet tongue, and a pair of red eyes scanned Xuanhuan and Qinglingzu. A very greedy look. Your Majesty, be careful, this monster is so powerful that even the minister can't see through it. At this time, Taoist Luya spoke. This devil wolf gave him an incomparably horrifying feeling, which made him tremble with fear. Even you, a strong man in the grand mist tribulation realm, can't see through the opponent's cultivation. It seems that this person has surpassed the grand mist tribulation realm. Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Then he told the system in his heart, release Li Yuanba. Beyond the tribulation realm of Hongmeng transcending tribulation, that is the ancestral realm of origin of Hongmeng. Xiaozi didn't know where to go. Now it is Li Yuanba who can compete with it. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, a purple gold light flashed between his brows, and Li Yuanba flew out of it. Boom! As soon as Li Yuanba exploded, a destructive aura shot up into the sky. Frightening Yuan Tianzuan, Master Tong Tian, Taoist Luya staggered and almost collapsed to the ground. The poor three had just occupied the position of the #1 powerhouse in Haotian court before they were overtaken by a younger generation before gaining a firm foothold. Li Yuanba, cut that beast for me. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. At the same time, he threw a pair of silvery hammers to Li Yuanba and said, this is a pair of heavenly treasures, the hammers of heaven, use them. Okay. Your Majesty, just take a look. As soon as Li Yuanba finished speaking, he caught the double hammers. Joyfully, he went straight to the ancient magic wolf in the distance. Many strong men in front of Tiandi Palace were shocked by Li Yuanba's aura. This guy, Yang Jian, had a look of envy on his face. Kong Xian in the crowd looked excited. Li Yuanba's cultivation level improved, which made him very happy. Yuan Tianzuan, Master Tong Tian, and Taoist Luya glanced at each other, all showing bitter smiles. Your Majesty's ability is unpredictable. We are beyond our reach. Little wolf, how do you want to die? Li Yuanba came up to the primordial demon wolf, carrying a silver hammer like a water tank, and said in a whisper. It is easy to see the opponent's cultivation based on his cultivation base in the middle stage of the primordial ancestral realm of the grand mist origin. The ancestral realm of the primal origin of the primordial origin is in the early stage, and he has just broken through, and the realm is not stable yet. Holding two small hammers, you want to take my life. It's too naive. Forget it, I'll kill you and eat them. As he said that, the primordial demon wolf took out a black iron fork, ready to get to know Li Yuanba. Although he couldn't see through Li Yuanba's cultivation, he didn't think that Li Yuanba's cultivation surpassed his own. Li Yuanba curled his lips, not talking nonsense, and threw the double hammers. Without fancy, straight to the ancient magic wolf. In an instant, an unstoppable and monstrous force hit the head and face, making the ancient demon wolf's eyes widen suddenly, looking like a ghost. How is it possible? How can you? Before he could speak in shock, the hammer of heavenly Tao hit him directly. He felt like a fallen leaf swaying in the wind and rain. He was blasted into blood mist, without even screaming. and even the fairy infant was not spared. Completely wiped out. Ding. Complete the subquest, the Hongmeng demon sect is coming. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the Hongmeng, a chance to be recruited by the Hongmeng, a chance to awaken loyalists, a chance to inherit Taoism, and an awakening beyond the limit. 1 chance to summon a super strong man. 5 chances for a strong man to peak and trigger the next mission. Ding. Trigger a side mission, stop the continuous attacks of the Hongmeng demon sect. Task details, because the host killed the primordial demon wolf of the Hongmeng demon sect, it angered the leader of the Hongmeng demon sect. The leader of the Hongmeng demon sect sent 3 ways, the army came to kill the host. If the host survives the attack of the 3-way demon sect army, the system will reward the host with a chance to cross the tribulation of the primordial. A chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to awaken the diehards, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to pass on Taoism, a chance to be summoned by a strong man and trigger the main task. 2 system prompts sounded in succession, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to freeze. Suddenly. Sure enough, the demon cult is the most difficult to deal with, but so what, would I be afraid? Your Majesty, the little thief is easy to kill. Li Yuanba came back in front of Xuanhuan, shyly, bowed and saluted. Well, it's not bad, so, everyone, let's go back to the 6th Emperor City. Following Xuanhuan's order, everyone returned to the 6th Emperor City in great excitement. Who exactly killed the primordial demon wolf? In the gloomy hall, the leader sitting at the top roared angrily. The hundreds of figures below paused slightly, and one of them said, could it be that the Heavenly Emperor took care of the primordial demon wolf? Another voice continued. This guy from Tianwu has just survived the tribulation of primordial mist. And he is in a high-spirited time. Those who go to the land of the ancient sacred will inevitably offend the hidden powerhouse. That's right. As we all know, the Heavenly Emperor is rebuilding. This is already an open secret. So this matter is definitely not the work of the Heavenly Emperor. It seems that there have been changes that we don't know about in the ancient Holy Land. I suggest that we deploy troops again, and this time send 3 strong men to the ancient Holy Land secretly to kill the Emperor without disturbing other forces. The main goal is still that guy, we can't disturb our main goal, because of a little Emperor. Yes. Following the leader's decision, the hall fell into silence again, and then the 3 figures disappeared in a flash of inspiration. At the same time, an erratic figure walked in the ancient saint's star path. Seemingly carelessly, but in fact, 1 step forward is a step forward of hundreds of millions of miles. The target is also the old sacred land. 5 days passed by in a hurry. In just 5 days, the entire old sacred land exploded, and the universe of countless planes boiled over. Really? The heavenly court led by the Heavenly Emperor actually killed the ancient God Emperor, the Lord of Chaos? Where did Neza, Yang Jian, and Huang Tianhua come from? Master Tong Tian, Yuanyuan Tianzuan, Taoist Luya, haven't you heard of it? I heard that Emperor Qian, who had disappeared for a long time, suddenly appeared. After the battle with Nalanking, he disappeared. Oh my God, I didn't expect that it was the Emperor of Heaven who smiled and returned home after hugging the female ancestor. With the spread of the Tianwu battle, Xuanhuan's fame skyrocketed, at a rate of 3 million fame per day, which made Xuanhuan laugh from ear to ear. Now he can exchange for the treasure of heaven. The pair of heavenly hammers, given to Li Yuanba, cost him 50 trillion reputation points, which made him feel distressed for several days. But now it can be regarded as the wave rushing back. Now he wants to turn Haotian court into a steel-like heaven, so that he can leave to practice with Xiaoyozi at ease. Now Yingjing, Dong Huangtai, and Dijuan are all loyal. Although their cultivation base is not very high, as long as they go through the Hongmeng transcending tribulation, they will definitely surpass the Hongmeng heavenly Dao realm. The original Tianzuan, the leader of Tong Tian, and Taoist Luya only need to pass through the inheritance of Taoism, and finally the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng will be properly established. He now has 1 Grand Mist, Crossing Tribulation, Grand Mist Conscript, 5 over Limit Awakenings, 5 Diehard Awakenings, 3 Dao Dharma Inheritance, and 20 other rewards. He can promote his subordinates again. This is already the 3rd day that Su Haoyan returned to 6 Emperor's City. At this time, he was staying in the Tiandi Palace, looking at a list of attributes with a strange expression. Mencius, from ancient myths and legends. Status, representative of Confucianism, Yaxing. Lucky level, late ancestral realm of primordial origin. Cultivation method, Meng Xianqian method. Supernatural powers, spring and autumn battle pen. Yixing Wei. Magic weapon, Yaxing book voucher. Loyalty, 98/100. The late stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. With the end of the war, Su Haoyan's luck and reputation skyrocketed. The system is also rapidly becoming stronger, and he can now see the realm of Mencius cultivation. I thought that Mencius, who entered Taoism with literature, was in the realm of the Hongmeng transcending tribulation, but he did not expect that it was the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Then he called up the attribute list of Emperor Ziwei. Emperor Ziwei of the Arctic, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the 4 royals. Lucky level, unknown. Cultivation method, unknown. Avatar, unknown. Magic weapon, unknown. Loyalty, 95/100. It turned out to be unknown? What does this mean? It shows that Emperor Ziwei's cultivation is at least higher than that of the ancestor of Hongmeng Xuan. After thinking about it, he called up Xiaoyozi's attribute list again. He thought, well, through the attribute list of Xiaoyozi, he could infer the cultivation status of Nalanking and Emperor Qian. It's a pity that Xiaoyozi's attribute list is still unknown. After a few wry smiles, Su Haoyan simply called Kaiyuan in. Master, are you looking for me? Now, the Kaiyuan Great Emperor Palace in Kaiyuan has been merged into Haotian Court. At the same time, Haotian Court is also recruiting soldiers in the universe to which it belongs, and the 6 Emperor's City is also building a portal to connect with Haotian Court. The original Tianzuan, the leader of Tong Tian, Dijiang, Zhu Jiuyin, etc., are studying the fusion of the inner universe where the Haotian Court is located with the Tiandi interface. By then, his army will be even bigger. Kaiyuan, you have worked hard for many years. The master wants to promote you and let your cultivation reach a new height. As soon as Su Haoyan finished speaking, Kaiyuan was taken aback for a moment, but immediately became excited. It has been a few days since he came to the 6 Emperor's City, and from the mouths of Lai Yang, Mo Yentian, and others, he knew that his master possessed a supernatural power that could instantly increase one's cultivation. At first, he was skeptical, but gradually he was sure that this thing really existed. As a result, he also began to look forward to it. Master, the disciple is looking forward to it. As Xuanhuan's eldest disciple, he knows that his master doesn't like to beat around the bush, but likes to go straight. So I didn't hide my expectations. Well, good. Next, don't resist. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he ordered in his heart, requisition. Yuan awakened beyond the limit. As soon as Xuanhuan's voice fell, a black hole appeared on the top of his head, sucking Kaiyuan Great Emperor into it. Afterwards, he recruited Lu Bu into the main hall and rescued Lu Bu Hongmeng. Afterwards, Xuanhuan set his eyes on the lucky mall and began to search. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. Ding! Emperor Kaiyuan successfully awakened beyond the limit. Will the host be released? Call out the attribute list of Kaiyuan. Emperor Kaiyuan, from the Chaos period. Identity, the first disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. Lucky level, the early stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Cultivation method, Heavenly Emperor returning to the clouds method. Magic weapon, Dou Yu sword. Loyalty, 100/100. The early stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. As expected of my apprentice, his aptitude is really not ordinary. In this way, my subordinates have 2 strong men in the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial origin. This is not counting Lu Bu, who is not yet completed the tribulation of Hongmeng. 3 days later, Lu Bu Hongmeng successfully crossed the catastrophe. Call out Lu Bu's attribute list. Xuanhuan ordered. Lu Bu, from Unofficial Legends. Alias, Flying General, Lu Wenho. Font size, Fengxian. The era in which it lived, Eastern Han Dynasty. Race, Han. Birthplace, Jiuyuan County, Wuyuan County. Lucky level, late ancestral realm of primordial origin. Supernatural powers, choose the country by an inch. Cultivation method, square inch magical power. Magic weapon, Fong Tian painted a halberd. Loyalty, 100/100. The late stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. TSK, after the change of bloodline, his aptitude is also incomparably against the sky. After he was released, Xuanhuan exchanged for a halberd of heaven in the Lucky Mall and gave it to Lu Bu. Kaiyuan's is a sword of the way of heaven, so he feels more at ease when the 3 ancestors of the origin of Hongmeng guard Haoyan court. Half a month later, the fusion of the 6 emperors city and the heavenly emperor universe was completed, and with the addition of Emperor Kaiyuan, Venerable Liang, Yu Hongxin, Emperor Void Spirit, and God of Giant Spirits. Haoyan court became the place of ancient saints. There is no one of the strongest forces in China. As a result, all forces are in constant panic. On this day, an incomparably vast coercion suddenly descended on the newly born heavenly emperor universe. Let all the powerful people in Haoyan court be terrified. Emperor, come out and die. Then a majestic voice suddenly sounded. Echoes throughout the old sacred land. As soon as the voice fell, the entire old sacred land was in an uproar. This coercion. Oh my God, this is the breath of chaos. Could it be someone from the temple of chaos? TSK, Haoyan court has kicked the iron board this time. The person who came to the chaos temple is not a 3-legged cat. This time, let's see how the Emperor of Heaven resolves this crisis. All the plains of the old sacred land are talking about it. Although it's hard to add insult to injury, there are still many people who are watching with cold eyes. What? Come to Haoyan court to ask for wildfire, don't you want to live? Kaiyuan Great Emperor's voice suddenly sounded, followed by a teleportation. And he appeared outside the heavenly emperor universe. Behind him, Lu Bu and Li Yuanba appeared. Boom! The auras of the three primordial origin realm powerhouses were released. Abruptly, causing a burly man with a golden helmet and armor who had just walked out of the void to be stunned on the spot. 3 strong men from the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng? How is this possible? He is a lord of the Chaos Temple, and in front of all the lords, he went down to Haikao to return the head of the Emperor of Heaven. However, in the face of the existence of the 3 gods whose breath is not inferior to his own, his life may be lost, and he is still talking about the head of the Emperor of Heaven? Nonsense? Sorry, this may be a misunderstanding. The Lord of the Chaos Temple is also a hero, he can afford it and put it down. And he is immediately discouraged. Fuck, you bastard, didn't you want my majesty to come out and die just now? Now that you misunderstood, do you think we are fools? Li Yuanba immediately became angry. Dancing double hammers rushed over. Boy, I am the master of the Chaos Temple, you have to think clearly, don't make enemies for your majesty. The master of the Chaos Temple said threateningly. Killed. In the universe of the Emperor of Heaven, Su Haoyan's impatient voice sounded, and Li Yuanba rushed over with his double hammers without saying a word. Xiaoqing. Su Haoyan, who was in the Tianwu palace, suddenly heard a system notification sound in his mind. Ding. Complete the main task, the Wrath of the Chaos Temple. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to inherit the Taoism, a chance to awaken the loyalists, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit. 1 chance to be loyal to the pinnacle, 5 chances to be a strong man at the pinnacle. There was a pause, and then the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Trigger the supreme level mission, obliterate the Chaos Temple. Mission details: the host successively killed a son of chaos, a master of chaos, and a master of the Temple of Chaos, provoking the anger of the Temple of Chaos. He wants to destroy the host. If the host kills the primal Chaos Temple, the system will reward the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, 2 chances to awaken diehard loyalists, 2 chances to awaken beyond the limit, and 2 chances to inherit Taoism. 10. This is a chance for the next strong to reach the pinnacle. Obliterate Chaos Temple? I'm afraid this task is not small. Shaking his head, Su Haoyan realized that he didn't have time to rest at all. He didn't stop thinking about it, he went to the back of the hall. Go straight to the palace of Qingling Nuzu. It is worth mentioning that Su Haoyan's harem has now all moved into the Tianwu Palace. It was the invitation of Qingling Zhu. She is kind-hearted. Since she is the emperor's family, she is also her family. For this, the Queen of Heaven and the concubines of heaven were overjoyed, and the girls quickly merged together, regardless of each other. Half a month ago, he had already announced to the world that he accepted Qing Ling Nuzu as the heavenly concubine, which surprised all the creatures in the ancient Holy Land. Even the Qing Ling Nuzu could not become the Queen of Heaven. Peerless appearance? Xiaoqing. Su Haoyan came to Qingling's dorm, put his arms around Qingling and said, Qingling, I want to make you stronger. The female ancestor Qingling was taken aback for a moment, but she immediately smiled and said, of course I am willing. Although she doesn't have the heart to be competitive, she has the heart of a strong person, so naturally she won't reject Su Haoyan's kindness. Su Haoyan originally wanted to promote Yu Hongxin and the others, but he was About to leave, and he was worried that there would be no strong guards in the harem. That's why I chose Qingling Nuzu. Among all the daughters, only Qingling's aptitude is against the sky, and she is not inferior to Emperor Kaiyuan in the slightest. To carry out the Grand Mist recruitment must be another ancestral realm of the origin of the Grand Mist system. Use Grand Mist conscript on the Qingling female ancestor. Awakening. Beyond the limit. Su Haoyan ordered in his heart. Afterwards, the Qingling female ancestor was sucked into the center of his eyebrows by the system. The cultivation base of the Qingling female ancestor is the great consummation realm of the great master of chaos. If she awakens beyond the limit, her cultivation base will be unimaginable. Suddenly, the whole bedroom fell silent. Su Haoyan did not leave either, but sat cross-legged on the jade bed and waited. Ding! Lei Yao has successfully awakened beyond the limit. Just then, the system beep sounded again. Su Haoyan opened his eyes again. Not only Lei Yao, but his entire harem was changed by Su Haoyan's bloodline. Under the huge amount of fame he spent. However, Bai Suzhen and Zixia have already awakened beyond the limit, so he specially passed on the Taoism for them. The overall strength of his entire harem has been improved by a large level. Call out Lei Yao's attribute list. Our Lady of Golden Light, from ancient myths and legends. Status, one of the 10 heavenly kings. Lucky level, late stage of Hongmeng Heavenly Dao Realm. Kung Fu, Thunderbolt. Magic weapon, Lightning Mirror. Ability, Golden Light Array. Loyalty, 100/100. After coming out, Lei Yao was slightly taken aback, but immediately threw herself into Su Haoyan's arms. Your Majesty, my concubine misses you. Immediately, the matter of the cloud and rain in Wushan is not open to outsiders. On the other side, outside the universe of the new heavenly emperor, two figures flew over in the beautiful starry sky. One of the figures was the ancient emperor. And the other person was surrounded by pitch-black, demonic energy, and his face could not be seen clearly. Master, you have to think about it clearly, we are also famous figures on one side, why do we come to worship the heavenly emperor? The ancient emperor gritted his teeth and asked with a gloomy face. In fact, if Emperor Chandi was any other strong person, he would recognize him, but he turned out to be Emperor Haoyan, the guy who blasted him out of the Xuanhuan great world. He was extremely dissatisfied. As soon as he thought that he would be working under Emperor Haoyan's subordinates in the future, he wished he could find a crack in the ground and sneak in. What an embarrassment. So what? The biggest wish of being a teacher in this life is to worship the Emperor of Heaven as a teacher. I didn't have the opportunity before, but now I will never miss anything as a teacher. Remember, even if it is the person you imagined, you must give up your unyielding heart, because the Emperor of Heaven cannot be profaned. While speaking, the black air dissipated, revealing the face of prisoner Emperor Zun. His face no longer had the coldness of the past, but was replaced by excitement. The persistence of hundreds of millions of years is finally coming true today. Hey, kid, don't go to see the Emperor of Heaven, because he is going to die soon. At this moment, a gloomy voice suddenly sounded in front of him to the left, followed by a wrinkle in the starry sky, and the three figures gradually solidified. After seeing the faces of the three figures clearly, prisoner Emperor Zun and Gu Di suddenly widened their eyes, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Jiuling Yuansheng, in order to reward you for protecting the Haoyan court. All this time, I will promote you again. In the new Heavenly Emperor universe, Xuanhuan sat on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair, and spoke to Jiuling Yuansheng, who was kneeling below. "Thank you, Master." Jiuling Yuansheng was extremely excited. The owner never forgot his presence. The system allows Jiuling Yuansheng Hongmeng to overcome the calamity. So far, he has cultivated 3 strong men from the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. He believed that Jiuling Yuansheng would not let him down. Immediately, Jiuling Yuansheng was sucked into Xuanhuan's eyebrows. 2 days later, Hongmeng, the patriarch of Qingling, was recruited and successfully awakened beyond the limit. Xuanhuan immediately called up her attribute list. Qingling Zhu, from the Chaos period. Identity, Rui Beast. Lucky level, the middle stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Kung Fu. Heavenly Emperor Xiangong. Supernatural powers, auspicious beasts worship the heavens. Cover the sky with one hand. Yin-yang wheel of life and death. Magic weapon, Rui Beast Jade Rui. Loyalty, 100/100. The middle stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng suddenly became the top 3 in Haoyan court. Xuanhuan was very satisfied. After all, Qingling was one of the first few creatures to take form in the chaotic period. The talent is there. Soon, the Qingling female ancestor flew out, with an incomparable beauty. "Humph, your majesty is actually stealing fish in the concubine's bedroom," Mzu Qingling said with a smile. Xuanhuan was instantly embarrassed. Seeing Xuanhuan's embarrassment, Qingling covered her mouth and smiled, then threw Xuanhuan down on the bed, not saying anything. 3 days later, Xuanhuan walked out of Tianwu Palace in good spirits, with a smile on his face. After a chat with Qingling, his cultivation soared to the great consummation realm of the great master of chaos. It has to be said that after the Qingling female ancestor entered the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng, not only her strength increased, but she also had infinite uses in certain aspects. If the host rescues the master and apprentice of prisoner Emperor Zun, not only will he get 2 strong men, but the system will reward the host with a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon the strong man, and a chance to reach the peak of the strong man. Not long after walking out of Tianwu Palace, the system prompt sounded. Xuanhuan was taken aback for a moment, and his eyes immediately became sharp. "Well, you primordial demon sect, you dare to arrest my admirer, you really don't know how to live or die." Although he was upset, Xuanhuan didn't act immediately, because the Hongmeng demon sect came here for him. So he is in no hurry. However, when he thought of that guy goody kneeling down to him, he had an urge to laugh. Once upon a time, the ancient emperor was so majestic in the Xuanhu great world, but since he met himself, he hasn't had a good day. What a pity. Now that he is standing at an extremely tall height, he no longer has any interest in the ancient emperor. Sure enough, a day later. "Emperor, get out and die." An arrogant voice suddenly sounded, followed by 3 overbearing coercion, like Mount Tai pressing down on the top, came crashing down. Immediately attracted the attention of the strong in the new Tianwu universe. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Countless powerhouses soared into the sky from the city of the 6 emperors, each with a strong aura shaking all directions. It shocked the spies of various forces hiding in the dark. How many superpowers does Haoyan court have? Cannot imagine. Mahler Gobi, who is so bold, dare to go to heaven to ask for wildfire, don't you want to live? Kaiyuan Great Emperor's voice resounded suddenly, forming a rolling sound wave, carrying a monstrous momentum, coming suddenly. In the blink of an eye, Emperor Xuanhuan arrived outside the Six Emperors city. Under the pressure of Liang, Moyanshan Yangjian, Neza, and other strong men. The early stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Sure enough, the Emperor of Heaven has a strong ancestral realm of primordial origin in his hands. Although the three of us are all in the early stage, the other party is only one, so don't worry too much about it. At this time, in the starry sky, outside the city of the Six Emperors, there were 5 figures standing in the void. Among them were Emperor Prisoner and Ancient Emperor. The other 3 powerhouses have different appearances, none of which are human. The breath is not inferior to Xuanhuan, Great Emperor. What are you? After Emperor Xuanhuan appeared, he shouted with sharp eyes. Humph, what about Emperor Xuanhuan? Hurry up and ask the Emperor of Heaven to come out and die. One of the devils shouted disdainfully. Just you 3 kittens, why do you need Master to come forward? I am enough to keep you all alone. Emperor Xuanhuan said he was going to do it. At this time, Xuanhuan's voice sounded from the Six Emperors city. Lingzi, help Xuanhuan get rid of these 3 things quickly. Remember not to hurt those 2 people. Your order. The 3 members of the Hongmeng demon sect, one of them, suddenly heard a voice, which scared the bare-headed Hongmeng demon sect member so much that he wanted to turn around to check. Immediately after a bang, his body swelled extremely rapidly and exploded. Not even the primordial spirit escaped. Ashes to ashes. It's a pity that he just came to Haoyan court, and he disappeared before he saw what the Emperor of Heaven looked like. At this moment, a shadow passed by prison Emperor Zun and Gudi, and they disappeared in place before they had time to react, and when they reappeared, they were already behind Xuanhuan Great Emperor and others. Silver Lingzi, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the top 10 monsters in ancient times. Bloodline, dark spirit. Lucky level, Hongmeng crossing the tribulation realm. Supernatural powers, psychedelic curse. Predict future. Cultivation method, fluorescence Dou method. Magic weapon, escape from the sky boots. Bright silver axe. Loyalty, 100/100. Xuanhuan, who was sitting in the Tianwu palace, saw the attribute list of Lingzi in front of him. There was a look of satisfaction on his face. Immediately afterwards, in Xuanhuan's mind, a system prompt sounded. Ding. Complete the side mission, rescue the prisoner emperor out of the cage. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a strong man, and a chance to reach the peak of a strong man. Soon, the battle outside also ended, and Haoyan court easily killed the 3 strong men in the early stage of the ancestral realm of the primordial origin of the invasion, with only one ancestral realm of the primordial origin of origin. Afterwards, Xuanhuan met prison Emperor Zun's master and apprentice, who came to pay homage to him. Xuanhuan did not make things difficult for prison Emperor Zun and Gudi was ashamed. In the end, Xuanhuan arranged him as an errand in Neza's mighty army. In the following time, Xuanhuan vigorously promoted his subordinates, raising the overall strength of Haoyan court to a new height. Among them, there are 7 in the Hongmeng transcending tribulation realm, 15 in the Hongmeng heavenly Dao realm, and more than 30 other powerful people in the Hongmeng realm. For a time, the strength of Haoyan court has been able to aspire to the super power of the old sage land, which is not one of them. On this day, the second wave of strongmen from the Hongmeng demon sect finally arrived. Among them, there is a mid-stage ancestral realm powerhouse of the origin of the primordial origin. He was blown away by Li Yuanba. In this battle, Haotian court still only produced a strong ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. 10 days later, the Hongmeng demon sect sent another strong man, and only one person came back, and his cultivation had already reached the late stage of the primordial ancestor realm of Hongmeng. This time Lu Bu fought with the halberd of heaven in his hand. It took less than 1 round to kill the Comer. From the very beginning, there was only one person in Haotian court, which made it impossible for the Hongmeng demon sect to figure out how many ancestral realm powerhouses of the original origin of Hongmeng there were in Haotian court. In addition, the Hongmeng demon sect lost 8 strongmen from the ancestral realm of the original origin of the Hongmeng demon sect within the primordial demon wolf, which greatly damaged the vitality of the Hongmeng demon sect. It has been unable to send out strong ones. Finally, after consultation among all the devils, the crusade against the Emperor of Heaven was temporarily stopped. Ding. Complete the side mission, block the continuous attacks of the Hongmeng demon sect. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the Hongmeng, a chance to be recruited by the Hongmeng, a chance to awaken the diehard loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to go to Taoism. A chance to inherit the law. A chance to summon the strong and trigger the main task. Ding. The main task is triggered, destroy the Hongmeng demon sect. Task. Details, the host killed 8 Hongmeng demon sect's ancestral realm powerhouses in succession, which greatly reduced the strength of the Hongmeng demon sect. Become enemies. If the host destroys the Hongmeng demon sect, the system will reward the host with a chance to cross the tribulation of the Hongmeng, a chance to be recruited by the Hongmeng, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken the loyalists, a chance to summon a super strong, and 5 chances to be strong. The opportunity to reach the pinnacle of the strong, and the chance to copy the strong 5 times. Lying in the bedroom of Qingling Nuzu, holding Qingling Nuzu in his arms. System prompts sounded in Su Haotian's mind one after another. Let him finally let go of the last worry. Immediately afterwards, the system notification sounded again, causing Su Haotian to narrow his eyes suddenly, looking forward to it immediately. If you think about it, the system should be upgraded, or else you won't be able to keep up with your own pace. Su Haotian thought to himself. At the same time happy. 3 days later, Su Haotian left the new Emperor universe. Xiaozi quietly left Haotian court with Xiaozi, who had experienced in the world of mortals. When he left this time, he didn't bring any guards, not even the giant spirit god and Yin Lingzi. Go alone. Xiaozi's cultivation base is undoubtedly the strongest in Haotian court. There is no problem with his safety in him. Old man, where are we going? Traveling through the space-time tunnel, Su Haotian asked indifferently. Because Xiaozi is a bad fart, Su Haotian is very upset, so he is called an old guy. Xiaozi smiled without anger and said, you have the avenue of time, the avenue of 5 elements, and the avenue of good luck, but you have not achieved the realm of harmony. So I will first integrate your avenue. After merging with the Tao, I will help you become the Tao. After becoming the Tao, your cultivation will be greatly improved. Fusion Avenue? Su Haotian's eyes lit up suddenly when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked. If the fusion is successful, can I directly reach the realm of Hongming Dao? Fusion? Xiaoyozi's old face drooped and he said in a bad mood, don't think about other things. If you want to merge into the Dao, you must first go through the killing and robbery, so this first stop, I will take you to Wandao Killing Road. 10,000 ways to kill? Su Haoyan's eyes lit up suddenly. One of his missions, to find Baxia, fell on Wandao's way. Didn't expect it to be done so soon. He was looking forward to this, but also a little worried. In the era of chaos, Baxia was not willing to lag behind, so he did not hesitate to become a demon. Now I don't know how. I hope that during this journey of Wandao Killing the Road, I can find Ba Xia and lead him on the right path. After clearing up their mood, the two soon flew into the colorful star path of the old sacred land. Faster. The land of the ancient sages is extremely huge. Although Hao Tianting has already killed a master of the Chaos Temple, his understanding of the land of the ancient sages is still very one-sided. It can be seen how huge the old sacred land is. The seven-colored star path in the ancient sacred land is connected to countless avenues, and there are countless big and small universes. Even with Xiaoyozi's cultivation base, the two of them flew for a full month before they flew out of the seven-colored star path. At this time, Xiaoyozi, who was flying in front of him, turned his head and smiled mysteriously at Su Haoyan. A while ago, I wandered around every corner of the ancient sage's land for the purpose of finding a place for you to practice, so next, you have to have a prepared mind. The place of practice? Su Haoyan smiled and said to himself, although I have always relied on my subordinates to conquer the world, my strength is not in the ordinary chaos master realm. At this time, the two had already moved away from the colorful star path and entered the darkness. Su Haoyan's five senses suddenly disappeared, and even his spiritual consciousness was imprisoned in his mind. But after only a few breaths, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of Su Haoyan's eyes, which was so dazzling that Su Haoyan squinted his eyes. Instantly, when he got used to the strong light, he found that the two of them had appeared in a starry sky full of chaos. But there are no stars, no planets. Nothing. This is the chaos starfield, where killing is the rule, and where you are going next, you cannot use mana, and you can only survive by relying on your physical body and the avenue. That place is not far ahead, where there are thousands of restrictions that block the way of the living beings. You will start from the first restriction and break into the innermost restriction. And your task is to win a name. It's called the Killing Light Group. You have to grab it. The mass of killing light contains the power of understanding the Tao, which will help you integrate the Tao. The more you get, the faster you can integrate the Tao. Xiaoyozi introduced it, making Su Haoyan's eyes sparkle. Xiaoyozi laughed and said, of course, do you think that if you want to become stronger, you can take a shortcut? At this moment, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of them, a continent shrouded in billowing mist. This continent is extremely vast, even twice as large as the Six Emperors' city. Go in. Xiaoyozi suddenly pushed Su Haoyan, and the incomparably powerful force sent him flying away. Before Su Haoyan could react, he passed through the thick fog and landed on the mainland, behind the thick fog. Almost didn't get a dog to eat shit. This is so. He turned his head and wanted to roar a few times, but behind him was no longer the dark universe, but the undulating mountains, like ferocious giant beasts crawling on the vast continent. A scarlet blood moon hovered above its head. Is this the way to enter Wandao killing? Xuanhuan frowned, and at this moment Xiaozi's voice sounded next to his ears. This is the first level of Wandao's killing path. From now on, you are going to start killing. Remember, you can't have kindness here, but killing, because after you kill your opponent, you can get all the mana of the opponent. After you get out of the way of killing, you will get unexpected benefits. Ding. Trigger the main task. Successfully walk out of the road of death. Mission details: the host is in the road of death. If the host can successfully walk out of the road of death, the system will reward the host with a chance to cross the tribulation of Hongmeng, a chance to awaken the limit, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken the diehards, a chance to be recruited by the primordial spirit, 10 chances to copy the strong man, and 10 chances to be the peak of the strong man. At this time, the system prompt sounded again, which shocked Xuanhuan. This part of the system function should be the task trigger function. Then, let's start. You can get mana by killing the enemy, which is something I never expected. As a result, Xuanhuan looked forward to this 10,000 way to kill. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, and began to look around the situation. Pity. Now the system can't summon the super strong, otherwise, it would be much easier to have a helper to fight all kinds of ways. Rumble. At this time a roar suddenly sounded, and dust billowed in the sky in the distance, and a group of monsters like black wolves were seen rushing towards them. The momentum is like a rainbow. Each of them has the strength to enter the holy realm. Seeing this, Xuanhuan smiled slightly, raised one hand, and with a loud bang, a purple gold fire dragon rushed out of Xuanhuan's palm, and in the blink of an eye, it was approaching the countless fierce monsters in front of it. The beast drowned in it. Thousands of ferocious beasts were wiped out without even making a pitiful scream. After all, he is at the level of the great ruler of chaos. The Tao of Lian, one of the 5 elements avenues, blasts out, even a saint can't stop it, let alone entering the saint realm, it turns into flying ash in an instant. Not only thousands of ferocious beasts, but also the nearby mountain peaks, thousands of miles away, were blasted into pieces by the flames. Immediately, Xuanhuan slowly withdrew his hands, his aura suddenly withdrew, and he gradually calmed down. After Xuanhuan went deep into Wandao Shalu alone, a group of figures flew in front of Wandao Shalu outside. The cultivation of this group of figures is uneven. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing a Confucian shirt and holding a paper fan. Behind him were more than a dozen young men and women of different races, and their bodies were unknown. At this moment, they all looked nervously at one Dao Killing Road, who was crawling on the ground like a beast. Is that the legendary Wandao Shalu? The extremely terrifying murderous aura is just like the one in the legend. So, we must all be united. Because we have to go through this hurdle no matter what. It is said that Hongmeng Demon Sect and Hongmeng Confucianism have also sent disciples to Wandao Shalu for trials. The most important thing is whether our Tianwu Academy can meet them. These creatures talked a lot, some were excited, some were anxious. Some are gearing up. The leading middle-aged Confucian scholar turned his head and said, after entering Wandao Shalu, you must unite as one. No matter what time, don't lose. Face of Tianwu Academy. Dean Su Wangdi has high expectations of you. Your order. Dozens of creatures bowed and answered. The least of them in this group also have the cultivation base of Dou Yu on Supreme Saint Realm, and there are even a few Primal Chaos Supreme Emperor Realm powerhouses, and their strengths are divided into steps with a large span. Elder Lu, what should I do if I meet a monk from Hongming Confucianism in Wan? Dao Shalu? A young man in the late stage of Chaos Supreme Emperor suddenly asked. The middle-aged Confucian shirt, known as Elder Lu, said, if there is no conflict, avoid it; if there is a conflict, kill. Although this person was dressed as a Confucian scholar, the words he said were indeed extremely vicious. 10,000 ways to kill is based on killing. How can you break through 10,000 ways to kill if you don't kill? Because after entering Wan Dao Sha Road, life and death are unpredictable. If you fall into eternal doom because of the root relationship, then life and death will be boundless. Okay, let's go in. Elder Lu said. This is no longer the first wave of monks from the heavenly Emperor Academy that he sent to Wan Dao Shalu. Whether they can come out, he is silent. Looking at the students who entered Wan Dao Sha Road, Elder Lu sighed quietly, turned around and disappeared. Rumble. Xuanhuan blasted out with a palm, blasting a monster with the head of a man and the body of a snake into pieces. Half a month later, Xuanhuan broke through the 35th forbidden barrier like a broken bamboo. 3 months later, Xuanhuan made it through the 200th checkpoint. At this time, Xuanhuan's breath was still calm, calm and calm. In the first 200 levels, the strength of the creatures that appeared were all around the level of the Holy Realm, and they had not yet reached the Saint Realm. For him, it's very easy. Ding. The system upgrade was successful. Ding. After the system is upgraded, all functions can be completed in 10 seconds except for the newly obtained function of awakening of primordial origin. Ding. A new function is available. Resurrection of the strong. This function can resurrect the dead and strong. This reward can only appear in the rewards. Ding. Open new function. Reward designated fusion function. The host can use any system rewards 20 times to designate fusion into any function the host wants. Ding. The system has opened a new function, the Grandmang Awakening function. All the masters who have been promoted by the host and have experienced the Grandmang crossing the catastrophe can experience the Grandmang Awakening again. Achieve the existence of the Grandmang gods. This function is in the task Obtain. If you turn all the cronies around you into strong men, then as long as the system is not destroyed, they can always be resurrected. It's just that the primordial awakening function of the system is even more heaven-defying than the awakening of diehards and awakening beyond limits. Xuanhuan asked, curiously. The awakening of the loyalists is to cleanse the loyalty of the strong, so that there is nothing else in his soul, only the host, and the awakening of the superlimit is to let the strong go beyond their own limitations under the conditions of chaos rules, and achieve supreme existence. The awakening of the primordial origin is to allow the strong to become a creature-like existence at the beginning of the primordial origin. The two are not on the same starting line at all. The awakening of the primordial origin can also be said to be a sublimated version of the awakening beyond limits. The systematic explanation made Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly brighten, that is to say, the awakening of the primordial spirit is the most powerful function so far. Can this function be specified in the fusion reward? Xuanhuan asked again. Cannot. The system answered very simply. Xuanhuan didn't feel depressed, but looked forward to it even more. The system starts to summon superpowers. He now has 3 chances to summon superpowers, so he will naturally use them. Up. Ding. The system is summoning superpowers for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Xuanhuan. It comes from folklore. Did the host choose to call again? Long live Xu? One of the 4 famous generals who founded the Sui dynasty, he joined the army at the age of 15 and showed a brave and invincible momentum. Moreover, there are not many generals who are actually recorded in history. And Xuanhuan is one of them. Just summon him, restore the memory of the previous life, and call up his attribute list. Xuanhuan, from folklore. Identity, reincarnation of sea-splitting dragon whale. Lucky level, the 3rd floor of Qi refining realm. Skills, none. Supernatural powers, none. Magic weapon, none. Loyalty, 98/100. The 3rd level of Qi refining realm? Fuck, it's a record low. However, what the hell is the reincarnation of the sea-splitting dragon whale? Could it be that this person has never awakened the power of blood? For this reason, Suha didn't move for a long time because of the weather. And didn't pull him back until an embarrassed figure appeared beside him. What? Here. As soon as Xuanhuan appeared, he was startled by the aura of Wandao Shaluli. And trembled, sweating profusely in an instant. My subordinate Xuanhuan pays homage to His Majesty. When Xuanhuan saw Xuanhuan next to him, he immediately knelt down on the ground. He now felt that a mountain was being pressed against his body, which made him tremble with fear. Xuanhuan let out a long breath, blinked his eyes, and sucked Xuanhuan into the dangerous land of time and space in his left eye. With the avenue of time in his body, he pays attention to the dangers of time and space, and can always improve the strength of the subordinates around him. System, continue calling. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Chang'e from ancient myths and legends. Does the host choose to call again? Chang'e? Am I mistaken? What can she do? Recall. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Shi Tzu. It comes from folklore. Did the host choose to call again? Puff. What the hell, what is this all about? Recall. Although there is one last chance, there is no way, she sure is too weak. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Deng Chanyu, who comes from unofficial legends. Deng Chanyu? This one fell into the group of women. Summon Deng Chanyu, restore the memory of the previous life, and call up the attribute list. While speaking, Xuanhuan flew out of his left eye. The cultivation base sword, reaching the perfection of the holy realm. At this time, Deng Chanyu's attribute list also appeared in front of Su Haotian. Deng Chanyu, from unofficial legends. Identity, Suzaku reincarnation. Southern Chisu. Lucky level, early stage of Golden Wonderland. Supernatural powers, 5 colors turn to the sky. Magic weapon, 5-color stone. Long gun. Cultivation method, Lai Yen Dao method. Loyalty, 85/100. Early days of Golden Wonderland. It's okay. Still not working here. Immediately, Deng Chanyu appeared beside Su Haotian with a look of confusion and disbelief. I see your majesty. Deng Chanyu was shocked, she didn't understand why the object of her worship was here. Deng Chanyu, you are too weak, I want to make you stronger. As soon as Su Haotian finished speaking, he took Deng Chanyu into his left eye. Ding. The peak of Xuanhuan's powerhouse has been completed. Xuanhuan, from folklore. Identity, reincarnation of sea-splitting dragon whale. Lucky level, late Saint realm. Cultivation method, Ba Hai Ju. Supernatural powers, overlord the sea and the sky. Magic weapon, overlord sea flood dragon spear. Loyalty, 100/100. Late Saint realm. Well, that's about the same. After reappearing, Xuanhuan no longer knew what to say, only now did he realize how weak he was before. Your Majesty sees your Majesty, thank you for your grace of rebuilding. Xuanhuan was very excited. Well, get up, this is the way to kill 10,000 people, after you get out. From here, you will reach the pinnacle of your life. Immediately, Tianwu flew out from Xuanhuan's left eye. Well, the late stage of Saint Realm. That's right, this cultivation base is okay for the time being, so there's no need to improve it, just go through a period of precipitation first. Tianwu, I would like to thank your Majesty for the promotion. At first glance, Tianwu is a straightforward person. After the promotion, just now, her loyalty is directly at full value. Xuanhuan was extremely satisfied. Okay, let's go. How many layers have you gone through? There are a total of 10,000 layers in Wandao Killing Road. If you keep killing to the end, you don't know how long it will take. Now Xuanhuan Court has 4 strong men from the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng sitting in command, and he is not worried about someone going to beg for wildfire, so at this time his mood is relatively peaceful. The 3 continued to move forward, and every time they encountered a creature, no matter how strong it was, they would rush towards it. Their eyes were scarlet, and they were extremely ferocious. In this situation of completely disregarding their own safety, they were all killed by the 3 of Xuanhuan in the end. In just 2 days, more than 700 creatures died on Xuanhuan and the 3 of them. Even more than half of the creatures are saint-level cultivation bases. But so far, they have not encountered the existence of transcending saints. Obviously, in the outermost layer, it is mainly about entering the sage, manifesting the sage, and the sage realm. Once you reach the great perfection of the sage realm, you are eligible to go to the deepest part. The reason why they are still staying in the periphery is likely to be accumulating mana. Prepare for a deeper dive. Your Majesty, this kind of killing is really cool. Xuanhuan said excitedly after he and Tianwu killed 3 late-stage saint-level creatures with a black iron gun on his shoulder. There were still bloodstains on his face that hadn't dried up. The iron gun on his body was the chaos spirit treasure that Xuanhuan exchanged for him in the Lucky Mall. Its name is Overlord Iron Spear. It happened that Tianwu was also using a long spear, so Xuanhuan simply exchanged for her a chaos spirit treasure, which was shining red and called the Spirit Sparrow Huolian Spear. Both of you have made great breakthroughs now, so you must cherish the opportunity in front of you, but this is only the outermost layer. Once inside, the strength of the creatures will become extremely powerful, and you will always be in danger. Xuanhuan walked in front and said softly. It shocked the hearts of the 2 of them. Immediately became firm. If Xiaozi wants to improve his cultivation, he will definitely not make it so easy for him. He had expected that the journey ahead would be even more difficult. The rewards in this mission are quite rich, which shows that the mission itself is definitely not easy. A day later, the 3 of them came to an endless plain. Looking around, the plain ahead is densely packed with living creatures, at least millions of them. In the center of millions of living beings, there stood three giants who were hundreds of thousands of feet tall, with a strong aura. It is extremely burly. Like a mountain. They all held iron bars in their hands. In front of them, there were rivers of blood and corpses, piled up like mountains. Humans, come on, fight with us, the winner can go to the next level. Otherwise, he will become the soul of our iron rod. The creatures standing outside were all dizzy from the sound. The three of Xuanhuan were also observing the scene in front of them. At this time, the millions of creatures were extremely nervous, and most of them were wounded. It was obvious that they had gone through untold hardships and killings before they came here. What should we do? The three giants all have the Dzogchen realm. Can we go there? While there are many people now, use crowd tactics to surround and beat them. Wan Dao kills the way, since it is the way to kill, then the only way to pass the level is to kill. Come on, let's go together, or you will be stopped here. The creatures encouraged each other, and without any hesitation, they sacrificed magic weapons and rushed towards the three giants in the middle. The war broke out in an instant. Well, I still know unity, let's go down too. Xuanhuan's face was filled with murderous intent, and his breath became cold. Instantly, Tianwu and Xuanhuan followed Xuanhuan nervously. In an instant, the sound of shouting and killing shook the sky. From time to time, creatures were thrown away by the giant's iron rod. The scene was extremely tragic. Xuanhuan walked the three of them on the bloody battlefield, which was particularly conspicuous. When he came close, Xuanhuan signaled the two to stop, while he raised his hands with the corners of his mouth raised. Kill! Xuanhuan shouted softly. Golden fire dragons burst out from his palm, and instantly transformed into 10,000 zhang fire dragons, and the resounding dragon chant resounded throughout the plain. The creatures on the battlefield were so scared that they hurriedly looked around, but they were hit by the oncoming fire dragon. In an instant, most of the powerful people on the entire battlefield, including the three giants, were surrounded by the fire dragon. The five elements avenue can be transformed into each other. It can infinitely enhance the power of a certain attribute avenue. At this time, Liang Avenue has been reborn, and the pure Liang Avenue can no longer be compared with it. Millions of creatures, plus the three giants, were killed by the fire dragon in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, only Xuanhuan and the three of them were standing intact on the vast plain. Tianwu and Xuanhuan stared wide-eyed, opened their mouths wide, and their bodies were trembling. It's hard to imagine how far Xuanhuan's cultivation has reached, that's millions of souls. Among them, there are many strong people in the late stage of Saint Realm and Dzogchen. In this way, the collective was wiped out. Xuanhuan withdrew his hand easily, and walked forward. And on a mountain top, the dozens of disciples of Tianwu Academy were also dumbfounded, standing there quietly, without making a sound for a long time. Tianwu and Xuanhuan hurriedly followed, walking towards a translucent mask ahead. Soon, Xuanhuan came to the mask. In the void in front of the mask, a blood-colored light cluster was quietly floating, full of bloody smell. Is this the killing light group? Xuanhuan stretched out his hand to capture the light ball in his hand, and began to observe. After passing through so many levels, he only got a mass of killing light. Until now, which left Xuanhuan speechless and at the same time had a very clear understanding of Wan Dao's way of killing. It's too powerful to kill millions of creatures in one move. What kind of cultivation is he? Has that person already surpassed the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm? I'm afraid it's more than that. The Master of Chaos is possible. We have to be careful. Don't think about killing the light group. It's good to get out alive. The disciples of Tianwu Academy talked a lot, and even the disciples who had Dou Yu on Holy Realm looked at Xuanhuan in horror. At this time, a beautiful female disciple murmured to herself, "Why does that person look so familiar? It seems to be very similar to the statue of the Emperor of Heaven in the Academy." It's a pity that no one paid any attention to her. Even if I heard it, I thought she was talking in sleep. In the Tianwu Academy, the statue of the Emperor of Heaven is supreme, and even the dean of the academy has to kneel down to worship it. How could such a noble person appear here? Soon, the three of Xuanhuan passed the level and came to the next level. And the three giants reappeared, and it was the disciples of Tianwu Academy who accepted the challenge. Soon, the three of Xuanhuan continued to kill in a row. It took less than a day to come to the gatekeeper. The killing was only overnight, and the customs clearance was successful. Xuanhuan once again obtained a massive killing light. In the next 3 days, the three of Xuanhuan easily passed the level, and in the blink of an eye they reached the 100th level. The realm of the holy realm. There are still hundreds of thousands of souls standing here. They were all watching the gatekeeper warily. "Haha, reptiles, come on, send." Before he finished speaking, he was overwhelmed by more than 20 fire dragons released by Xuanhuan. Instantly vanished. Then there were hundreds of thousands of nearby creatures of various ethnic groups who suffered. Clear the level again. Feeling the mana pouring in from his body, as well as the massive killing light, the three of Xuanhuan got into the passage leading to the 100 and first level. As soon as the three of Xuanhuan disappeared, a figure rushed towards them from a distance. This is a young man, and he is holding a talisman that exudes glory in his hand, which is a rare magical talisman. In Wandao Shalu, you can't use magic power, so you can't fly, and you can rely on foreign objects. Who is that person? He can release the fire dragon? Didn't he say that he can't use mana? Is that person the flame demon that has been rumored recently? Because every time Xuanhuan clears the level, he releases the fire dragon when he kills the creatures, so he is called the flame demon by the creatures. At the same time, in the depths of Wandao Shalu, a creature in black armor and covered in blood-colored hair stood opposite a scruffy middle-aged man. "Basha, because you are his apprentice, I will not make it difficult for you. If you want to become the last gatekeeper, you must think clearly. If you succeed, your cultivation base will be promoted, and if you fail, you will never be reborn. If you let him know, how do you see him?" This sloppy middle-aged man is none other than Emperor Qian. It's just that the current Emperor Qian is completely opposite to Duantianya. The front and rear auras are completely different. Wandao Shalu, I am already invincible. If I want to continue to improve my cultivation, there is only this last road. Emperor Qian, I have to take this road. Ba Xiao's eyes were now half blood red, and his aura was even more irritable. Xuanhuan is like an ancient ferocious beast sitting on the stone, the sharp, murderous aura rises to the sky like its substance. Even the delicate Deng Chanyu is no less murderous than Xuanhuan at this time. Xuanhuan was even worse than that. He was already sitting on the supreme 9 dragon chair at this time, with a fierce aura. They have been in Wandao Shalu for 3 months now, Xuanhuan can't remember how many creatures they killed, and he is basically numb. However, the number of killing light clusters obtained has reached 9. 3 coins were obtained in the first 100 levels, and 6 coins were obtained after breaking through 1000 levels. By analogy, he can get about 100 pieces. After passing through the 1000 gates, the strength of the gatekeepers has reached the supreme realm of Taoism. Tianwu and Xuanhuan walked very hard, almost unable to move an inch. Only by relying on Xuanhuan's protection can we move forward. Tianwu, I want to promote you. System, pass on the Tao of burning fire to Tianwu. A few days ago, he used up all the chances of Tao Dharma inheritance and obtained 3 Tao Dharma inheritances. Doppelganger Avenue. Burn the avenue. Turning rivers and seas avenue. When Tianwu was sucked into the center of her eyebrows, Xuanhuan passed on Xuanhuan's overturning road. The system will pass on the avatar path to me. The Tao of Clone is the inheritance of Taoism that Xuanhuan has coveted for a long time. Now allegiance has come true. Ding. I am passing on the Avatar Avenue for the host. Soon, Xuanhuan entered a state of epiphany. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Xuanhuan successfully broke through the initial stage of Hongming's entry into the Tao realm. Because his mana was limited, he only had his aura and physical state skyrocketed wildly, and the gust of wind that he set off instantly blasted to death the creatures cruising nearby. Hongming entered the middle stage of Tao realm. In just 10 minutes, Xuanhuan's aura reached the middle stage of the Hongming Tao realm. Soon he broke through to the late stage of the Hongming Tao realm. After primordial enlightenment entered the Tao realm, the world tree in his body had mutated into a primordial tree, although it had not yet fully evolved. But the whole big world has been transformed into a universe, the Avenue of Avatars, the Avenue of 5 Elements, the Avenue of Time, and the Avenue of Good Luck surround the Yin and Yang twin babies, which looks beautiful. After becoming the Grand Ming entered the Taoist realm, the small universe in Xuanhuan's body gave birth to many stars and continents. The Yin and Yang twins sat cross-legged in the very center of the universe, under the tree of the world, with a peaceful expression. The entire universe is still as quiet as ever. Immediately, Xuanhuan opened his eyes. A red light flashed away. If Xiaozi saw Xuanhuan's appearance, he would open his mouth in shock and couldn't believe it. Because at this time, Xuanhuan already had the embryonic form of the Tao of slaughter in his body. I believe that in the near future, he will completely inherit the Tao of slaughter. Ding. Tianwu's Taoism has been passed on. Ding. Xuanhuan's Taoism has been passed on. The system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan called out the attribute list of the 2. Tianwu, Hunyuan Wuji Realm Dzogchen. Xuanhuan, in the early stage of Hunyuan Xingqi realm. Very good cultivation. Release. Immediately, the 2 flew out from between Xuanhuan's eyebrows. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 2 were excited. At the same time, he became more and more afraid of Xuanhuan. They were in awe of Xuanhuan's strength for being able to create a Hunyuan boundless realm expert by flipping his hands. Hongming's early stage of entering the Tao realm? TSK, is it really amazing? At this time, a suspicious voice sounded from a distance. The 3 of Xuanhuan looked up, and saw countless pitch-black crows flying towards the horizon in the distance, like black clouds under the night, covering the sky. And the sun. On the back of one of the huge black crows stood a young man in white clothes. This young man looks handsome, but his eyes give people an extremely gloomy feeling. Moreover, there is a pair of huge snow-white wings growing on his back. Hongmeng entered the Dao realm of great consummation. Only one step away from enlightenment. Su Haoyan judged this person's cultivation in an instant. The young man in white came up to Su Haoyan and asked, condescendingly, which family are you from? Dang Tianwu and Xuanhuan looked vigilant. It is really that this person gives them a terrible feeling. Make them tremble all over. I am the Emperor of Heaven in the Haoyan court. Who are you? God? The young man looked strange, he had never heard of the Emperor of Heaven. Could it be related to Tiandi Academy? Su Haoyan frowned. Isn't this man too rude? The young man straightened his expression, and then said, My lord, Xiao Wanjin is from the Golden Crow tribe. Why don't you and I work together as a fellow Taoist? You must know that the level behind Wandao Shalu is very difficult to pass. I think that you and I should work together, it's still quite appropriate. While the young man was talking, he approached Su Haoyan and the black crows behind him also spread quietly, with a faint tendency to surround Su Haoyan and the three of them. Just when he was 3 feet away from Su Haoyan, he was about to kill Su Haoyan. However, at this moment, the nearby time suddenly became extremely slow. Immediately, the young man in the slow time was turned into ashes by the flame sprayed out by Su Haoyan. The time avenue was lifted accordingly. Dang Tianwu and Xuanhuan were dumbfounded, they couldn't understand why the young man suddenly ignited spontaneously. The two of them were still watching their surroundings nervously, fearing that the young man would not die and come to sneak attack. Let's go, that guy is dead. Su Haoyan said lightly. When the two heard that the guy was dead, they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. No matter how you look at it, that young man is not a good person. Dead is better. And those unowned black crows screamed and flew in all directions. Su Haoyan didn't bother, he waved his sleeves and said, Let's go, let's continue to break through. Su Haoyan is in a good mood now, perhaps because of the internal inheritance of the doppelganger Dao. He is now very handy in using the Dao. Without any doubt, Dang Tianwu and Xuanhuan immediately followed Su Haoyan and flew into the distance. On the next road, the three of them did not stop at all, and the momentum was like a broken bamboo. So 3 hours passed. Ding! A side mission is triggered, the wrath of the Golden Crow clan. Mission details, because the host killed the prince of the Golden Crow god sect, Xiao Wanjin, and angered the Golden Crow clan, the Golden Crow clan will send strong men to take revenge. If the host repels the Golden Crow clan, he will get a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond limits, a chance to summon a strong man, and 5 chances to copy a strong man. The system prompt sounded suddenly. At this time, the three of Su Haoyan had reached the 2100th floor. Golden Crow? Su Haoyan frowned, he offended a group of people without knowing it. Your Majesty, you can start killing again. Xuanhuan gave a ferocious smile, and charged towards Dang Tianwu with a spear in hand. Su Haoyan quickly regained his composure, activated the Dao of Time, and began to kill. Soon, the killing was over. Su Haoyan didn't have any worries about the arrival of the Golden Crow. At that time, it really won't work, let the 2 people around me wake up beyond the limit. I don't believe that those crows can't be killed. What's more, there is that guy Xiaozi around. He doesn't really need to worry too much. Emperor Qian's voice sounded at the 10,000th level. Mozen Baxiao's eyes flashed. Coldly, he turned around and disappeared. At this time, Xuanhuan didn't know that his apprentice had become the gatekeeper of the 9,999 level. The three of Xuanhuan were sitting somewhere resting after breaking through the 4,999th level. I am a disciple of Hongmeng Confucianism Mencius, Bailey Shidan. If you surrender to me, I will lead you through the 10,000th pass. At this time, a rampant and domineering voice suddenly sounded, which was clearly heard by Xuanhuan. A disciple of Mencius, Bailey Shidan? Xuanhuan's expression was a little strange. Deng Chanyu and Xuanhuan were immediately stunned. Mencius? How is this possible? Really? Both of them knew the famous Mencius in their previous lives. In my heart, I feel that it's just a coincidence of names. Xuanhuan shook his head and didn't go to the gate. He didn't know how far Mencius sect could go. He only knew that Mencius' loyalty to him was good. However, if this guy named Bailey Shidan had that strength, he would definitely break through by himself. Absolutely not to win over others. Soon, the three of them continued on the road, overcoming obstacles all the way, and it took less than an hour to reach the gatekeeper leading to the 5,000th gate. There are still many living beings gathered here, tens of thousands of living beings, all over the place, everywhere. One Dao kills the way to the end, the fewer passers, but the higher the strength. The strength of the corresponding gatekeeper is also stronger. The gatekeeper here is a creature wearing golden armor, his body cannot be seen, only a pair of millstone-sized eyes blinking in the void. It looked extremely weird. Come on, let's do it, kill me, and you can enter the next level. The man in the golden armor held a long sword in his hand and roared. The coercion of the Xuanhuan Wuji realm raged across the entire pass. All the creatures didn't move, they all set their eyes on a man in a white, elegant gown. He looks handsome, but there is a sense of arrogance between his brows, as if he is the only one who is the strongest in the whole world. He is Mencius' apprentice, Bailey Shidan. He looked at the tens of thousands of creatures and said, "This is the only chance now. If you disagree, you can solve the gatekeepers here yourself." Bailey Shidan was very cautious and did not make any threats. But if someone with a careful mind sees it, his mind must not be that simple. How to do? Hongmeng, Confucianist Mencius is a sage, and he would not do anything unfaithful. His apprentice is not that bad, is he? Join, there is no choice. With the discussion among the crowd, in the blink of an eye, half of the creatures joined Bailey Shidan's lineup. Humph, Bailey Shidan, you are too shameless? In order to clear the obstacles, you actually deceive other living beings, pretending that you are the preacher of Confucianism. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded, the strong man from Tianwu Academy came down from the other side of the hill, and one of the men said sarcastically as he walked. The sound also spread throughout the wilderness. In the past 10,000 years, the differences between the people of Tianwu Academy and Hongmeng Confucianism have become more and more serious. If it were not for the suppression of Emperor Xuanhuan and Mencius, the alliance between the two parties might have broken down long ago. Ouyang Wuji, from Tianwu Academy. Ouyang Wuji, it turned out to be him. The top genius of Tianwu Academy. It is said that the cultivation base of Xuanhuan Saint Qi realm is almost as different as that of Bailey Shidan. On the other side, Xuanhuan also saw Ouyang Wuji, and was a little surprised by his cultivation. It seems that Su Wangdi's kid has developed very well. Su Wangdi was also one of the creatures who transformed into form when he was preaching. He was ordered by Xuanhuan to open the Tiandi Academy. Now Yuan, Zaitian and Wang Xuantian are all disciples who have gone out of the Tiandi Academy. Ouyang Wuji, it's none of your business here, don't look for trouble? If it weren't for the uncertainty of killing Ouyang Wuji, Bailey Shidan would have taken care of this annoying guy long ago. Bailey Shidan, you are a waste. If you dare not do it yourself, you encourage others to do it, so that you can profit from it. I am really ashamed for you, Hongmeng Confucianism. Seeing this, Bailey Shidan's face was extremely ugly, but he didn't have the courage to explode. At this moment, the three of Xuanhuan strolled over. Okay, kids, don't make trouble anymore, have you figured out how to die? As soon as these words came out, all creatures turned their gazes to Xuanhuan. Hey, why is it him? His cultivation base. Ouyang Wuji was stunned. He couldn't see through Xuanhuan's cultivation. And the woman who once suspected that Xuanhuan was the person enshrined in the Tiandi Academy looked at Xuanhuan in surprise. From the first few levels, they met Xuanhuan several times, and they knew that Xuanhuan was the flame demon that the creatures here said. Bailey Shidan was in a fit of anger at this time, seeing someone uttering wild words. He immediately cursed, "Get out of here, you motherfucker." Xuanhuan shook his head and ignored Bailey Shidan and said softly, "I don't know what that old man Mencius thinks, accepting such a shameless apprentice like you. It's really shameful. Okay, let's go together, so as not to waste time." As soon as this remark came out, tens of thousands of people at the scene immediately went into an uproar. Who is this guy? Isn't he too arrogant? What's the situation with this guy, isn't this too presumptuous? Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Although he now has the cultivation base of the Grand Mist Dao realm, he cannot use mana here, and he can only use the supernatural power of the Great Dao. Therefore, the cultivation base of Hongmeng's Taoist realm is not a big cultivation base at all. It still depends on the individual's physical body and nature. With a wave of his hand, 500 clones appeared immediately, and the Dao of time was activated at the same time, like a sheep entering the mouth of a wolf, harvesting lives one by one. A living being was killed by Xuanhuan's clone. Ouyang Wuji and Bailey Shidan were like sifting chaff, watching tens of thousands of creatures being turned into ashes in the flames. Soon, there were only dozens of disciples from Tiandi Academy and Bailey Shidan standing alone in the wilderness. Wait a minute, who the hell are you? Bailey Shidan stared blankly at the three of Xuanhuan who were running towards the gatekeepers. Asked stammeringly. How Tian Di? Go back and ask Emperor Su Wang and Mencius, and you will understand. What? How dare he call himself Emperor of Heaven? Are you courting death? He also mentioned the Dean and Mencius? Who the hell is he? Everyone in Tiandi Academy is talking about it. Only one of the female disciples was shocked. She muttered to herself. Like, it's so similar, it's almost carved out of the same mold. It's a pity that her words are still unanswered. Everyone still looked at each other in blank dismay and remained silent for a long time. A year flies by. 975th level. Xuanhuan was covered in blood, standing next to an incomparably huge corpse, panting heavily. At this time, he has reached the middle stage of the Hunyuan Saint Qi realm. Dang Chanyu has also reached the initial stage of the Xuanhuan Saint Qi realm. And their opponent, the corpse already lying on the ground, was at the late stage of Xuanhuan Xingqi realm. For Xuanhuan, the Xuanhuan Saint Qi realm cultivation base was easy to defeat, but it was not so easy for Xuanhuan and Dang Chanyu. Very good, a lot of progress. Let's go and move on. Xuanhuan praised slightly, and then went to the next level. At the same time, at the 9776th pass, the Overlord Demon Lord came crashing down. He has broken through here from the 9999th pass, and his breath is already different. Everyone breaks through from the first hurdle to the last hurdle. But Baxia does the opposite. Now he has passed more than 200 levels in a row, and his aura is getting more and more amazing. Go to hell. Baxia Mozen came to the wasteland, and under the night, his roar shook the entire pass. The disciples of Tiandi Academy had goosebumps all over their bodies. Ouyang Wuji's heart trembled with fear. The aura of Baxia is really terrifying. It even made him feel a breath of death. A huge black shadow descended, startling Xuanhuan, who had just arrived at this pass, and as soon as he stretched out his hand, he captured Baxia with such overwhelming power that Baxia couldn't move an inch. However, the extremely powerful murderous aura of Demon Lord Baxia rolled in, and Xuanhuan was caught off guard and flew him out. At this time, Xuanhuan finally saw Baxia's true face, and his eyes were filled with joy. This kid is really hiding in Wandao Shalu. Xuanhuan shouted with a strange expression, Baxia. As soon as these words came out, Baxia's body with bloodshot eyes shook. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, hastily looked back. The disciples of Tiandi Academy, standing in front of Xuanhuan, hurriedly dispersed with a bang. The front of Xuanhuan opened up instantly. Baxia's blood-red eyes immediately saw Xuanhuan sitting on the Supreme Nine Dragon chair. Master. The murderous aura on Baxia's body immediately receded, and the blood in his eyes also disappeared. Instead, his whole body trembled, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. Master? Everyone was shocked. This demon turned out to be Xuanhuan's apprentice? Xuanhuan and Dang Chanyu also looked at Xuanhuan with puzzled expressions. Stinky boy, don't get over here yet. Xuanhuan pretended to be angry, and he was still very happy to meet Baxia, his promising apprentice again. Hearing this, Baxia knelt down on the ground with a plop, kneeling instead of his feet, and quickly knelt and crawled towards Xuanhuan. A generation of Demon Lord was so disrespectful, he knelt and crawled in front of Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan wanted to stop him, but Xuanhuan stopped him. His apprentice, he knew. Although it is regrettable that the demon ancestor betrayed him, Baxia would never do such a thing. Because this is his most valued apprentice. Ouyang Wuji looked at the kneeling demon Lord Baxia, and his heart was already filled with huge waves, because he recognized who Baxia was. Just because he recognized it, he was incomparably shocked. This is the apprentice of the Heavenly Emperor back then. Like Xuanhuan, the Dean of the Heavenly Emperor Academy, he once listened to the sermon in front of the Heavenly Emperor. Baxia Mozen never bows down to anyone other than the Heavenly Emperor. Today, I knelt down to a young man. No, wait. Young man with good temperament? Ouyang Wuji immediately set his sights on Xuanhuan. The more he looked at it, the more startled he was. Could it be him? Ouyang Wuji's face brightened instantly. Ding. Complete the main task, find Baxia. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to cross the tribulation, a chance to be recruited by the Grand Mist, a chance to revive the strong, a chance to awaken loyalists, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit, 10 chances for the strong to peak. Master. I finally saw you again. Demon Lord Tyrant was very excited. With tears all over their faces, sure. Wansui and Deng Chanyu looked weird. Hearing the system prompt beeping, he saw the Basha Mozen kneeling like a child in front of him. Su Haoyan stood up and personally helped Basha up. Said, Basha, get up, and tell me, why are you doing this again? Are you going to fall into evil ways? Again? Su Haoyan's voice suddenly became cold. If Basha is stubborn, he doesn't mind destroying him. He was looking at Basha Mozen, Emperor Kaiyuan, Venerable Lai Yang, and Shi Tian. Demon ancestor incarnation. Except for the anomaly of Yu Tian, he still believed in Basha Mozen. Basha tried his best to calm down his emotions and said, one of Mo Yentian's sons is named Mo Zazai. Because he couldn't find Mo Yentian's whereabouts, he went to the depths of the ancient sage under my protection. Mo Yentian's whereabouts. Here, he inadvertently rescued a creature who practiced magic arts. Unexpectedly, that creature was indeed the son of the master of the Hongmeng demon sect. The two became inseparable, so Mo Zazai joined the Hongmeng demon sect and quickly became a member of the Hongmeng demon sect. High level. Because I have the important task of protecting the heavenly emperors palace, I didn't join in and continued to wander in the depths of the old sacred land. Unexpectedly, all of this was a huge scam. Master, regret Tian may have betrayed you, including Mo Yen Tian, Mo Zazai has been counted. Mo Zazai, in a fit of rage, has already died with the disciple of regret the thief. Basha Mozen quickly told this secret story. He thought Su Haoyan would be furious, but he didn't expect Su Haoyan to be very calm. Unfortunately, Tian has been killed by his teacher, and his demon cult in the ancient sacred land has also been destroyed by his teacher. As soon as Su Haoyan's words came out, Basha was taken aback for a moment, but was immediately pleasantly surprised. Quickly asked, how is Junior brother Mo Yen Tian? The relationship between their brothers and sisters is pretty good. Don't worry, that kid has now joined the Haoyan court, created by the teacher. His strength has also been improved by the teacher. But you, what are your plans in the future? Since the chaotic period, Su Haoyan has never demanded too much from his apprentices. They have their own pursuits, and he will not interfere. Of course I joined the master. The apprentice will not leave the master in the future, and prepares to be with the master all the time. Basha was very excited. Meeting Su Haoyan was already a great joy. As for cultivation, we will talk about it later. From now on, he will never leave his master again. However, he was still puzzled as to why his master's cultivation was only at the primordial Dao realm. Don't worry about master, I'm rebuilding. As soon as Su Haoyan said this, the disciples of Tiandi Academy were shocked. Su Haoyan was actually recultivating, so what kind of cultivation should he deserve in his heyday? Go, reach the last level, and then go home with the teacher. Su Haoyan said to Basha Mozen. After spending 3 years as a strong man in Wandao Sha Lu, he was already impatient. Okay, let's go home with master. Ba Xia grinned happily. When there is no Su Haoyan, he is like a rootless duckweed, floating everywhere, but after meeting Su Haoyan, he can go home. In the dark universe, a blood-red figure suddenly appeared. Take a closer look, there are endless blood-colored crows covering the sky and covering the sky. Soon, billions of crows arrived at the edge of Wandao Kill Road. They hovered in the void, and their sharp hissing sound resounded through this dark universe. On the back of this blood-colored crow is a magnificent palace suspended, and a three-legged golden crow stands on the palace, looking extremely handsome. Why did the golden crow come here? It seems to be waiting for someone? Elder Lu's eyes were full of jealousy. Although the Golden Crow clan carried a gold letter, they were indeed a complete cult, and they practiced the Tao of blood. Even the Heavenly Emperor Academy would not dare to provoke them easily. Not only him, even an elder of Hongmeng Confucianism, who is far away from here, is also puzzled. But it's nothing to do with himself, and then he closed his eyes. 10,000 Ways to Kill the Way, the 9,990. Ninth level. Xuanhuan raised his palm and directly blasted the gatekeeper of this level. He was a strong man with great consummation in the harmonious Tao realm, and passed the level smoothly. Xuanhuan and Deng Chanyu took it as a matter of course, and it was commonplace, but as a strong man in the primordial realm of heaven, Mozen Ba Xiao was extremely shocked. One must know that Xuanhuan is only a strong man who has entered the Tao realm of the Grand Mist, and there is a big difference between the two. He was shocked that his master actually leapfrogged to kill the enemy. And the disciples of the Heavenly Emperor Academy following behind have become numb. Along the way, Xuanhuan killed countless enemies who surpassed his realm. From the initial disbelief, to the horror, until the end, everyone's hearts were taken for granted and numb. Soon, everyone passed this level and came to the last level, the 10,000th level. Haha, the Emperor of Heaven is worthy of being the Emperor of Heaven. Passing through my myriad ways to kill is like playing for fun. At this time a voice sounded, and Demon Lord Tyrant had no expression on his face. God? Fuck, why is it you, old guy? Xuanhuan exclaimed. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Apart from shock, Xuanhuan's face was only weird. This person is Emperor Qian. Dressed in a black brocade robe, he stood there majestically, like a sharp sword, about to be unsheathed, with an indifferent face and bright black eyes. Unexpectedly, Wandao's final hurdle turned out to be Chandi, you old guy. No, aren't you competing with Nailan Qing? What are you doing here? Xuanhuan asked, strangely. He has an irreversible relationship with Emperor Qian and Nailan Qing, and he is not afraid that Emperor Qian will attack him. This 10,000 Ways to Kill was originally created by me, Emperor Qian. Why can't I appear here? As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. It is rumored that one Dao Shalu was created by killing. Could this killing be the person in front of him? Are you the avenue of killing evolution? Ouyang Wuji exclaimed. Emperor Qian ignored Ouyang Wuji's exclamation, and his eyes never left Xuanhuan's body. You are worthy of being the Emperor of Heaven. You have been separated for a long time, and you are about to become enlightened. TSK, you will be able to catch up with us in a short time. Emperor Qian shook his head, with a look of relief undisguised in his eyes. I want to pass this level, are you going to stop me? Xuanhuan said lightly. When he met Emperor Qian again, he was ready to have a good chat. Stop you? Don't be ridiculous, no one can stop you? At this moment, Emperor Qian showed a smile on his indifferent face. However, I won't let you pass so easily. Tell me, where will I put the face of Emperor Qian? Chandi then said jokingly. Presumptuous, how dare you be rude to His Majesty? Xuanhuan's current cultivation base is in the middle stage of the chaos. Great ruler realm, and his aura is extremely powerful, but compared with Emperor Qian, he is still insignificant. Xuanhui couldn't bear it anymore, and he was going to fight Emperor Qian. Xuanhui, wait, come here, Xuanhuan said. At the same time, he ordered from the bottom of his heart. Let Xuanhui awaken beyond the limit. He now has 3 chances to awaken beyond the limit, 2 chances to awaken. Loyalists, 1 chance to transcend the tribulation, and 1 chance to recruit the strong. When not to use it now? He wants to see how strong Emperor Qian is. Following Xuanhuan's instructions in his heart, a black hole appeared on the top of his head instantly, sucking Xuanhui into it. This move made Basha Mozen next to him and everyone in Tianwu Academy widen their eyes with puzzled expressions. Only Deng Chanyu was not surprised. Doubt flickered in Chandi's eyes. What is Chandi going to do? 10 seconds passed quickly. Ding. Xuanhui's overlimit awakening is complete. Will the host release it? The system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan hurriedly said, release, and call up the attribute list. Xuanhui, from folklore. Identity, reincarnation of sea-splitting dragon whale. Lucky level, the early stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Cultivation method, Ba Hai Ju. Supernatural powers, Overlord the sea and the sky. Magic weapon, Overlord Iron Spear. Loyalty, 100/100. As the attribute list appeared before Xuanhuan's eyes, Xuanhui flew out of the black hole above Xuanhuan's head. Basha was shocked. Just now, this kid was only at the Chaos Master realm. How could he be unable to see through it in a blink of an eye? How did Master do it? The disciples of Tianwu Academy also looked incredible. They couldn't understand why. Emperor? How did you do it? Emperor Qian was also suppressed. Even with his vision, he couldn't see what kind of supernatural power Xuanhuan had. This is one of my supernatural powers. Looking at Xuanhui kneeling on the ground, Xuanhuan said, go, try your best. Although Xuanhui has reached the ancestral realm of Xuan, Xuanhuan does not think that Xuanhui can defeat Emperor Qian. His purpose is only to test Emperor Qian. Your order. Excitement flashed in Xuanhui's eyes, and he became even more in awe of Xuanhuan. He kowtowed to Xuanhuan in a well-behaved manner, and then rushed towards Emperor Qian with the Badian iron spear. The early stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial origin? Very good, but, just relying on you, you can still defeat me with 5 methods. As soon as Emperor Qian's words came out, Xuanhuan's heart sank. Sure enough, Emperor Qian was at least a strong man in the late stage of the ancestral realm of the primordial origin and even the Dzogchen realm. Senior, Xuanhui asks you for advice. Xuanhui didn't dare to take it too seriously, because he couldn't see through Emperor Qian's cultivation. But his boundless fighting spirit made him full of pride, without any flinching. At this time, Xuanhui came to Emperor Qian, and a black figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was a black as ink whale. As soon as it appeared, it raised its head to the sky and roared wildly, shocking the whole world. It is the body of the sea-splitting black dragon whale. The sea-splitting black dragon whale swelled rapidly as soon as it appeared, and doubled to a height of hundreds of millions of feet in an instant. With a deafening roar, the disciples of the Tianwu Academy below were immediately rolled to the ground, their heads buzzing, and their mouths and noses bleeding. Liver and gallbladder split. Xuanhuan stood in the sky full of storms, his back was domineering, and Dang Tianwu stood next to him, looking nervously at the billions of meters tall sea. Splitting dragon whale, and his heart was already filled with monstrous waves. Roar. Behind Xuanhuan, the sea-splitting Xianlong whale let out a huge roar, and directly slammed into Emperor Qian. In front of him, Emperor Qian was extremely small, not even a grain of sand. Seeing this, Emperor Qian's eyes suddenly lit up, and with a wave of his right hand, the 18 and yang wheels of life and death soared out behind him, quickly overlapping each other, expanding infinitely, and collided with the sea-breaking black dragon whale, with a bang. Rumble. The sea-splitting profound dragon whale collided with the 18 and yang wheels of life and death, and the shock wave generated shook the entire one. Dao Shalu with a roar and began to shake violently. The disciples of Tianwu Academy turned pale inside the mask released by Xuanhuan. While their hearts were shaking, they were extremely puzzled. Why would Xuanhuan protect them? Boom. At this moment, Xuanhuan was sent flying backwards by Emperor Qianzin and Yang Wheel of Life and Death. The two had fought for 1,000 rounds in an instant. Xuanhuan was forced to fly upside down, and Xuanhuan judged from this that Emperor Qian's strength was lower than that of Nailan Qing. However, Xuanhuan's injury caused Xuanhuan to frown. If things go on like this, Xuanhuan will definitely lose. Although he was prepared in his heart, he still feels uncomfortable. Thinking of this, he turned his head and said to Dang Tianwu behind him, Dang Tianwu, do you want to be as powerful as Xuanhuan? Dang Tianwu was taken aback for a moment, but immediately realized that her chance had come. Said, Your Majesty, I think. Let Dang Tianwu awaken beyond the limit. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Immediately, Dang Tianwu was sucked in by the black hole. Seeing this, Ba Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. It was the supernatural power. Again. Humph, what are you doing, the Emperor? I don't believe that you can't be abused. Seeing Emperor Qian's aloof posture, he hummed. In the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan and Emperor Qian fought again for 1,000,000 rounds, and the sea-splitting dragon whale behind Xuanhuan had shrunk infinitely to a size of 1,000,000 feet. Emperor Qianzin and Yang Wheel of Life and Death is still extremely bright. Ding. Dang Tianwu has successfully awakened beyond the limit. Does the host choose to release it? The system prompt sounded. Xuanhuan ordered, release it immediately, and call up the attribute list. Dang Tianwu, from Unofficial Legends. Identity, Suzaku Reincarnation. Southern Chisu. Lucky level, the middle stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Supernatural powers, 5 colors turn to the sky. Liang is surging. Magic weapon, 5-color stone. Sparrow fire sickle gun. Inheriting Taoism, flame Taoism. Loyalty, 100/100. The middle stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Good. Seeing Dang Tianwu appearing in front of his eyes, Xuanhuan was quite satisfied. Go ahead, get down on that guy. With a promise, Dang Tianwu fired the sparrow fire sickle spear, and a red bird burst out from behind. In an instant, Dang Tianwu's delicate body was covered in flames. At the same time, Suzaku grows in the wind, and in a blink of an eye, it reaches a height of hundreds of millions of feet. At this time, the yin and yang of life and death continuously impacted on Shur. Wansui's arms, and sparks flew in all directions, flying towards Wandao. Shalu. Blood was bleeding from the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth. He was hit by a powerful force, and kept retreating, in an extremely critical situation. At this moment, Dang Chanyu shot out, knocking several yin and yang wheels of life and death into the air. At the same time, the Liaoyang Avenue unfolded, and countless fireballs the size of thousands of feet turned into shadows all over the sky, heading straight for Emperor Qian. Seeing this, Emperor Qian frowned slightly. Without any hesitation, the 9 yin and yang wheels of life and death rushed out and killed Dang Chanyu. Seeing this, Dang Chanyu spread her pure white hand, and 5 stones of different colors flew out from her palm, dancing around her. As her cultivation reached the ancestral realm of the primordial origin of the primordial realm, the quality of the 5-color stone was automatically promoted to the treasure of heaven. And this heavenly Tao treasure cannot be promoted by any chaos supreme treasure. Only those treasures with special functions can be promoted. And the 5-color stone, as a rare treasure in the world, was also promoted. The moment her cultivation base was promoted, the 5-color stone flew out, and it grew loudly, and the 5-color light instantly illuminated the starry sky, making it extremely dazzling. The 9 yin and yang wheels of life and death disappeared instantly when they were irradiated by the colorful light released by the 5-color stone. Emperor Qian's eyes widened immediately. What kind of treasure is this? Emperor Qian was surprised. At this time, his connection with the 9 yin and yang wheels of life and death seemed to be blocked by something. He couldn't sense it at all. It was as if it had completely disappeared from this world. However, Emperor Qian was only surprised, not afraid, and the 9 yin and yang wheels of life and death whirled out again, but this time only hovered on his back for a moment, then disappeared with a frown. Emperor, your subordinates are very good. Emperor Qian looked at Dang Chanyu and Xuanhuan and said with a slight smile, Emperor Qian, what are you going to do? You won't hit me if you say a word? Xuanhuan still wanted to conscript Ba Xiaomos and Hong Meng, but this guy died down. Depressed him. Feeling Xuanhuan's displeased papaya ointment, Chandy rolled his eyes and said, okay, you can clear the level now. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was stunned. The guy who was so domineering just now is so easy to talk to? Everyone looked at Xuanhuan, because they knew that Xuanhuan's relationship with Emperor Qian must be unusual. Who is this person? Ouyang Wuji was puzzled. Although he had guessed, it was obvious that he was not fully sure of his guess. This person claims to be the Emperor of Heaven and is rebuilding, which proves that he was very powerful before. Next to him, the Reverend Ba Xiaomozhen, the ancient Emperor Qian, let him go. Is he really the legendary Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Emperor Academy? If it is really the Emperor of Heaven, then everything can be explained. Thinking of this possibility, all the disciples of Tianwu Academy became short of breath. Them? Actually, saw the legendary Emperor of Heaven? Come on, talk to me. Xuanhuan shouted loudly. Even though his cultivation base is low, he is still extremely strong. Everyone in Tianwu Academy was very excited. The Emperor of Heaven is the Emperor of Heaven, facing the strongest in the world. He is still extremely domineering. It was said that Emperor Qian really fell from the sky and came to Xuanhuan. Very naturally. Dang Chanyu and Xuanhuan were shocked, and quickly stood in front of Xuanhuan. It's okay, he won't hurt me. Although Xuanhuan said so, they, as courtiers, still stood beside Xuanhuan. On one left and one on the right, staring at Emperor Qian. God, what happened to you? I didn't have time to talk with you last time. I want to ask you clearly now. He was very puzzled, but he didn't believe it. After countless years, Su Hao was a genius who had entered the Dao realm. Su Haoyan must have encountered an unimaginable disaster. He has walked in the world for countless thousands of years, and with a single round talent, he only admires Su Haoyan. It's not important, tell me the truth, where is your true self? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The Emperor Qian in front of him is not the deity, how could it be possible? Emperor Qian was also shocked by Su Haoyan's words. How did you find out? Su Haoyan's cultivation base is far behind his, so how can you tell that he is not the deity? Humph, do I still need to look at this? Your Emperor Qian's cultivation level in the chaotic period is almost the same as mine. I don't believe that. Countless billions of years have passed, and you are still just the ancestor of the primordial origin, unless you are just a clone. Su Haoyan's explanation immediately made Emperor Qian show a bright smile. He who knows me is also the Emperor of Heaven. That's right, I'm just the domain spirit that he created Wan Dao Kill Road. And I'm also a clone. In order to improve the level of Kill Road, the deity created me. Emperor Qian's avatar replied honestly. Then where is your true self? Su Haoyan asked again. In the chaotic period, Su Haoyan, Emperor Qian and Nalanking cherished each other. So many years have passed, Su Haoyan misses them very much. I'm not sure about this. The deity's whereabouts are erratic, and he only comes back every billion years. There are still 500 million years before the next return. Emperor Qian's avatar opened his mouth and said. Su Haoyan sighed, it seems that Emperor Qian is the same as Nalan Qing, the strong are lonely. Because I encountered a catastrophe, I am rebuilding. Although my cultivation base is not very good for the time being, I will surpass you soon. Su Haoyan briefly introduced the situation he encountered. However, Emperor Qian's eyes narrowed. It must not be easy for the Emperor of Heaven to rebuild. He couldn't imagine how painful Su Haoyan must have been at that time. Not only him, but also Baxia, Deng Chanyu, Xuanhuan, and others were puzzled. God, where are you going next? Emperor Qian asked Avatar. Well, I created a force called Haoshanting during the reconstruction, and it is now developing in the land of the ancient sages. I believe that it will not take long to unify the lands of the ancient sages, and then they will move forward to develop. Su Haoyan said softly. Emperor of Heaven, during the chaotic period, you were the teacher of all living beings. You preached several times, and I don't know how many extraordinary talents you have cultivated. Now I see that you have many kinds of Taoism, which is really rare in my life. I don't know how you did it. Emperor of Heaven. Emperor Qian's avatar was puzzled at this moment. He discovered that there are several kinds of avenues coexisting in Su Haoyan's body. All are no less than his killing avenues. It surprised him very much. I can't tell you this. Now you believe that I will definitely come from behind. At that time, the three of us will get together and have a big battle. Su Haoyan said boldly. Okay, I'm looking forward to what the Emperor said. Emperor Qian's avatar had a smile on his face, without any affectation. Well, it's time for me to leave. As he said that, the Supreme Nine-Dragon chair appeared under Su Haoyan's body in an instant, and he was about to leave. He was delayed for a long time in Wan Dao Killing Road, and he wanted to go back to Haoyan Court to have a look Well, I hope the Emperor will have a smooth journey. In addition, the clearance of Wandao Shalu rewards the Killing Light group. Does the Emperor want it? Of course, how much can I take? Xiaozi asked him to take as much as he had, but he had no hope. Now he has more than 30 in his hand. Others can't. You can have as much as the Emperor wants. Emperor Qian nodded with a smile, and then waved his hand. Countless killing light clusters flew out from his sleeves, and were put away by Su Haoyan. Immediately, he turned his head and said to everyone, "Let's go." Su Haoyan didn't say thank you for taking someone else's killing light group. He and Emperor Qian, Nalanqing will not be polite. Seeing this, all the disciples of Tiandi Academy came to Su Haoyan. Obediently, feeling ashamed one by one. The Emperor of Heaven is the God in their hearts, their lifelong belief, and the true ancestor, but they have lost face in front of their belief along the way, and the pain in their hearts can be imagined. Especially Ouyang Wuji, he regretted endlessly. There was a huge opportunity in front of him before, and he didn't cherish it. Being able to talk to the Emperor of Heaven is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but unfortunately he missed it. Well, send it to the God of Heaven. With a wave of Emperor Qian's hand, everyone felt their eyes go dark. The next second, Su Haoyan opened his eyes and found that everyone was in an abandoned continent. Ding. Complete the main quest, successfully walk out of 10,000 ways to kill. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to cross the tribulation of the Grand Mist, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to inherit the Taoism, a chance to awaken the loyalists, and a chance to the Grand Mist. Opportunity to be recruited. 10 chances for a dungeon of the strong, 10 chances for the peak of the strong. At this time, the system prompt sounded suddenly, indicating that they had left Wandao Shalu. Boom. At this moment, his body suddenly creaked, and his mana burst out like a flood. That broke a dike. At the same time, his cultivation base rapidly increased. The rest, including everyone in Tiandi Academy, have been strengthened to varying degrees. Only Deng Chanyu and Xuanhuan did not have this phenomenon, because the two of them had already returned when they awakened beyond the limit. Your Majesty is going to break through again, and I don't know how strong it will become this time, Xuanhuan said with emotion. At the same time, there was a look of anticipation in his eyes, because he felt that the higher Su Haoyan's cultivation base, he would be able to improve his cultivation base again in the future. Deng Chanyu stared at Su Haoyan for a long time before saying, "Whether you become enlightened or not is not a problem." Boom. At this moment, Su Haoyan's mana quickly reached a new height in the skyrocketing. Hongmeng entered the late stage of Taoism. Moreover, the speed of mana skyrocketing remained unabated and continued to increase, and the resulting aftermath shook the continent under his feet. At the same time, the disciples of Tiandi Academy were also making breakthroughs. However, after meeting Su Haoyan, especially following Su Haoyan, the number of their kills dropped sharply. So soon, some people stopped at the late stage of the Dao Hunyuan Super Saint realm. Up among them, Ouyang Wuji's cultivation base has increased very quickly. In Wandao Sha Road, he has killed countless enemies, and naturally the accumulated mana will not be small. At this moment, Su Haoyan's heart was full of enthusiasm. He had spent 3 years in Wandao Shalu, and he had accumulated incalculable mana. Using these mana, he wanted to achieve enlightenment in one fell swoop. system extract the inheritance of Taoism. After completing the task of leaving Wandao to kill the road, he plans to draw rewards to see if there is a way suitable for his inheritance. Ding. The system is extracting the Dao inheritance for the host. The system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan controlled his mana to increase his cultivation while waiting for the opportunity to come. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Bright Avenue. Bright Road? This avenue is very special. If I want to inherit this Dao, will it cause fundamental changes in the Dantian universe? Xuanhuan asked. The host's Dantian universe is a universe created in another form. The more various elements in a universe, the more perfect it will be, and the host's cultivation level will increase accordingly. Therefore, the host's inheritance of the Tao of Light has only benefits and no disadvantages. The systematic explanation made Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly brighten, and he said without hesitation, "Inherit the Tao of Light for me." Ding. The system is inheriting the bright way for the host. As the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, Xuanhuan felt his consciousness suddenly paused, and then fell into chaos. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the air of chaos rushed from all directions in the starry sky, rushing into his body. This scene immediately shocked Deng Tianwu and Xuanhuan, who were protecting the Dharma not far away. His Majesty can absorb the energy of chaos? Isn't this too heaven-defying? Although primal chaos Qi is an extremely pure gas in the world, few people can directly absorb it and refine it. But Xuanhuan was different. He used to be the supreme primal chaos, able to absorb the Qi of chaos as aura. And without scruples. Your Majesty, is this an epiphany? Xuanhuan had a look of disbelief. Moreover, he also felt that Xuanhuan's epiphany was not ordinary, and even he, the ancestor of the primordial origin, couldn't see through its mystery. Soon, Xuanhuan's aura rose steadily again, and his physical body crackled like popping beans. The resulting storm pushed everyone back. At the same time, in Xuanhuan's body, in the Dantian universe, the world tree suddenly shook violently, and the bodies of the yin and yang twins were climbing rapidly like the main body. The whole world is gradually changing in this huge storm. Boom, boom. Xuanhuan broke through again, and Hongmeng entered the Tao realm of great perfection. The gust of wind swept the air of chaos all over the sky, coiling around Xuanhuan's body. At this time, in the originally dark Dantian universe, a little light suddenly appeared. This light was only a little bit at first, and compared with the whole universe, it seemed extremely small. However, with the further improvement of Xuanhuan's cultivation base, the photoelectricity gradually became larger, and in an instant it became as huge as a planet. Suddenly, light came to this world and illuminated the earth, and everything began to be bathed in light. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. Xuanhuan's aura rose again with the coming of the light in the Dantian universe. Countless chaotic qi, like crazy, penetrated into Xuanhuan's body at a speed visible to the naked eye, making his aura unstoppable and rising continuously. Boom. On the abandoned continent, Xuanhuan finally broke through the shackles and successfully became a Taoist. The aura is grand and majestic, making the disciples of the Heavenly Emperor Academy who have been away from this place show expressions of admiration on their faces. At this time only Xuanhuan and Baxia are still improving their cultivation in the entire continent. Soon, Xuanhuan's cultivation gradually weakened, and soon stopped at the peak of the early stage of the Hongmeng Rongdao realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully inheriting the bright way. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a Dao existence. The system rewards the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation. The system prompt sounded at this moment, pulling Xuanhuan back to reality. Emperor Qian's avatar saw all this in Wandao Shalu, and also set off a huge wave in his heart. Just now Xuanhuan was obviously comprehending the Dao. He thought it would take several years for him to comprehend the Dao, but he didn't expect that just a Tokyomi would comprehend the Dao. This made him even more confused. About Xuanhuan. Heavenly Emperor, since the time of chaos, I have been unable to see through you. Now my cultivation base is obviously higher than yours, but why I still can't see through you? What kind of existence are you? Emperor Qian's avatar muttered to himself. The other side. Elder Lu of Tiandi Academy was already standing in the void, looking at Xuanhuan, feeling the breath of the starry sky and the avenue. His face was unpredictable. However, at the next moment, his eyes suddenly widened with a look of disbelief. One of them fell, and they all walked out of the way of death. How is this possible? Naturally, they were referring to Ouyang Wuji and other disciples of Tiandi Academy. Such a dreamlike fact made this elder Lu stunned. Opposite him, a figure suddenly flew out of the golden palace above the crows of the Golden Crow clan. This person is a woman wearing a long black palace dress. She looks beautiful, but her face is indifferent. At this moment, he felt the aura of the Dao wafting in the starry sky, and a little worry appeared on his pale face. On an abandoned continent, Xuanhuan was very happy to become the Daoist. The purpose of his trip has also been achieved. At the same time, he also retrieved Baxia in this trip of Wandao, killing the road, which can be said to have exceeded the plan. Speaking of Baxia, at this moment, a voice sounded from beside him. Master, the apprentice is incompetent, and he still hasn't broken through his cultivation. With bitterness and loneliness on Baxia's face, it was obvious that he was very disappointed with his performance. System, let Baxia Hongmei recruit, let him awaken beyond the limit. As the system prompt sounded, a black hole suddenly appeared above Xuanhuan's head, sucking Baxia, who was still depressed, into it. Soon, 10 seconds passed in a flash. Ding! Overlord awakened successfully. May I ask the host to release it? Release, and bring up the property list. Xuanhuan ordered in his heart. Now, 4 of the apprentices he accepted during the chaotic period have been recruited by him, and Baxia is the 5th. Betrayed 1, and 3 are now missing. Even Kaiyuan didn't know about it. I don't know where they went. Overlord Demon Lord, from the era of chaos. Identity, disciple of the Emperor of Heaven. Lucky level, the early stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Cultivation method, Heavenly Emperor innate Kung Fu. Magic weapon, sky-splitting sword. Supernatural powers, killing in the sky. Dao, Muyuan Dao. Loyalty, 100/100. The early stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. That's right, as expected of the chaotic era, the aptitude can be ranked among the top 10 creatures. Seeing Baxia flying out of the black hole, Xuanhuan was extremely satisfied. Thank you, Master, for your kindness in recreating. In the early stage of achieving the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng, Baxia knew about Xuanhuan's defying nature. Being able to casually create a living being into a super strong man, this kind of supernatural power against the sky made him feel odd, and at the same time strengthened his determination not to leave Su Haoyan. Well, very good, you will guard Haoyan court for me in the future, Su Haoyan said. Whether it's Ba Xiao's performance or his cultivation, he is extremely satisfied. Follow master's orders. Under the bully's cultivation base has been improved, and the trend is surging. Looking back on the past, how lucky were the brothers and sisters? Which one killed my descendants? At this time a cold voice sounded, causing Su Haoyan, Ba Xia, and the others to look up. I saw a group of black crows suddenly flying in the sky, densely packed and countless. On the back of a huge black crow stood a gloomy woman in a palace dress. She looked at Ba Xia, who had a misty aura, and her heart was filled with huge waves. Her cultivation was at the early stage of the ancestral realm of primordial origin, and she couldn't see through Ba Xia. Seeing this, she felt a little regretful in her heart. This group of people was too strong, and she was afraid that she would be overwhelmed. I don't know who your descendants are. I only know that I killed an annoying crow in Wandao Shalu. As soon as Su Haoyan's words came out, the woman in palace costume opposite became angry instantly. Boy, who are you? Report your name and I will not kill unknown people under my claws. I am the Emperor of Heaven. Su Haoyan snorted. Elder Lu, including the woman in palace costume and the elder, Hongmeng Confucianism, who also flew over, were dumbfounded. God? The former teacher of all beings, the founder of Tianwu Academy? Heavenly Emperor? Are you fooling a ghost? Only the Heavenly Emperor has the cultivation base of the harmonious Dao realm? The elder of Hongmeng Confucianism scoffed, thinking that Su Haoyan was lying. Hearing this, Elder Lu of Tianwu Academy not only did not relax, but became even more puzzled, because the disciples of Tianwu Academy headed by Ouyang Wuji were indeed waiting for the elders of Hongmeng Confucianism with great anger. There is a lot of injustice for this guy who claims to be the Emperor of Heaven. Why do they do this? Oh, who are you? Su Haoyan asked without any thought fluctuations. Qi Yunhai of the Hongmeng Confucianism is currently the elder of foreign affairs. My boy, the Heavenly Emperor is the god of the Hongmeng Confucianism. So please don't insult his old man. What this person said was high-sounding, but the contempt for the emperor in his eyes revealed his true thoughts. Hongmeng Confucianism, Mencius sect, are you sure you want to speak to me like this? Su Haoyan burst into laughter. Could it be that this kid's head was caught by the door? There is a statue of himself in Hongmeng Confucianism, so he can't see himself? Humph, those who pretend to be heavenly emperors have only one way to die. Qi Yunhai snorted. The more Su Haoyan is like this, the more this elder Qi thinks that Su Haoyan is a fake. The disdain in his eyes was even worse. I don't care who you are, if you kill my descendants, you will have to pay the due price. The woman from the Golden Crow clan looked a little anxious at this moment and shouted, Your Majesty, let me kill this annoying crow. Su Haoyan said softly. Boy, how dare you do anything to me? Do you know that I am an elder of the Golden Crow clan? The woman in the black skirt shouted in a deep voice. Fuck, you're going to kill me, and you won't let me fight back. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Su Haoyan cursed, and immediately silenced everyone. What's the situation? Is such a foul-mouthed person really the Emperor of Heaven? Haha, Emperor of Heaven? You say you are Emperor of Heaven? What a joke. Elder Qi of Hongmeng Confucianism laughed loudly. No consideration. Xuanhuan is only in the Dao realm of harmony, and half of his foot has already stepped into the tribulation realm. Will he be afraid? Fuck, it's so noisy. Xuanhuan took a step forward, and directly slammed at Elder Qi with a palm. Elder Qi didn't expect Xuanhuan to do it right away. Immediately short of breath, he hurriedly waved his hands to greet him. But the next second he regretted it. He felt a monstrous force rushing towards him like an overwhelming force. Before he could react, he was crushed by Xuanhuan's punch. The body turned into blood mist with a touch. Even a mortal infant Dio couldn't escape. The other side. Who the hell are you? I am the guardian elder of the Golden Crow sect. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, you will be punished by the Golden Crow sect. The screaming stopped abruptly, and with a loud bang, the woman from the Golden Crow tribe was wiped out, and at the same time, the thousands of crows she brought were also blasted into pieces. Although Basya and the opponent's cultivation level are comparable, Basya is an existence that can leapfrog challenges, and it is not a problem to kill the same realm in seconds. Ding. Complete the side mission, the fury of the Golden Crow clan. Get a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken diehard loyalists, a chance to awaken beyond limits, and a chance to summon a strong man. 5 chances to copy a strong man. The system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind, without causing him the slightest emotional fluctuation. At this time, Xuanhuan tore the void and appeared next to Xuanhuan, immediately making Basya, Xuanhuan, and Deng Chanyu nervous. They all stared at Xuanhuan. Hey, boy, you are very unusual. You have become enlightened. It saved me a lot of preparation. TSK, if you merge with the Dao in the next step, maybe you can directly surpass the Dao of Heaven. You really deserve to be the Emperor of Heaven. What Xuanhuan said instantly stunned Elder Lu of Tiandi Academy. God? Is he really the Emperor of Heaven? Elder Lu's eyes suddenly became hot. He wished he could kneel in front of Xuanhuan immediately. The Heavenly Emperor was the supreme power they had been pursuing. Hey, Heavenly Emperor, I really envy you that you have such a strong man under your command. At this time, Emperor Qian's avatar suddenly appeared, staring at Xuanhuan with fiery eyes, full of fighting spirit. Well, he is indeed my subordinate, and he is not well known. Xuanhuan said in an unpredictable and profound way. Xuanhuan didn't refute, but looked back. What are you? Don't worry about anything, how about we fight? Emperor Qian's avatar squinted his eyes, and came to Xuanhuan. The two of them were less than half a meter apart, and they looked at each other and refused to accept each other. Seeing this, everyone became nervous. Even Basya was extremely shocked. With his current cultivation base, he still couldn't see through the cultivation base of the two of them. It's really shocking enough. Hurry up, hit or not. Chandi shouted domineeringly. Dressed in robes, it feels very oppressive. Although Xuanhuan had some headaches, he did not stop this kind of fighting. He had no right and no reason to stop the battle between the strong and the strong. I'm overthinking myself. Xuanhuan took a sip of wine and said contemptuously. Afterwards, he smiled secretly at Xuanhuan, and opened and closed his lips a few times. In the next second, he tore through the void and walked in on his own. Emperor. Qian laughed and followed in. Here, only Xuanhuan and his party and the fanatical elder Lu were left. After they left, Xuanhuan stuck out his tongue and said, "Your Majesty, who of these two guys is stronger?" As soon as this remark came out, everyone looked at Xuanhuan, obviously wanting to know how strong the two are. It's just a clone of Emperor Qian. If it is the deity, it can really win. Now, defeat is certain. After all, Xiaozi defeated Nalanking. Xuanhuan glanced at his left front and back indiscriminately, and said with a smile, "Hiss." Everyone gasped. They couldn't imagine that the sloppy old man was so powerful. Just now? Hey, Heavenly Emperor, your mistake is that you shouldn't let them leave you. Now, who else can save you? At this time a gloomy voice suddenly sounded, and then, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of Xuanhuan's left. This figure was wearing a black brocade robe with a ferocious ghost head painted on it, coupled with the black air steaming all over his body. It looked extremely frightening. Ghost religion? Elder Lu's face was horrified, and his face turned pale instantly. "What the hell are you? Why did you kill me?" "My nether ghost teaches Yan Luo Ghost King Chi Duo." "Boy, you should never have killed that little baby of the Golden Crow clan, let alone the little princess of the Golden Crow clan. You will have to pay a heavy price for this." As the figure spoke, it turned around and came to a place 1,000 meters away from Xuanhuan, staring at Xuanhuan firmly, full of resentment. "Oh, you're talking about that Xuanhuan? Well, I did kill him, and I did kill a Golden Crow woman just now." "Why, you want to avenge them?" Xuanhuan said lightly. Elder Lu of Tiandi Academy was stunned. No one in the ancient Holy Land knows that Xuanhuan of the Tianwu tribe is about to marry a ghost girl from the Nether Ghost sect as his wife. And the little princess of the Tianwu tribe is one of the 12 ghost kings of the Nether Ghost sect, and the wife of the ghost king Yan Luo. That is, the wife of the shadow in front of me. He smiled wryly. The Emperor of Heaven offended two sects at the same time by killing Xuanhuan. "Humph, kid, let's see who can save you this time." "Humph, a ghost in the middle stage of the primordial ancestor realm can turn the world upside down." Dang Tianwu, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly came to Chi Duo, the ghost king of Yan Luo. The 5-color stone in her hand expanded rapidly, and became as huge as a star in an instant. The whole scene is so spectacular that the disciples of Tiandi Academy behind them are speechless. The 5-color stone has advanced to become a Taoist soldier, coupled with Dang Chanya's cultivation base in the middle stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. It directly beats the ghost king Yan Luo. Elder Lu looked at Dang Chanyu in horror. His head was covered with cold sweat. Ba Xia and Xuanhuan were also dumbfounded. Xuanhuan was also amazed when he saw it. After becoming the ancestral realm of primordial origin, not all the treasures of chaos can become Dao soldiers. Like Qin Xiang's lotus lantern, Taoist Lu Ye's immortal slaying flying knife, and so on. It seems that the holder of the Chaos Supreme treasure can be taken into consideration when promoting subordinates in the future system. Start to extract the inheritance of Taoism. After completing the 2 tasks, he got 2 chances to pass on the Dao law. He had nothing to do, and took the Dao to pass the time. Ding. The system is extracting Taoism inheritance for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the space avenue. The continuous system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan was so excited that he almost stood up from his chair. Space avenue. It's time to get lucky. The inheritance of the 3,000 ways, among which the 3 laws of time and space reincarnation are respected, known as the supreme law. That's right, Dijiang is lucky this time. The first thing Xuanhuan thought about was Dijiang. But as to whether to pass it on to him, we have to wait and see. After all, he is also very greedy for this space avenue now. At this time, Xiaozi tore through the void and came to Xuanhuan. Hey, that shady guy is dead? I never thought that your subordinates are so strong. He glanced at Deng Chanyu, Basya, Xuanhuan, and was very surprised. I didn't expect the luck system to improve so quickly in his hands. It seems that my pace has to be accelerated. At this time, Emperor Qian's avatar also returned here, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, which was very different from Xiaozi's. Calm and calm. Let people know the result of the battle at a glance. Heavenly Emperor, your subordinate is really powerful. Emperor Qian's avatar opened his mouth and said. His true self is upright, and so is his avatar. If you lose, and there is nothing to hide. Well, goodbye then, I'm going back. Xuanhuan said. Xiaozi has no opinion. Xuanhuan turned his head to Ouyang Wuji and the others and said, you guys should go back too. While speaking, dozens of killing light clusters flew out of his sleeves, and the disciples of Tiandi Academy fell into their hands without any mental preparation. Seeing this, the disciples of Tiandi Academy were shocked at first, and then they knelt down one after another, saying excitedly, Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reward. At this time, Elder Lu also flew over and asked cautiously, Are you really the Emperor of Heaven? The Emperor of Heaven who created the Emperor Academy himself? Elder Lu is not the original team member of Tiandi Academy, but was recruited by Tiandi Academy later. I am longing for the legendary figure of Emperor Tian. Now that I see the real person, I feel a little nervous. Well, that kid Xuanhuan is okay? Xuanhuan asked. At the same time, the naughty scene of Xuanhuan when he was a child flashed in his mind. Countless years have passed, but Xuanhuan has lived up to his expectations and built the Tiandi Academy quite well. Hearing this, Elder Lu and the disciples behind him became even more excited. Xuanhuan's words were tantamount to acknowledging his relationship with Tiandi Academy. This is quite happy for them. With the return of the Heavenly Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor Academy will be a blockbuster. Your Majesty, Elder Qi of Hongmeng Confucianism is a sinister villain. Behind the foundation of Hongmeng Confucianism, it is rumored that there is a deputy leader of Hongmeng Confucianism standing behind him, so Your Majesty, you should be careful. Finally, Elder Lu reminded. It doesn't matter, if Mencius bent the law for personal gain, I was able to make the Hongmeng Confucianism established in the past, and now I can also destroy it in an instant. After speaking, Xuanhuan took his subordinates and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he said to Elder Lu, if possible, let Emperor Xuanhuan come to see me in the Six Emperors City, the ancient Holy Land. At the same time, let him inform Mencius that I will return, and let him come to see me. He is a little disappointed in Mencius now. A good Confucianism has been managed in a mess. Could it be that he is a fool for Zhangjiao of Confucianism? A group of people left in the cloud, looking at Xuanhuan's figure gradually going away. Elder Lu was filled with emotion. Xiaozi, take me back to Haoyan Court first. Xiaozi smiled slightly, waved his big sleeves, wrapped the 4 of them and disappeared into the starry sky. In the colorful star path, Xuanhuan had nothing to do, so he decided to use up the last chance to inherit the Taoism system. Extract the inheritance of Taoism for me. Ding. The system is extracting Taoism inheritance for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Dou of Huanbi. Return to the way? As soon as the system prompt fell, Xuanhuan was a little stunned. The so-called return to the other way is to return the way of the other person with the way of others. The system briefly explained. Let Xuanhuan's eyes light up, steal other people's spells during the battle, and then fight back. This thing is very similar to Murong Fu's Kung Fu. Not bad. As for who to pass it on to, he hasn't figured it out yet. We'll talk about it then. Ding. A side mission is triggered. Golden Crow's Revenge. Mission details. Because the host killed the most potential princess and her apprentice of the Golden Crow, the entire Golden Crow was furious. The Golden Crow has issued a pursuit order to kill the host. If the host destroys the Golden Crow clan or makes the Golden Crow clan afraid of the host and cancels the pursuit of the host, the system will reward the host with a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken loyalists, and a chance to be recruited by Hongmeng, a chance for the system's favor. 5 chances for a copy of the strong. Ding. Trigger a side mission, the Wrath of the Ghost Sect. Mission details. Because the host killed Chi Duo, the Ghost King of Yama, the Ghost Sect was furious and decided to bloodbath the Haotian court. If the host destroys the Nether Ghost Sect or makes the Nether Ghost Sect fear the host and dare not retaliate, the system will reward the host with a chance to cross the tribulation, a chance to be recruited, a chance to inherit Taoism, and a chance to die loyally. A chance to awaken, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to summon a superpower. At this time, 2 system prompts sounded in succession, making Xuanhuan, who was thinking about how to promote his subordinates when he went back, slightly taken aback. I really didn't expect the Nether Ghost Sect and the Tianwu clan to get the news so quickly. However, this is also good, it is best to send the mission. Hurry up, can you hurry up? Old man, can't you use a little strength? It's too bad. Hey, can you do it? Don't be a silver pewter gunhead. Xuanhuan urged all the way, exposing the blue veins on Xiaoyozi's old face. And he really wanted to turn around and slap Xuanhuan to death. Basha and the others wanted to laugh out loud, such a strong Xiaoyozi had no temper at all in front of Xuanhuan. Stop urging, what are you doing, you'll be there soon. Xiaoyozi gritted his teeth. At this time an abandoned continent floating in the starry sky was extremely vast, but there was no human activity, only all kinds of beasts all over the mountains and plains, screaming at each other. Somewhere in this continent, 3 creatures who covered themselves in armor of gold, silver, and copper stood together with serious faces, silent, as if they were waiting for someone. Their aura is extremely strong, and no ferocious beast dares to step in within 1,000 miles around. Soon, an old man wearing a purple gold armor appeared in front of the 3 of them. The old man's complexion is dull, his facial features are normal, there is nothing unusual about it. But the temperament of the whole person is much more domineering than the 3 people facing him. On his purple gold armor was engraved with a shining silver sky character. Heavenly Guardian. Sea Lord Tianwu. The 3 respectfully greeted Tao. The sound shook the 4 fields. The old man known as Tianwu is the most powerful person in the Tianwu League. Except the leader, and his name is Yu Tiandizuan. If Xuanhuan or Xuanhuan, Xiaotian and other former members of the Heavenly Emperor's palace were here again, they would definitely recognize that this person was none other than the youngest of the Heavenly Emperor's 9 disciples. The Tianwu of the Tianwu League, Yu Tiandizuan. In the former chaotic period, it may not be obvious. After all, at that time, there were emperors of heaven, Emperor Kaiyuan, Baxia Mozan, Venerable Liang, and other celestial emperors. Yutian was too ordinary. But if it is put into the present, many people know that there is a Tianwu named Emperor Yutian in the Tianwu League, whose strength is second only to Ziwei, the leader of the Tianwu League. But what is strange is that Yu Tiandizuan should be well known outside as the apprentice of the Emperor of Heaven, but many people don't know him, and they don't even know who the leader of the Tianwu League is. Lin Hua, Tong Ming, Li Li, you three have joined the Sky Alliance for a long time, right? Upon hearing this, Li Li, the only woman among the three kneeling on the ground, said, returning to Lord Tianwu, the three of us have joined the Heavenly Alliance for 12 billion years. As soon as these words came out, Lin Hua and Tong Ming, who were kneeling on her left and right sides, bowed their heads respectfully. Well, then, do you know what the ultimate goal of the establishment of the Tianming is? Emperor Yutian asked again. Li was slightly taken aback, but immediately replied, the guard of the Emperor of Heaven. Protecting the Emperor of Heaven is the top priority. Very well, now that the Emperor of Heaven returns, I will send the three of you to carry out the mission. Secretly protect the Emperor of Heaven. Are you three willing? Emperor Yutian ordered in a deep voice. His tone was harsh and did not allow for rebuttal. The return of the Emperor of Heaven? As soon as these words came out, the three of them trembled all over, their faces full of disbelief. Li immediately said, the three of us are willing. Emperor Yutian was very satisfied. If it wasn't for some reason, he and the leader of the Heavenly Alliance would definitely go to the ancient sacred land to personally protect the Heavenly Emperor. Now the Lord is restrained by the primordial beings, and he sent me a message. He expected that the Jinwu clan, the Qingming clan of the Nether Ghost sect, and the Chaos Temple are all eyeing the Heavenly Emperor. This seat intends to go to these four major forces in person, and your task is to lurk outside the city of the six emperors, the ancient Holy Land, and solve all the little people who are going to find trouble. Ugly words said earlier, if the Emperor of Heaven loses a hair, I will not care about love. Can the three of you hear clearly? When Lin Hua, Li, and Tong Ming heard this, instead of being frightened, they became excited. The three of them are all orphans taken in by the Lord Tianwu and the mysterious leader in front of them, and they have been indoctrinated with the idea of being loyal to the Emperor since childhood. They take protecting the safety of the Emperor of Heaven as their own duty. And it is their highest honor to be able to protect the safety of the Emperor of Heaven and serve as the guardian of the Emperor of Heaven. Master Tianwu, don't worry, the three of us will protect the safety of the Emperor of Heaven. We will pledge our allegiance to His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. The three answered in unison. The expression is serious and powerful. Their cultivation bases are all in the middle stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial origin, and in the land of the ancient sages. They can be said to be the strongest at the top. Can walk sideways. Be fearless. Well, let's go. Emperor Yutian respected. As soon as his words fell, the three turned and disappeared. Emperor Yutian looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "Master is back, and I, the heavenly guard who hides in the dark, should also be born." The land of the ancient sages, the Tiandi interface, where the 6 emperors' city is located. Now, with the strong entry of Haotian court and the conquests everywhere, this place is officially named as Haotian interface. And the 6 emperors' city has also become the power center of the Haotian interface. Su Haotian, who was standing in the starry sky, was extremely satisfied when he watched the endless stream of creatures coming and going in and out of the 6 emperors' city. Baxia, Xuanhuan, and Dang Chuanyu were stunned by the prosperity before them. And Xiaoyozi has disappeared. Before leaving, he told Su Haotian to explain the work at hand as soon as possible, and then left with him to do the final Dao fusion with Su Haotian. In a quarter of an hour, His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is out. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is enlightened. Boom. As soon as these two news came out, the entire 6 emperors' city erupted. Instantly. Previously, only a few people knew about Su Haotian's departure, and Su Haotian was practicing in closed doors to the outside world. It is common for a cultivator to retreat. However, in just 3 years, he became a Taoist. Let Haotian interface vibrate completely. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor has accomplished the Tao after only 3 years of retreat? His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven is truly a genius. Don't hesitate, surrender quickly. The Emperor of Heaven will definitely step up his conquest against us when he leaves the customs. It is better to surrender to save our lives than to die without a place to die. TSK, as expected of the Eternal Emperor, even if it is rebuilt, it will be unstoppable. In less than half a day, the news that the Heavenly Emperor had left the customs and achieved the Tao was quickly spread by those who were interested. Countless universes were in an uproar in an instant. Only 1 day has passed, and the universe, which is still swinging from side to side, voted for Haotian one after another. At this moment, Su Haotian held a court meeting of Haotian court in the newly built Tiandi Palace in 6 Emperor City. Soon, all the immortal officials above rank 5 in Haotian court gathered in Tiandi Palace. Su Haotian sat on the supreme 9-dragon chair, smiling and looking at the tens of thousands of civil and military officials below. The whole hall is 10,000 meters long. At this time all the immortal officials knelt down to pay respects to Tao. See Your Majesty. Congratulations to Your Majesty on your success. Standing next to Su Haotian, Xuanhuan Xiaotian shouted loudly, "The court meeting begins." Seeing the excited expressions of tens of thousands of immortal officials below, Su Haotian was very satisfied. During the period of my retreat, what kind of situation has heavenly courts control over the entire Haotian interface reached? Su Haotian asked softly. Lu Bowen stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, up to now, 98% of the front part of the universe has returned to the heavenly court, plus the addition of first-class forces such as the evil Dao territory, Kaiyuan, Liang, etc. It is the entire ancient sage. The land is almost included in the territory of the heavenly court." Lu Bowen's voice was excited, he paused, and then began to speak. It took a full hour before Lu Bowen finished reporting the current situation. Su Haotian nodded slightly, then Lu Bowen withdrew and Baigan came out to report the current financial and resource situation of Haotian court. An interface must have at least 7 or 8 Dao planes. Putting all these wealth together, that is an absolutely astronomical figure. Soon, after the civil servants had finished speaking, more and more military Officers came out and began to speak. 3 hours passed quickly. At this moment, Lubu clasped his fists one step at a time and said, "Your Majesty, spies have reported that the aura of demons was recently discovered in the 6th Emperor's city. I heard that the Hongmeng demon sect deep in the ancient Holy Land is about to move. We mean Heavenly Court. The demon ancestor of the Hongmeng demon sect?" Xuanhuan frowned slightly. Since the death of the regretful demon ancestor, the Hongmeng demon sect sent 3 waves of strong men to attack him. They were all killed by him with tyrannical means. Unexpectedly, they still don't give up. This is going to kill themselves. Master, this disciple has some understanding of the primordial demon sect. They were determined to win the old sage's land. Master has robbed them of their business. That's why they don't stop dying. If we want to get rid of this harassment, there is only one way. That is to uproot the primordial demon sect. At this time, Mo Yentian came out and said, "It is inevitable to eradicate the primordial demon sect, but it is not now." When Xuanhuan said this, although Mo Yentian felt strange, he didn't say anything. Next, Xuanhuan listened to the movements of various armies, and learned that the number of troops in Haotian court has exceeded trillions, of which the number of soldiers in the realm of saints alone has reached tens of billions. And hundreds of billions of soldiers above Dou Yu and Jishan reached hundreds of thousands of Chaos Supreme Emperor realm. Such a number is enough to show that the strength of Tian has reached a terrifying level. There are strong people coming to worship every moment. In just 3 years, Haotian court has become the biggest force in the old Sage land. The faces of the immortal officials in Haotian court are always filled with bright smiles. The court meeting lasted for more than 10 hours before it ended when everyone was still unsure. Afterwards, Xuanhuan kept black and white impermanence. The rest all retreated, including Xuanhuan Xiaotian and his bodyguard Qinglingzi, the king of giant spirits. But he has plans for the giant spirit god. He decided to recruit him to the primordial spirit, and let him become his bodyguard in a veritable name. When only the 3 of them were left in the main hall, He Wucheng asked with a puzzled expression, "Your Majesty, is there any task for us brothers?" "Well, you 2 have been with me for a long time, so I decided to make you 2 stronger." Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Black and white impermanence was taken aback for a moment, but he immediately became excited. The 2 brothers had been waiting for this day for a long time. "Your Majesty, we 2 brothers are willing." Bai Wucheng trembled. The system passes the Yin-Yang Dao to black and white impermanence. On the way back from Wan Dao's killing, Xuanhuan used up his last chance to inherit Taoism and drew it to the Yin-Yang Dao. Immediately thought of black and white impermanence. Black and white impermanence has awakened beyond the limit, and he is letting the 2 pass on the Taoism. Then go through the tribulation of Hongmeng, and the strength will definitely double. Afterwards, the black, white and impermanent duo were sucked in by the purple gold light between Xuanhuan's brows. On a purple planet, a creature covered in bruises was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by purple mist, covering his face so that he couldn't see his face clearly. At this time, the demonic energy on the planet was rampant, and in an instant, a mighty man in a yellow robe condensed in front of this creature. Qingzi Xingling said at this time, "Tai Chi is supreme. How many times have I said it? I will not leave with you." "Hey, Xianyi, I know that you want to become stronger, but it is impossible to rely on yourself alone. Just follow me, and I will make you a primordial god." like existence. The whole body of the mighty man was covered by a strong devilish energy. At this time, the voice was full of evil breath, which made people feel trembling and scalp numb. Becoming a primordial god? Tai Chi is supreme, are you talking nonsense? Xianyi's cultivation has been blocked in the great consummation realm of Hongmeng Rongdao realm for countless thousands of years, and has not been able to break through, so after hearing the words of Tai Chi Supreme, the persistence in his heart was loosened. Humph, kid, you know very well in your heart that you and I are just evil thoughts and useless avatars exiled by the primordial gods. The final fate is to be wiped out. If you don't fight for it, how can you escape the arrangement of fate? The voice of Taiji supremacy sounded again, causing Xianyi to fall into deep thought. Half an hour. Taiji supremacy, what are you going to do? It is impossible to become a primordial god. You have already achieved independent consciousness. Do you really want to break away from this deity and become an independent individual? Xianyi gritted his teeth and asked. The deepest part of the old sacred land is the primordial mist. He once wanted to enter, but failed. Although he was extremely curious about Hongmeng, but he was transformed by the evil thoughts of the gods of Hongmeng. How could the gods of Hongmeng let him return to Hongmeng? So he has been living on the edge of the ancient holy land for countless thousands of years. By chance, he met Tai Chi Supreme, who has been pestering him for hundreds of millions of years, making him very annoying. Although this seed is just an avatar, it already has an independent will. I want to get rid of the control of fate, and I want to become a primordial god. And even surpass the primordial god. Xianyi, you were exiled by the primordial god. Instead of living on your own, it's better to give it a go. You should think about it. As the voice fell, Tai Chi Supreme disappeared with a gust of black wind. Xianyi fell into silent thought. Ding. The inheritance of black and white impermanence is over. May I ask the host to release it? The anxious Xuanhuan, who was waiting, suddenly heard a system prompt in his mind. Let him look slightly relaxed. In fact, the time it took for black and white impermanence to pass on Taoism is a bit too long. It reached half an hour. It made him wonder whether these two guys were swallowed by the system. Calls the property list. The time has exceeded a lot, is it, because the cultivation base has been improved very high? Impermanence in black and white, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, chaos creature. Inheritance of Taoism, Yin Yang Dao. Lucky level, Hongmeng crossing the tribulation realm. Cultivation method, Yin and Yang Dao method. Magic weapon, soul ecstasy chain. Loyalty, 100/100. Hongmeng crosses the tribulation realm. Yes, there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. After passing through the catastrophe, there is no problem in becoming the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial mists. Thinking about it, Xuanhuan released the two of them. After sending the two away, Xuanhuan recruited the rest of the 7 sages of Meishan in. After handing over the blood-changing treasure exchanged in the Lucky Mall to 6 people and letting them change their blood, he promoted several people. In the end, among all his rewards, there were only 2 rewards left: Space Avenue and Hongmeng transcending tribulation. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan still hasn't made a decision, because he is also very optimistic about the Tao of Space, and he has a premonition that if he inherits the Tao of Space, it will have an unimaginable effect on his Wheel of Fortune. In the end, he decided to save it for a later date. Now there are 6 of the gods and generals of Haotian court whose cultivation base has reached the ancestral state of Yu Hongming's origin. The 7 grand main crossing the tribulation realm may enter the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongming at any time. Now that the Golden Crow and the Nether Ghost sect are powerful, can they still surpass the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial origin? Afterwards, Su Haotian got up and left the main hall, came to the harem. He had to leave with Xiaozi. In the limited time, he wanted to spend more time with his wife and children on the colorful star road of the ancient Holy Land. A purple gold light pierced the starry sky from afar. The speed is as fast as lightning, spanning hundreds of millions of miles in the blink of an eye. On top of the purple gold light, there are countless creatures of various colors standing. Some of them have bird heads and human heads, some have bird bodies and human heads, and only a very small number of them have turned into all human forms. The clothes they wear are roughly the same, but the colors are different. Isn't the battle this time too big? What happened? Yeah, it's been a long time since the saints mobilized so many people. You don't know? The guardian elder of the Holy Clan and his descendants were all killed in Wandao Killing Road. I heard that it was the Emperor of Haoshianshan who shot. Heavenly Emperor? Why are you so familiar? Could it be the Heavenly Emperor that has been enshrined in the Heavenly Emperor Academy for generations? The creatures of the Golden Crow clan were talking about it, and right in front of this purple gold light stood 3 extremely powerful beings. These 3 mighty Golden Crow warriors are headed by a golden armored man. This person is wearing a red gold armor, with a jagged broadsword hanging from his waist, his fiery red cloak fluttering in the wind, and 3 purple gold, red gold, and pale gold feathers on his head. Even in the wind, he is hanging motionless behind the head. He is famous as Wu Lai, the ancestor of the primordial origin of Hongmeng, the existence of Dzogchen realm, and also a Wu king of the Golden Crow clan, and his status is far higher than that of the Dharma protector elder of the Golden Crow clan. And standing next to him is also the King Wu of the Golden Crow clan, whose strength has also reached the great perfection of the ancestral realm of the primordial origin of Hongmeng. The 3 primordial ancestors of the primordial origin of the primordial realm reached the great consummation. If they headed aggressively to the land of the ancient sages, they would definitely set off a bloody rain. No one dared to stop it at all. Heavenly Emperor, you really didn't know how to kill us Jinwu people. My king wants to see if you are the Heavenly Emperor, that Nailan Qing said. Wu Lai shouted in a deep voice. A cluster of red golden flames rose up, quickly covering his whole body. No matter who it is, if they dare to put our holy race in their eyes, they will only be wiped out. However, it is said that the Netherworld Ghost sect has also sent troops. At that time, we have to be careful of them. In addition, the Qingming clan is also eyeing the old sacred land, so we must pay attention to it during this trip. Wu Lai sneered at this. As long as the opponent did not exceed the great perfection of the primordial ancestor realm, he would not be afraid. Your Majesty, the big thing is not good. A large number of enemies have come, and the leader has surpassed the middle stage of the primordial ancestor realm. And there are 3 of them. Lu Bu suddenly appeared in Su Haotian's Shang study, and said anxiously. At this time, Su Haotian was seriously reviewing the memorial. Upon hearing this, he immediately raised his head and asked, "Where are you?" They are still in the star path of the ancient sacred land. Today Emperor Kaiyuan sits at the entrance of the star path, and just sent back the news. In order to curb the enemy's surprise attack, the 6 ancestral realm powerhouses of the origin of the primordial origin of Haotian court guard the entrance of the star path, and find the enemy's tracks as soon as possible, so as to be prepared. Su Haotian nodded, and immediately summoned Lai Yong, Ba Xia, Li Yu and Ba, Deng, Chuanyu, Xuanhuan, and other primordial realm powerhouses. In the next second, Su Haotian was followed by Qingling Nuzu, Lu Bu, and other strong men stood at the entrance of the star path. Nuwa, come here. Su Haotian's face was calm at this time, and he was about to take Nuwa Hongmeng out of the catastrophe. He has been fused with the specified rewards, and has already had 3 chances to cross the tribulation of the primordial mist. What orders does His Majesty have? Nuwa seemed to have thought of something, so her beautiful face suddenly became excited. System, let Nuwa Hongmeng overcome the catastrophe. Promoting subordinates during wartime is already a habit of Su Haotian. The rest of the generals showed no surprise. Soon, a black hole appeared above Su Haotian's head, sucking Nuwa into it. At this moment, a purple-gold light flew out from the star path. It was the army of the Golden Crow tribe. As soon as the army appeared, Dong Huangtai and Dijun's eyes widened. Golden Crow's breath of opportunity? Because they didn't follow Su Haotian to the land of the ancient sages, they didn't know about the Golden Crow clan. Sensing the familiar aura on the golden light at this time, the 2 brothers' eyes showed shock. Heavenly Emperor, what should you do to kill my disciple of the Golden Crow? Saint Clan? Wu Lai's roar shook the starry sky, resounding through the entire old sacred land in an instant, and immediately aroused an uproar. Su Haotian's face was icy cold, filled with cold-killing intent. They have surpassed the late stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial origin, and they are still 3. LV Bu, a strong man in the late stage of the ancestral realm of Hongmeng origin, as the one with the highest cultivation level in the Haotian court, has a dignified expression on his face at this time. Haha, Wu Lai, you came fast enough, but you can't compete with me for the Emperor of Heaven. At this time, another team flew out from the star path of the ancient sacred land, and the Yin Qi was everywhere. Before people could reach the sky filled with Yin Qi, they rushed forward like a torrent. A cold voice came out from the Yin Qi, making people shudder. Nether ghosts teach. Su Haotian's face was a little ugly. These crooked ways must have been planned. The 2 sides joined forces, and it was more certain to kill him. Ding! Nuwa Hongmeng successfully crossed the catastrophe. Will the host be released? At this time, the system prompt sounded, shocking Su Haotian, and hurriedly said, don't release it yet, call out the attribute list. Nuwa, from ancient myths and legends. Titles, Emperor Hua, Emperor Feng, Queen, Empress, Goddess, etc. Magic weapon, recruiting demon banners. San Shengxi. Demon refining pot. 5. Colors divine stone. Wait. Supernatural powers, summon 10,000 monsters. Refining all things. Take charge of the 3 realms. Cultivation method, Happy Creation Sutra. Lucky level, the first level of the 9 profound void realm. Special attributes, it can gather the chi of the 3 worlds of humans, demons, and ghosts, and nourish all spirits. If the host connects the chi of the Haotian court with it, the Nuwa Empress will be more powerful. Loyalty, 98/100. The first level of the 9 profound void realm. Su Haotian's eyes lit up suddenly, which refreshed his realm again. The realm of grand mist starts from entering the Tao of Hongmeng, to the way of fusion of Hongmeng, to the way of heaven of Hongmeng, to crossing the calamity of Hongmeng, and finally to the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng, and now there is the 9 profound void realm. Could it be that above the primordial realm is the number 9? Is it possible to beat Xiaozi, Nalanking, and Emperor Qian in this realm? For a while, Su Haoyan's mouth was dry and his heart beat faster. System, where is the limit of the system now? Su Haoyan asked worriedly. Because the host became enlightened in advance, the growth rate of the system has been accelerated. Now the limit of the system is the 6th level of the 9 profound void realm. As soon as the system said this, a bright smile appeared on Su Haoyan's worried face. At this time, Xiaozi appeared beside Su Haoyan out of thin air, looked at the Nether Ghost sect and the Golden Crow clan opposite him, and immediately cursed. Idiots! Come so fast, how shameless are you? It really embarrasses primordial beings. Primordial creature? Su Haoyan had a strange look on his face. How did Xiaozi know the other party's identity? Why, you can't beat them. The key is that there are more powerful enemies in the dark, Xiaozi said with a frown. It made everyone's hearts rise at once. The Golden Crow and Nether Ghost cult alone are enough for them, and there are enemies. Should they be allowed to live? Su Haoyan's face was calm, and he asked softly, how is the strength of the enemy in the dark? He is not in a hurry now. There is a Nuwa who transcends the primordial realm. What is he afraid of? Beyond the ancestral realm of primordial origin. As soon as these words came out, Su Haoyan's eyes froze. Could it be that he is also a 9 profound void realm? However, it's far behind me. But if I'm caught, what will you do here? Xiaozi said. The tone is a little worried. The strength of Hao Tianting is clear to him. The highest is the great perfection of the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial Meng Meng, and there is only one. It's okay for him to say that if he is restrained, it will be troublesome. It's okay, I will leave the guy in the dark to you, and I will take care of the guys on the surface. Can you? Xiaozi looked at Su Haoyan suspiciously. Scrutinized extremely carefully. Do you think I have no backup? Su Haoyan said shrilly. Seeing Xiaozi surprised, he felt extremely proud. Soon, the army of the Nether Ghost sect also stopped at a place thousands of miles away from the Haoshianshan army. The two great forces and hundreds of millions of troops gathered together, and their momentum made Emperor Kaiyuan and others frowned. With their current strength, they are obviously at a disadvantage. This battle is bound to be extremely hard. Directly in front of the Nether Ghost sect was a dark shadow, only about 1 meter tall, with a thin body, as if a gust of wind could blow it away. However, seeing this, Wu Lai of the Golden Crow tribe shrank his pupils, and just about to open his mouth to say a few words of sarcasm, he swallowed them back. It turned out to be senior men. Your teaching is really generous, and they let you go this far. Wu Lai was a little cautious when speaking, for fear of offending the other party. The other 2 Wu kings, beside him, didn't even dare to vent their breath. Hey baby, do you still want to fight with my old man this time? The dwarf had blood-red eyes, and a look of indifference appeared on his ugly face. Coupled with the cold and stern gaze from the blood-red eyes, the 3 of the Golden Crow tribe felt their scalps go numb. Since you, the old man, are the ones to do it yourself, how can the younger generation compete with you? Wu Lai said with a smile. This dwarf is named Minhang, and although he looks ugly, he is a very hot character in Hongmeng. And the most important thing is his identity. He is the deputy leader of the ghost sect. What frightened them even more was that the guy in front of them was just a clone, but this clone had the same level of cultivation as them, but was stronger than them. No one knows how strong this person's deity is. That's why I'm afraid. A group of mobs are worthy of questioning my majesty. Li Yuanba, who is out of temper, doesn't care what you are, he scolds first. And although the people on the opposite side are unpredictable, but he is also an existence in the middle stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of primordial origin, so how can he be afraid of each other? Thin man, what are you? Wu Lai pretending to be a grandson in front of Minhang does not mean that he has a good temper, on the contrary, his temper is the most explosive. Naturally, Li Yuanba was not allowed to speak wild words. How can you, a black bird, ask me my name? Jinwu was called a black bird, even Dong Tai, who was standing next to him twitched his mouth violently, not to mention Wu Lai, who was out of temper. System, release, Nuwa. As soon as Su Haotian's words fell, Nuwa quickly flew out from between Su Haotian's eyebrows. The move didn't attract much attention. Moreover, Nuwa deliberately suppressed her cultivation, so no one paid attention to her. East Emperor Tai, come here. At this time, Su Haotian spoke again. His Majesty. Dong Tai's expression changed. He knew immediately that his chance had come. System, let the Eastern Emperor Tai Hongmeng overcome the calamity. Following Su Haotian's instructions in his heart, Dong Tai was sucked into Su Haotian's eyebrows. At this time, Wu Lai's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he disappeared suddenly on the spot. When he appeared, he was already in front of Li Yuanba. At this moment, Xiaoyozi suddenly appeared in front of Wu Lai, and slapped Wu Lai without fancy. In Wu Lai's eyes, he felt a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering force rushing toward his face, and he had no time to dodge, and was blown away directly. In an instant, blood spilled into the sky, and all the Golden Crow army opened their mouths wide at such a scene. Even Minhang of the Nether Ghost sect was dumbfounded. Although Minhang's cultivation was higher and stronger than Wu Lai's, he couldn't hurt the opponent with a single strike. The eyes of all living beings fell on Xiaoyozi. He stood 1,000 meters away from Su Haotian, and said coldly, with me, Xiaoyozi, who would dare to make a mistake? There is an incomparably domineering aura in the majesty of the voice. Let everyone in Haotian court get excited immediately. Xiaoyozi? Minhang frowned, trying to find information about Xiaoyozi in his mind, but to his disappointment, he had never heard of Xiaoyozi at all. This person is powerful, we must be very careful. The other two Wu kings of the Golden Crow clan said solemnly. At the same time, ding! Dong Tai Hongmeng successfully crossed the catastrophe. May I ask the host to release it? Calls the property list. Dong Tai, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Demon Emperor. Lucky level, great consummation of the primordial ancestral realm of Hongmeng. Exercise, Golden Crow Sun Sutra. Supernatural powers, the power of the Sun God. Golden Crow transforms. Smiling. Proudly. Magic weapon, Donghuan Bell. Special attribute, Demon Emperor shows power, a natural Demon Emperor, has a strong power to suppress the low-level demon clan. Loyalty, 100/100. That's right, Dong Tai's aptitude is still as good as ever, and the most important thing is that his loyalty has not been lost. Immediately, Su Haotian released Dong Tai. The Eastern Emperor Tai, who had just been released, bowed respectfully to Xuanhuan raised the Eastern Emperor bell and rushed towards the Golden Crow camp. Seeing this, Xiaozi smiled and rushed towards Minhang taught by the Nether Ghost. At this moment, 3 voices suddenly sounded in front of Xingdao. I am Jinwei Linhua of the Tianwu League, who dares to disturb the heavenly Emperor? I am Tong Ming, the Silver Guard of the Tianwu League, who dares to disrespect the Emperor of Heaven? I am Li Li, the Bronze Guard of the Tianwu League, and I swear to defend His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Boom! With the appearance of the 3 figures, everyone in Haotian court immediately exploded. Heavenly Guardian. In Wandao Shalu, Su Haotian once heard the name of the Tianwu League. It is said that the members of the Tianwu League are few, but they are all powerful, and they are a force that cannot be ignored in Hongmeng. The expressions of the 2 Wu Wangs and Min Hang of the Nether Ghost sect changed dramatically when they heard this. Almost freaked out. At this time, Xiaozi had come to the front, covering the 3 people, including Wu Lai. After the appearance of the 3 primordial ancestral realm late stage existences, the powerhouses of the Haotian court were immediately determined. However, Su Haotian's frown became tighter and tighter. Up to now, the powerful enemy in the dark still hasn't appeared, which made him extremely worried. However, the more you worry about something, the more you will come. Just when everyone joined in to kill the army of the Golden Crow clan and the Nether Ghost sect, Su Haotian suddenly stretched out a golden claw in front of him and grabbed Su Haotian. Be careful, Your Majesty. Su Haotian was caught off guard by such a sudden incident, and just as the Qingling female ancestor was about to stand in front of Su Haotian, she was snatched away by a figure. Nuwa teleported to appear in front of Su Haotian, and slapped the golden claw shadow with an expressionless palm. Rumble. The golden light bounced, Nuwa's palm directly shattered the golden claw shadow, and imprinted firmly on Shuiying's chest. Hateful. With an inconceivable and angry voice, a purple gold figure appeared in Su Haotian, 10,000 meters away, in some embarrassment. The dog thief over there, how long will you wait if you don't come out? At this time, Xiaozi suddenly appeared and roared in one direction. At the same time, he looked at Nuwa with a gleam in his eyes. Hey, you can't even feel me, how do you know? At this time an old voice of surprise sounded, which shocked the purple gold figure just now and said, Jin Ming, why are you here, old man? Hey, Zijin Luo, king of the Golden Crow clan, aren't you talking nonsense? Of course it's to take the life of the heavenly emperor. While speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Nuwa. This person was dressed in green, with white hair fluttering in the wind, and a cold face. He is the great elder of the Qingming clan, Jin Ming. In order to kill Su Haotian, he has come here for a long time, although his cultivation has surpassed the primordial realm and reached the first level of the 9 profound void realm. But still not sure. Just when he was about to fish in troubled waters, Xiaozi destroyed his whereabouts. The Zijin Luo, king of the Jinwu clan, Jin Ming, the great elder of the Qingming clan. TSK, what a great handwriting. After Xiaozi killed Minhang forcefully, he handed over the battlefield to Donghuang Taiyai and the others. He stared at Jin Ming and said with a hey smile. Little girl, how about the 2 of us? Xiaozi said to Nuwa with a smile. It is good. With a promise, Nuwa sacrificed the demon banner and killed King Zijin Luo of the Jinwu tribe. Over there, Xiaozi appeared in front of Jin Ming as if teleporting, and kicked him flying away. You. Jin Ming spurted blood and flew backwards. Xiaozi couldn't forgive others. So he followed them away, and soon the two disappeared into the starry sky. Nuwa raised the demon banner with her left hand and refined the demon pot with her right hand, and beat the Zijin Luo king, who was the Jinwu tribe, into retreat. The balance of victory seems to have tilted towards Haoshanting. When the battle between the two sides was in full swing, Su Haoyan felt the crisis. Yingjing, come here. The sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. Su Haoyan decided to create a strong man without any hesitation. Yingjing was startled, but immediately became excited. So soon it was my turn. Let Yingjing Hongmeng overcome the catastrophe. Immediately, Yingjing was sucked in. With the disappearance of Yingjing and the continuation of the battle with Yuan Feng, Haoshanting's side completely occupied the top. Has been suppressed, and Jin Ming was beaten to pieces by Xiaozi. It seemed that the battle was about to end. Ding. Yingjing Hongmeng successfully crossed the catastrophe. May I release you? Call up his attribute list. Qin Shi from Ancient Myths and Legends. Identity, the ancestor of the dragon, the first dragon in the prehistoric era. Luck level, the 4th level of the 9 profound void realm. Cultivation method, the first emperor's sutra. Supernatural powers, Zulong transforms. The color of the mountains and rivers has changed. Magic weapon, subduing dragon sword. Loyalty, 100/100. The 4th level of the 9 profound void realm. As expected of Zulong, it is strong. And it's full of loyalty. However, at this moment. Hey, Heavenly Emperor, when you also have 100 secrets and a sparse one. Your mistake is to send out all the powerful subordinates, which gave me an opportunity to take advantage of. A gloomy voice suddenly sounded, and then a figure wrapped in black air suddenly appeared in front of Su Haoyan, scaring the Qingling Nuzu and the few strong men who were still around Su Haoyan to turn pale with fright. As soon as the black shadow appeared, the cultivation base of the 9 profound void realm was released abruptly, startling Xiaozi in the distance. Nuwa's expression changed dramatically. It's too late to come back. He could only watch helplessly as the black shadow slapped Su Haoyan with his palm. The palm of this hand was 1,000,000 feet in size, covering the sky and the sun, and the endless coercion suddenly fell down, blowing Su Haoyan's robes. How do you know that I have no backup? Facing such a critical moment, Su Haoyan showed a bright smile. At the same time, I commanded in my heart. Releasing Jing. I saw a huge cyan dragon claw protruding from the center of Su Haoyan's brow. And it grew in size very quickly, and became as huge as a mountain in the blink of an eye. With one claw, it smashed the palm that covered the sky and avoided the sun, and then sent the black shadow flying go out. The huge and incomparable force shook the black shadow hidden inside so that he vomited blood and flew backwards. Immediately afterwards, Yingjing stepped out from between Su Haoyan's eyebrows, turning into the true body of the Zulong. With a loud roar, the entire ancient Saint Star Dao was instantly shaken. The ghostly aura of the visitor was dispelled, revealing a skeleton with golden legs, a flesh and blood human being on the upper body, and a skeleton monster with legs. As soon as this monster appeared, Jinwu, who was fighting Nuwa over there, exclaimed in surprise. The Supreme Elder of the Nether Ghost sect, please ask. Why did the Nether Ghost cult send this old monster out? It seems like a fuss. Right? Humph, you are worthy of being the teacher of all beings. Heavenly Emperor. You really have a lot of cards in your hand. Since that's the case, I won't bother you. This guy is really straightforward. When he saw that he was invincible, he chose to leave without delay. Humph, I want to go, it's really beautiful. Yingjing snorted coldly, teleported out, and appeared in front of this monster named Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye, and blasted it away with a single palm. Damn it, Heavenly Emperor, I am the Ghost Emperor of the Primordial Underworld, you must not kill me, or your mighty heavenly court will be lost forever. The monster said sharply to Wenjue. He had no choice but to threaten, and Zhang's grasp directly tore off more than half of the flesh and blood he had cultivated with great difficulty. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't do without Yingjing being 100 meters away from him. Yingjing's Zulong avatar is like a suction cup that firmly controls him in a small place, with a narrow space for movement. Only a very short time passed, and most of the monster's flesh and blood disappeared, leaving only the gleaming golden skeleton. At this time, on the other side, Xiaoyozi struck out a palm like lightning, killing Jin Ming instantly, and with the help of the demon refining pot, Muwa also severely injured Jin Ming. The injured woman's eyes narrowed, and she chose to self-detonate with a bang. And even using the aftermath of the self-destruction, the fairy baby, who was only half of her body, tore through the void with great effort, and disappeared without a trace. Immediately afterwards, Xiang Wenjue of the Nether Ghost sect did the same thing, trying to tear apart the void and flee, but Yingjing was one step ahead and smashed the golden skeleton and the fairy baby to pieces. So far, the three major forces that attacked Haoyan court have almost been wiped out. It can be described as a heavy loss. Su Haoyan is still calm, he is waiting for the system prompt to sound. That means I got some rewards again. Ding. Complete the side mission, the Wrath of the Nether Ghost Sect. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken the loyalists, and an awakening beyond the limit, a chance to summon a superpower. Hearing the system prompt sound, Su Haoyan couldn't help squinting his eyes. It seems that the Jinwu tribe is not giving up. That being the case, when I have time, I will go to Hongmeng and destroy them. Cultivate well. In the future, I will raise everyone's cultivation level. Let's go to the land of the ancient sages to destroy the Golden Crow, the Nether Ghost Sect, and those bugs. Show off the power of the heavens. Su Haoyan ordered loudly. Everyone nodded enthusiastically. Although one escaped in this battle, everyone was more confident. Emperor Kaiyuan's blood boiled when he heard it. In his eyes, this is the real master. Compared with countless years ago, Su Haoyan has become more aggressive. Great ambition, just in line with the appetite of their brothers. At this time, Xiaoyozi came to Su Haoyan, hugging his arms, and said, "You didn't fail this time, but you defeated the three major forces of Hongmeng. The name of Emperor of Heaven will be passed on to Hongmeng." Su Haoyan smiled slightly and said, "Thank you for your hard work, and I will reward you as the general of Haoyan court later." Xiaoyozi shook his head and said, "It's not important, you have to become stronger and keep getting stronger, so next, you have to follow me to prevent those three forces from attacking you, you should know. Also, according to my estimate, the next time these three forces will send stronger men than this time. Therefore, you have to become stronger in order to cultivate more powerful subordinates." Xiaoyozi's words made the Qingling Zhu and all the strong men beside him tremble. At this time, Tong Ming, Lin Hua, and Li Lifei came over, and their expressions were extremely tense, especially Nuwa, Yingjing, and Xiaozi, which gave them a feeling of palpitation. Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven, we are members of the Tianwu League. This time, we are here to protect His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven by the order of Lord Tianwu. Lin Hua said respectfully. It's a bit embarrassing to say, because they only got rid of a few young people, and didn't make any effort at all. Why does the Tianwu League help me? Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. Could it be that Tianwu was founded by one of his apprentices or subordinates? The three of us don't know the details. We only know that Lord Tianwu and the leader of the alliance, Zizawai, are very concerned about the heavenly emperor. Since the day the alliance was established, we subordinates have been indoctrinated to become the heavenly emperor's guards in the future. Thought of Lin Hua didn't overstep. Although Xuanhuan's cultivation was at the harmonious Dou realm, he didn't dare to overstep. Not to mention the unfathomable Xiaozi, Nuwa, Yingjing, even Lord Tianwu. And the leader of the alliance must not forgive them. Emperor Ziwei? Lord Tianwu? Only then did Xuanhuan smile slightly, and now he understands that the Tianwu League was originally created by Emperor Ziwei. Although he did not see him, or someone with the same name, Xuanhuan is 100% sure that he is definitely Emperor Ziwei. Well, thank you for your hard work, please come to Haoyan Court as a guest. First, Xuanhuan said with a smile. What he is facing now is, after he and Xiaozi leave, who can sit in Haoyan Court? You have to hurry up, time can't be delayed for too long. Xiaozi said solemnly. The Jinwu clan, the Nether Ghost sect, and the Qingming clan are all eyeing Haoshanting, and maybe a strong man will come at any time, so he needs to become stronger. Okay, after 3 days, I will go with you. He can't just leave, he has to make some arrangements. In this way, everyone returned to the Six Emperor City in a mighty manner. On a dark continent, there are black, red, white, and other crows of various colors everywhere, and they perch everywhere on the towering peaks. The buzzing of crows came and went, making the place even more eerie. In the middle of the mountains, there is a golden attic and palace. Among them, the palace in the middle is the largest and most spectacular. Especially right above the palace, there is an extremely huge statue of the golden crow, which makes the place extremely solemn and solemn. My lord, we failed again. The elders we sent also fell a quarter of an hour ago. This shows that there are strong people around the Emperor of Heaven who surpass the ancestral realm of the primordial origin. At this time, in the depths of the palace, a tall man wearing a golden helmet was kneeling respectfully in front of a 10,000-foot statue to report. This person is none other than the current patriarch of the Golden Crow clan, Xuanhuan, a strong man in the 9 profound void realm. Then you go out in person, I still say the same thing, I want the Emperor of Heaven to die. The statue spoke. The voice was ethereal, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. But, don't talk about conditions with me. You were created by the God, so you have to listen to the God. Otherwise, you will be doomed. Your order. After a while, the hall became silent. Half an hour. Forget it, because you have followed this God for a long time and have worked hard without complaint. Now, this God will pass on your supernatural power, to help you break through the realm. That ethereal voice before suddenly resounded, making Xuanhuan suddenly excited. Ding! Trigger the main quest, Golden Crow's counterattack. Mission details. Because the host killed the strong man of the Golden Crow, forcing the power behind the Golden Crow to come forward, trying to harm the host. If the host kills or repels this mysterious and powerful avatar, the host will get a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, a chance to revive the strong, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit. Opportunity, 1 chance. To awaken the diehard loyalists, 5 chances for the system's grace. Xuanhuan, who was sitting in the study room and considering who should be promoted, suddenly heard a system notification sound, making his eyes shine brightly. Sure enough, there are great powers behind these big sections. But, why did they target me? Could it be the enemy I offended at a certain point in time? He is very suspicious now that he may travel again, and the time traveled will be even longer. That's all, let's cultivate a strong man first, then how Tian will have 3 strong men sitting in charge, and I can leave with peace of mind. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan said, Xiao Tian, go, and call Lei Zhenzi here. Your order. Xuanhuan Xiao Tian agreed and left. After a while, Lei Zhenzi came to Shang's study. Your Majesty, why did you find me here? Lei Zhenzi, I plan to go out for a while, and now I want to promote you. Afterwards, you have to work with other strong people to protect Haoyan Court. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Lei Zhenzi has the qualifications to improve his cultivation regardless of his merit or seniority. When Lei Zhenzi heard this, he was taken aback for a moment, but immediately said excitedly, the minister will definitely not disappoint His Majesty's entrustment. The system allows Lei Zhenzi Hongmeng to overcome the calamity. Immediately, Lei Zhenzi disappeared into the Shang study. In the 7-colored star path, Xuanhuan and Xiaozi flew by like streamers. Is everything arranged? Xiaozi asked. Well, it's arranged. Xuanhuan replied casually. With a smile on his face, Lei Zhenzi's attribute list couldn't help but appear in his heart. Lei Zhenzi, from race, Protoss. Kung Fu, Wind and Thunder Ju. Magic weapon, Golden Stick. Wind and Thunder Wings. Crazy Thunder Change. Thunder Hammer. Identity, Thor. Special attribute, Wrath of Thor. In battle, if you are provoked by the enemy, you will immediately burst out with strength beyond a small realm, and it is not a problem to challenge beyond the level. Luck level, the 6th level of the 9 Profound Void Realm. Loyalty, 100/100. TSK, the 6th level of the 9 Profound Void Realm, the number 1. Expert who has directly climbed to the top of the Haoyan Court, plus Nuwa. Yingjing, 3 9 Profound Void Realm powerhouses sitting in the town. Who else would dare to harass his Tian? Heavenly Court. Thinking in his heart, Xuanhuan couldn't help asking in doubt, where are you taking me? To merge with Dao, the power must be extremely powerful. I want to take you to an abandoned universe, otherwise when your cultivation base improves, one universe will definitely be destroyed. While speaking, Xiaozi brought Xuanhuan into a large interface. Don't worry, I'm going to make you a real strong man this time. I thought it would be great if I could make you enlightened, but I didn't expect you to have already become enlightened. Then this trip, I have the confidence to make you surpass the way of heaven. Xiaozi was flying and talking to Xuanhuan, making Xuanhuan's eyes brighter and brighter. Soon, the two came to a barren universe. This place has obviously experienced a great war, with dead bones everywhere. collapsed palaces, and dead cities. This place used to be extremely prosperous, but after a war of destruction, all living beings were completely destroyed, and it will take hundreds of millions of years to recover. Standing in the barren universe, Xiaozi said, casually. The news about Haotian court being attacked by 3 superpowers quickly spread throughout the old sacred land, and countless avenue interfaces felt the momentum of the battle. And Haoshanting destroyed the enemy without losing a single soldier, which once again demonstrated the strength of Haoshanting, making all the interfaces gasp and at the same time began to hesitate. In the barren universe, Su Haotian quickly melted thousands of killing light clusters into his body. With a bang, Su Haotian suddenly fell into a state of chaos. At the same time, in his body, the avenue of time, the avenue of 5 elements, the avenue of clone, the avenue of good luck, and the upcoming avenue of slaughter. At this moment, all the avenues are frantically fused in Su Haotian's body. Suddenly, Su Haotian appeared in a colorful world, in which red, blue, gold, golden yellow, and cyan are the main colors here. At this time, with the appearance of Su Haotian, the colorful colors here suddenly rioted. Almost at the same time, they surrounded Su Haotian. At the same time, figures emerged from Su Haotian's body, spreading across the entire starry sky in an instant. Su Haotian looked at everything in front of him in horror. Is it the avenue of avatars? In an instant, Su Haotian came over. It turns out that the fusion of the avenue is to show the true meaning of the avenue in front of oneself. Deduced out. Immediately, he smiled and closed his eyes. In the outside world, Su Haotian's body suddenly shone brightly. Xiaozi's eyes lit up, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. You are worthy of being the supreme god, and indeed my father god. If that is the case, then I will give you a helping hand. As Xiaozi said, he stretched out his palm and firmly pressed it on the top of Su Haotian's head, and the rolling mana burst out suddenly. Enlightenment. He was pouring his mana into Su Haotian's body to help him perfectly and quickly integrate into the Tao. Rumble. This barren and abandoned universe is withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It looked weird. 3 days later, Su Haotian successfully broke through the middle stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. The breath of the whole person is more than 1,000 times stronger. It's not over yet. Su Haotian's aura is still growing, and the speed of the increase is even faster. In contrast, Xiaozi's aura is gradually weakening. 6 days later, Su Haotian successfully broke through the late stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. Incomparably powerful, and at the same time, the various auras surrounding him have initially merged together, and more solid and gorgeous. 15 days later, Su Haotian made a strong breakthrough to the late stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. And Xiaozi's breath became weaker. Her hair has turned white, and the wrinkles on her face are getting more and more. Rumble. A corner of the dilapidated universe finally couldn't bear the coercion released by Su Haotian, and shattered. At the same time, the various auras on the surface of Su Haotian's body finally merged completely. At the same time, a clone with the same breath as the main body separated from its body. Each of them has the same cultivation level and strength as the main body, and they spread throughout the entire universe in an instant. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed. Su Haotian's Avatar Avenue is also completely integrated with the 5 Elements Avenue, Good Luck Avenue, and Time Avenue. Xiaozi's eyes became brighter and brighter. 5 Elements Avenue, Clone Avenue, Good Luck Avenue, Time Avenue, and 1 more. What kind of avenue is that? Could it be? Xiaozi's face was finally not calm. However, at this moment, a figure flew over from the edge of the abandoned universe. The white clothes are better than snow, the breath is illusory, and the face is indifferent. It is Nailan Qing, a powerful generation. Xiaozi looked back, his expression froze, his eyes showed surprise. Why did you come here? At this time, Xiaozi didn't have much mana left, and he was no match for Nailan Qing at all. But because of the friendship between Nailan Qing and Su Haoyan, Xiaozi was not worried that Nailan Qing would attack him. Isn't that what you wished for? Nailan Qing came to Su Haoyan's side, feeling the astonishing changes in Su Haoyan's body. For the first time a look of shock appeared on his face. Who are you? We seem to know each other very well, but I just can't figure out where I met you. Xiaozi smiled slightly and said, it's not important, the important thing is to make him stronger, then all disasters will no longer exist. At this time, Xiaozi looked older and older. Nailan Qing also noticed this, and frowned inadvertently. Tell me, who are you? Nailan Qing's face was a bit ferocious, and he seemed to be very upset. I remember you still wear that jade pendant around your neck, Xiaozi said with a smile. As soon as this remark came out, Nailan Qing's eyes widened immediately. Their eyes shone brightly, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Shortness of breath gradually. Let's go, I'll help you transcend the world as soon as possible. Xiaozi waved his hand, not going to look at Nailan Qing, and once again focused on Su Haoyan. Thump. Nailan Qing didn't leave, but knelt down on the ground with a plop. He solemnly kowtowed to Xiaozi a few times. Immediately, he suddenly punched a mana into Xiaozi's body, then stood up and said, thank you for your education, this mana can help you survive for 3 days, I hope you don't leave any regrets. As soon as the voice fell, the person disappeared. Xiaozi shook his head and smiled wryly, and said to himself, this kid, you still haven't escaped. However, you still have a conscience, and you haven't forgotten your roots. As soon as the voice fell, he stopped thinking about other things, and immediately increased the transmission of mana to Su Haoyan. If Su Haoyan surpassed the way of heaven, then how powerful he must be. More importantly, his luck system will be greatly improved. A month passed quickly. Su Haoyan's breath suddenly changed again. The early stages of the Hongmeng heavenly Dao realm. He finally surpassed the Dao and achieved the Dao of heaven. Ding! Because the host broke through to the Dao realm of the Hongmeng, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the Hongmeng. The system prompt sounded, and Su Haoyan opened his eyes. No one knows that Su Haoyan at this moment, the universe in the Dantianin. His body has undergone earth-shaking changes. First of all, the various silk threads cruising in the universe have disappeared, replaced by a dark yellow gas, and there is a trace of life here. The tree of the world, once again enlarged by a section, stood in the starry sky, looking extremely magnificent and beautiful. Outside, Su Haoyan opened his eyes, feeling the incomparably powerful power in his body. At the same time, he could also feel that his 5 elements Avenue, Time Avenue, Good Luck Avenue, Light Avenue, Avatar Avenue, are now completely fused together under the pulling and blending of the killing light group. With his strength and leapfrogging, he is now a strong man facing the Grand Meng, crossing the tribulation realm, and he is capable of fighting. Tell me, why did you pass on your mana to me? Xuanhuan raised his head and asked. There was an indescribable meaning in his eyes. The moment Xuanhuan opened his eyes, Xiaozi changed back to his original face, all thanks to the mana that Nailan Qing had left in his body. Xuanhuan couldn't tell at all that he was exhausted. Let's go, boy, let's go back to the Six Emperors City. The delicious wine. There is something I will never forget. On the Haotian interface, in front of the Six Emperors City, the figures of Xiaozi and Xuanhuan emerged. Looking at the prosperous Six Emperors City, Xuanhuan smiled slightly. Then he flew into the city with Xiaozi. After a few days, I'll deal with the affairs of the court and go to accompany you. This time, Xuanhuan didn't address me by address, and seemed very close. After Xiaozi waved his hand, he flew into a tavern in Six Emperor City. Six Emperor City, Heavenly Emperor Palace. Your Majesty, have you surpassed the Tao and advanced to the Tao of Heaven? Qingling Nuzu, Lei Zhenzi, Ying Jing, Yang Jian, and other strong men stared in disbelief. Sitting on the throne of the Emperor of Heaven, Xuanhuan said with emotion. Yes, I have already surpassed the Tao, all thanks to Xiaozi. Xiaozi. Everyone's faces showed such a look. With Xiaozi's cultivation base. Raising Xuanhuan's cultivation base must be as easy as pie. Xia, summon the entire Haotian court, and seal Xiaozi as the mighty Supreme of Haotian court, a first-rank general. Xuanhuan smiled and said to Jiang Xia, who was standing below. Although Xiaozi hasn't joined Haoshanting yet, but first settle the relationship, he will definitely not be able to escape in the future. Jiang Xia took the order excitedly and left. After everyone leaves. System, where's the limit of the system now? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. Because the master's cultivation level has improved extremely fast, the system's growth rate has also become faster. As a result, the current limit of the system has reached the 9th major perfection state of the Jiuxuan Taishu realm. Xuanhuan's answer made Xuanhuan suddenly happy. Pity the three powerhouses, who were quickly surpassed. System, summon a superpower. He now has 2 chances to summon superpowers. Nothing to do, he is ready to use up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Qingfeng, which comes from ancient myths and legends. Will the host choose to summon again? Fuck, what the hell? What are you looking for him for? Summon him again. Even Jin Yuanzi was ignored by him, let alone Qingfeng. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the Taoist priest. It comes from ancient myths and legends. May I ask if the host chooses to summon again? Receive the Taoist? I go. Another saint was summoned by him. It's him, restore the memory of the previous life, and call up the attribute list. Receiving Taoist, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, the leader of Western religion. Dojo, land of Western paradise. Lucky level, late saint realm. Cultivation method, ultimate bliss Jingming Gong. Magic weapon, 12th grade lotus platform. Pick up Baozhu. Green lotus color. Flag. Loyalty 54/100. Late Saint Realm. The strength is indeed higher than that of Tong Tian cult master and Yuan Tianzuan, and the legend seems to be proven. But now Saint Realm powerhouses are too common in Haotian court. Afterwards, Xuanhuan lost the intention of summoning the strong, and decided to find Xiaozi for a drink. But what surprised him was that he searched all over the Six Emperors City and the entire Haotian court, but he couldn't find Xiaozi. Trace. In the end, he had to shake his head and give up. He thought that Xiaozi hid in that corner to drink. He didn't know that Xiaozi had been destroyed, and he no longer existed. At the same time, Haotian court announced to the entire ancient Holy Land that Xiaozi was named the mighty supreme of Haotian court, which instantly caused shocks in countless interfaces. Although Xiaozi was not born for a long time, his reputation is not small. And he is the only one who fought against Nailan Qing without losing. Make his name extremely loud in the land of the old ones. One day later, Su Haotian announced the space-time danger zone to the public. And all the strong men and soldiers who have contributed to the Haotian court can enter the space-time danger zone to practice. Su Haotian also took it out of his left eye, put it in a star under the control of Haotian court, and sent strong men to guard it. Afterwards, Su Haotian gave large-scale rewards to many strong men who followed him to conquer the world. On this day, Su Haotian held a court meeting. Su Haotian sat on the supreme nine-dragon chair, leaning on his knees, and asked downwards with a smile, "Do you know what I'm going to do next?" Everyone looked up at Su Haotian immediately, some with burning eyes, some with worried eyes, some with frowning eyes. "Take the land of the ancient sages and enter Hongmeng," Li Yuanba said murderously. "This kid will lose his strength if he doesn't fight for a day." "Your Majesty, please order, we are all willing to lead the way," Lei Zhenzi said loudly. All the gods said to you and me, and the atmosphere in the hall instantly became heated. However, Taibai Jinxing came out with more people at this time. "Your Majesty, I think it is not appropriate for Hao Tianting to send troops now. It should rest and recuperate, and consolidate the territory first. As civil servants, their thinking is narrow. It may be too much to say that they are not enterprising, but it is certain that they are short-sighted and narrow-minded. This made them unwilling to start a war." Hearing this, Su Haotian's eyes flickered with sternness. Seeing this, Taibai Jinxing felt sweat immediately on his head, and his legs trembled, but soon he gritted his teeth and stood upright on the spot. Prepare to resist Su Haotian's gaze. Seeing this, the other civil servants were shocked and quickly began to persuade. "Your Majesty, the territory of our Haotian court is already very extensive. Why not let it go and share the ancient Holy Land equally with other forces?" Yes, we are already very strong now, we should be content and happy. Instead of blindly conquest, causing the loss of life. I feel that we should stop the war, stop the conquest, and His Majesty can enjoy the glory and wealth alone as the supreme. All the immortal officials, except Zhuge Liang, Jiang Zia, Lu Bowen, and Baigan, were excitedly persuading. He thought that Su Haotian would be stopped by relying on his incorruptible tongue. What a bunch of short-sighted people. They are also worthy of pointing fingers in the hall. Lei Zhenzi let out a cold snort, and struck like a giant hammer, causing many immortal officials to vomit blood and fall to the ground one after another. The rest of the immortal officials who were not injured were all glaring. At this time, Zhuge Liang shook his head and sighed, "You are so pedantic. Your Majesty won the world by force. Now that the world has not yet been unified, you have developed a lazy heart, and even let your Majesty stop. What is your intention?" Taibai Jinxing originally thought that his plan could be implemented smoothly. But he didn't expect Zhuge Liang to sabotage it. Immediately turned around and glared. "Zhuge Liang, your rank is not high enough, you have no place to speak here. Get out." Taibai Jinxing shouted sharply. Let the whole hall be silent for an instant. Taibai Jinxing, what a powerful official. I just want to ask you, who gave you the guts to show off in the hall? Xuanhuan suddenly said. The tone was extremely cold, and the temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. As soon as his words came out, all the immortal officials except Taibai Jinxing fell to their knees in panic. They shouted in unison, Your Majesty. Forgive me, I dare not wait. Looking at Taibai Jinxing, who didn't kneel down in front of him, with a gloomy face, and his loyalty plummeting. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered sharply. Taibai Jinxing, answer me, who gave you the guts? Dare to fight me? Xuanhuan continued to ask. Your Majesty, you are too aggressive. Although Hao Tianting is strong now, the water of Hongmeng is very deep. You had better not. Boom. Before Taibai Jinxing finished speaking, Xuanhuan slammed his palm on his chest. Before Taibai Jinxing could react, his body was shattered, leaving only his fairy baby standing tremblingly in the void. I let you reincarnate here, it was I who let you lead the immortal officials. It was I who gave you the status you have today, and you, eat what's inside. And outside. Yang Jian, those who commit crimes below the Taibeijan star, deserve death. Without pardon. Xuanhuan said coldly. It made the immortal officials kneeling on the ground even more terrified. Your Majesty, I know I was wrong, please forgive me. At this time, Taibai Jinxing came to his senses, and Xianying said anxiously. But in my heart I was slandering endlessly. It's agreed that the inside should cooperate with the outside, Jade Emperor. What are you doing? Haha, Taibai Jinxing, I didn't expect you to be so loyal to the Jade Emperor. Unfortunately, you are simply hitting a stone with an egg. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, Taibai Jinxing turned pale with shock. He pointed at Xuanhuan and stammered, You, how did you know? Boom. When Taibai Jinxing said this, it was tantamount to dropping a heavy bomb on the main hall. Unexpectedly, this guy is really collaborating with the enemy? The Jade Emperor is also here? This guy Taibai Jinxing deserves it. Fortunately, His Majesty discovered it early. The Jade Emperor is really stubborn. If you oppose His Majesty, you are looking for death? Immortal officials and generals were talking about it, but Kaiyuan came to Su Haotian and said, Your Majesty, the enemy has invaded, and it has already reached the sky above the Six Emperors' city. Haha, Heavenly Emperor, your good days are over, wait to die. Taibai Jinxing's baby fairy laughed wildly. But he felt extremely sad in his heart. In fact, he was not optimistic about the Jade Emperor, but in order to repay the previous kindness of knowing him, he muddle-headedly embarked on the road of betraying Su Haotian. Killed. Taisheng Laojun, go to arrest the Jade Emperor for me, and even want to mutiny, I really don't know how to live or die. As soon as Su Haotian said this, all the strong people who knew the previous life shook their heads, thinking that the Jade Emperor was playing with fire. Without hesitation, Yang Jian smashed Taibai Jinxing's fairy baby into pieces with one palm. So far, Taibai Jinxing has also become the first strong man who died of rebellion since Haotian court. He was also the first strong man summoned by Su Haotian. It made Su Haotian extremely sad. Your Majesty, I think you should abdicate. At this moment, a majestic voice resounded over the Six Emperors' city, causing most of the strong men in the hall to show angry expressions. This voice is none other than the Jade Emperor from the previous life. This sound is so loud that it can be heard not only in the Six Emperors' city, but also in most of the old sage lands. My God, who is going to ask Haotian court for wildfire? This voice is very domineering. I don't know if there will be screams coming out next. There are quite a few guys who have troubled the Emperor of Heaven recently. TSK, the Heavenly Emperor is in trouble again. Xuanhuan sneered at this. The forest is really big and there are all kinds of birds. Don't they know that I can make them stand high and also make them fall? Whoop, whoop, whoop. The generals in the main hall flew out of the Tianwu palace one after another and came to the void outside. Accompanied by Li Yuanba, Emperor Kaiyuan, etc., Xuanhuan came to the sky. Above the six emperors' city on the supreme nine-dragon chair. I saw, above the vast six emperors' city, there was a group of people standing majestically, and the Jade Emperor was among them. The leader is tall, with a mighty appearance and a strong breath. Just standing there gives people an absolute coercion. The first level of the nine profound void realm. Niwa said. The tone was relaxed, and he didn't take the other party seriously. Emperor, I am the head of the gods, but you are driving me right now. You are trampling on my dignity. At this time, the Jade Emperor took a step forward and said righteously. Jade Emperor, who brought you into this world? Who gave you everything, you ungrateful villain? Taisheng Laojun reprimanded that iron cannot be made into steel. I'm the Jade Emperor, above all gods. He should do this, what he should do as a courtier. When I came here, he should give up the position of Emperor of Heaven. The Jade Emperor spoke righteously, as if he was now on the side of justice. Who are you? Xuanhuan didn't even look at the Jade Emperor. This guy thought this was his prehistoric place. He was really greedy for profit. I am the god of four elephants, Emperor of Heaven, you should give way. Also, I don't want to kill you, so please don't force me. This person looked at Xuanhuan in a different way. It made Xuanhuan a little strange. But as soon as these words came out, the powerhouses in Haotian court all took a deep breath. For elephant gods? The superpower in the land of primordial origin has a mysterious origin and strong strength. Did not expect to appear here today. Killed. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. The Jade Emperor dared to communicate with the enemy inside and outside, which made him very angry. Niwa was the first to rush out, and Lei Junzi burst into full momentum in an instant. The aura of the 2-9 profound Taishu erupted suddenly, causing the opposite. Xixiang Shenjun to turn pale with shock. How could you have 2-9 profound void realm powerhouses? This is impossible? However, at this time, Lei Junzi's purple gold thunder hammer came to his head with the momentum of Mount Tai. Thief, take your life. Boom. Lei Junzi's thunder hammer and Niwa's demon refining pot attack hit Xixiang Shenjun almost at the same time. The huge roar and strong wind and waves instantly submerged the four elephant gods. In the flickering of the spiritual light, the fairy baby of the four elephant gods rushed out with a panicked expression. Impossible? How could you be so powerful? Xixiang Shenjun Xianying was shocked, and then panicked, and was about to teleport away. How could Lei Junzi let this thief escape? He was going to kill him with one blow. However, at this moment, a thing that stunned everyone happened. I saw that the void next to the Jade Emperor was suddenly torn open, and a crystal bone claw stretched out from it, and took the stupid Jade Emperor and the fairy baby of the four elephant gods into it. At the same time, a voice drifted out. Heavenly Emperor? You are very much like an old friend of mine. This kid is very important to me, so I took it away without hesitation. But don't worry. Within 10 years, my people will not come to the old sacred land again. As soon as the words fell, the bone hand disappeared, and the figures of the Jade Emperor and the 4 elephant gods also disappeared. The void in place also returned to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Is this the end? That voice is terrifying. It seems that the powerful enemy has been repulsed by the generals. I just said, how could our Haotian court be provoked for no reason? The creatures in the 6 Emperor's city were talking about it, and the entire old sacred land was also talking about it. Those who didn't know the truth felt even more awe towards Haotian Ting. In 6 Emperor's city, in Haotian court's main meeting hall, Su Haotian sat high on the supreme 9-dragon chair, looking gloomily at the civil and military officials below. Ding. Trigger the main task, the idea of the 4 elephant god. Mission. Details, because the Jade Emperor colluded with foreign enemies to kill the host, but was killed by the host, which attracted the attention of the 4 elephant god himself. If the host kills the 4 elephants god lord, or removes the 4 elephants god lord's attention to the host, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to inherit Taoism, and a chance to awaken beyond the limit. 1 chance to awaken loyalists, 1 chance to be blessed by the system, 10 chances to copy a strong man, and 10 chances to be a strong man at the peak. At this moment, the system prompt sounded, causing Su Haotian to narrow his eyes. With such a generous reward, it seems that the task is very difficult. But so what? Am I afraid? Today's incident made me understand a truth, that is what is wolf ambition. I hope you don't follow in the footsteps of Tai Bai Jinxing and Jade Emperor. Otherwise, I will make you stronger and make you lose everything. Su Haotian's cold voice echoed in the hall, and everyone knelt down in unison, shouting loyalty. Su Haotian didn't pay too much attention to this matter, and immediately announced his withdrawal from the court, but he kept Yang Jian, the supreme Lord, Neza, and other former ministers of the heavenly court. Can any of you tell me, did Zhang Jian have a clone when he was the Jade Emperor? Zhang Jian is the common name of the Jade Emperor, which few people know. However, Yang Jian, Neza, and Taisheng Laojun, who were once the Jade Emperor's former ministries, still knew about it. And Su Haotian didn't ask about this matter for no reason, but at this time a virtual light curtain appeared in front of Su Haotian, and a property list appeared on it. The Jade Emperor, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Jade Emperor. Jade Emperor Tianwu. Lucky level, mid-stage of the Holy Realm. Cultivation method, the holy method of the heavens. Supernatural powers, the Jade Emperor reigns supreme. Magic weapon, Supreme Jade Rui. Loyalty, 95/100. How could a courtier with 95 loyalty choose to betray him? The only explanation is that the Jade Emperor just now is not the real Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, to be honest, the Jade Emperor does have a clone. Only the minister, Tai Bai Jinxing, and the Queen Mother of the West know about it. Could it be? Taisheng Laojun suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. Suddenly. Xiao Tian, where are you going to Dou Yu? He has a small official named Zhang Jian under him, you bring him here. Xuanhuan Xiao Tian agreed, then turned and disappeared. Your Majesty, didn't the Jade Emperor betray you? Was it his avatar who betrayed you? Yang Jian asked incredulously. Well, that's true. You'll see later. Su Haotian said. But I was asking the system in my heart. Is the clone of the Jade Emperor, the strong man who ran out of the system last time? Yes, this strong man broke free from the system and escaped. His cultivation level is nothing, but his identity is extremely special, and the system could not restrain him at that time. The system's answer made Xuanhuan even more strange. What is his identity? It's just because the system can't analyze it, so I feel strange. However, if the system is upgraded again, it may be figured out. The system's answer let Xuanhuan know that the system is not omnipotent. Minister Zhang Jian pays his respects to His Majesty. At this time, a middle-aged man in official uniform walked into the hall under the leadership of Xuanhuan Xiaotian. He greeted Xuanhuan respectfully. However, he then said, "Is it because of another reason why I attacked your Majesty when your Majesty came here?" As soon as these words came out, the hall suddenly fell silent. "You know about this, why don't you come and tell His Majesty?" Neza asked sharply. Wasn't the former general of Heavenly Court now promoted by Xuanhuan? The loyalty to Xuanhuan in his heart is always full, even if he faces the former Emperor of Heaven, he will not relax a little bit because of this. Although Yang Jian didn't speak, he looked at Jade Emperor angrily. The Taisheng Laojun had an extremely strange expression on his face. If it is said that the person who knows the Jade Emperor best in this world is the Queen Mother of the West, then he is the only one. He was convinced that Zhang Jian was also the Jade Emperor, and he would never do this, nor did he have the guts to do so. You are all wrong. The reason why I know this is because some time ago, I felt another breath of myself. Although it is very faint, it does exist. In this world, I am afraid that only Laojun knows that I once cut off my evil thoughts and formed a brand new individual. I should have destroyed him, but I kept him because of selfishness. I didn't expect him. He was also reborn into this world, which caused this catastrophe. Jade Emperor shook his head and smiled wryly. I have already hated my own evil thoughts in my heart. He is working hard now, and he has the hope of being promoted by Xuanhuan, but this time it is a failure. Your evil thoughts? I'm afraid it's not just evil thoughts, right? Tell me his true identity. Xuanhuan's voice was still cold. It is impossible for the evil thoughts of the mere holy realm to break free from the shackles of the system, and it is even more impossible for the system to fail to analyze its body. So Xuanhuan suspected that Zhang Jian was hiding something from him. This made him very angry. If his loyalty hadn't changed, he would have slapped him to death long ago. Thump. Jade Emperor Zhang Jian suddenly knelt down on his knees and said with a wry smile, Your Majesty, I also find this matter unbelievable. In my previous life, when I was an ordinary fairy in the fairy world, Patriarch Hongjun suddenly came to me and insisted that he has a special status. He is the son of the real dragon, he should be the Jade Emperor. In the next 100 years, the Heavenly Court has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Donghuang Tai brothers were pushed down from the altar by mysterious people, and I also sat on the throne of the Jade Emperor inexplicably, and I have been in charge of the gods since then. However, who would know that I am actually just a puppet, and I, the majestic Jade Emperor, has to obey my avatar's orders? I have been living in the world until you gave me a new life. I was freed from the shackles. However, when that I hate it, and when there is a breath of fear, I know that my days of purity are over. Zhang Jian knelt on the ground and said lonely. The Taisheng Laojun, Neza, and Yang Jian behind him were stunned. How can they not? One would think that the Jade Emperor, who was once aloof, turned out to be a puppet. And this has a direct relationship with Dou Hongjun. But Xuanhuan was thinking about another thing. Could it be that the former Great Desolation and the former Heavenly Court were also a conspiracy? Ding. Trigger the main mission, find the true identity of the Jade Emperor. Mission details: the host accidentally broke through the conspiracy behind the mythical world of the prehistoric world. If the host finds out the true identity of the Jade Emperor, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial. A chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to recruit the primordial, a chance to awaken the loyalists, and a chance to inherit the Taoism. 10 times of the system's favor chance. Ding. The main task is triggered, the crisis from Taoist Hongjun. Mission details: because the host destroyed the plan of Taoist Hongjun was furious and has already targeted the host. If the host kills Taoist Hongjun, and follow the clues to find the real mastermind behind the scenes, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial. A chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken the loyal one, a chance to summon the strong, a chance to die loyal to the peak, 5 chances. To the peak of the strong, 5 chances to be strong, opportunity for a copy. A series of system prompts sounded, causing Xuanhuan's body to shake, and he almost stood up from his chair. Sure enough, as he analyzed, the prehistoric world is an out-and-out scam. There must be an ulterior secret in the establishment of the prehistoric myth. For a moment, Xuanhuan's head grew bigger. I thought the matter was very simple, but after educating the Jade Emperor a few words, the matter was resolved. But I didn't expect things to be like this. It seems that the water in the prehistoric world is very deep. Zhangjian, do you want to regain your dignity? After a long time, Xuanhuan broke the silent atmosphere in the hall. Jade Emperor Zhangjian was taken aback for a moment, but immediately became excited. He wanted to become stronger in his dreams, and now that all the powerful people in the heavens have surpassed him, he is really not reconciled. His Majesty. Taisheng Laojun frowned and wanted to say something, but Xuanhuan stopped him. Don't worry, there is absolutely no problem with Zhang Jianqi's loyalty. Standing in front of us. Under Xuanhuan's understanding, Xuanhuan could clearly see the change in Zhang Jian's heart. He really wasn't lying. Because in his inner world, the figure of Dou Hongjun appeared too many times. A sneer appeared on the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth. Okay, Zhang Jian, I firmly believe that you will not betray me, and from today onwards, I will promote you in all aspects. Don't spread the matter today, you guys, I want to give the enemy a head-on blow. Yang Jian and the others were shocked, and after promising, they automatically retreated. Zhang Jian, in order to make you stronger, I want you to change your blood. Here is a drop of the blood of a chaotic creature. You go infuse it, and then come to me. Looking at the Jade Emperor, who was taken out by Xuanhuan, Xiaotian, Xuanhuan couldn't calm down for a long time. Taoist Hongjun. The so-called prehistoric mythical world. The former heaven. I hope you don't sit too far, otherwise, I won't let you get what you want. After mumbling to himself, Xuanhuan calmed down and walked towards the harem. Things are actually not that dire. In the past, Hongjun Daozu's plan must have been smooth sailing, and it was about to be harvested, but he, Xuanhuan, was born out of nowhere and possessed a system that could summon the strong from the previous life. As a result, those strong men trained by Hangjun Daozu in the previous life disappeared before his eyes one by one, and he couldn't stop him, so he would naturally be extremely angry with Su Haoyan. Hey, I'm so anxious, I summon you from the prehistoric world, and when the time comes, I will definitely blow you up. Su Haoyan walked towards the harem while walking. 3 days later, Haoyan's court rectification officially started. The generals did not take any action, but the civil servants were found out about a lot of things that were wrong. Su Haoyan Longyan was furious, and immediately beheaded the 4 immortal officials. Immediately, Su Haoyan promoted Lu Bowen as the head of the immortal officials, responsible for supervising the entire Haoyan court's civil and military officials. On this day, Zhang Jian found Su Haoyan, and his blood had been changed successfully. System, let Zhang Jian inherit the Tao of Backlash. Su Haoyan ordered from the bottom of his heart. This is the avenue he drew a few days ago, and he thinks it is very suitable for Zhang Jian. Soon, Jade Emperor Zhang Jian was sucked into his eyebrows. With the upgrade of the system, many rare blood treasures appeared in the system. What he gave Zhang Jian was a bloodline called Dark Sky Fox, which was not inferior to other beast bloodlines. 10 seconds later. Ding! The Jade Emperor succeeded in inheriting the Tao. Will the host be released? Hearing the system prompt, Su Haoyan immediately ordered the system to tune out Zhang Jian's cultivation level separately. Dou Yuan to the Holy Land Dzogchen. This realm is not bad. Talking to himself, Su Haoyan released him, and then ordered the system, let him be loyal to the peak. Poor Zhang Jian was sent to the system again by Su Haoyan before he came to his senses. Soon, the system beep sounded again. The initial stage of Hongming's entry into the Tao realm. Su Haoyan released it expressionlessly, and then said, let Zhang Jian awaken. Beyond the limit. 10 seconds later. Ding! The Jade Emperor has successfully awakened beyond the limit. Excuse me. Is the host released? Release, and call up his attribute list. Su Haoyan sighed in his heart. If the system had a direct one-step function, he wouldn't have to bother so much. There will be. The abrupt system said suddenly. Su Haoyan was taken aback for a moment, but his eyes lit up immediately. Could it be that the next system upgrade will have this function? Su Haoyan couldn't help asking. The system is silent. Su Haoyan didn't care either. At this moment, the Jade Emperor flew out from the black hole above Su Haoyan's head. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. The Jade Emperor, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, Jade Emperor. Jade Emperor Tianzuan. Lucky level, the ancestral realm of the origin of the Hongmeng, the Dzogchen realm. Cultivation method, the holy method of the heavens. Supernatural powers, the Jade Emperor reigns supreme. Magic weapon, Supreme Jade Rui. Loyalty, 100/100. Well, that's right. The ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial origin is complete, Zhang Jian. I am very satisfied with your performance. Zhang Jian, who had just come out, knelt on the ground with a plop, without saying a word, and kowtowed respectfully to Su Haoyan. Your Majesty's grace for rebuilding, I will be so heartbroken that I will die. Zhang Jian said firmly. Well, very good, I only have one task for you, and that is to leave Haoyan court to find your evil thoughts and the whereabouts of Daozu Hongjun. Su Haoyan said softly. If you want to find Zhang Jian's evil thoughts, only Zhang Jian is the most suitable deity. This is also the main reason why Xuanhuan spared no expense to promote him. Immediately after Zhang Jian took the order, he turned and left. Is the silver spirit here? The minister is here. At this time a black figure came out from behind a pillar in the main hall. It was Lingzi. Well, I want to make you stronger, and your task is to follow Zhang Jian and protect him secretly. If there is any trouble, you can kill him. As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, he ordered the system will let Lingzi Hongmeng overcome the calamity. Immediately, the silver spirit was sucked in by the system. The reason why Xuanhuan prepared this backup was to prevent Zhang Jian's evil intentions from taking over Zhang Jian's body, or the two merged together. Then he would just fetch water from a bamboo basket in vain. 10 seconds later. Ding! The silver spirit Sun Hongmeng successfully crossed the tribulation. Did the host choose to release it? Release, and call up his attribute list. Silver Lingzi, from ancient myths and legends. Identity, one of the top 10 monsters in ancient times. Bloodline, dark spirit. Luck level, 9th level of the 9 profound void realm. Supernatural powers, psychedelic curse. Predict future. Cultivation method, fluorescence Dou method. Magic weapon, escape from the sky boots. Bright silver axe. Loyalty, 100/100. The 9th level of the 9 profound void realm. All of a sudden, Xuanhuan Court's cultivation record was refreshed. Well, you go, follow secretly, don't reveal your identity. Lingzi agreed, turned around and disappeared. At this time, Xuanhuan Xiaotian asked to see him outside the hall. Come in. Xuanhuan ordered lightly. If nothing major happened, Xuanhuan Xiaotian would not disturb Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan Xiaotian came to the front of the hall and presented a jade slip to Xuanhuan and said, "The news came back from Lin Hua of the Tianwu League. Read it to me." Xuanhuan trusted Xuanhuan Xiaotian very much. Will not avoid suspicion at all. Xuanhuan Xiaotian quickly infiltrated his consciousness into Yu Jian's mouth and said, "The Tianwu League has already launched a war against the Golden Crow clan. The Lord Tianwu of the Tianwu League personally supervised the battle. He must avenge His Majesty." In addition, Lord Tianwu and Emperor Ziwei both left messages. They said that most of Tianwu's main force is restrained by a force in the depths of the primordial world, and Emperor Ziwei is even more inseparable. So please, don't blame them in the letter. Finally, Emperor Ziwei reminded His Majesty to pay special attention to individuals, the 4 elephant gods, the Jade Emperor, and Hongjun Daozu. These 3 people are now colluding with a mysterious person named Taiji Supreme, and they want to harm His Majesty. After finishing the reading, Xuanhuan Xiaotian's eyes widened. He never expected that the Guardian League would start a war against the Golden Crow clan for Xuanhuan this day. What's more, they didn't expect that they could find out the 4 elephants god and others who made a big fuss in the 6 Emperors city earlier. Where the hell is the Guardian League today? Xuanhuan frowned tightly. If the Tianwu treated him like this, the Emperor Ziwei must be the Emperor Ziwei he summoned during the chaotic period. Just let. What surprised him was why Taichi's supremacy appeared among the characters mentioned in his letter. Who are these people? Why target yourself? In addition, how strong is Emperor Ziwei's cultivation now? Even if the system has reached the great perfection of the 9 profound void realm, it is still impossible to detect Emperor Ziwei's cultivation. And just when Xuanhuan was stunned, Lei Junzi suddenly appeared in the hall. He half knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, a powerful enemy is coming. And now he will come out from the ancient holy star path." Enemy? Can Lei Junzi call it a strong enemy? The strength must not be lower than the Jiuxuan Taishu realm. How many 9 profound void realms are there? Xuanhuan asked. 7. And all of them are above the 7th level of the 9 profound void realm. Lei Junzi said with a serious expression. There are only 3 9 profound void realm powerhouses in Haotian court. And he is the only one in the 7th level of 9 profound void realm. That's right, Xuanhuan had already promoted Lei Junzi a few days ago. It made him the second strongest person in Haotian court, besides Xiaozi. As for Yinlingzi, it is not counted for the time being. Later, Xuanhuan brought Lei Junzi, Nuwa, Yingjing, and Emperor Kaiyuan, to the exit of the star path outside the Haotian court system, combine all the remaining rewards into a chance to transcend the tribulation. He couldn't wait any longer. 7 9 profound realm powerhouses attacked. And Xiaozi disappeared, so he could only put all his eggs in one basket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully merging into a chance to transcend the tribulation. Guan Yu, come here. Xuanhuan turned his head and rushed into the city, and Guan Yu, who had become a spectator, shouted. When Guan Yu heard this, he immediately became excited. Your Majesty is going to promote him. System, let Guan Yu Hongmeng overcome the calamity. When Guan Yu came close, Xuanhuan hurriedly ordered. With the first strength, there is more hope. 10 seconds passed quickly. The system prompt sounds. Ding! Guan Yu Hongmeng successfully crossed the tribulation. May I ask the host to release it? Don't release it yet, call out the attribute list. Guan Yu, from Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Identity, Martial Saint. Magic Weapon, Qinglong Yanhua Knife. Cultivation Technique, Heaven and Earth, Profound Kung Fu. Lucky Level, 9 Profound Void Realm Dzogchen. Supernatural Powers, Qinglong Yao Tian. Wuxing Shenwei. Special Attribute, Martial Saint is angry. Once he goes berserk, he will activate the unparalleled combat power, and his strength will be doubled. Loyalty, 100/100. Soared directly to the great perfection of the 9 profound void realm. Seeing this, Xuanhuan didn't have much expression on his face. Immediately ordered to release it. The appearance of Guan Yu caused complex expressions on the faces of the experts around Xuanhuan. Sure enough, there are no strong men in Haotian court, only stronger ones. Every second will be surpassed. However, in order not to attract the attention of the enemy, Guan Yu hid his cultivation under Xuanhuan's instruction. The crowd didn't have to wait long, and soon a dozen figures rushed out from the colored star path. The aura of these dozens of figures is very grand, and the leading ones are 7 9 profound void realm powerhouses. Even if they are hundreds of millions of miles apart, they can still feel their terrifying aura. One of the figures has even reached the great perfection of the 9 profound void realm. The rest are also above the 7th level. Regarding this, Guan Yu immediately told Xuanhuan about it. The tone is a little dignified. Xuanhuan frowned tightly. Xuanhuan was startled by the 7 powerhouses who surpassed the 7th level. The current limit of the system is the great perfection of the 9 profound void realm. If it exceeds this realm, the system will fall into a deep sleep state. At that time, he will be more dangerous. And after checking, he found that these guys have the same virtue as the Master of the Chaos Temple. Could it be this group of guys again? At this juncture, what did Xiaozi do? Xuanhuan slandered endlessly. Who was the Heavenly Emperor? Soon, these dozens of figures came to the front, and the leader of a strong man said indifferently. His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire old sacred land, instantly blowing up countless Dao planes. Is there another strong man to challenge the Heavenly Emperor? You guys belong to the Chaos Temple? You didn't hit hard enough last time. Did you? Dijun didn't care about that much. Even if he lost, he didn't want to die on his knees. What audacity! Since you know we are members of the Chaos Temple, why don't you come here and die? Ha ha ha, crazy kid, I will kill your barbarian race today and restore my prestige in the Temple of Chaos. More than a dozen powerhouses from Chaos Temple clamored, making Haoyan Court's powerhouses filled with righteous indignation. Children of the Emperor of Heaven, you killed one of our hall masters, a quasi-temple master, so that you can have a son of chaos. Now I give you two choices. The first is to commit suicide, and the second is to let us kill ourselves. You choose. Choose you to paralyze. If I can kill two of you, I can kill a bunch of you, a bunch of idiots. In the battle of words, Xuanhuan thought he was second, and no one dared to fight for the first. Immediately, he will order all the strong men to fight to the end. However, at this moment, an extremely huge coercion suddenly descended, and at the same time, a voice that filled the entire old sacred land also sounded. The bastards of the Chaos Temple, who agreed with you to come to the old sacred land to make trouble. I don't know if this place has been taken by me. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan frowned. The strong men behind him were horrified, and Guan Yu was even more horrified. Your Majesty, I can't see through this person's cultivation. Hiss. Everyone cannot deny that Guan Yu is now the most powerful existence among them. Even he can't see through, so how strong is this person? On the other side, the dozens of figures in the Chaos Temple were even more frightened. This breath. Could it be? The leader of the Chaos Temple Master seemed to have thought of some terrible existence, and his whole body trembled instantly. Humph, the bastard of the Chaos Temple, didn't you hear what I said? That Majesty seemed to reappear with an extremely evil voice, shaking the hearts of every living being. At the same time, above the Six Emperors city, the space distorted for a while, and a gigantic human face gradually appeared. Tai Chi is supreme. A Chaos Temple Lord said in a trembling voice. Xuanhuan and the others felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. They all raised their heads to look at the huge and boundless human face. Tai Chi is supreme. Hongmeng God. Legendary existence. It is said that he is one of the earliest gods in the Hongmeng period, and his strength can be called terrifying. Xuanhuan frowned and looked at the face above him. Although he couldn't see clearly, the overwhelming pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. His whole body was like a leaf in a storm, and he would be affected by this threat at any time. Destroyed. In the past, Emperor Kaiyuan once mentioned the supremacy of Taiji to him, but Xuanhuan thought that he was still far away from marching into Hongmeng, so he didn't take it to heart. But now it seems that Tai Chi Supreme has already set his sights on the land of the ancient sage, and this person must have a great background. Even the mighty Chaos Temple is very afraid. Xuanhuan guessed that his weakest strength would have reached the great perfection of the 9 profound void realm, and he had even surpassed this realm. Your Majesty, this person is too powerful, and I can't spy out his specific location. Judging from the aura of this giant face, he is much stronger than me," Xuanyu said in shock. When everyone heard it, their faces were full of shock. Xuanyu is the strongest existence among the crowd, if even he can't do anything about it. Then they are not alone. Xuanhuan frowned more and more, his mind was spinning, he didn't know what he was thinking. Where did Senior Xiaozi go? Xuanhuan muttered to himself. Xuanhuan was also wondering, according to his past habits, he should have appeared long ago. This time, why hasn't he appeared yet? Tai Chi is supreme, we only want the life of the Emperor of Heaven, and our Chaos Temple is not interested in the ancient Holy Land. The leader of the Chaos Temple Hall Master clasped his fists at the giant face. Look very respectful. However, you are still here. If that is the case, please dedicate. As soon as this remark came out, the faces of all the masters of the Chaos Temple changed suddenly, and they turned and fled immediately. However, no matter how fast they were not as fast as the dozen or so black light beams shot out from the giant face, wrapping around more than a dozen Chaos Temple masters in the blink of an eye. They couldn't detect the trajectory direction of the light beam at all, because the speed was too fast. It can be seen that there is a gap between Tai Chi Supreme and the Lord of Chaos Temple. No. Save us. Don't kill us, we're leaving now. More than a dozen temple masters of the Chaos Temple rolled in the starry sky, and their whole bodies were wilting at a speed visible to the right eye. In a few breaths, he turned into a mummy. With a bang, it turned into dust. Seeing such a scene made Xuanhuan and the other scalps tingle, and in a blink of an eye, all the masters of the Chaos Temple were drained of their mana, and their flesh and blood collapsed and disappeared, followed by the body and death, and the subordinates brought by the master of the Chaos Temple. All of them were turned into ashes. Xuanhuan remained silent. Now his face is extremely calm, afraid that the problem will not be solved. His mind is turned, but there is nothing he can do. At this time, the light beams protruding from the giant face were quickly retracted, and the starry sky fell into silence again. Immediately, the giant face quickly condensed and shrunk, and soon, a mighty figure several feet tall appeared in the starry sky thousands of miles ahead of Xuanhuan and the others. However, this figure was covered by the colored mist, and it was impossible to see clearly in the blur. The eyes of Taiji Supreme fell through the mist and fell on the people in Xuanhuan court. He didn't look at anyone, he just landed on Xuanhuan. Facing this look, Xuanhuan didn't dodge, and looked at him calmly. However, what surprised him was that the flame totem between his eyebrows jumped violently at this moment. "Humph, don't hurt my majesty." Xuanyu stood in front of Xuanhuan without hesitation. Dijuan, Donghuang, Tai, and others surrounded Xuanhuan layer upon layer. Even if they lost, they chose to stand up immediately. This is the most obvious manifestation of loyalty. Seeing everything here, Taiji Zhishang's face hidden in the mist showed surprise. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Did I say I wanted to kill your Majesty?" What he said not only did not let everyone relax their vigilance, but they became more worried. "Then why don't you leave?" Donghuang Tai shouted loudly. If it wasn't for the huge difference in strength, he would have started fighting long ago. Taiji Supreme ignored Donghuang Tai, but looked at Xuanhuan and said, "You actually possess the aura of primordial spirit. This kind of aura of primordial spirit can only be found in the primordial spirit at the beginning of primordial origin. And you are obviously not a primordial spirit, much less. Son of Hongmeng, who are you? As soon as this statement came out, everyone's heads were full of question marks. Primordial chi? What the hell? Why do you say that I have a primordial spirit? Xuanhuan asked. When Tai Chi Supreme heard this, his body shook, and the mist surrounding him disappeared instantly. Let everyone see his true face clearly. Hey, why do you have a flame totem between your eyebrows? Xuanhuan asked suspiciously. This is the most prominent feature of the primordial aura, which should have appeared on the son of the primordial, because it was born with the luck of the primordial, and was born with twin babies, but I found that I can't see through you, especially your purple Fudan Tian seems to be shrouded by some mysterious force. What does this mean? It means that you have a great relationship with the primordial god. However, this is not important. If you come with me, I will train you to become a primordial god. How about it? Think about it? Tai Chi Supreme seemed a little excited, and spoke at this moment. Why don't you stay in Haoyan court and serve me? Xuanhuan said with a smile. He was a little surprised that his yin and yang twin babies had such a huge origin, and the world tree was not seen by this guy, which shows that the rank of the world tree is even more terrifying. You rejected me? Are you still trying to keep me? Do you know who you are talking to? Tai Chi Supreme was obviously a little surprised, and his voice was also chilled. At the same time, an aura that could destroy everything overflowed from his body, directly acting on Xuanhuan. Puff. Xuanhuan spat out a mouthful of blood, which made everyone's eyes tear up. Old thief, if you dare to hurt my majesty, I, Guan Yu, will fight you bloody to the end. Come on, let's beat him up. Dare to hurt his majesty, I really don't want to. Live. Seeing that Xuanhuan was injured, everyone's eyes were about to burst, and they sacrificed magic weapons one after another, and they were about to rush forward. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded throughout the old sacred land. Humph, Tai Chi is supreme, you really are not afraid of death, how dare you come to the ancient holy land secretly? Don't you fear that the gods will sanction you? As soon as the voice fell, not far from Tai Chi Supreme, the space fluctuated together, and a figure with a height of 5 feet emerged. He was wearing black armor, with black air wrapped around his body, and a helmet on his head, so he couldn't see his face clearly at all. Hey, Emperor Liangyi, you are finally willing to show your face. Tai Chi Supreme seems to have known about the existence of the other party, and was not surprised at the appearance of this person. How dare I provoke the gods, today is just a coincidence. If you really want to set foot in the land of the ancient sage without authorization, hee. Xiaozi, you old bastard, get out quickly. Suddenly Tai Chi Supreme roared. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. This guy actually knows Xiaozi? You want to find Xiaozi? Xuanhuan asked with a strange face. He can now see that this Tai Chi Supreme has no malice towards him at all, and the momentum he showed just now is probably just a fake. Humph, it's not like you don't know that he has a special mission on his shoulders, and he may have retired now. The black-armored giant who appeared later said in a low voice. Then he turned his head to look at Xuanhuan, and said after a long time. That's right, you really didn't disappoint us. It's a pity. The man shook his head as he spoke, took another look at Tai Chi Supreme, then turned around and disappeared. Emperor Heaven, the ancient sage land will be mine sooner or later. For some Reason, I won't make a move now, but there are still 100 years before that agreement. By then, if you still don't leave here, don't blame me for being rude. To tell you the truth, even if I don't make a move, the other primordial gods will. The corner of Xuanhuan's mouth twitched. What the hell are you talking about? Why are other gods staring at the old sacred land? Is there something unknown here? That guy Zayayozi doesn't seem to appear anymore, and his aura has also disappeared. That guy has been affected by you, and he has broken away from the order of the gods. I thought he would repair it when he was weak, but this wish is very important. It's hard to achieve. Forget it, since you can't force it, let's wait for the final battle. Heavenly Emperor, I will give you 100 years. If you haven't grown up yet, go back to your lair and don't come out to embarrass yourself. This guy deliberately amplified his voice so that the entire Old Hallows heard his words. All the gods on the interface knew immediately that the Emperor of Heaven was being threatened without any image. Ding. Trigger a side mission, defeat Tai Chi supremacy. Task details, Tai Chi supremacy ignores the face of the host, and threatens the host in front of the creatures of the entire ancient sacred land. If the host defeats Tai Chi within 100 years, the system will reward the host with a chance to awaken the primordial, a chance to overcome the tribulation, a chance to awaken the diehards, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, and a chance to inherit Taoism. The second opportunity for a dungeon of the strong, and the 5 opportunities for the peak of the strong. The system notification sounded at this time, and the reward was extremely generous, but Xuanhuan's face became more and more gloomy. Tai Chi Supreme is extremely powerful, let him defeat Tai Chi Supreme, who knows when it will be? However, if I continue to improve myself and expand my territory in 100 years, I may be able to cultivate an existence that surpasses the supremacy of Tai Chi. This guy doesn't take his majesty seriously, Dijun said angrily. After finally getting some grades, Xuanhuan promoted him that day, but now a Tai Chi supremacy came out, which made him extremely depressed. Don't worry, in 100 years, I will let you all surpass him. At that time, how you want to insult him is up to you. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up suddenly, and at the same time, a strange smile appeared on their faces. On the other side, on the distant star path, Nailan Qing was quietly floating in front of Tai Chi Supreme. How dare you go to trouble him? Nailan Qing's voice was cold, with hints of anger. Why do you want to meddle in your own business? Tai Chi Supreme said coldly. From this meaning, the two seemed to be familiar with each other. Looking for a fight? Nailan Qing hid as soon as he said, and rushed towards Tai Chi Supreme with countless afterimages. Xuanhuan didn't know that Nailan Qing was now fighting Tai Chi Supreme for him. At this time, after leading everyone back to the 6 Emperor city, they began to think. At the same time, the entire old sacred land exploded because of the sound. Just now. I'm going. It's really big news that someone challenged the Emperor of Heaven and let go of his harsh words. The aura just now seems to have the aura of the Chaos Temple, and the aura of the two later is even more grand. They both want the life of the Emperor of Heaven. It seems that the Emperor of Heaven has angered everyone. Haotian court is arrogant and domineering, trying to unify the land of the ancient sage, this time kicked on the iron plate, right? TSK, it will take hundreds of years. It seems that the man is not sure. It is still unknown who will die. Creatures on all planes are talking about it, and at the same time, the name of Tai Chi Supreme is also spreading. Xuanhuan went back to the minister's study alone and did not hold a court meeting. Everyone knew that Xuanhuan was threatened just now and must be in a bad mood, so no one dared to disturb him. System, is there any way to upgrade the system again? Xuanhuan sat cross-legged in the study and asked. The supremacy of Tai Chi. And later the Emperor Liang brought him a sense of urgency. Only now did he realize that Haotian court is still too weak. In addition to competing for territory and expanding the area, the improvement of the host's cultivation level can also promote the system upgrade. In addition, if the host is completing the two main tasks, the system can also be upgraded. The last way is to travel again. Travel again? Xuanhuan's eyes lit up suddenly. System, can you let me travel through again? Xuanhuan suddenly caught hope and asked quickly. If he travels again, he may have a long time to practice. At that time, even if the system will not be upgraded, he will be able to suspend Tai Chi supremacy. Although the Wheel of Fortune has been completed and there are no shortcomings, it is very difficult to travel to a long time ago at will. Unless the host can find a way to space and complete a main task. At that time, the system can take the opportunity to start the travel mechanism, maybe. You can travel back to a long time ago. After all, the system also needs a time to start. The system's answer made Xuanhuan fall into deep thought. It's very simple. To merge the space avenue. I have it now, as long as I integrate it. But it seems a little difficult to complete a main mission. However, this is the only way right now. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan will ask Xuanhuan Xiaotian to give orders. He has a lot of tasks in his hands now, but there are not many main tasks. Only the Jade Emperor's search for his avatar is still a little bit common. However, at this moment, there was a flash of inspiration in Shang's study room, and the figure of Yin Lingzi emerged. Your Majesty, Zhang Jian has found the whereabouts of his avatar. He is guarding now, waiting for His Majesty's order. When will he do it? Yin Lingzi knelt on one knee and confessed. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, Go call Guan Yu. Li Yu and Ba, Emperor Kaiyuan, you guys go there and bring back Zhang Jian and his avatar. Remember not to let Zhang Jian's evil thoughts avatar dead. I want to interrogate. Yin Lingzi agreed, then turned and left. In this way, another 3 days passed. On this day, Yin Lingzi, Guan Yu, and Emperor Kaiyuan brought the Jade Emperor Zhang Jian and his evil avatar to appear in Shangshu's room. At this time, Zhang Jian's evil thought clone was sluggish and miserable. Your Majesty, we have already captured this guy. But the mysterious man who protected him has escaped. Guan Yu said. It's okay, he's what I want. Xuanhuan said with a smile on his face. Immediately, Xuanhuan waved his hand to let everyone go down. Now this evil thought avatar is like a useless person, it can't do harm to Xuanhuan at all, so everyone left in peace. After everyone left, only the two of them were left in the Shang study. Tell me Zhang Jian's true identity. Xuanhuan said. After planning for hundreds of millions of years, you still found out in the end. You are right, but it's a pity. What surprised Xuanhuan was that Zhang Jian's clone of evil thoughts did not show fear, but a look of pity. It seems that he was caught and knew it a long time ago. I don't care about these, I just ask you, who are you? Xuanhuan doesn't care about that, he just wants to complete the task. When he Comes back from ancient times, everything will be easily solved. So what if I tell you? I am a chess piece placed by the primordial god. It is said that at the beginning of Hongmeng, the primordial god created the primordial god. After countless billions of years of evolution, the primordial god disappeared for no reason. The gods began to create everything and evolve. Everything. One day, one of the primordial gods traveled through thousands of time and space, and suddenly found the primordial purple chi in one of the time and space, but this time and space was imprisoned by a mysterious force, making it impossible for him to absorb these pure, the majestic purple air. Moreover, there is no life in this time and space, and it is extremely lonely. Just when this primordial god was disappointed, he had a whim: if he transformed this time and space, created creatures, and then taught them to practice, then those creatures would be filled with primordial purple energy in their bodies. He was using special means to the absorption. His purpose has been achieved. This avatar of the Jade Emperor's evil thoughts talked freely, not at all worried that Xuanhuan would take his life. As soon as this person's words fell, Xuanhuan's heart had already set off a huge wave. He didn't expect that the great powers and cultivation systems in Chinese mythology were all created by the primordial gods for their own selfishness. It's just unbelievable. Why do you know so clearly? Xuanhuan asked his own question. Because, the master of the Great Desolation, Hongjun Taoist ancestor, is the avatar of that Hongmeng god. However, what the Hongmeng god didn't expect was that after countless tens of thousands of years of cultivation, this avatar has its own consciousness, independent of the Hongmeng god. Besides, and I, at that time, was a puppet created by Daozu Hongjun. Xuanhuan was even more puzzled by this person's answer. Then he asked, according to your opinion, the myth of the Great Desolation is just a hoax? Or is the primordial god telling a big lie to the world? Well, you can understand it this way. However, without your participation, the primordial spirit would not have had an opportunity. However, in the end, the primordial spirit still failed. No one knows the specific reason. Maybe it has something to do with you. Zhang Jian's evil clone looked at Xuanhuan suspiciously, and muttered to himself. If this is the case, then Daozu Hongjun is also standing behind the scenes of the conferred god war? Xuanhuan asked. Now things are getting more and more complicated. The whole Great Desolation turned out to be a scam, and it was still a game in the middle, which made his whole head ache. Conferred god war? Don't ask me, because I don't know, I only know that because of this incident, Daozu Hongjun and his 3 disciples almost broke up. After preaching here, Xuanhuan became even more puzzled. But he figured out one thing. After a long time, the Jade Emperor Zhang Jian was actually created by Daozu Hongjun. And Hongjun Daozu is the clone of Hongmeng god. Things are getting more and more complicated. Xuanhuan sighed, and decided to stop here, because he knew that now was not the time for him to pursue this matter. In that case, then you go to die. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan's karma-cleaning flames blasted out, directly turning this evil avatar into ashes. Ding! Complete the main task, find the true identity of the Jade Emperor. The system specially rewards the host with a chance to awaken the primordial. A chance to transcend the tribulation, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to be recruited by the primordial, and a chance to awaken the loyalist. Opportunity, 1 chance to pass on Taoism and 10 chances to Benefit from the system. The system notification sounded at this time, and Xuanhuan was considered to have completed a main mission. System, I'm going to merge with the Space Avenue so that I can cross again. Right? Xuanhuan asked. Yes, when the time comes, the system will turn all the rewards into system power, drive the wheel of fortune, and the host will be able to pass through. Without any hesitation, Xuanhuan turned around, left the Shang study room, and came to an abandoned planet in the starry sky in an instant. The system gives me the inheritance of the Space Avenue. Following Xuanhuan's order, with a bang, a huge memory flooded his brain in an instant. So far, he has integrated the 5 elements avenue, the avenue of good luck, the avenue of time, and the avatar avenue. His spirit is extremely powerful. Then the ancestor of the origin of the primordial origin, and he entered the state of epiphany almost instantly. In an instant, countless auras surged from all directions of the planet, crashing into his body with a bang. Such a huge suction force made the whole planet tremble and rattle, and it seemed that this huge planet might collapse at any time. The powerhouses of the Haotian court in the 6 Emperors' city flew into the starry sky one after another, with disbelief on their faces. Your Majesty is making a breakthrough in cultivation, please don't disturb me. Lingzi has been hiding outside this planet. Seeing this, he shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone exclaimed, I remember that your Majesty has just become a strong man of the Tao of Heaven, and now he is about to break through again. This speed of cultivation is really second to none. Hey, what about Tai Chi Supreme? Haotian court will definitely unify the entire ancient Holy Land under the leadership of His Majesty. The powerhouses of Haotian court were very excited. Xuanhuan continued to conquer the outside world and was extremely domineering, but he was extremely tolerant towards his own people. The entire ancient Holy Land, and all areas under the control of Haotian court, were relatively loose. There are no so-called military service, taxes, and other burdens. People are very grateful to Xuanhuan, so they are naturally supported. At the same time, Xuanhuan felt his body crackling, like a planet exploding. In the Dantian, the avenue of time and the avenue of space confront each other, and no one will obey the other. The 2 supreme avenues destroy each other in the Dantian universe, and create in a flash, so that the whole universe is constantly changing in the process of destruction and creation. Seeing this situation, Xuanhuan frowned. He didn't expect that the avenue of time and the avenue of space seemed to have enmity, and they fought together as soon as they met, and the battle became fierce in an instant. 3,000 avenues, time avenues, and space avenues all exist like kings. And it's normal to be incompatible with each other. Why don't the host call the city of life and fuse with each other? Maybe it can play a neutral role. After all, the city of fate exists just like the avenue of reincarnation, and the avenue of reincarnation is the first of the 3,000 avenues. It exists like an emperor. With its checks and balances, things may turn around. The system's suggestion made Xuanhuan's eyes brighten. Now that Pingtian Palace has merged with Haotian's court, Pingtian City now stands in the 6th Emperor's City and has become a symbol. Thinking about this, Xuanhuan didn't say anything, his mind moved, and the Pingtian Palace standing in the 6th Emperor's City suddenly moved. Immediately afterwards, in the shock of everyone, he soared into the sky and went straight to a certain direction. Seeing this, the Taishan Laojun and the Bull Demon King followed closely, fearing that the city of life would escape their control. However, when they followed Mingqing to the planet where Xuanhuan practiced, they were immediately dumbfounded. At the same time, Xuanhuan's voice sounded at this moment. I am cultivating and need help from Pingtian City, everyone, don't panic. Seeing this, the Bull Demon King and the others let out a long sigh of relief. It's not that they are reluctant to Pingtian City, but they are afraid that Xuanhuan will blame him. After all, this is the city of fate that Xuanhuan conquered. Since Xuanhuan wants to use it, there is no problem. At this time, with the appearance of the City of Fate, the Time Avenue and Space Avenue in Xuanhuan's body suddenly shook, and the two retreated leisurely. Immediately afterwards, the Life City suspended above the planet flashed a bright light and disappeared. In Xuanhuan's body, in the Dantian universe. Next to the World Tree, the City of Life flashed out, separating the Avenue of Time from the Avenue of Space. Then, the City of Life suddenly burst into bright light, covering the Avenue of Time and Space. Immediately, something that horrified Xuanhuan happened. The Avenue of Time and Space, centered on Mingqing, began to merge with each other. At the same time, Xuanhuan's aura began to grow slowly. However, it still takes a long distance to break through to the middle stage of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao realm. As time passed slowly, more and more creatures gathered around the planet, centered on Xuanhuan. It has exceeded hundreds of thousands of miles. They didn't dare to get too close, because the coercion of Xuanhuan's breakthrough was terrifying, and on the outskirts of the planet, Yinlingzi, Guanyu, Nuwa, Zulong Yingjing, Leizhenzi, and 5-9 Profound Void Realm powerhouses moved the planet surround in the middle. A powerful aura that no one dares to approach. Strong, really strong. Is this the breath that transcends heaven? The Emperor of Heaven is breaking through, and this breath is the breath of space. What kind of power is this? Is it the Space Avenue? The creatures talked a lot, but Xuanhuan was not distracted, he was still concentrating on integrating the Tao. At the same time, in a spooky universe. Here, pavilions, terraces, and pavilions are crisscrossed and spread all over it. There is a gloomy atmosphere everywhere here, and there are ghosts floating in the air. At this time, in a huge palace, there were two figures standing bowed. The two figures are a man and a woman. The man was wearing a pitch-black battle armor, with a sword on his waist, and his whole body was full of ghosts, making him look extremely terrifying. That woman actually had a golden skull, with two purple golden flames beating in her eyes. In the gloomy hall, it is particularly conspicuous. Her body is uneven, her skin is fair, and she exudes the charm of a mature woman. If you just look at her from the neck down, you will definitely be fascinated. In front of the two sat a purple gold imperial robe, wearing a golden imperial crown, with a handsome face, long and narrow eyes, and a pair of purple-red eyes. Sitting there gives people an imposing manner that the landslide is predetermined but not changed. Master, the Tianwu League is supported by the Qingming clan and the Jinwu clan. The subordinates think that they will not be able to get away from us at all. At this time, the woman with the golden skull opened and closed her mouth and spoke. Its voice is charming and moving, which is quite different from its image. A pair of purple golden flames danced strangely. And the man wearing the imperial robe is none other than Di Qingtian, the leader of the Nether Ghost sect. Among the forces of Hongmeng, he is a veritable giant. Di Qingtian looked at the skull-headed woman expressionlessly and said, "The Tianwu League is not terrible, what is terrible is Emperor Ziwei. If Emperor Ziwei steps out, the Golden Crow clan will definitely be destroyed. As for the Qingming clan, this race is too hateful, but the strength of the ancestor Qingming is not inferior to this emperor. If the Tianwu alliance wants to destroy these two forces, it will take a certain amount of time. We are in trouble. Although Di Qingtian said so, the calmness in his eyes revealed the arrogance in his heart. The skull-headed woman giggled and said, "Master, you are the most powerful emperor in primordial origin. How dare Emperor Ziwei come to disturb you?" "Master." "Well, that's right, the hierarch likes to hear this story." Di Qingtian looked enjoying it. But he asked again, "Heavenly Emperor? Is this guy really the teacher of all beings that Emperor Qian and Nailan Qing admired so much?" "Well, yes, that's the guy. Emperor Qian is known as the undefeated emperor, and Nailan Qing is not an easy person. If it is not for some reason, his strength will definitely be stronger. Can the person who can make these two people admire him so much be a simple person? Until now so far, our Nether Ghost sect has lost 5 ghost kings and 3 ghost venerables. This person should not be underestimated." Di Qingtian muttered to himself, in addition to murder, there was also strong curiosity in his eyes. "Master, our ghost venerable can't die in vain, he must kill the heavenly emperor, otherwise we won't be able to do business anywhere in Hongmeng." The skull woman said bitterly. "Yes, master, we must take the head of the Emperor of Heaven to explain to Hongmeng." The tall man who had not spoken all this time also echoed. Di Qingtian shook his head and said, "This matter is not as easy as you think. According to rumors, a few days ago, Taiji Supreme, Xixiang Shenjun, and Liangyi Great Emperor all went to the ancient Holy Land one after another, but they all went empty-handed. And then, even the Hongmeng avatar didn't get any benefits from the Heavenly Emperor, so what are we?" Di Qingtian sighed and said, "After the matter here is over, the leader of the sect should go to the ancient holy place in person, and I want to see who the Emperor of Heaven is." Neither of the two people below said a word, and they couldn't do anything to people who couldn't do anything to the primordial avatar. While shocked, I also became curious. Ding. Trigger the side mission Emperor Qingtian's killing intent. Mission. Details: Di Qingtian, the leader of the ghost sect, has murderous intent on the host, and he will come to the ancient Holy Land soon. If the host can repel Emperor Qingtian, the system specially rewards the host with a chance to transcend the tribulation of the primordial world, a chance to inherit Taoism, a chance to awaken beyond the limit, a chance to awaken diehard loyalists, a chance to be favored by the system, and 3 chances to be the peak of the strong. At this time, the system prompt sounded in Su Haotian's mind, which annoyed Su Haotian, who was merging the Space Avenue. Why are these guys so interested in him? Humph, come on, I will let you all know what it means to go without returning. Su Haotian said bitterly in his heart. Immediately began to continue to merge. At this time, in the Dantian universe in his body, Pingtian City, which is the first life city he attained, the Tao, has shrunk to the size of an egg, and at the same time, the entire city has become transparent. The Time Avenue and the Space Avenue have penetrated into the City of Life and started to merge. 3 days later, the City of Life had shrunk to the size of an egg yolk, and the avenues of time and space were completely integrated. All the avenues he inherited and merged were attracted at this moment, surrounding the periphery of the City of Life, like protecting a king. At this moment, a new avenue, the avenue of time and space, was created by Su Haotian. From then on, he is the master of time and space, controlling time and space, already equivalent to the existence of the creation god. Boom. At this moment, countless miniatures of time and space flooded into his mind, clearly appearing in front of his eyes, like countless avenue planes, neatly arranged, and he found that with a single thought, he could see everything in all avenue planes from ancient times to the present. Boom, boom, boom. Another 3 days later, Xuanhuan broke through again, at the late stage of the Hongmeng Heavenly Dao realm. An incomparably huge aura swept across the entire Haotian interface, causing those strong people who were watching and wanting to see the true face of the Emperor of Heaven to recede like a tide. His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven made another breakthrough. He is worthy of being the teacher of all living beings. It's such a terrifying atmosphere. The breakthrough of the Heavenly Emperor indicates that the land of the ancient sages is about to usher in unification. At this time, the time and space of Xuanhuan's planet began to distort and deform continuously. Black holes suddenly appeared one after another, then disappeared and reappeared, and so on. The creatures have been dumbfounded. Yingjing, Nuwa, Yin Lingzi, and other experts in the 9 profound void realm opened their mouths wide in disbelief. This is the breath of Space Avenue? Hey, there is still the feeling of Time Avenue? My God, how many ways has His Majesty comprehended the avenue of time and the avenue of space? Your Majesty is truly unprecedented. Yingjing shook his head, sighing inwardly. At this time, Xuanhuan, who was on the planet, suddenly opened his eyes. The black hole in the left eye and the wind and cloud in the right eye, the fusion of the two is the avenue of time and space. The space-time avenue is really an incomparably miraculous existence. Xuanhuan muttered to himself, now he can travel through time and space at will, and he can go wherever he wants with a single thought. However, Xuanhuan felt that it was still difficult to travel to the time before the chaos, or even longer. But he merged with the city of fate, as if he had merged with a breath of fate. With fate, he was sure that he could travel for a longer time. Now he has the protection of the wheel of fate, the avenue of time and space, and the fusion of fate himself. He doesn't think he can't travel to farther places. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan got up and went back to the 6th Emperor's city, preparing to study the time and space avenue carefully. As soon as Xuanhuan left, Nuwa and the others also turned and left. The surrounding creatures carefully surrounded him. System, now can I use the avenue of time and space and the wheel of fortune to travel? Sitting in his own bedroom, Xuanhuan asked in his heart. He can't wait to become stronger now. Tai Chi Supreme, Xixiang, Shenjun, Liangyi Emperor, Diqing Tian and other real bosses in the primordial world, he can clean them up one by one. Theoretically, it is possible, but the host must carefully plan what era to travel to, and whether the system can withstand such a long time travel. The system's suggestion made Xuanhuan take a deep breath. He has traveled through 10,000 years to make arrangements for himself, and he has also traveled to the chaotic era, and the same arrangement was successful. But it is still not enough. If he travels to the beginning of everything, then everything will be under his control. Just when he was about to try to time travel, a voice rang in his mind. Emperor, come out and get together. Nalanqing? Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, then said to himself strangely. However, he did not delve into it, and immediately disappeared into his bedroom. In the colorful star path, Nalanqing stood in the depths of the star path, with his hands upside down. Xuanhuan saw Nalanqing's figure just after he appeared. Hey, something is wrong, this guy seems to be much sharper than before. Xuanhuan frowned and muttered to himself. At this time, Nalanqing appeared. In front of him out of thin air. Xuanhuan saw Nalanqing's face clearly, and found that the bloody runes on his face were much less and faded a lot. Although his face was still indifferent, but there was more expression in his eyes. Haha, as expected of the Heavenly Emperor, he has reached the late stage of the primordial Dao realm in such a short period of time, and there are as many as 5 Dao contained in his body. It's amazing. Nalanqing was still so powerful, he could see through Xuanhuan's details. All at once. Xuanhuan frowned and said, "You bastard, I feel different when you appear. This time. Why is that?" "An accident, a curse, and now I will break through the shackles, and the new me will come back soon." "Brand new you? Cursed? He is already so strong, if he breaks through, who else can be his opponent? By the way, did the Tai Chi Supreme Guy go to you, and even threaten to let you leave the old sage land within 100 years? At this time, Nalanqing asked. "Yeah, how do you know him?" Xuanhuan asked, casually. "Well, we are very familiar, because he is often beaten by me, and this time is no exception. Let me beat him up, and he will be more honest. 100 years later, if he troubles you, I will make his life worse than death." Nalanqing stared at Xuanhuan and said firmly. "You don't seem to want to talk to me this time, do you? Hurry up and get to the point." Xuanhuan was not polite to Nalanqing either, and said casually. Xuanhuan's randomness made Nalanqing very happy. He said with a smile. "Besides, I will return to the Yaozu soon. After breaking out of the cocoon and reborn, I want to revive the glory of the Yaozu. At that time, we will compare each other. Let's see whose power can become the most powerful in the world." Hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up, and this guy finally got the hang of it. It seems that there is another supreme level task falling on his head. Thinking of this, he said, Don't get carried away, I will let you know what is the most powerful force." The eyes of the two faced each other, both of them were burning with infinite fighting spirit. "Well, take this thing and remember, it's important to you. Because it's yours." Nalanqing seemed to have thought of something, flipped his hands, and took out a golden bead. The golden bead was golden yellow and gleaming. What surprised Xuanhuan was that this bead gave him an extremely familiar feeling. "What is this?" Xuanhuan was very curious, because he found out that Nalanqing said that the bead belonged to him. Nalanqing didn't answer Xuanhuan's words, but turned and left. Before leaving, he said, "Don't worry, you will understand when you remember everything. Remember, when we meet again, I hope you will become stronger." Ding? Complete the supreme task, find Nalanqing. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance to die loyal awakening, 2 chances to inherit Taoism, 2 chances to supralimit awakening, and 1 chance to summon the strong. 1 system, the opportunity of ends. 2 chances for the diehard. Peak, 5 chances for the peak of the strong, 5 chances for the copy of the strong. With Nalanqing's disappearance, the system prompt sounded in his mind. This long-awaited task has finally been completed. At this time, Xuanhuan held the golden bead and observed it carefully. After a long time, he tentatively asked, "Could it be that this bead is related to the Tao of time and space?" That's right, Xuanhuan felt the aura of the Tao of time and space in this bead. and pure and rich. Ding? Complete the supreme task. Find Nailan Qing. The system specially rewards the host with 1 chance to die loyal awakening, 2 chances to inherit Taoism, 2 chances to superlimit awakening, and 1 chance to summon the strong. 1 system opportunities for ends. 2 chances for the diehard. Peak, 5 chances for the peak of the strong, and 5 chances for the copy of the strong. With Nailan Qing's disappearance, the system prompt sounded in his mind. This long-awaited task has finally been completed. At this time, Su Hao held the golden bead and observed it carefully. After a long time, he tentatively asked, could it be that this bead is related to the Tao of time and space? That's right, Su Haoyan felt the aura of the Tao of time and space in this bead. And pure and rich. Yes, this bead is condensed from the origin of the Tao of time and space, and it is full of the aura of the Tao of time and space. It has to be said that the host's luck is really strong. This bead is rare in the world, and even the system has only heard of it, never seen. The system's answer actually had a kind of sigh and emotion. Su Haoyan was amazed, but because of this, Su Haoyan was very puzzled. Because according to Nailan Qing, this bead seems to be given to Nailan Qing by him. Could it be that after traveling through time, he saw the former Nailan Qing? However, I don't know if it's because of the long time or other reasons, but he has no impression of this bead at all. Could it be that the treasure I obtained after time traveling? After a long time, Su Haoyan shook his head and said, the system relies on this bead. Can I go back to the beginning of everything through time travel again? Previously, according to system calculations, even if the host completed a main task, the travel time would not be too long, but now it is different. The host not only completed another supreme level task, but also obtained the source of the space-time avenue. When the time comes to start one by one, it will definitely travel back to a long time ago. As for how far, the system can't calculate it for the time being. Hearing this, Su Haoyan was heartbroken. Immediately, he put away the source of time and space, and then returned to Haoyan Court. Now that Haoyan Court has 5-9 profound great void realm powers sitting in command, he is not afraid of what will happen after he leaves. Besides, he was only gone for a while. In the boundless starry sky, there is a huge universe without sun, moon, and life. He is located in the deepest part of the entire primordial world. The place is vast and silent. Only in the middle of the universe, there is an equally huge and lonely continent. On this continent, there is also no breath of life, and it is also dark. But in the middle of the continent, there is a blood-red castle floating. This castle is extremely huge, eerie, and terrifying, and a bloody aura is constantly wafting out of the castle. Let this place, and even the entire continent, be filled with strange colors. The incarnation of Hongmeng is in catastrophe, but I am the only Buddha who has no fate. A vicissitudes, like a voice from ancient times, came from the castle, like a ghost. When this voice sounded, a huge hole was torn open in this universe, and a strange figure stepped in step by step. This figure was extremely tall, a full 7 feet high. His whole body was full of muscles, his arms were big and his waist was round, and his whole body was full of explosive power. The most frightening thing is that this person turned out to be half yin and half yang, with one side of his body turning into pitch black. The other half of the body is white. And half of her face looks like a woman's, with red lips and winking eyes, and the other half of her face looks like a man's, with Stubble. 2 days later, in the depths of the emperor's palace. Xuanhuan, recruited by Suzhen, the daughter ancestor of Qingling, and told the two daughters that he will retreat for a month to stabilize his cultivation, and don't disturb him during this month. The second daughter naturally agreed to this. 1 month is just a blink of an eye for practitioners like them who have a long history. A day later, Xuanhuan sat in the empty bedroom with a calm expression. Next, he is going to cross again. This time, he will return to the place where everything started and plan everything. System, can I go back to this point in time through this trip? Xuanhuan asked. Not necessarily. After all, this time travel is led by the host itself, and any changes may occur. The system's answer made Xuanhuan take a deep breath. Although there are variables, Xuanhuan must cross now, because without crossing, he will not be able to face the many strong men from Hongmeng. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's eyes became more determined. Immediately, he activated the space-time avenue, and saw the void in front of him twist for a while, and then a black hole appeared, quickly sucking him in. This is an independent interface belonging to Xuanhuan, where he can be a bystander and see all time and space, including the parallel time and space. Here, each spacetime is like a tiny particle, and in this independent interface, it shines brilliantly and looks extremely spectacular. As soon as Xuanhuan appeared, he began to size up. The interface is filled with countless spacetime microcosms, and each particle, like a vortex, densely covers the entire interface. After admiring it for a while, he activated the Wheel of Fortune in his body. And then he felt the rapid reversal of time. Ever since he took the City of Fate as a transit hub and integrated it into the avenue of time and space, he found that it is more handy to activate the Wheel of Fortune. As time went by, Xuanhuan discovered that in front of his eyes, those tiny sand grains of time and space were neatly arranged in a line, extending infinitely, and the edge could not be seen at a glance. He named this line the space-time line. And what the tower is going to is the end of this line, the beginning of the space-time line. The Wheel of Fortune kept moving, the golden light on Xuanhuan's body became brighter and brighter, and the speed also became faster and faster. In an instant, it flew towards the end of the time-space line like a shooting star. This time, I'm going to start from the beginning, and let Haoshanting really soar into the sky. Xuanhuan's expression was determined, and soon turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. But just after he flew for a while, he felt dizzy, because he had mastered the avenue of time, so he knew that he had come to the time and space. 100 million years later in an instant. It stands to reason that this is already his limit distance, and without the assistance of other forces, he can only travel so far. System, turn the main task of the Jade Emperor's evil thought clone into system power to help me cross. At this time, Xuanhuan opened his mouth and gave orders. Ding. The system is upgrading the power of the host. Ding. The power of the host has been strengthened, and you can travel through it again. As the system prompt sounded, Xuanhuan disappeared into a stream of light. Again. This time, Xuanhuan traveled even further, and came to the space-time. 10 billion years later. The system integrates the task of finding Nalinking into a system power. Xuanhuan calmly ordered again. Boom. This time, Xuanhuan's speed slowed down again, before the point in time and space that Xuanhuan traveled even further 100 billion years later. The system integrates the original power of time and space into the Wheel of Fortune. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and ordered again. He still has to travel forward, because the space-time line has not yet ended. As the system integrated the original power of time and space into the wheel of destiny, Xuanhuan's confinement and dizziness disappeared again, turning into a streamer and continuing to fly forward. Soon, he leaped 200 billion years, 300 billion years. Soon, after 1 trillion years, his head felt dizzy again. He decisively called out the wheel of fate from his body, and put it on top of his head. The bright golden light melted into the space-time avenue, making his speed accelerate again. God, what are you doing? At this time, Tianwu, who was taken as a slave by Xuanhuan, the clone of fate in the Wheel of Fortune, suddenly screamed. Xuanhuan didn't speak, didn't answer, he concentrated all his energy, and kept traveling. 2 trillion years, 3 trillion years, 4 trillion years. Xuanhuan's eyes gradually began to blur, and his consciousness, gradually, became heavy. The whole person is like sitting on a Ferris wheel, the sky and the earth are turned upside down, and a long-lost feeling of vomiting hits my heart. System, if I can't hold on any longer, how long will it last? The pulling force of time and space, even his cultivation in the primordial Heaven Dou realm, couldn't bear it. After another 1 trillion years, the skin on Xuanhuan's body began to crack, and blood gushed out of Xuanhuan's body like a fountain. The Hongming Taishan robe was even torn apart. The master must hold on, if you can really travel to the place where everything started, the system will be upgraded again. The system prompt sounded, but it was too vague for Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan only felt that he was about to explode. If he hadn't possessed the avenue of time, the avenue of space, the avenue of 5 elements, the wheel of fortune, and the lucky system, he would have been wiped out long ago. No, I can't just sleep like this. I still have relatives, and I want to become stronger. I want to let the Hongming gods, the Golden Crow clan, the Nether Ghost sect, the Qingming clan, etc., all forces that compete with the Hao Tian, feeling scared. The strong will supported Xuanhuan to continue to travel through. The tearing force strengthened again, and Xuanhuan's consciousness became more and more blurred. You stop so fast, are you crazy? If you continue like this, you will die. Tianwu's eyes were about to burst, and he even started to curse. Xuanhuan roared. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were already sprayed with blood, but he still persisted. When the light that belongs to him leaps forward for 40 trillion years, 50,000 billion years, 10,000 trillion years. Finally. Ding. During the deep sleep again, all functions will stop working. The time is uncertain. When Xuanhuan finally couldn't hold on, and fell into a deep sleep with a bang, the system prompt sounded, and he also rushed out of the time-space avenue. Everything calms down. The space-time line disappeared, and Xuanhuan also fell into a deep sleep. So, time passed quietly, and it can also be said that there is no time here. And there is no day and night. I don't know how long it has been. Xuanhuan's consciousness gradually recovered, and he felt warm and comfortable all over his body. He wanted to open his eyes, but found that he couldn't do it at all. He was powerless and fell into a deep sleep again. A long time has passed. He woke up again, and the memory of the whole person gradually recovered. After he opened his eyes and fully recovered his consciousness, he finally saw everything in front of him. What caught his eyes was a vast expanse of whiteness, and then he realized that he was actually covered in blood, floating in the void in a state of embarrassment. This is where. Xuanhuan shook his head, and restored his still dizzy head to clarity. Only. Then muttered to himself. There is a vast expanse of whiteness here, without end, and all he sees is a haze of whiteness. He found that this place is not even the world. There is no gravity, no time, no space, nothing. And he also discovered that he can move freely here, and he can go wherever he wants. But sadly, no matter where he flies, it is always white. Are you awake in the system? Xuanhuan asked. Because there were no living beings, Xuanhuan asked. Clearly. But there was no answer. Xuanhuan sighed. At the moment of his coma, he seemed to hear the system prompt, but because he passed out in an instant, he didn't have time to check it. At this point, it seems that the system is really asleep. After thinking for a while, Xuanhuan took out a lot of things from the lucky space. There are countless pills and spirit stones. He needs to recuperate his body first, and then think about other things. Immediately, he began to take medicine to heal his injuries, and during the healing process, he released his spiritual consciousness and flew in all directions. Unfortunately, he scattered his spiritual consciousness overwhelmingly, but what caught his eyes was still a vast expanse of whiteness. Except for white, which is white, no substance was found, including sand and dust. Could it be that I made a mistake in traveling before I fell into a coma? Xuanhuan's face instantly became worried. People often say that the unknown is the most dangerous thing, and this sentence is not wrong at all. After an unknown period of time, more than half of his injuries and cultivation had recovered, and he immediately summoned hundreds of thousands of clones and flew towards all directions. His avatar avenue is different from others. His avatar has the same strength as his main body. You can travel across a large plain almost instantly. It's just that here, he can't fly to the end. Xuanhuan gritted his teeth and continued to urge the clone to fly away. I don't know how long it has passed, but on this day, a clone of Xuanhuan came into the void. He stood here and looked up, although it was still a vast expanse of whiteness, but in this vast expanse of whiteness, he actually felt something different. In this white world, there is actually a mysterious gas. This gas is milky white, slightly different from that pure white. Xuanhuan, who was sitting cross-legged and bored in the void, suddenly disappeared. When it appeared, it had already come to that clone. Xuanhuan came to the gas, wanting to feel what the gas is. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The mysterious gas floating in the void suddenly moved when Xuanhuan stretched out his hand to check. With lightning speed, Xuanhuan was caught off guard, and suddenly escaped into Xuanhuan's body. This accident caused Xuanhuan's complexion to change suddenly, but immediately his face became weird. I saw that as soon as this mysterious gas entered his body, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. Where did the gas go? Xuanhuan was a little puzzled at first, and he didn't use his kung fu to resist rashly. Instead, he concentrated on looking inside, and if there was anything wrong, he would take thunderous measures. However, when the endless mysterious gas entered his body one after another, and then disappeared, Xuanhuan seemed to have sensed that something in his body was recovering. What did he suddenly think about? The whole person's face became even weirder. Immediately, with a move of consciousness, he retracted all his avatars, and simply sat cross-legged in the gas, allowing his body to actively absorb the mysterious gas. After an unknown amount of time, a voice suddenly sounded in Xuanhuan's Mind. Ding. The system has successfully awakened. Ding. The system has been successfully upgraded again. Ding. Because the system accidentally absorbed the primordial energy, the system was upgraded in a very short period of time. At the same time, the system also opened new functions. Ding. The system is upgraded. All previous functions have been optimized and can be completed within 10 seconds. Ding. After the system is upgraded, a new function is activated, the autonomous search function. It can independently search for all treasure locations in the space where the host is located, as well as the property list of treasures. This function can be activated at any time. Ding. After the system is upgraded, a new function is activated, the carrying function. All the treasures found by the host in this space can be carried back to the original time point. But only the dead things are restricted. The living things and the strong ones cultivated by the host in this space will not be able to travel. Xuanhuan was completely stunned by a series of system prompts. He wasn't because of the two new functions brought about by the system upgrade, but because of what the system called primordial energy. But, what the hell is this primordial energy? How has he never heard of it? The primordial qi is the most primitive state of all gases. For example, the primordial purple qi, such as the primordial qi, etc., will be eclipsed in front of the primordial qi. The systematic explanation made Xuanhuan's eyes light up, and his breathing became short of breath. System, do you mean to say that primordial qi is the ancestor of all gas in the world? Xuanhuan asked in surprise. Yes. When the system just woke up, it checked the current space of the host and came to a conclusion that the host may have come before the primordial, before everything was formed. As soon as the system sound fell, Xuanhuan's face brightened immediately. Before Hongmeng, when everything started. Could it be that he has traveled through the head? Hongmeng has not yet appeared, so how can I play? Although he lamented in his heart, Xuanhuan also understood that since he was deep in the place where everything started, then the ancestor who could meet all the qi was easily solved. In addition, this primordial energy can help the host to cultivate. In other words, the host can now practice during this period. The system notification sounded again, but Xuanhuan did not show any surprise. Since he is the ancestor of all qi, he can use it, and he will know this without the system reminding him. What he is worried about now is when will he be able to travel back. For this reason, he expressed the doubts in his heart. We can't be sure yet, because there is no primordial appearance yet. The host can only practice while waiting patiently until the primordial appearance appears. The system's answer made Xuanhuan have a wry smile on his face. After Hongmeng appeared, the system could analyze when it would travel back. But the key is, when will Hongmeng appear? System, you don't want me to create Hongmeng, do you? Xuanhuan complained. This is really playing big. Xuanhuan thought helplessly. Why can't the host create the primordial? Even if the host can't create the primordial, it can still cultivate subordinates to create the primordial. As soon as the system said this, Xuanhuan was instantly stunned. Create Hongmeng? Since this is the beginning of time, then I can do whatever I want. What's wrong with being a creator god? System, I can be the god of creation, but there must be creatures for me to create? How can he create without a living being? He can't cut his own flesh and blood to create, right? In the host's Dantian universe, after a long evolution, there should be signs of life. Why didn't the host move these creatures here and create? As soon as the system said this, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up suddenly. He quickly immersed his spiritual consciousness in the universe of his Dantian, and began to wander around. He also visited his Dantian universe before, but at that time it was dark and lifeless. But ever since his cultivation broke through the Tao of Heaven, there has been vitality here, and under the Tao of Light, there has been light here. Under the avenue of the 5 elements, rain and dew appeared here, and under the avenue of time, there was a state of development here. In short, here is now developing towards a civilized direction. Because this is his own body, Xuanhuan can go anywhere with a single thought. Is there really a breath of life? Just after appearing here, Xuanhuan felt a faint breath of life. In an instant, a purple light cluster appeared in front of Xuanhuan. This ball of light was only the size of a thumb belly, and it was wriggling unconsciously. There is no vein, no breath, let alone breath. However, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he couldn't feel any other aura on this light group, there was only a trace of life that seemed to be destroyed at any time. But this is not important. What is important is that this light cluster is extremely pure, and what is more important is that it has no consciousness. Xiaobai is one, and can be used for cultivation. Immediately, Xuanhuan took it out of the Dantian universe. Then, used the Avatar Avenue to pull a strand of his soul out of his body and integrate it into a light cluster. In an instant, the light cluster in front of him squirmed violently, and turned into a soul body in an instant. This soul body is purple all over, faceless, like a magnified soul body. Fuck, you're actually making people? Tianwu was released by Xuanhuan a long time ago, and at this moment, he was yelling around the soul body. As soon as these words came out, Xuanhuan's eyes went dark. What the hell are you talking about? What is creating a human being? Is it good to create at this time? Forehead. It seems to be no different from creating a human being. This is my split soul. At this time it has fully developed spiritual wisdom. And now there are new creatures here. As soon as the words fell, Xuanhuan found 6 light clusters with a faint breath of life from the Dantian universe, and after giving them vitality, they all turned into soul bodies in the end. After the 7 soul bodies were created, they chattered happily. For them, Xuanhuan is their father, like a child, full of nostalgia. Tianwu, I entrust you with a task to teach them. I still have no time to practice. Tianwu happily agreed, since Xuanhuan came here, 100 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Not only Xuanhuan is boring, but he also finds it particularly boring. So when he heard that he could be a teacher to teach students, he found it interesting. In this way, Xuanhuan stayed in this place full of primordial energy, and began to practice. And Tianwu began to teach the 7 soul bodies. Time passed quickly like this. 10 years later, the 7 new souls already possessed the wisdom of a 10-year-old child, babbled, and were able to start talking. And Xuanhuan's cultivation base is also constantly improving. In the Yuanchu era, Xuanhuan had nothing to do and named this era according to the fact that everything has not yet begun. The primordial mist has not yet been opened, the heavenly emperor will last forever, and the eternal emperor will be at ease. When Xuanhuan is free, he will also teach these 7 new souls. In fact, he found that he couldn't absorb too much primordial energy at one time, and he couldn't refine it too fast, otherwise he would explode and die. The systematic explanation is that with Xuanhuan's current divine body, he still needs to be tempered with this gas to absorb this gas without any scruples. The primordial mist has not yet been opened, the heavenly emperor will last forever, and the eternal emperor will be at ease. The 7 souls also followed suit. The voice is immature, but very clear. Every year, Xuanhuan has to stop to let his body adapt to the transformation of this gas, so he made up some poems to pass the time and teach these 7 children. This sentence is not yet a poem, it can only be regarded as a general word. The implication is that the heavenly emperor already existed before the primordial mist was opened, and the number 1 emperor throughout the ages is extremely at ease. After making up this sentence, Xuanhuan suddenly thought of the old man. Xiaozi. I don't know where he went. System, call out the attribute list of Xiaozi. This old guy has disappeared since he merged with Dou. How strange. Xiaozi, from the era of chaos. Identity, unknown. Lucky level, unknown. Cultivation method, unknown. Avatar, unknown. Loyalty, 0. System special reminder, this strong man has died. Died? Xuanhuan's eyes widened immediately, and his body trembled. Tianwu and the 7 souls didn't notice Xuanhuan's strangeness. Still studying hard. Xiaozi is so powerful, why did he die? Do you know the system? In his heart, Xiaozi's cultivation is extremely powerful, almost invincible. How could he die? When the host merged with the Dao, in order to fulfill the host, he dedicated all his mana to the host, and died because of this. Hearing this, Xuanhuan was immediately shocked. Xiaozi sacrificed so much for him, at this moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Because Xiaozi's loyalty is 0, according to the judgment of the system. This strong man has betrayed the host, so this strong man is not monitored by the system. The system prompt sounded, and Xuanhuan fell into complete silence. After a long time, he said with bright eyes, System, can I bring Xiaozi back to life? He remembered that the system has a resurrection function. Although he doesn't have any rewards now, if he completes the task, he can integrate the resurrection function. Can. Although Xuanhuan's answer was brief, Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly shone with light. After thinking about it, Xuanhuan took a deep breath, looked at the 7 soul bodies playing with Tianwu on the other side, and immediately had a grand plan in his mind. He wants to cultivate these 7 subsouls into future generations of strong men who stand above all living beings. And he is the highest God. In the early days, there was no heaven and earth, only endless loneliness. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. The 7 soul bodies are fully grown up, and their spiritual intelligence is fully mature. Looking at the 7 soul bodies standing in front of him, Xuanhuan smiled slightly and said, From now on, each of you must give yourself a name. For 100 years, Xuanhuan and Tianwu told them many stories, human geography and so on. Father, can we have the word emperor in our names? This is the first divided soul, created by Xuanhuan, both in height and knowledge are higher than the other 6 souls. Xuanhuan was slightly taken aback. He opened his mouth and asked, Why did you choose the name emperor? Father is called the Emperor of Heaven, and it feels so powerful, so we have to be like my father. The ghost said excitedly. Well, yes. Xuanhuan nodded. Whether it is courage or wisdom, this subsoul is very good. Maybe he is a famous existence in later generations. Father, my name is Emperor Taiji. One of the white soul bodies spoke first. Tai Chi? Very good. Xuanhuan nodded to him in satisfaction. Father, my name is Liang Huandi. This is what a yellow soul body said. Father, my name is Yang Yuendi. A half-white, half-black soul body said proudly. He, my name is Emperor Xixiang. A four-color soul body next to him said. Then I will be called Baji Supreme. One of the golden soul bodies said with a smile. Then I will be called Zaiyayozi. Among the 7 soul bodies, only he is the soul body of the 7 colors, and he opened his mouth at this time. My name is Emperor Hongmeng. The soul body of the person who asked the question at first was purple gold. And now he said solemnly. Xuanhuan was slightly surprised. Zaiyayozi. Lord Hongmeng. He remembered that he hadn't said the word Hongmeng, and Tianwu hadn't said these 2 words either. Could it be that this son was born by Hongmeng's luck? Father, I don't know, I just feel that the word Hongmeng has a special meaning to me. Then why are you called Zaiyayozi? Xuanhuan can now see that these guys are the future primordial gods. Especially the Tai Chi Emperor, for elephant chaos, could they have something to do with Tai Chi supremacy, for elephant god sovereign? Father, I just want to be free and unrestrained. I feel that this name is very suitable for me. The soul said happily. He didn't feel the wonderful expression on Xuanhuan's face at all. Okay. I hope each of you can find your own direction. Now he feels more and more that he is really the god of creation. Zaiyayozi? Nima. Did Zaiyayozi create it himself? But Zaiyayozi is a figure at the top of the pyramid in the system world. Why? Did he exist before the opening of the primordial world? No, I remember the system said that Zaiyayozi became the strongest in the system on his own initiative. Is there some secret in it? I don't know. But everything has a cause and an effect. Maybe the host is the creator of the primordial spirit. The system is a little uncertain, but he still opened his mouth. Taiji Emperor, Liang Tianjun, Yinyang Emperor, Xixiang Chaos, Baji Supreme. Zaiyayozi, Hongmeng Emperor. The 7 soul bodies of different colors called each other names, like children, very cheerful. For them, being able to have their own name is the happiest thing for them at this time. Xuanhuan froze in place. Not counting Zaiyayozi, whether it is Emperor Taiji, Liang, Xixiang, Baji, Hongmeng, these are all the names of great figures who are familiar to later generations. Now let these 7 little guys be used as names. I don't know what they will achieve in the end. Finally, he took a deep look at Zaiyayozi's colorful soul body. There was a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Afterwards, the 7 soul bodies chattered with Tianwu again. Tianwu is a little trembling now. He didn't expect that the soul body that Xuanhuan casually created would be extremely powerful in later generations. He actually saw the power of the future, which is really incredible. What shocked him even more was that the creator of the primordial spirit was Xuanhuan. Could it be that the number is set freely in the dark? But Xuanhuan fell into deep thought. If I created the primordial spirit, then what am I? How did I do it? Where do I come from? At this moment, Xuanhuan was at a loss. The host can understand yourself as the first living being in the primordial period. You created 7 strong men, and then they opened up the primordial realm, and then the primordial realm was shattered, and chaos began, and you, for some reason, suddenly disappeared. To commemorate you, to make you a myth. The myth of the first god of Hongmeng. After countless reincarnations, Yerwell descended on a human being named Xuanhuan. By chance, you traveled with the system and gradually found yourself. And your life, including reincarnation, was predicted by you at this moment. When you stand on top of 10,000 lives, you will restore all your memories. The system's explanation made Xuanhuan fall into a huge shock. Is this really the case? Is it true that I am the Emperor of Heaven? Xuanhuan only felt that his mind was buzzing and exploding, his mood was up and down, and it was difficult to calm down. If analyzed according to the system, then why did I disappear? There is one of the biggest problems. There must be a reason for my disappearance? Xuanhuan was puzzled. What is the reason that forced me to leave here and disappear, and I have to go through reincarnation before I can gradually come back? Since the seventh soul body had a name, it became more lively. Tianwu accompanied him every day. Xuanhuan started to practice. After 100 years, his body has adapted to the domineering primordial energy, and his cultivation speed is getting faster and faster. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed. Xuanhuan's cultivation has also successfully entered the great perfection of the Dao realm of Hongmeng heaven. He named the 7 souls as the original 7 gods, and taught them the exercises he knew according to the characteristics of the 7 souls. Then, he put his magic power into their bodies to help them cultivate. For thousands of years, the world at the beginning of time is still a vast expanse of whiteness. And the disposition of Yuanchu's 7 gods also settled down. Stop making noise and start practicing. It is worth mentioning that Xuanhuan discovered a substance in the vast expanse of whiteness. This substance is undergoing some kind of mutation over time. Until one day, this substance actually produced a faint breath of life. While Xuanhuan was surprised by this, he began to look forward to it. Ding! After tens of thousands of years of analysis, the system has finally unraveled the structure of the primordial qi. This is the initial state of the primordial purple qi. The initial state of the primordial purple qi? So awesome? The host's current body has adapted to this gas, so if the host has been using this gas to practice, there will be a chance to transform into the primordial body. Hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyes lit up suddenly, and he couldn't wait to continue his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, another 10,000 years has passed. This day, there was a bang. Xuanhuan successfully broke through the realm of Hongmeng heaven and entered the realm of Hongmeng crossing tribulation. As long as he accumulates enough primordial energy, he can survive the catastrophe and achieve the ancestral realm of primordial origin. But in the early days, there was no need to cross the catastrophe. So Xuanhuan only needs to keep absorbing the primordial energy. At the same time, his immortal body also successfully broke through the 8th layer, the body of chaos. 100,000 years later, Xuanhuan survived the tribulation of the Hongmeng without any accidents, and achieved the initial stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of the Hongmeng. At this time, Xuanhuan's whole body was shining with golden light, and his body had already reached 1,000 feet tall. In the distance, Yuanchu's 7 gods and Tianwu stared blankly at Xuanhuan. There was a look of shock in their eyes. Father is so strong? At this time, Xuanhuan injected 7 golden gas into Qishan's body again. Having achieved the ancestral realm of the primordial source of primordial origin, the magic power in his body truly possesses infinite power. Only then can the cultivation base of the 7 gods be truly promoted. In this way, 7 years passed in a blink of an eye. The 7 gods have successively achieved the most holy Xuanhuan, and their bodies are completely solidified. He took out 7 pieces of clothing in the lucky space and put them on. It is worth mentioning that the Hongmeng emperor among the 7 people turned out to be a woman. 6 men and 1 woman stood cheerfully in front of Xuanhuan. Very happy. He immediately set his sights on Xiaozi. The corner of his mouth twitched. Suddenly. It's really him. Xiaozi. His expression instantly brightened. What made him feel weird was that Emperor Hongmeng turned out to be a woman. And she was as beautiful as a flower. He couldn't imagine that this woman was really the god who created Hongmeng. Among the 7 gods, Emperor Enyang Yuendi has the most peculiar body, half black and half white, but handsome in appearance. Their cultivation bases are almost exactly the same, but Emperor Hongmeng is slightly higher. Xuanhuan couldn't help thinking about it. Father, am I ugly? Hongmeng Dijuan's pretty face suddenly turned ugly. All along, they thought Xuanhuan was the most beautiful in the world. And Tianwu is the ugliest. Xuanhuan shook his head and smiled. No, you look beautiful. His face is loving, like a loving father. Hearing this, Emperor Hongmeng showed a bright smile on his face. Well, you go to play, or practice. After speaking, Xuanhuan divided 1/3 of his mana into 8 parts, covering 8 people, including Tianwu. This mana is enough for them to practice for hundreds of thousands of years. Immediately, Xuanhuan began to practice. Although he has broken through to the ancestral realm of the primordial origin of the primordial spirit, it is still far from enough. After much difficulty, when he came to the beginning of all things, he must make himself a mess. In the blink of an eye, 500,000 years have passed. Xuanhuan successfully broke through to the middle stage of the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. Its physical strength is even more powerful. 3 million years passed. Xuanhuan broke through the late stage of the ancestral realm of origin of Hongmeng. At this time, Xuanhuan's cultivation was not only invincible in the ancestral realm of Hongmeng Xuan, he was not afraid of even the strong ones in the 9 profound void realm. Primordial Qi has made him powerful to an incomparably terrifying height. Realm is not important to him. At the same time, with the help of Xuanhuan, the cultivation base of the 7 gods of Yuan Chu has reached the great consummation of the great master of Chaos Realm, and the Hongmeng Emperor is at the early stage of Hongmeng's entry into the Taoist realm. And Tianwu also entered the Chaos Supreme Emperor realm. With nothing to do, Xuanhuan taught them the supernatural powers he had collected in the past according to their respective characteristics. 100 million years later, Xuanhuan successfully entered the Dzogchen realm, the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng. As he got to the end, his cultivation base improved more slowly, but his strength doubled. At the same time, he has been invincible for too long, and he already feels lonely. And so on for another 5 billion years. Xuanhuan broke through the ancestral realm of the origin of Hongmeng, achieving the first level of the 9 profound void realm. On this day, after the battle between Xiaozi and Emperor Hongmeng ceased, Emperor Hongmeng sighed with a look of loneliness on his face. It's boring, it's really boring. Xiaozi smiled and said, so what? Only Tianwu and my father are in this world. We were created by my father, and we were originally created to accompany him. Hey, What did you say? Creation? Emperor Hongmeng fell into deep thought immediately. Xiaoyozi felt very strange, so he asked, Sister, what are you thinking? Although Emperor Hongmeng is a woman, she has already been recognized as the eldest sister by 7 people, and she is usually called like that. Emperor Hongmeng sighed, and there was light in her eyes. She said, 7th brother, go and play with 3rd brother and the others. Sister needs to think about something. Among the 7, Emperor Hongmeng is the longest and Xiaoyozi is the youngest. So Xiaoyozi is called the 7th brother by everyone. Watching Emperor Hongmeng turn around and fly into the endless whiteness, Xiaoyozi's eyes flashed. Although he is the youngest among the 7, and his strength ranks in the middle, but when it comes to brains, he takes the 2nd place, and no one dares to take the 1st place. Even Xuanhuan praised Xiaoyozi's intelligence. Xuanhuan naturally didn't pay attention to Emperor Hongmeng's behavior. Still practicing. In the primordial period, the endless years are fleeting. In the blink of an eye, 10 billion years have passed. Xuanhuan broke through the 2nd stage of the 9 profound void realm. Both the body and mana have increased dramatically, and the aura of the whole person is also extremely magnificent. He has a feeling that even if he faces Tai Chi Supreme, he will not lose, and he has a great confidence in defeating Tai Chi Supreme. System, when can I travel back? On this day, Xuanhuan asked in his heart. He can't open the gate of time and space now, nor can he call out the wheel of fortune. If you want to cross, you can only rely on the system. Now that his cultivation base has improved, he can't wait to go back and rule everything. It's not yet possible to give the host an answer. Because the host has overreached, many functions of the system cannot be activated. Because there is no guidance from the Tao, the system has no way. Xuanhuan frowned when he heard this. Do we have to wait for the primordial to appear before we can travel through? Xuanhuan was speechless. It seemed that he still had to wait. Thinking, he looked at the air masses, the size of small basins on both sides of him, sighed, and had to let go of his urgency. It is worth mentioning that the breath of life is continuously released from the air masses on both sides of him. At the same time, through the mist, one can vaguely see that there seems to be a living being conceived inside. Can the original local creatures give me a surprise? After muttering to himself, Xuanhuan calmed down and continued to practice. Because it was boring, Xuanhuan didn't count the time. Both Tianwu and the 7 gods fell silent. In addition to cultivation, it is still cultivation. In this way, another 100 billion years passed. Xuanhuan broke through again, the 5th level of the 9 profound void realm. And his true strength has already surpassed the 9 profound void realm. The 7 gods of Yuan-Chu have also become enlightened, and they have cultivated in the Tao realm of Hongmeng Rong. The Hongmeng Emperor has reached the late stage of the Hongmeng Rong Tao realm. Continue to practice. Because apart from cultivation, he really has nothing to do. And so on for billions of years. On this day, Xuanhuan had nothing to do, his consciousness was scattered. And he was going to see what the Yuan-Chu 7 gods were doing. What? At this moment, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. He frowned, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, at an incomparably far distance from where Xuanhuan was, Emperor Hongmeng stood in a vast expanse of whiteness, with his eyes closed and silent, exuding a very strange purple aura all over his body. Xuanhuan came to her side in an instant, and said calmly, Hongmeng, what are you doing? Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongmeng turned his head, a smile appeared on his pretty face. Father, don't you feel that there is a lot missing here? It's too quiet here. And my child wants to make this place lively. When Emperor Hongmeng said this, Xuanhuan felt that the primordial energy floating in the void swarmed over and penetrated into Emperor Hongmeng's body. Seeing this, Xuanhuan turned pale with shock. He didn't expect that the Hongmeng Emperor could absorb the primordial energy. Xuanhuan just wanted to reach out to touch Emperor Hongmeng, but a strong force shook his hand back. What's the situation? Why is she like this? Xuanhuan felt that if he forcibly broke through this force, Emperor Hongmeng would be hanged. The host backs away. The Emperor Hongmeng is refining the primordial qi to turn it into the purple qi of the Hongmeng. The system believes that she is the key to the birth of the Hongmeng. Everything in the world has its destiny. The host created the Yuanchu 7 gods, even though the merits are immeasurable. But the destiny of the Hongmeng Emperor is indeed to create Hongmeng, which is also a good fortune. Afterwards, the primordial spirit was opened, and the rules of reproduction came into existence. From then on, the world and the universe came into existence. The host should not interfere. Otherwise, if the host travels back again, things will probably be different. The reminder from the system made Xuanhuan fall into silence. The system is right, although every time he travels through time and space, history does not change. The reason is that he has always faced all changes from the perspective of a third party. This time is no exception. What will happen to her in the end? Xuanhuan was a little worried. He had a feeling somewhere that Emperor Hongmeng might disappear. It's not clear yet. But no matter what the result is, the host must accept it. At this time, Emperor Hongmeng spoke. Father, don't worry about me, you should be happy for me. The child has been thinking, why are we created by the Father? And where is the value of our existence? Now the child finally understands. Father, I need you support. As soon as the words fell, Emperor Hongmeng looked at Xuanhuan expectantly, his eyes full of determination. Sighing, Xuanhuan pushed with one hand, and shot 1/3 of his mana into Hongmeng Emperor's body. Hongmeng, no matter where you are, I will always be your backer. Even if you disappear because of this, I will create you again. Because you are my child. After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan turned around and left here. Since it is a definite number, then let nature take its course. Watching Xuanhuan turn and leave, Emperor Hongmeng showed gratitude in his eyes. With Xuanhuan's magical help, her wish will soon come true. Afterwards, she sat cross-legged, while refining the primordial energy pouring into her body, while merging the mana that Xuanhuan had injected into her body. At the same time, the other 6 gods gathered together, looking at each other in blank dismay, feeling extremely puzzled. In the end, what happened? This breath? What is eldest sister doing? Xiaozi seemed to have realized something, but fell into deep thought without saying a word. At this time, Xuanhuan appeared next to Ji Lucian and sighed. Hongmeng is brewing her good fortune, don't bother her, just watch. Facing fate, Emperor Hongmeng still went forward bravely. This spirit deeply touched Xuanhuan. Time passed slowly. Lucian was still wandering around boredly. Tianwu is protecting Emperor Hongmeng, and Xuanhuan is still practicing. The 2 light clusters beside him are getting bigger and bigger, and the breath of life is getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, blood red Veins appeared in the light group and connected with each other. In this way, another billion years have passed. On this day, Emperor Hongmeng, who was sitting cross-legged in the endless void, suddenly changed. The endless primordial energy enveloped her. In an instant, a ball of purple light was formed. A mysterious, huge coercion spread out. In an instant, the entire primordial world was filled. The other 6 gods trembled and looked at the center of Ziki in horror. Xuanhuan had expectations in his eyes, but also worries and sadness. Up to now, he has been completely sure that Emperor Hongmeng is the predecessor of Hongmeng. Now she is like Nuwa in the prehistoric period, creating great fortune. The difference is that what she needs to pay is her own life. If Hongmeng starts, what will happen to us? Xuanhuan asked in his heart. The system can't spy on the original period now, so it can't predict the future. The host needs to wait. Xuanhuan's answer made Xuanhuan fall into deep thought again. Although the system did not give an answer, but Xuanhuan is very clear that once the primordial energy is opened up, the primordial energy will drop sharply. It will be transformed into a primordial purple energy that is more suitable for spiritual cultivation. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan let out a long breath, and then seized the time to practice. But before that, he spoke to everyone through voice transmission. Everyone must not disturb Hongmeng. Xuanhuan's admonition made the other 6 gods a little bit apprehensive. To be honest, Xuanhuan regarded Hongmeng highly, and they were a little jealous. In this way, time passed slowly. 100,000 years, 200,000 years, 300,000 years. In the blink of an eye, another million years passed. With the passage of time, the huge ball formed by the gathering of primordial chi has grown to tens of thousands of trillions of miles. At the same time, the aura of Emperor Hongmeng also became extremely grand. Sister, what is she going to do? Xiaoyozi's eyes became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have caught something somewhere, but he didn't seem to have caught anything. The 6 gods fell into silence. Tianwu appeared in front of Lucian and said, "Don't think about it. Hongmeng has her mission, and you also have your own mission." You all appeared with your own missions. Well, what is my mission? Xiaoyozi suddenly said. How do I know that? But you'll see later on. Tianwu patted Xiaoyozi on the shoulder and said. Another trillion has passed. Xuanhuan broke through again and reached the 9th level of the ancestral realm of the primordial origin of Hongmeng. At the same time, with his help, the cultivation base of Yuanchu 6 gods also reached the 1st level of the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial origin. Tianwu has also reached the late stage of Hongmeng Rongdao realm. As for Emperor Hongmeng, he has already surpassed him now, and the ancestor of Hongmeng's origin is complete. Of course, in front of Xuanhuan, she was still not Xuanhuan's all-in-one force. Xuanhuan seems to be a realm lower than Emperor Hongmeng, but with his slap, Emperor Hongmeng will definitely explode and die. On this day, a voice resounded through the entire primordial period. I feel that there is nothingness between the heaven and the earth, and I want to create a grand, with the original chi, transform into all chi, and achieve the beginning of all things. Now, in my body, in my name, I will incarnate into Hongmeng. The sound came out, waking up Xuanhuan, who was practicing. The other 6 gods hurriedly got up and looked around. At this time, rumble. There was a loud noise, and the primordial world began to tremble violently. An unparalleled force emanated from the center of Ziki world. "What are you doing, sister?" Liang Tianjun said in shock. At the same time, he arrived beside Su Haoyan. "With other gods." Su Tianwu looked excited. "Is she opening up the primordial world?" Su Tianwu came from the era of chaos, but he witnessed the opening of Hongmeng. How could he not be shocked? Open up Hongmeng? Xiaoyozi fell into deep thought immediately. Liang Tianjun, Taiji Emperor, Yinyang Emperor Zun, and other 6 gods were all lost in thought. Faintly, Su Haoyan saw the shadow of Emperor Hongmeng. While sighing in his heart, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Tens of thousands of years have passed. The purple world exploded with a bang. The endless wind and waves submerged Su Haoyan and others in an instant. Su Haoyan had nothing to do, still sitting cross-legged in the void. The other 6 gods, including Su Tianwu, all passed out. At this time, Su Haoyan could see that Emperor Hongmeng's body was already infinitely tall, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. It was clear she was in great pain. Sensing Su Haoyan's gaze, Emperor Hongmeng's pretty face suddenly showed shock. "Now that my cultivation base is infinitely high, why doesn't my father, who is smaller than my own realm, have any influence?" Emperor Hongmeng was shocked. She thought that after countless billions of years, her cultivation had already surpassed Su Haoyan. Now it seems that she underestimated her father too much. However, immediately her expression darkened, and then she became firm again. Secretly said, "Father, I hope we will see each other one day." Immediately, she stopped thinking about anything, and with a bang, her whole body shook again. At the same time, waves of purple breath burst out from her body. At this time, the primordial chi has undergone earth-shaking changes. It is no longer illusory, and its color has also changed to lavender. The primordial purple air was born from now on. At the same time, Emperor Hongmeng's body began to disintegrate, turning into countless light spots and flying in all directions. That is, could it be a primordial creature? Su Haoyan's eyes widened suddenly. Is she trying to imitate the great god Pangu and incarnate everything? Or is it that the later great god Pangu was imitating Emperor Hongmeng? Or is there some connection between the two? Question marks popped up in Su Haoyan's mind. Ever since the incident with the Jade Emperor Zhongjian, he had a new understanding of Xuanhuan. It is very likely that Xuanhuan is the place where a certain primordial god's primordial purple chi was collected. But exactly how, but also to go back to checksum. In the following time, Su Haoyan released his consciousness and felt these light spots. At the same time, Emperor Hongmeng transformed into all things and created Hongmeng, which made his mind flicker, as if he had realized something. At this time, the place fell into silence again. The other Yuanshu 6 gods and Su Tianwu were still unconscious, floating in the sea of purple air. The heavenly emperor descended to the Yuanshu period and created the 7 souls, the primal Meng, the Liangyi, the Xixiang, the Yin and Yang, the Baji, and the Xiaoyozi. And Emperor Hongmeng transformed into all things and founded Hongmeng. Now that Hongmeng appears, the creatures of Hongmeng will appear soon. Civilization is about to begin, and various civilizations have landed on this once silent land. Su Haoyan thought about it, and the voice of Emperor Hongmeng resounded through the original world at this moment. The Emperor of Heaven will live forever, the Emperor of all ages. From now on, the Emperor of Heaven is supreme, and no living beings are allowed to use The name of Emperor of Heaven, otherwise they will be cursed by the god. The voice of the Hongming Emperor spread throughout the Yuanchu period. No, it should be called the Hongming period now. Hearing Emperor Hongming's voice, the corners of Su Haoyan's mouth turned up. This girl is very filial. In the following time, Su Haoyan continued to realize that although he had been cultivating with primordial energy, the primordial purple energy was also suitable for him. With continuous epiphany and practice, both his physical body and cultivation are growing steadily. In the process of cultivation, Su Haoyan discovered that the aura of Emperor Hongming was not so stable. It was strong and weak at times, and when it was weak, it gave people the feeling that it was about to be destroyed. When powerful, it is terrifying. However, Su Haoyan did not intervene in the change of Emperor Hongming. He closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. So far, the endless years have passed slowly. Xiaoyozi and the other 6 gods were still floating in the majestic purple air. The light spots transformed by the Hongming Emperor escaped into the Hongming purple qi, shining like stars. And Emperor Hongming has turned into a translucent soul body, giving people the feeling that it may dissipate at any time. With the power of Emperor Hongming, it is still impossible to truly incarnate Hongming, so we must help him. At this time, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Su Haoyan's mind. Let Su Haoyan narrow his eyes. In fact, he already had this feeling. It's just that he doesn't know how to help her at all. System, how can you help Hongming? For the current plan, only the system will escape automatically, feed Hongming with her body, and help her develop Hongming. The system opened up. What? System, are you sure you're not joking? Escape from the body, and then feed Hongming with her body to help her develop Hongming? How could I sacrifice you? The host doesn't need to worry about this. If the host travels back to the original time point again, the system will appear on the host again. The host escapes and feeds Hongming with his body, which is indirectly replacing the host to feed Hongming. However, if the host does not help Hongming, then Hongming will not appear. So the host will not travel back, and everything will disappear. In addition, the system is also making itself stronger by doing so. As soon as the system finished speaking, Su Haoyan fell into deep thought. It must be reasonable for the system to say so. Could it be that if I am in reincarnation, the system should also be reincarnated? The system is about to dissipate. Whenever the host travels back, the system will return. At that time, the host will welcome a brand new system. Now the system will give the host 2 summoning opportunities, plus 1 chance for the host to choose by himself. Half after hours, the system will disintegrate. Please choose the host. Ding. Start summoning superpowers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the giant spirit God, which comes from ancient myths and legends. Restore the memory of the previous life. Ding. Start summoning superpowers. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning Huatsubing. It comes from folklore. Restore the memory of the previous life. Hearing the system prompts keep ringing, Su Haoyan felt empty in his heart. But now is not the time to be arrogant. As the system said, if Emperor Hongming fails to open up Hongming, he will live in the Xuanhuan period forever, and nothing in the future will happen. At that time, it was too late for him to regret it. System, revive Te by jinxing. Erase the memory of the previous life, including the memory in Haoyan court. Su Haoyan made the last choice. The reason why he wants to resurrect Taibai Jinxing is that he has a purpose. 10 seconds later, the sleeping Taibai Jinxing appeared beside Xuanhuan out of thin air. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in Xuanhuan's mind. Host, the system is about to disintegrate. The host needs to work harder. When the time travels back, the system will return. As soon as the system's voice fell, Xuanhuan felt his body shake suddenly. And then it seemed as if something was pulled out of his body. He has a strong feeling of parting from life and death. Just as Taibai Jinxing appeared, two figures appeared in front of him. A tall man in blue armor. Maybe Hu was sick. The other one was 5 feet tall, with a huge axe in his hand. Standing there is like a hill. Not surprisingly, he is a giant spirit god. Xuanhuan didn't say a word, just rolled the 3 people with mana directly, so as not to hurt the 3 of them with the purple energy of the primordial Mang. The giant spirit has the strongest cultivation base, and it is in the late stage of the Great Luoluan Wonderland. Huitsubing was next in the middle stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, and Taibai Jinxing also had the cultivation base of the Deluo Golden Immortal. The 3 of them are now in a deep sleep. Xuanhuan doesn't know when they will wake up, but he must protect the 3 of them now. At this moment, the primordial purple chi suddenly exploded, and a beam of 7-colored light flew out from the center of Xuanhuan's eyebrows, heading straight for Emperor Hongmeng. That colorful light beam is the lucky system, right? The breath of the lucky system is ethereal, like the avenue, but it surpasses the avenue, stronger than the aura of the avenue. Xuanhuan looked at the light beam and fell into deep thought. Then, Xuanhuan smiled wryly, even though he has reached the cultivation level of the primordial ancestor realm, he still can't see through the system. At this time, the lucky system escaped into Hongmeng's body, and in an instant, Hongmeng's body that was about to dissipate suddenly burst out with bright light, and then suddenly disintegrated. Xuanhuan couldn't help murmuring a warm feeling. Is this the original primordial purple chi from the very beginning? After Xuanhuan muttered to himself, he put the 3 people in front of him. And the 2 split light clusters into the world in his eyes. Seeing that Hongmeng transforms all things with his body, and the system decomposes to help Hongmeng, Xuanhuan's mind suddenly flashed, as if something was caught by him, but it was illusory. However, he was not in a hurry, instead he calmed down and slowly realized in his mind. Since the system disintegration helped Hongmeng speed up the development of Hongmeng, the whole Hongmeng was brightly colored at the beginning. This phenomenon lasted for many years, millions of years, maybe tens of billions of years, or maybe even longer. In the endless colorful world, those star-like light spots began to gradually shrink their brilliance, turning into light clusters, wriggling non-stop. Flesh and blood, veins, viscera, and organs. In this way, after another billions of years, creatures appeared. They are like babies, curled up in the light balls one by one, calm and peaceful, heralding the birth of the first primordial beings. The Hongmeng Emperor's figure has long since dissipated, but his consciousness still exists. On this day, her consciousness appeared in front of Xuanhuan with a beautiful face that was all over the country. Her gaze was filled with reluctance and attachment, which was attachment to her father. Feeling sorry for my father. Father, the child will never be with you in the future. But, father, the child should always be by your side. Then, Emperor Hongmeng seemed to have thought of something, his beautiful eyes lit up, and he said immediately, with my sincerity and filial piety, I will turn it into the supreme divine clothes. After Emperor Hongmeng's voice fell, his pretty face disappeared, and countless colored light spots condensed extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, a colorful long gown was draped on Xuanhuan's body. Xuanhuan's eyes were quick and his hands were quick. As soon as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed the soul of Emperor Hongmeng, who was about to disappear. I created you, so only I can decide your life or death. In the future, I will resurrect you. Xuanhuan murmured to himself. He was dressed in colorful robes, like a god, sitting in the middle of the entire world of majestic purple energy. On the colorful xia clothes, the colors of Xiaozi, Liangyi, Xixiang, Baji, Yinyang, Hongmeng, and Taiji are painted colorful xia. It was a treasure given to Xuanhuan by Emperor Hongmeng, and it was also the first magic weapon that appeared at the beginning of Hongmeng. The colorful xia was worn on Xuanhuan's body. Xuanhuan touched the soft clothes and fell into reminiscence. In the boundless majestic purple air, Xuanhuan sat alone in a colorful robe. It's like he just came to Yuanshu period. Everything seems to be back to the beginning. He seems to be aware of it now. He is already lonely, no matter in the past, future, or present. Because the strong are lonely. Hongmeng continues to develop. Xuanhuan continued to have an epiphany. If he guessed correctly, what was conceived in the majestic purple air might be the great way of creation. In the past, the lucky system said that he was transformed by the Tao, and he has always believed that this Tao is the Tao of creation. Now it seems that he was very wrong. This is clearly the way of good fortune. The great way of good fortune is the ancestor of creation. There is good fortune first, and then there is creation. Therefore, he now wants to comprehend the Tao of good fortune, and then integrate it into himself. Time continued to pass. The primordial purple qi is still spreading, and now it has spread to the entire primordial world. The primordial world will end, and the Hongmeng world will come soon. The colorful xia burst out with bright light, wrapping Xuanhuan in it. After countless billions of years, Xiaozi and other 6 gods, Tianwu, woke up one after another. They saw the colorful lights and sensed Xuanhuan's existence, but they couldn't wake Xuanhuan up. In desperation, the 6 gods began to travel around the world of Hongmeng. Purple qi, while Tianwu stayed by Xuanhuan's side every step of the way. After a long time passed, the first batch of primordial beings woke up with the efforts of the 6 gods. And the primordial beings that just appeared regard the 6 gods as primordial gods. So the primordial spirit appeared in the true sense. Because they are admired by the creatures, they become gods. Later, with the help of the primordial gods, the primordial creatures began to cultivate with the help of primordial purple energy. The primordial gods also stopped wandering around and started looking for places to practice. So the cultivation began, and the primordial world fell into peace. In the years that followed, countless primordial beings appeared, and the primordial world became more and more lively. At this time, various emotions and thoughts appeared. Then contradictions will follow. The primordial gods didn't care about these things, they only cared about their cultivation, but they didn't know that the catastrophe was coming. Suddenly one day, a crack appeared in the colored light cluster in the middle of the entire primordial world, as if something was about to burst out of its shell. I have received a gift from Hongmeng, and I have realized the avenue of good fortune. In the light group, Xuanhuan's voice came out calmly. There was a loud bang. The ball of light shattered, and Xuanhuan appeared out of thin air in colorful robes. He slowly opened his eyes, the purple-golden flames between. His brows continued to dance, and his aura grew to a whole new level. After countless millions of years of fusion of perception, Xuanhuan finally inherited the Tao of creation. Now in his body, he has the 5 elements avenue, the avenue of time, the avenue of space, the avenue of light, the avenue of good luck, and the avenue of creation. The avenue of good fortune merges with the avenue of good luck to create a lucky system, and the avenue of space merges with the avenue of time to create thousands of universes. You can travel through the void at will and slow down time, thus creating the summoning function and the avenue inheritance function. The avenue of the 5 elements, the avenue of adding time, can be used independently to create an overlimit awakening function. The avenue of good luck plus the avenue of light can greatly increase the luck of the system, and thus obtain reward functions. After merging the avenue of good fortune, Xuanhuan can create at will. His first thought was to create a lucky super system. However, in order to create a perfect system, only these 6 avenues are not enough. The avenues needed are many, many. He still needs to continue to comprehend. At this moment, Yuanchu Lucian and Su Tianwu appeared out of thin air. They all looked at Xuanhuan excitedly. Kong Kong knelt down and said excitedly, "Father, everyone wants to kill us. Father, you finally woke up. Father, your retreat has taken an extremely long time." Yuanchu Lucian was excited, and Su Tianwu was also extremely excited. "I am indeed retreating, but you are all stronger now." Xuanhuan smiled. After a long period of cultivation of Yuanchu's 6th nerve, the physical body has been completely solidified, and each of its realms has reached the ancestral realm of primordial origin. From this point of view, it has been a long time since his retreat. "Hey, Father, your current cultivation level is equal to ours, how about we compare?" Xiaozi rubbed his hands and laughed. Xuanhuan glanced at him and said, "You're swollen, alright, then use your full strength to attack me now, as long as you make me take half a step back. I'll give you this dress from me." Hearing this, Xiaozi scratched his head, extremely embarrassed. He was just joking, okay? Who knew that Su Hao would really take it seriously? Emperor Yang Yuan smiled evilly. "Shao Qi, why don't you dare? Or do you simply not have that ability?" Several other people also laughed and booed. Xiaozi snorted angrily, "Just try it." Immediately, he raised his palm and blasted towards Xuanhuan. At the beginning of Yuan and the beginning of Hongmeng, there were no auxiliary attack items such as spells and magic weapons at that time, only the most primitive attack mode. Xiaozi's position was already closest to Xuanhuan, but at this time he made a sudden move. Everyone felt a flash of a figure in front of them. Xiaozi's palm appeared in front of Xuanhuan, and the palm was printed on Xuanhuan's body. At this time, Xuanhuan's body trembled, and Xiaozi suddenly felt a monstrous force coming towards him. Before he could react, he was thrown away. It disappeared at the end of the world in the blink of an eye. Xuanhuan smiled slightly, reached out and grabbed Xiaozi suddenly. What just happened?" Xiao Qifei flew away and was caught by his father again. "Wow, Dad is amazing. Xiao Qi, you are finished." Xiao Qi, are you still shy this time?" Everyone said something to me, making the atmosphere on the scene lively. Again. Xiaozi ignored the crowd. He looked at Xuanhuan in horror, gasping for breath. At that moment just now, he seemed to be facing a monstrous monster. "How can that be?" Obviously he is in the same realm as his father, why was he blown away? Seeing Xiaozi's fearful appearance, everyone shut their mouths. They could tell that Xiaozi was really scared. There was a huge wave in my heart. At this moment, Xuanhuan became even more mysterious in the hearts of everyone. Your Majesty, is Hongmeng really dead? At this time, Tianwu broke the silence. Although Tianwu is Xuanhuan's slave, but he has witnessed the growth of Yuanchu 7 gods, it is nonsense to say that he has no feelings. On the contrary, he cared most about these 7 little guys. Feelings are not so good. Yes, but it won't be long before I will resurrect Hongmeng. After his lucky system is created, he will turn Emperor Hongmeng into his strong man, and then use the strong man's resurrection function to resurrect him. This idea is not impossible to realize. He has the colorful Shui transformed into Hongmeng, and has her soul, and it is only a matter of time before he wants to revive Hongmeng. It can be said that Emperor Hongmeng will be the strongest in the lucky system. Xiaozi can only stand aside. Tianwu smiled happily. Since Xuanhuan said so, there must be no problem. Yuanchu 6 gods were not sad, they all believed in Xuanhuan. By the way, how is the Hongmeng world now? Xuanhuan asked. Hongmeng is very lively now. There are creatures everywhere. Although there are battles, the whole Hongmeng world is developing steadily. Emperor Yin said. Xuanhuan released his spiritual consciousness and swept across the whole of Hongmeng, and found that there are quite a lot of beings in Hongmeng, but their cultivation is generally very low, and the strongest ones are only in the Dou realm of Hongmeng. Well, don't waste your cultivation, just continue to practice. Xuanhuan doesn't want to delay for a moment now, he wants to create the lucky system as soon as possible, and then return to the afterlife. Everyone was taken aback, they hadn't stayed enough yet, and their father was about to drive them away. Well, I know that you are all well, so I feel relieved. Xuanhuan said with a smile. Emperor Taiji muttered, practice, father is really hardworking. The current primordial world has not yet fallen into chaos, and the gods have no pressure on them, so they are naturally not interested in cultivation. Okay, there are some things you don't understand, and you won't say that when you understand. After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan flew to the highest place. It is useless to talk about some great truths with the gods now, some things can only be understood by themselves. Seeing Xuanhuan disappear into the sky, the gods felt a little depressed. Seeing this, Tianwu said, don't be like this. Your Majesty has to work hard to protect you. If one day you are like Hongmeng, who will save you? When the gods heard it, they all nodded with a half-understanding. Then they spread out, traveling and traveling, practicing and practicing. Only Xiaozi stood there and fell into deep thought. In the following time, Hongmeng continued to expand and evolve. At the same time, there are more and more primordial beings, accompanied by treasures of heaven and earth everywhere. It was when Hongmeng used his body to transform all things, and the avenue of good fortune was conceived with the help of the primordial qi. At the beginning, primordial beings were still in ignorance, and they would not keep them for themselves if they saw them. After Xuanhuan finished his retreat again, he found out about this by accident, and immediately ordered Tianwu, who had nothing to do, to start traveling around every corner of Hongmeng, collecting these treasures from the first opening of Hongmeng. After that, some living beings finally knew the magical effect of these naturally bred treasures, so the battle began. Since then, Hongmeng has truly entered the era of Hongmeng beings. Struggles are everywhere. Hongmeng is not at peace. Hongmeng evolved, and the region continued to expand. At this time, Xuanhuan was looking at the three strong men in front of him in the independent space. At the highest point, Taibai Jingxing, Zhu Lingshan, and Hu Xubing, the three of them just appeared. They were stunned for a moment, but they immediately paid their respects to Xuanhuan. However, when Xuanhuan told the situation at this time, the three of them were shocked at first, but immediately became overjoyed. The primordial opening, at their time, was an extremely distant legend, and they never thought they would come here. Thinking that this is an extremely heaven-defying opportunity, I am even more in awe of Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, how do we develop now? Taibai Jingxing no longer has the memory of her previous life, let alone know that she had betrayed Xuanhuan. At this time, holding the floating dust in his hand, he had an excited expression, eager to try. Don't be in a hurry now, I want to improve the cultivation of the three of you, and then go out to develop. Xuanhuan has already felt the changes in Hongmeng. There are too many creatures, and fighting is inevitable. At this time, Xuanhuan's mana was incomparable, and even without the help of the system, he could transform the three of them. Although it is worse than the gods, it is much stronger than ordinary primordial creatures. Immediately, Xuanhuan wrapped the three strong men with mana and began to promote them. Afterwards, Xuanhuan continued to comprehend the Tao and created a lucky system. Now he plans to comprehend the Tao of various attributes, and then bestow them on the system, so that the system can be made healthy. There is also the avenue of slaughter. Because of the particularity of the avenue of slaughter, it will definitely greatly promote the system. As time goes on, Hongmeng is also developing steadily. As the battle of the primordial beings became more and more intense, as the various emotions of the primordial beings began to improve, finally some primordial beings began to fall. As the saying goes, genius rises without sacrifice. Emperor Quan. This is the first primordial being who dared to claim the title of emperor since the creation of the seven gods at the beginning of time. Therefore, as soon as his voice appeared, it was immediately heard by the primordial gods. Dare to proclaim the emperor, how could the gods of Hongmeng allow it? And the Yinyang Yuandi was the first to stand up. The disparity in strength caused Emperor Quan to suffer a crushing defeat. Just when Emperor Yinyang Yuan wanted to get rid of Emperor Quan, Xuanhuan's voice rang out throughout Hongmeng. Let him go. Emperor Yinyang Yuan was half silver white and half black, tall. Standing in front of Emperor Quan, looking indifferently at a creature in front of him whose body had been half destroyed. This person is Emperor Quan. You are the primordial god? If so, you can kill me. To die in the hands of the primordial spirit, I have no complaints or regrets. Regarding Xuanhuan's orders, Emperor Yinyang Yuan did not disobey in any way. Humph, if you dare to claim the title of emperor, you have to measure your own weight. If the Emperor of Heaven didn't let me kill you, you would have been wiped out long ago. So, you have to thank His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. After Yinyang Yuandi finished speaking, he turned and left. Disappear into the void. Emperor Quan was stunned. God? Although Emperor Quan is currently the strongest existence other than the primordial gods, he has never heard of the Emperor of Heaven, and this is the first time he has heard of it today. He was shocked in his heart. How strong is the existence that even the primordial gods are afraid of? Emperor, who are you? Where are you? Emperor Quan shouted loudly. Beyond the Grand Mist, the supreme place is that I created the pioneers of the Grand Mist, and you were created by the pioneers of the Grand Mist. Who do you think I am? Xuanhuan's voice was ethereal, causing Emperor Quan's eyes to widen. Suddenly, he didn't expect Xuanhuan's background to be so great. The creator of Hongmeng, what was Hongmeng before? If you want to become emperor, you must have strong strength, and you don't have that strength at all now, so, boy, work hard. Xuanhuan's voice rang in his ears, making Emperor Quan clench his fists tightly. Just after he was born, he was beaten up by Emperor Yanjuan, and then rescued by Emperor Tian, and then he was taught a lesson, which made him lose his temper. Okay, let's go. If you want to become the emperor, go to practice. If you don't have the strength, don't come out and shame yourself. After a long time, Emperor Quan took a deep breath, knelt down in the void, kowtowed respectfully to Xuanhuan, and then left silently. Xuanhuan sat in the supreme void, looked down at the departing Emperor Quan, and muttered to himself, the first creature in Hongmeng who dared to call himself emperor. No wonder later generations became famous. However, where did Nailan Qing and Emperor Qian come from? Xuanhuan showed doubts on his face. But then he frowned suddenly. Immediately his expression changed. Two oval light clusters appeared in front of his eyes. At the same time, two familiar breaths overflowed from it, causing Xuanhuan's eyes to suddenly enlarge. Then he laughed and said, "Haha, that's how it is, that's how it is, it's God's will." Immediately, he suspended the two balls of light beside him and glanced at the giant spirit gods who were cultivating in the distance, Huatsubing and Taibai Jinxing, and continued to comprehend. At this time, Su Tianwu suddenly appeared next to Xuanhuan, and as soon as he appeared, he waved his hand, and dozens of treasures shining with various auras appeared out of thin air in front of Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, it took me 10,000 years to collect more than 30 primordial treasures and over 20 grand primordial spiritual treasures. After finishing speaking, he still looked at this pile of treasures with great greed. Although he really wanted to own one, he didn't dare to hide it privately. Well, yes, the name Hongmeng Xuan is more reliable. Is there anything you like here? Pick it yourself, Xuanhuan said lightly. When Su Tianwu heard this, he was overjoyed, and picked up a disc with a purple light. Origin of Hongmeng is the most precious treasure. This kid really knows something. Afterwards, Su Tianwu left in a hurry, and once again devoted himself to the treasure hunt. He now has a new pleasure, which is treasure hunting, looking for treasures. In the past, he found it interesting to take care of the Yuanchu 7 gods. But now he finds it interesting to look for treasures. Xuanhuan continued to understand the Tao, and worked hard to create a system. Probably tens of billions of years have passed. Relying on Xuanhuan's previous understanding of the Tao of slaughter, he finally succeeded in creating the Tao of slaughter, and his cultivation level finally broke through to the great perfection, the ancestral realm of the primordial origin of the primordial spirit. The whole person's fighting power has leapt again. He is now completely confident that he can blow up the entire primordial world with one punch. During these tens of billions of years, the giant spirit god, Taibai Jinxing and Huatsubing, with the help of Xuanhuan, have made breakthroughs one after another in cultivation, and now they have reached the Tao realm of Hongmeng. Taibai Jinxing is a little bit close, but there is also a late stage of the Hongmeng Tao realm. At this time, several superpowers appeared in Hongmeng. Among them was a soul who entered the Tao as a demon and called himself the Heavenly Demon Emperor. He killed all directions with cruel methods, and every time he fought with other creatures, it ended in a massacre. At this point, Hongmeng has reached a time of real unrest. Every day, Hongmeng creatures are killed by superpowers. With no other choice, the weak primordial beings began to gather together, united, and even moved Emperor Quan, who couldn't be hidden. On this day, Tianwu, who was looking for the treasure, suddenly heard the screams of all living beings. When he cleared the clouds and mist, he saw the Heavenly Demon Emperor slaughtering all directions, with corpses strewn all over the field, which was horrible. The war is starting, there is life and death, fate reincarnates, and I am transformed by fate. Can't I do something for Hongmeng? Thinking of this, Tianwu sat cross-legged in the void and began to meditate. Xuanhuan, who was in the supreme place, suddenly felt something, and when he looked down, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He would never have imagined that Tianwu had actually entered an epiphany. I don't know how long it has been. The war was still going on, the weak creatures united together, and after inviting Emperor Quan out, they fought with the Heavenly Demon Emperor. The two most powerful beings from the early opening of the primordial world fought for countless years, blood flowed like rivers, and they still didn't give up. In this regard, the spirit of Hongmeng did not intervene. In fact, since Emperor Quan retired, the gods have rarely set foot in front of primordial beings. The primordial gods are under a lot of pressure, because the aptitude of primordial beings is against the sky, and if they are not good enough, they will be caught up. At that time, it is possible to be pulled down from the god position. Just as the battle between the two emperors was heating up, a voice suddenly disturbed the entire primordial world. Massiveness is the body of all things, using itself as a medium to create the land of primordial origin, and has entered the age of living beings. Today, I create my own destiny, the road of destiny. The sound lasted for a long time, echoing throughout the primordial world. At this time, in an independent space, Tianwu sat cross-legged, with a wheel suspended behind him, which he named the Wheel of Destiny. At this moment, he opened his eyes, and said to himself, I am destiny, and destiny is me. It turns out that there is a clone of destiny in this world. Destiny already has this one. He can be invisible, everywhere, or condense shape. Suddenly, he came to a great realization, his hands turned like wheels, and his whole body emitted a dazzling light. There is no order in the primordial world, causing the corpses of living beings to spread across the field. Now I use the body of fate to establish order. The primordial beings should follow the guidance of fate. There should be no killings, no chaotic wars, and everything should follow the cycle of cause and effect. Tianwu's voice spread throughout the Hongmeng world again, causing countless Hongmeng creatures to explode immediately. What is fate? What does he mean by causal loop? Could it be another super strong man? Oh my god, Hongmeng is really messed up. At this time, Emperor Tianma and Emperor Quan were still fighting in nothingness, and they were indeed startled by Tianwu's voice. Different from the ignorance of other creatures, Emperor Tianma and Emperor Quan knew what Tianwu was talking about. Humph, who the hell dares to create order? Only the strong can create order in this world. No way, I will kill him. The Heavenly Demon Emperor said viciously. Humph, whoever he is, we haven't finished fighting yet. Emperor Quan's eyes sparkled, as if he had thought of something. He hurriedly stopped the heavenly demon emperor, not letting him trouble Su Tianwu. Emperor Tianma, only I, Emperor Quan, can be called emperor in the primordial world, and you are not worthy. Emperor Quan tried his best to stimulate him verbally. Let the heavenly demon. Emperor intolerable. Once again, they fought together. The supremacy of Hongmeng is still the appearance of the original period. Xuanhuan sat cross-legged in it, muttering to himself thoughtfully, it seems that Su Tianwu's understanding is correct. Destiny avatar is originally transformed by fate. It is also the embodiment of fate from nothingness to substance. Once when he develops spiritual wisdom and becomes enlightened, he will immediately become the deity of destiny. Looking at Su Tianwu, who was feeling the way of fate and his body gradually dissipating, Xuanhuan didn't stop him. Everyone has a definite number, and Su Tianwu's definite number is the regular state of changing from a spiritual body to an unconscious state. This is his destiny and his destiny. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and there are too many sins, and the retribution is not good. This is the rule that Su Tianwu wants to make. It's a pity that everything is subject to change, even if it is the destiny that is above all living beings. It must follow this rule. On the other side, the 6 gods of Yuanchu also sensed Su Tianwu's strangeness. They gathered together from all over Hongmeng, looking at Su Tianwu, who was gradually dissipating through the clouds and mist. Their eyes were full of thoughtfulness. Time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, the elder sister transformed into a grand mammoth. Countless tens of thousands of years have passed. Now even Su Tianwu has found the value of his own existence, so what about us? What are we doing? Although Xiaoyozi intended to be happy, but what he said at this time was a bit lonely. With the disappearance of Su Tianwu, they felt sad, because Su Tianwu, who grew up with them, was about to leave them just like the big sister, and the departure of their relatives made them very uncomfortable. The 6 of them stood on the cloud and remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, Emperor Enyang frowned and said, Father created us, but why did he create us? Hearing this, the faces of the other 5 people showed confusion at first, but immediately fell into deep thought. Up to now, their spiritual intelligence has matured, and they no longer believe that Xuanhuan created them out of pure boredom. Just like Emperor Hongmeng and Su Tianwu, there must be his intentions. In this way, with doubts, the 6 emperors also began to look for the value of their own existence. After 100 years, Su Tianwu finally completely turned into nothingness and became Hongmeng's original avenue of destiny. On this day, the entire primordial beings felt that something was connected to their bodies. This change made them shocked, confused, and at a loss. Starting from this moment, the reincarnation of fate is established, and all living beings will obey. Reincarnation is endless, only the Emperor of Heaven will live forever in the world. The moment Su Tianwu's voice dissipated, it suddenly resounded throughout the entire Hongmeng land. Xuanhuan, who was sitting above, showed a look of relief on his face. Su Tianwu, you are my slave for one day, Xuanhuan, and you will always be. Su Tianwu. This sentence is extremely sincere, without any ironic meaning. At this time, all living beings in the beginning of Hongmeng were wondering. This voice, who is the heavenly emperor he is talking about? Emperor Quan and Emperor Tianma, who were fighting, also stopped at this moment. Now the 2 of them are trembling all over and their breath is sluggish, but the more they are like this, the higher their killing intent becomes. God? The heavenly demon emperor frowned, feeling puzzled. Emperor Quan said with infinite emotion, "Heavenly Emperor is the god of this world. He stands at the highest point, overlooking all living beings. Omnipotent. You can't even defeat me, how can you be the strongest?" One sentence stirred up waves, and the battle broke out again. In the blink of an eye, the time of 100 billion years is fleeting. The giant spirit god, Xuanhuan, and Taibai Jinxing all entered the Hongmeng, crossing Tribulation Realm, and then, under Xuanhuan's order, they were born to practice. In the current Hongmeng, his three powerhouses are the ones with the highest cultivation. Even Emperor Quan and the Heavenly Demon Emperor are only Hongmeng's heavenly Dao realm great consummation. Therefore, he believed that his subordinates would definitely have a great fortune in Hongmeng. It is worth mentioning that Taibai Jinxing was supposed to awaken the memory of his previous life, but under his deliberate intention, he was sealed, and when he surpassed the ancestral realm of the origin of the primordial origin, he could unseal it by himself. And Xuanhuan is still the ancestral realm of the primordial realm, the great perfection, and has not surpassed this realm. As time passed, he finally realized something was wrong. He felt as if an invisible shackle had been put on his body. Although he was moving forward steadily, his realm was still standing still. At this time, the Lucky System has issued a model, and he intends to integrate the avenue of time and avenue of space into the system. 1,000,000 years later, Xuanhuan successfully merged time and space avenues, giving birth to the time-space avenue again, accompanied by 36 space-time beads. Xuanhuan did not hesitate to slowly integrate these beads into the Lucky System. Now there is a template for the luck system in his mind that only he can see. Forging the Lucky System is an extremely long journey. It was boring, but he had to do it, otherwise he would never go back. After the three subordinates were born, in just 1,000,000 years, they successively achieved great fame. Xuanhuan was the first to become famous. He first invaded one side of the power, and then stirred up the situation, taking that power as his own. Soon, he created a force that belonged entirely to him. Chaotian Palace. This is the first faction with a name since the beginning of Hongmeng. And Xuanhuan is the founder of Chaotian Palace. From then on, Chaotian Palace began to compete with the entire Hongmeng. When Xuanhuan established his power, he instilled in his subordinates the idea of punishing evil Yangshan. Although it is inevitable that people will suffer, but because they stand on the side of justice, they are very popular with various small forces. Immediately afterwards, Taibai Jinxing became famous among the various forces in Hongmeng. His reputation was to assist the rise of various forces and act as a military advisor. Coupled with his strong strength, in the end, he simply merged the various forces and established an alliance of forces. He is the LA. From this the Heaven and Earth League was born. The giant spirit god is the most low-key. He dominates one side and cultivates with peace of mind. As a result, although he is the least powerful, his personal strength is indeed the strongest among the three. In Hongmeng land, since the birth of destiny, although there has been less killing, this is just an appearance. Over time, wars will break out again. With the development of time, more and more primordial beings have entered the primordial merging Dao realm and primordial tribulation realm, but they are still unable to break through to higher realms. Something seems to be restricting all sentient beings in the dark. I don't know how long the time has passed. Emperor Taiji, who was cultivating that day, suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed brightly. He muttered to himself, Great Meng should have boundaries, there should be order, and it should go from Wuji to Taiji. And my way is to formulate the order of the primordial realm and create the primordial Tai Chi. Only now did he understand why he named himself Emperor Taiji. It turns out that all of these are definite. They are not useless, but were created by their father with their own mission. So far, after Emperor Hongmeng, Emperor Taiji created his own Tao, and within Hongmeng established the 9-party rule. After Taiji Emperor muttered to himself, he entered the state of mystery and mystery again. However, although his voice was very soft, it still echoed in the minds of all living beings. Let all beings be confused and puzzled. Did the second brother also break through? Liangyi Tianjun, Xisheng Chaos, Yinyang Yuendi, Zaya and Baji Supreme appeared next to Taiji Emperor at the first time, and they all looked at Taiji Emperor, who was in a state of meditation and shock. Could it be that he can break through Tai Chi? Xisheng Chaos asked curiously. Hey, his aura. Do you feel that his aura is the same as that of Su Tianwu? And eldest sister, as if he has realized something. As soon as this remark came out, the others were immediately moved. That is to say, Emperor Taiji is sacrificing himself and preparing to adapt himself to Tao. Zaya shook his head and smiled bitterly. What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you have to sacrifice yourself? Is this still a god? Zaya unrestrained temperament is very uncomfortable with Tai Chi's approach. What can we do? This is our life. Liangyi Tianjun sighed. At the highest point of Hongmeng, Xuanhuan, who was cultivating, seemed to have sensed something, opened his eyes, and frowned slightly. What he feared finally happened. After the transformation of Tai Chi, it is the embryonic form of Tai Chi in later generations. Then Liangyi is the order derived from the Taiji formulation. The same is true for the 4 elephants. Is the Yinyang Yuendi the original underworld? It seems that they didn't give themselves names at will, they all have their own destiny. However, they can't give away their lives, right? Thinking of this, Xuanhuan waved his hand, and 6 people appeared in front of Xuanhuan in an instant. Tai Chi, Hongmeng sacrificed himself, Su Tianwu also sacrificed himself. Dou you want to sacrifice too? I created you, not for you to sacrifice, what a bunch of fools. Su Hao said in a whimper. Yuanchu Lucian was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat and shivered. Father, Hongmeng created the current world, so there should be order and rules in the world. Tai Chi said boldly. If you need order, you won't use other methods, you have to sacrifice yourself? Xuanhuan stared at them fiercely. Okay, it's good that I know your hearts. Now that I have passed on your avatars, let the avatars do those ideas that benefit Hongmeng. After Xuanhuan finished speaking, he lit 6 rays of light in succession, which directly transmitted into the minds of the 6 people. The 6 of them felt something suddenly popping up in their minds, and they immediately became happy. They bid farewell to Xuanhuan one after another, looking for a place to practice. Xuanhuan looked at the 6 people who left cheerfully, and a bright smile suddenly appeared on his gloomy face. In the hundreds of billions of years that followed, Emperor Taiji finally created Taiji to calm the center of Hongmeng. At the same time, his cultivation has finally broken through the 9 profound void realm. Xuanhuan named this realm Taishan Creation Supreme Realm. Taishan is higher than Xuanhuan. Fortune refers to the meaning of great merit. to Hongmeng, and supreme is the honorific title for the strongest person above all living beings. And Emperor Taiji also became the first Taishan creation supreme realm powerhouse in the beginning of Hongmeng. Immediately afterwards, Liangyi Tianjun created the Yin and Yang Liangyi on the basis of Taiji, which further deepened the order of Hongmeng. As a result, Liangyi Tianjun also became the second Taishan creation supreme realm powerhouse. The third is Emperor Yin Yang Yuan. He found that the souls who died in the war turned into souls floating in the world without a destination, so he created the order of the underworld in the beginning of Hongmeng with a sudden inspiration. In addition, he will develop Yin and Yang, and truly incarnate Yin and Yang, thereby achieving the supreme realm of Taishan good fortune. The Baji Supreme then established the 8 diagrams which derived the order of the 9 palaces. Since then, Hongmeng has truly become a big world. The Baji Supreme also broke through his cultivation, and achieved the supreme realm of Taishan good fortune. It is worth mentioning that the 4-elephant chaos is in a corner of the primordial realm, and the epiphany created the chaotic world, shaking the entire primordial realm. Even Xuanhuan was shocked. As a result, the chaos of the 4 phenomena has also achieved the supreme state of Taishan good fortune. That's how chaos came about. Xuanhuan looked at Xixiang Chaos, who created chaos, and felt emotion in his heart. At the same time, he looked forward to the future of Hongmeng and chaos. However, occasionally he would look into the depths of the primordial qi, and he always felt that something was spying on him. It made him very uncomfortable. However, he released his consciousness to check, but there was nothing. Let him think that he is not sensitive. Since the establishment of various orders, the 5 gods, Taiji Emperor, Liangyi Tianjun, Xixiang Chaos, Yinyang Yuendi, and Baji Supreme, have become the masters of the Hongmeng world. Of course, only a few primordial beings know that there is a real god above. The primordial ruler. That is the heavenly emperor who resides in the hearts of Emperor Quan, Emperor Tianma, and other supreme emperors. They are one of the few strong men who believe in the Emperor of Heaven even knowing their destiny. At the same time, Zhanzun Huatsubing completely crowned Hongmeng forever, and his power Chao Tian Palace almost crushed 1/3 of Hongmeng, and he was the most powerful Hongmeng force at this time. The Heaven and Earth alliance of Taibai Jinxing sometimes joined forces with Huatsubing, sometimes went it alone, and finally occupied one side, becoming an indispensable force for Hongmeng's development. As for the giant spirit god, his strength has always been the strongest among the 3. Although he is low-key, but under the dominance of one side, no creature has dared to disturb him. Even Emperor Tianma and Emperor Quan. On this day, the 2 balls of light that had been floating beside Xuanhuan for countless years suddenly cracked. Xuanhuan was startled awake and turned his head to look. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. After billions of years of gestation, you 2 little ones are finally born. The cracks in the light group continued to expand, and at the same time, 2 completely different auras overflowed from the light group, making the smile on Xuanhuan's face even brighter. After hundreds of years like this, the light group finally shattered. 2 babies of the same size, one red and one white, appeared in front of Xuanhuan. At the same time, the cry sounded, instantly filling the entire primordial space. Well, not bad, very powerful demonic energy. Stretching out his hand to touch the white and tender baby, Xuanhuan muttered to himself. When Xuanhuan's finger touched it, the baby stopped crying and started giggling. Hey, I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect you to have magic energy. Xuanhuan looked at the baby with red skin and muttered to himself. Xuanhuan thought for a while, and immediately said via voice transmission. Giant spirit god, come here. Xuanhuan looked at the baby with red skin and had a bold idea in his heart. At the same time, he looked into the depths of the original space, and the feeling of being spied on became more and more serious. Especially in the hundreds of years since these two babies broke out of their shells, this feeling is like a maggot on the tarsus, accompanying it all the time. However, I don't know if it was an illusion. At the moment the baby was born, this feeling disappeared, as if it had never happened before. He looked at the two babies and said to himself, could it be that the origins of the two of you are not as simple as the primordial gods? Recalling the light cluster with a faint aura that he found in an inconspicuous corner in the original period when he first came to Hongmeng, he felt strange. Did someone throw you two there on purpose? So what is their purpose? Do you want me to train you? Just as Xuanhuan was meditating, the giant spirit god suddenly appeared. Your Majesty, why are you looking for your subordinates? The giant spirit god asked in a loud voice. At the same time, his light bulb like eyes immediately saw the two babies beside Xuanhuan. Giant spirit, you have to raise this baby and teach him well. Xuanhuan pushed the red-skinned baby to the giant spirit god and said. Hey, there is magic energy? Yes, Your Majesty, I will accept this kid as my disciple. The first time he saw the baby, the giant spirit god fell in love with him and quickly hugged him in his arms. Love it so much. Afterwards, the giant spirit god bid farewell and left. But before leaving, Xuanhuan secretly transferred a trace of primordial energy into the red baby's body. Possess the primordial energy, and finally, at the moment of awakening, will become the primordial god. In the same realm, in a fair duel, the primordial beings would definitely not be able to defeat the 6 primordial gods. This is the strength of the primordial qi. However, the Yuanchu qi in Xuanhuan's body is not comparable to Yuanchu 6 gods. In the future, the achievements of these two babies will definitely be higher than those of Yuanchu 6 gods. This is also their chance, because they met Xuanhuan. Immediately, Xuanhuan sealed the baby with white and tender skin with primordial energy, and continued to suspend it beside him. And he went on to create the lucky system. Years have no end, time has no end. With the passage of time and the development of the world, the battle among primordial beings has become fierce and sharp again. More and more living beings achieved the 9 profound void realm, causing the status of Emperor Quan, Emperor Tianwu, Huizubing and other powerhouses to be shaken violently. However, after all, they are the earliest powerhouses, and there is no living thing that can shake them when fighting alone. On this day, Xiaozi was wandering aimlessly. He still looks unrestrained, at ease everywhere. Suddenly, he frowned, then turned around and disappeared. Primordial space. Xuanhuan's whole body was bathed in golden light, making him look extremely sacred. At this moment, he has finally broken through the Jiuxuan Taixi realm and achieved the Taishan creation supreme realm. Although he has just entered this realm, his strength has already far surpassed the same realm. The reason why he made a breakthrough in cultivation was that he finally created the lucky system. This also proves one thing: if you want to achieve the supreme realm of Taishan good fortune, you must create it. Only things created enough to benefit future generations. At this time, Xiaoyozi appeared in front of Xuanhuan, and said with a smile, "Father, do you need me?"